Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Good. They arrived just in time. During the period of Claude's secret meeting with the Emperor, Randall, who was preparing Revolutionary Army's next plan, smiled slightly as he looked at the supplies that had arrived from the Republic. Weapons, ammunition, and 12 vials of the Black Rose toxin. Confirmed receipt. What Randall picked up was a glass flask containing a blood-red liquid. During the Great War, it was a weapon of mass destruction that the Republic had created in desperation after repeated defeats, the Black Rose. Please handle it with utmost care, Director. If even a tiny crack forms in that flask, everyone within a 100-meter radius would die. I know. Randall shrugged his shoulders as he said this. Seeing the red liquid swirling in Randall's grip, the Republic agent disguised as a transport worker bared his teeth slightly. To think you'd request such weapons from our homeland. Director Randall, you must be quite impatient. At the provocative tone, Randall's expression hardened as he glared at the man. The man's characteristic sharp gaze visible between his hat was fixed on Randall. Though his face wore a smile, behind it lay an emptiness devoid of even a fragment of emotion. With hollow eyes, the first agent in charge of transport opened his mouth toward Randall. It's been 2 years since you bragged about killing the Emperor. Yet in those 2 years, neither you nor the Revolutionary Army have produced results worthy of His Excellency's interest. With those words, the corners of the smiling man's mouth dropped slightly. A minute change that ordinary people wouldn't notice. But Randall could tell clearly. This man was now revealing his killing intent. The trap using Count Elsidor's remnants failed. You failed to obstruct the Emperor's reforms, and in these past 2 years, you failed to stop the expansion of the Special Magical Power Unit. Unexpected situations arose. There were corresponding achievements. The monster mutation experiment data? Was scientific experimentation what His Excellency ordered you to do? Such an overbearing attitude, as if addressing his own subordinate. A sardonic smile played around Randall's lips. The ones from the homeland were always like this. Parasites who act as if they were the Secretary General himself just because they received orders from him. The situation within the Republic isn't good due to the Armistice Treaty. In times like these, for the Republic's best agent to have no clear achievements, what do you plan to do? He felt what little patience remained running out. Come to think of it, from the homeland's perspective, losing 1 or 2 informants like this wouldn't be much of a loss. They could just claim they died on the way back. Complete your mission as soon as possible. If you fail this time too, the next courier won't be me but number 2. Before he could finish speaking, the man's head fell off. A black shadow from Randall's imprint had severed his neck. Listening to you go on and on, your arrogance reaches the heavens. The man's head gaped in apparent shock. Looking down at this sight, a cold sneer appeared on Randall's face. I'm the one who reformed the Republic from His Excellency's inner circle. A mere messenger dares to make such pathetic threats. How? I couldn't even see. Relay this to His Excellency Vladimir. Though his head was separated from his neck, no blood flowed. The man's body gradually turned black, centered on the wound. Seeing this, Randall frowned. To die without even knowing what technique was used against him, without even sensing the magical power. Even an apprentice knight from any magic noble family wouldn't be this dull. Tell him the plan is proceeding without a hitch, and good news will follow soon. And, finally, addressing the completely blackened head, Randall continued in a cold tone. Next time you select agents, it would be better to properly verify their abilities. Crumble dash? Split in two with an eerie sound, the man finally turned to black ashes and disappeared without a trace. The cargo room became quiet, as if Randall had been alone from the start. He released a deep sigh mixed with rising irritation. To let his emotions show over a mere messenger's nonsense, fatigue must be piling up. Returning to his usual expression, Randall spoke to the air. Proceed with the plan as scheduled. At those words, 9 shadows that had been standing behind him prostrate themselves. What hadn't even shown an outline until just now suddenly revealed their forms. The 6-stroke magic imprint glowing on their right arms. These were his long-term pieces he had been grooming as the next generation of heroes, considering Claude's betrayal. I'll move if necessary, but don't let your guard down. Especially regarding Eugene Lawrence. That one always creates variables. Be particularly careful. Understanding Randall's words, 2 shadows slowly bowed their heads before concealing themselves again. Not much longer. The time to grasp the Empire after stepping over the Emperor's corpse was drawing near. And when that time comes, this childish game called the Revolutionary Army will also come to an end. Randall smiled with satisfaction as he shuffled through the documents on his desk. About a month remained until the operation began. The preparations for the Emperor's assassination were steadily progressing beneath the surface. Welcome. At a small tavern located in a corner of the imperial capital, I sat down at the counter and let out a dry sigh. What did I just witness? After meeting with Claude, the Emperor returned to the palace and relayed the details of the plan. Andre adamantly opposing it while the Emperor blocked him. Their intense argument over his safety eventually turned into, It was the same 40 years ago during our secret meeting. Even if it's for the Emperor's safety, who enters a place of male-female relations wearing full armor. If your majesty brings that up, I have something to say too. The port from 37 years ago? For someone who stole the lady I chased for 2 years to say such things. They started an intense battle over love affairs from before my age. My goodness, to see the Empire's two highest authorities growling at each other over women from more than 30 years ago. As young blood meant to lead the Empire's next generation, I felt my already insufficient patriotism being scraped away. Maybe the Empire should just disappear. Come to think of it, revolution. It doesn't seem like such a bad thing. Yeah, that must be it. While I was seriously considering defecting to the Revolutionary Army, the Emperor suddenly came to his senses and sent me here. The Tavern Aiden. He said it's a cafe he frequents, but given the hour, it would be awkward to wake the palace staff. So I came out on an errand to clear my head as well. Why did I have to watch two 70-year-olds fight over women from 30 years ago? May I take your order? At the waiter's question, I ordered from the menu written on the note the Emperor gave me. 3 sardine pies, 2 dark beers, and 1 chocolate cookie, please. I'm at a loss for words even after saying it myself. What is this insane combination? Sardine pie with dark beer? What's wrong with the Emperor's taste in food? You're our reserved guest. This way? Reserved? He even eats this regularly? Sardine pie? Just as my doubts were deepening, the waiter guided me to a back door set in one corner of the shop. It seems foods ordered from the palace are prepared separately. Come to think of it, since it's food the Emperor himself eats, that makes sense. Thinking this while following the waiter's guidance for 10 minutes. No matter how I thought about it, something felt off. The next building? That should be a communications base station. No, it was more than that. The employee guiding me into the base station, leading me to the basement. Moreover, seeing their extremely tense appearance, it seemed there was some other ulterior motive. Since these are coordinates directly specified by the Emperor, they shouldn't be enemies. But still, better safe than sorry. As I drew up a bit of magical power, the employee slowly opened the basement door, and... What is this? Inside was a space completely different from the outside. Rustle rustle. Beep. 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 Intercepted. AF lacks drinking water. Their attack target isn't Lancaster but Alaman. Message to Owl. 3 acorns planted in raccoon's den. First operation successful. Team B discovered during operation. Currently fleeing with contact. Support team on standby locally will. Numerous telegraph poles and communication devices. And between them, countless telegram documents and communication records flying about. Suited men moving busily. In the middle of all these people looking haggard like office workers obsessed with overtime, an equally haggard-faced woman greeted me. Looking to be in her late 20s, with thick horn-rimmed glasses. A woman wearing the white coat issued to the Imperial Guard night order draped like a blanket. At first glance, she reminded me of Rennie. Of course, this one looked much more weathered by life's hardships. Special Magical Power Unit Battalion Commander Eugene Lawrence. Correct. Yes, but... When I answered, she roughly nodded and spoke toward my side. See? So put your guns down quickly. D. Director. But... You can see his imprint. 6-stroke mages aren't common, and you must have verified his personal information. What are you so worried about? At her sharp retort, the men who had been glaring at me slowly lowered their pistols. Why point them when they wouldn't even scratch him anyway? Muttering this while shaking her head, the woman took out a cigarette from her pocket and put it in her mouth. Not a homemade cigarette, but one from Imperial Military Supplies. A woman wearing an Imperial Guard night order coat and smoking military cigarettes. Plus, Director? Then could this person be? Imperial Intelligence Department Director, Rebecca Pendleton. Pardon. Hey, this is crazy. Really? You heard correctly. While I stood frozen, unable to speak, the woman who introduced herself as Rebecca twisted her lips and took my hand. Welcome to the Imperial Intelligence Department. No, really. Why are you doing this to me, Your Majesty? You said it was just an errand. No, you said it was just a simple errand. I already know the operation details. I refined the plan His Majesty conceived. Rebecca took the note the Emperor had given me and said this while guiding me to her office. No, I still can't believe this. The restaurant owner I was sent to on an errand is the Intelligence Department Director, and the menu written on the note is the password to enter the Intelligence Department? Your Majesty, you only said there was someone there, you never mentioned they were the Intelligence Department Director? The headquarters location is quite open. Even though it's not downtown, there were many people around the waterfront bar. What kind of spy movie is this, having the Empire's largest intelligence agency in the middle of the city? Oh wait, it works. This was a game world after all. Though it looks like a bar, everyone inside was our agents. Everyone. Yes. From the shop owner to the customers, even the passers-by. What the? This isn't the Truman Show. How can they spread their agents all around their headquarters entrance? Thanks to His Majesty's generous budget. And your special magical power unit is contributing to that, so I'm somewhat grateful. For that kind of thing, the agent's welcome was a bit intense. Even pointing guns unnecessarily. Of course. Our workload increased more than 5-fold along with the budget. Rebecca smirked while maintaining her haggard face and put a new cigarette in her mouth. Thanks to some crazy bastards who blew up the entire city of Elcrier, all our agents had to frantically overturn Imperial media outlets to control information and suppress news coverage. We had to somehow plant agents among the magic nobles who were thoroughly enraged by the Elsidor incident. And to make matters worse, now we have to personally stage His Majesty's assassination. I glanced at the intelligence department agents driven mad by overtime and overwork. Hey, is that him? That bastard's the special magical power unit commander. Do you know what hell I went through cleaning up after you? Hey, catch that bastard. Why catch him? Because I'm going to hit him first, so catch that bastard. Huh? Hey, that bastard's looking away. I've got your face memorized, you son of a. I covered my eyes and ears and shut myself in darkness. This is the intelligence department you chose. Endure it with pure grit. While I was doing that, Rebecca, who had been shuffling through documents occupying half her office, called me. It wasn't His Majesty who called you here, but me. There's something we need to do before the plan. Something we need to do. Rebecca pulled out a well-printed stack of documents and handed them to me. This is the list of spies that the intelligence department has acquired over the past 2 years. Randall's eyes that relay the capital's situation to the Revolutionary Army in real time. I pulled out several pages and looked at the profiles of the people in them. Wow, insane. Seeing it directly was quite something. Palace janitors, nobles residing in the capital, self-employed workers, writers, musicians, even the Imperial Guard. Dozens of detailed profiles with everything from birth backgrounds to childhood, family history. I was amazed once at the number of spies, and again at the intelligence department's ability to compile such a list in just 2 years. So the only person who could control this organization was the Emperor. I hadn't realized the Emperor's early death in the original work would cause such a huge butterfly effect. If an organization with this level of intelligence and espionage capabilities had functioned properly in Revolution Empire's main story, I guarantee, Maximilian's Revolution Declaration or whatever, they all would have been dragged to Korhonen prison before it even started. We've compiled the list. However, handling all these bastards at once is beyond what we can do. Thinking this, I turned the last page. The groundwork for the plan and the first step in starting the Emperor's assassination operation. Eliminating all the Republic's spies hiding in the capital. The intelligence department cannot move openly, so dealing with these reactionaries. Of course. Rebecca interrupted and held out her hand to me. A single cigarette in her hand. Taking it, I lit the cigarette with a smirk. The special magical power unit will handle it. Similar smiles played across both intelligence director Rebecca's face and mine. School ties, blood ties, regional ties. And after that, smoking ties. The partner the Emperor introduced was someone who matched with me beyond imagination. Check once more. You haven't forgotten anything, right? Really? I've checked again. Don't worry, Viscount. On the outskirts of the Imperial capital. Looking at Viscount Belfer checking himself repeatedly in the mirror, his butler Fell fixed his master's attire with an exasperated look. Hugh, this is troublesome. I can't calm down. Are you that nervous about meeting His Majesty? Of course. The Baron's eyes deepened as he said that. This banquet held in the Emperor's name. Befitting the Emperor's character, he heard that this banquet would be attended by various figures regardless of whether they were magic nobles, Imperial faction members, nobles, or commoners. These people had one thing in common, they were nobles residing in the Imperial capital. Originally, banquets hosted by His Majesty were, well, they were called banquets, but they were more like lectures with boring long speeches. Like lectures more tedious than those given by old professors at the Imperial Academy. The butler Fell quietly agreed with his master's additional comment. Usually, this wouldn't be something to make such a fuss about. However, the current Imperial family is no longer the figurehead it once was. You've judged correctly. It was just as Butler Fell said. The incredible military achievements of winning the war against the Republic and preventing the appearance of the Great Rupture, and using the war reparations and various resources extracted from the Republic to rapidly develop his direct territories. All indicators spoke of the Emperor's accomplishments, the legitimacy as the Empire's ruler, overwhelming military achievements, even the support of the prosperous citizens. With an appearance that seemed to have regained the prestige of the era when he was called the Iron-Blooded Emperor, the nobles residing in the Imperial capital were busier than ever. Magic nobles and the Emperor. It was a situation where they had to maintain connections with both sides. The balance of power is gradually tilting. If we look at just the current situation, the judgment should be much easier. Siding with the Imperial family would be far better than trying to balance between both sides. However, unlike the magic nobles, the Imperial family has no future. Despite the Emperor's successive victories, the Empire's nobles didn't easily switch sides. The reason was the Emperor's only weakness. His advanced age, approaching 90. No matter how much he's regained his former prestige, His Majesty is too old. He won't last even 10 years at most. And when that happens, the fruits of the Empire and Imperial family that he's built up will fall into the hands of the successor, not the Imperial capital faction. The Emperor's successor. The heirs with the right to succeed the throne. The moment His Majesty passes away, the Empire's power structure will undergo a massive upheaval. The fierce competition for the throne that would break out. Because this massive battle was predetermined, this banquet held a far more significant meaning. the only opportunity to gauge the emperor's thoughts on his successor and obtain information about the empire's future power structure first. Probably many nobles heading here are thinking similarly. Clank dash. While lost in thought, the elevator heading to the imperial palace stopped moving. Knock knock. The guard knight's hand tapping on the window. The elevator carrying the viscount and butler Fell had arrived at the banquet hall. It's an amazing sight every time I see it. Located at the very top of the imperial capital, the viscount couldn't help but marvel at the scenery spread beneath his feet as he glanced downward. A position overlooking the entire empire. It was truly a place befitting the residence of a monarch who looked down upon the empire. Viscount Belfer. And your companion. Identity confirmed. Bang dash. The party hall they entered following the guide was luxury incarnate. This banquet held under the pretext of charity work to aid the subjects in the frontier. Hosted separately by the imperial family to pray for the emperor's health, it was a lavish event unlike anything expected from the usual emperor. Indeed, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Viscount's butler Fell Gibson, an intelligence agent of the Republic, licked his lips while looking at the banquet hall. According to what he heard from superiors, the Revolutionary Army's operation would begin in about a month. Despite the massive operation to overturn the empire being just around the corner, lower-level agents like himself could only hide in peripheral areas like the Belfer Viscounty, without opportunities to gather important information. But if it's a place where I can directly observe the emperor's condition, that's different. Just reporting the palace facility layout and security situation he learned while coming up here, and the emperor's physical condition that would soon be revealed. Just conveying these would earn him numerous rewards and medals. While looking for opportunities like this and waiting for the emperor while enjoying the banquet as he had done for 10 years. Dong dong. The bells rang. The heavy bells announcing the emperor's entrance. Fell's shoulders tensed automatically. Finally, the moment had come. Everything that happens from now on must be reported to the homeland without missing anything. Just as the Republic's agent Fell Gibson was on high alert. Stand. Suddenly Viscount Belfer got up and hurriedly left the banquet hall. Viscount, where are you suddenly? Pack dash? As he said that, the Viscount immediately swung his hand and knocked away his arm. Viscount. An intense action unlike his usual self. Fell hurriedly looked at his master whom he had served for 10 years. Pale, stiff lips, and a face gripped by terror. Seeing this, Fell instinctively knew something had gone wrong. No way. Was I discovered? No, that couldn't be. It had been 10 years since he infiltrated this Viscounty. There hadn't been any signs during that time. Yo, Your Grace? Where are you suddenly? Madam. Rosaria. Where are you suddenly going? Ellie leaving your master, where are you suddenly? Fell and Viscount Belfer weren't the only ones experiencing this situation. The bells announcing the emperor's entrance. The moment those bells rang, people hurriedly left the banquet hall as if they had planned it. Hey you all. What in the world is? Looking bewilderedly at them was one group of people. However, before long, Agent Fell could understand the whole situation. Everyone standing still here is Revolutionary Army. Republic spies. To maintain a cell organization structure, spies don't share personal information with each other. Just like himself, who had only received orders from headquarters for 10 years. Who would have thought he'd discover the existence of colleagues whose faces he didn't even know in this way? This was the worst situation for him as a spy. This banquet hall was an isolated space floating alone in the Empire's sky. The only exit was the elevator he had just used. Bang dash. As the bells ended, the Emperor's figure slowly appeared on the platform above the banquet hall. And simultaneously, a group of soldiers burst through the banquet hall doors. Seeing the black uniforms and weapons they carried, the blood drained from the faces of those who saw them. Those guys are Special Magical Power Unit. The Special Magical Power Unit members entering the banquet hall in 2 rows. Confirming this, civilians began running to the elevator without looking back. And during this, go good riddance, you Republic spies. One noble, pale-faced, shouted while looking at them. You vermin eating the Republic's salt? Did you think His Majesty would let you leave? Baron Ringbelt. Thump. However, hands grabbing his shoulders pushed him into the banquet hall. The members who accurately knew his personal information began filtering out all the spies trying to escape among the civilians. The gathered spies. The devils of magic bullets surrounding them. And the Emperor looking down at them. By the time they realized everything, it was already too late. This banquet was a trap planned by the Emperor. Your Majesty dash. In this desperate moment, one of the remaining people began clinging to the Emperor like a drowning man grasping at straws. This is slander, Your Majesty. The elderly noble with abundant white beard shouted toward the Emperor with a voice as if coughing blood. I am Galspard, head of an esteemed family that has served the Empire and Imperial family since my great-grandfather's time? How could someone like me be a Republic spy? So is this humble one. The servant beside him knelt and recited similar words. I'm sorry. They threatened me with my family. One maid sat on the floor, pleading that her family was being held hostage. Excellent trap, Your Majesty. How about making a deal? The information I have, I think it would be of great help to Your Majesty. One musician stepped forward seemingly boldly toward the Emperor, offering to become a double agent for the Empire. I can't just stay still either. Even if I'm going to die, at least one excuse. Your Majesty, this humble one. However, the moment Fell tried to start speaking. Tang dash? A sudden bullet shattered his head as he stepped forward. Thud dash. His body collapsed, having lost its head. Seeing the blood scattered in all directions, the noisy banquet hall was instantly enveloped in silence. Dogs of the Republic who deserve worse than being torn apart, how dare you move your filthy mouths? At the languid voice from inside, the special magic unit members surrounding them parted to both sides. Walking through their salutes was Eugene Lawrence. The general commander of the special magical power unit looked at the Emperor standing on the platform and opened his mouth. The banquet preparations are complete, Your Majesty. Yes, so I see. The Emperor, who had been silent throughout, spoke for the first time. The banquet. Looking at the corpse with its head shattered while saying this, the Emperor slowly raised his hand and ordered Eugene. Proceed. Everyone, aim. Swish dash. As the Imperial order was given, the special magical power unit members' gun barrels all pointed at them. The Emperor had already made all his judgments. The agents who judged there was no hope now resigned themselves to everything. They only used their remaining strength to curse the Emperor. Killing us won't make the Republic's eyes pass you by. You Imperial pigs, we may die and disappear here, but the Republic's hands will always be at your throat. Death to the Empire. Glory to the Repub. How noisy. A brief word toward the spies shouting desperately. As if understanding his intent, Eugene gave orders without hesitation. Fire. Tutatang dash. Tutatatatang dash. Tang dash. A rain of bullets without magical power. The blood and flesh pieces of the riddled spies dyed the luxurious banquet hall red. The Emperor silently watched their state. Behind him, his knight Andre slowly revealed himself. Word has come from the Intelligence Department. Director Rebecca agrees with Your Majesty's intentions. Is that so? The Emperor, looking down at the banquet hall where confirmation kills were in full swing, looked at Eugene commanding the members. With this, he had given everything he could pass on. Time will be tight. With a faint smile, the Emperor turned around. This was the signal flare to open a new empire. The stopped clock slowly began to turn again. Word came from Commander Andre. Operation successful. Persons of interest who detected something unusual have also hastily left the imperial capital. Good. With this, we've properly fastened the first button of the plan. Hearing her subordinate agent's report, Rebecca put a cigarette to her mouth and looked around at the numerous photos attached to the blackboard. Revolutionary Army bases discovered by Intelligence Department agents. Routes for smuggling supplies connected to the Republic. The brokers in charge of those routes. And among them, even the list of double agents secretly cooperating with the Intelligence Department. Screech. The blackboard packed with all sorts of information. Rebecca removed most of the photos in the imperial capital and turned her gaze to the opposite side. Randall and Claude. And according to intelligence that just came in, 2 mages. Unlike Claude and Randall, unidentified figures treated only as black silhouettes. Rebecca looked carefully at those photos and opened her mouth. The agents who brought this information. All killed at the scene. Yes, that would be the case. The 2 people Randall was desperately trying to hide. According to her prediction, those 2 would likely be the biggest variables in this operation. Originally, she had intended to dig up their magic or information before the plan started but ultimately failed. But while dealing with the trash that had filled the imperial capital, Randall's plans also hit a snag. If our side experienced confusion, it means we caused even greater confusion for the enemy side. The risks each side shouldered were equal. He will move according to our will. For the past 2 years, Randall and the Revolutionary Army had been pushed almost to their limits. Considering the Republic's internal faction fights, they couldn't carelessly cancel this operation. It means the work of luring the target into a trap had somehow succeeded. This is as far as our intelligence department can go. From here on, it depends on how you do. Muttering thus, Rebecca recalled the person she met recently. The one directly selected by the Emperor and brought before her. The fact that Eugene came to find her held far more meaning than he thought. The Intelligence Department is the Empire's most secretive organization, existing only for the Emperor alone. Only 2 people can meet the head of such an organization. Either the Emperor himself, or his successor who would inherit everything from him. It's been a long time since I felt this way, dear. Rebecca spoke while fastening her white coat. The ring on her ring finger had gradually faded over the long years. After you left, I lived thinking to hell with the Empire and everything else. She had given up inside. Even while immersing herself in Intelligence Department work like a madwoman, one corner of her heart was already preparing to resign herself. That the Empire was finished. That the chance for revenge for that person had long passed. But if by any chance this succeeds, if that young man who proved his abilities inherits the Empire, if the Emperor's will continues to the next generation, I can start my revenge again. My love who died unjustly. My child who departed without even leaving the womb. The Empire's true enemies who brought me all those tragedies. She could find them all and throw them into the Intelligence Department torture chamber. She could rip open their bellies, split their skulls, and devour the brains inside. A deep smile supported Rebecca's bloodshot eyes. The sweet fruit called revenge was waving at her with a face similar to her own. Revolutionary Army Headquarters. Upon hearing the urgent report from the infiltration agent, Randall frowned. The Emperor did that. Yes. While the key personnel remain, most of the lower-ranking agents have been caught. It will take time to restore the intelligence network. So we've lost our way of knowing the palace's security situation. The palace's security arrangements changed constantly. The number of gatekeepers, patrol force composition, patrol cycles, movement patterns. All of these varied moment by moment, and there wasn't even a pattern to predict them. The one commanding all of this was the Imperial Guard Night Order commander, André Leonhardt. As long as that man held his position, the security of the Imperial City would never be lax. What they had secured was only a week's worth of palace patrol schedules and personnel deployment charts. Moreover, considering what the Emperor had just done, even this information could change at any moment, making the situation precarious. Their channels for obtaining information had been suddenly blocked. In other words, 3 days from now, the plan must be executed within that time at the latest. The words came out immediately, as if the answer was already decided. And with those words, Randall felt a strong sense of déjà vu. This large-scale, blatant action was different from the spy hunts that the Imperial Intelligence Department had conducted until now. It was almost as if it was meant to provoke something. A trap disguised as a banquet. The low-ranking agents might fall for it, but it's obvious the core personnel wouldn't respond. Yet they still made such a commotion. Randall immediately grasped the hidden intention behind this incident. Eliminating spies isn't the real objective. The real purpose is something beneath the surface. For example, himself. When that thought struck him, Randall's eyes narrowed at once. The Emperor was trying to lure him out by doing this, in such an obvious way that his intentions were transparent. And for the Emperor to act so boldly meant, has the plan been exposed? Sir Randall, that's... As the surrounding members reacted with alarm, Randall waved his hand dismissively, as if understanding. Their overreaction was natural. After all, the Emperor's assassination plan being exposed was practically equivalent to saying information had leaked from the leadership gathered here. The intelligence department must have learned of our movements and deduced it. The possibility of the plan leaking from within is slim. The Emperor assassination operation was known only to an extremely small number of Revolutionary Army executives and spies. However, it was also true that the Emperor's sudden actions were incomprehensible. Randall's concerns deepened. If we assume the plan has been exposed, executing the operation would be equivalent to walking into the enemy's trap. Usually, he would have abandoned the plan without hesitation and waited for another opportunity. However, the current Randall didn't have such luxury. Complete the mission as quickly as possible. If we fail this time as well, the next courier won't be me but number 2. That arrogant fellow. Though he had killed him in anger, the messenger who had visited him before carried the Secretary General's warning. Mentioning number 2 while making threats meant that the homeland's patience had reached its limit. Those pigs know nothing about the situation on the ground. Though he was furious at the leadership's behavior, there was nothing he could do about it. 2 years. During those 2 years, the Empire's power had grown incomparably larger than before. There's no time. With increasing pressure from the homeland, he couldn't afford to delay any longer. As soon as Randall made his decision, he stood up from his seat. Sir Randall, where are you suddenly? What is Claude doing right now? Claude. When that name came up, the revolutionary member assisting him spoke with a start. See, Claude is currently in the underground quarters. I'm sure I told him to attend the meeting. That's because of that incident from 2 years ago. Is he still in that state? Randall muttered with an apparently gloomy expression. The incident the executives spoke of was what happened immediately after the Elsador incident 2 years ago. Randall Dean Clark. Claude, who returned alone covered in blood. With a face burning with hatred, he drew his sword against Randall, who was staying at headquarters. Miles, and the other members who were with me, they all became monster food. We couldn't even find their bodies, because of that cursed operation you planned. Damn it, calm down, Supreme Leader. The Great Rupture was something even Sir Randall couldn't predict. Aic. The imprint is activating. Raise the barrier. We're getting caught up in it. The chaos was enough to turn the entire headquarters building upside down. In the end, Randall had no choice but to subdue Claude by revealing his own imprint. Randall. Doll. Even while choking with his throat being squeezed, he continued to growl at Randall with bloodshot eyes. You killed them? You. Because of you, my comrades. Claude, crying out while covered in tears. Upon seeing Claude like this, Randall shed tears with him saying he was sorry, and with a heart-wrenching decision, confined him to solitary. Even for a supreme leader, threatening organization members was not an issue that could be easily overlooked. If that had been all, it would have been fine. The real problem was that for the 2 years since that incident, Claude had completely cut off communication with him. He had rejected all interaction and fallen into his own world. This works out perfectly. Claude's state, practically half ruined. Recalling this, Randall smiled with satisfaction. If it's an operation that involves risk, it would be best to throw away the most useless card first, to see if it's the enemy's trap, and to finally deal with the troublemaker he couldn't handle 2 years ago, Claude. In the dark underground where not a single ray of light entered. At Randall's low voice, rustling sounds were heard from across the door. Open it. Why yes. The members opened the lock without question at Randall's order. Though it was an action that didn't even consider the Supreme Leader's will, no one found it strange. While Claude was known to the public as the Revolutionary Army's Supreme Leader, it was Randall who actually ran the Revolutionary Army. Except for a handful of fundamentalists, most of the Revolutionary Army already knew this fact. Creak. With a squeaking sound, Claude slowly walked out of the dark room. With patchy facial hair and eyes full of hostility, It was an appearance vastly different from the Claude de Lascaux known to the public. Has your head cooled off? Claude didn't answer. He just frowned and turned his head away as if he didn't even want to talk. Hugh. Randall sighed with a heavy face. However, he secretly smiled inside. He can't make judgments because he is swayed by emotions. Perfect. That's how a mindless tool should be. Thinking this, Randall slowly persuaded Claude. You said it before. That the Revolutionary Army's ideology was becoming distorted. That the current Revolutionary Army had become a different organization from the revolution that Maxim advocated. Then, would you like to lead the Revolutionary Army yourself from now on? At those words, Claude looked at Randall with a start. We've received enough support from the Republic. Now we're in a situation where we can be self-sufficient with just our own strength. If we succeed in killing the Emperor with this operation, our tiresome alliance with the magic nobles will also end. As you said, we can start a revolution by Empire citizens alone, without the Republic. Having said that, Randall put his hand on Claude's shoulder with his characteristic benevolent expression. After Maxim and Vark left first, the only burden left to me was making the Revolutionary Army stronger. But for that, I ended up joining hands with those I shouldn't have. I crossed the line. Unlike you. At Randall's self-deprecating words, Claude spoke for the first time. If you knew that, why didn't you stop? A question with many implications. However, Randall spoke to Claude without a moment's hesitation. Because you were here. Looking at Claude, who opened his eyes wide, Randall continued speaking. The unstained hero of the revolution. The one who perfectly preserved Maximilian's ideology. And the Revolutionary Army's greatest swordsman, personally recruited and trained by Vark. All my friends who built the Revolutionary Army with me left something for you. Only I couldn't do that. After speaking with a faint smile for a moment. That's why I must kill the Emperor. He declared in a resolute voice with a hardened expression. What Maximilian couldn't do. The heart of the Empire that Vark ultimately couldn't take. If I don't rip it out and hang it on a flagpole, I won't be able to face the friends who left before me. Brother Randall. I will kill the Emperor. Whether using the Republic's money or borrowing the magic noble's power. By doing so. A moment of silence. Then when he opened his mouth again. I will pass on to you the achievement of killing the Emperor. Randall's voice had changed to the same caring tone he usually used with Claude. The sneers about colluding with the Republic. The criticism about cooperating with magic nobles. I'll shoulder all of that and go. The one who will lead the new era's Revolutionary Army and change the Empire, will be you, Claude. Because you are the revolutionary hero chosen by Maximilian. Perhaps it was that final added line that moved Claude's heart. Claude, who slowly came out of the room, opened his mouth toward Randall. The Emperor assassination operation. Put me at the vanguard. He's taken the bait. Though Randall internally rejoiced, he couldn't agree right away. While showing a moved expression, he warned Claude. I'm grateful that you trust me again, but it's too dangerous a mission. Without considerable power. And at that moment, whoosh dash, the red magical power that spread out from Claude made the quiet basement tremble. 6th stroke. He's awakened it. One revolutionary member's words. Seeing this, Randall smiled with satisfaction. Claude Elsidor. He truly was an easy-to-handle and excellent tool. The operation is in a week. I'll tell you the details the day before. I understand. Rest well. Things will get busy starting tomorrow. Click. After the brief reconciliation with Randall, after confirming the footsteps had faded away, Claude carefully checked for any residual magical power from him. All clear. Once he confirmed it was safe, Claude let out a sigh of relief and sat down heavily on his quarters bed. Really, it was exactly as Eugene said. The act of repenting for his sins. The authority of the supreme leader that seemed almost predetermined. Even that subtle sense of security, as if everything would be fine if he just followed his words. If that guy hadn't warned him beforehand, it wouldn't have been strange to fall for it completely. Even he had his heart shaken for a moment when Maximilian was mentioned. However, you dare put Uncle Vark's name in that mouth. The truth about Randall that he confirmed in Elsidor. The very person who turned Vark into a monster was now sympathizing and mourning him. Recalling that detestable sight, Claude burned with determination. Miles, Alia, Jin. Claude touched his imprint and repeated the names of his friends. The friends for whom he had made graves with his own hands. But soon after, their voices came through the imprint. Is it finally starting? I'm tired of waiting. My body's getting restless. Just say the word, Supreme Leader. Everyone here has been ready for ages. My comrades. Smiling slightly while thinking of them, Claude gave instructions to the waiting Revolutionary Army members. Prepare to infiltrate the Imperial Palace. To begin the Emperor assassination operation planned by the Emperor. And for the true revolution they dreamed of. Hugh. After the magical power communication ended, Claude sat on his quarters bed and fell into thought. I'm afraid. Randall's actions that he couldn't even predict. Yet they were controlling the Revolutionary Army's movements at will, as if watching from above. Even if I create a new Revolutionary Army, could I defeat them? His clenched fist trembled. The Empire's grasp slowly tightening around the Revolutionary Army, and the Revolutionary Army moving toward the Imperial capital without noticing it. The march toward destruction had already begun. Now there was neither the power nor reason to stop it. In this situation, Claude only realized one thing. That the enemy he would have to fight in the future was this powerful. That during these 2 years, they had become far too strong. Huam. At the garrison headquarters in Chernberg City, under direct Imperial control, the guard captain let out a lazy yawn while trying to swallow his boredom as he watched the typically dark guard area. Are you sure this is all right? We received orders from above to strengthen security. It's fine, it's fine. The guard captain waved his hand dismissively at his adjutant's words and said with a grin, "It's been 2 years since the armistice with the Republic, and even those rebel bastards have been quiet lately. If I make the kids work for nothing, I'll just get cursed at. But the orders? They're Commander Kirin's orders. He's just harassing the soldiers like we're still at war. Let's just take it easy. After all, this was under direct Imperial control. This was the safest unit in the Empire, targeted by neither rebels nor magic nobles." After saying that, the guard captain let out another lazy yawn, and shunt dash. He had to think again about what had just happened as he looked at the military dagger protruding from his chest. Adjutant? You bastard, what are you doing? That's why I told you, Captain. Splat dash. Looking down at the guard captain collapsed on the floor, the adjutant who had served him for years bared his teeth. Security should always be thorough. His watch pointed to midnight. Seeing this, the adjutant the Revolutionary Army member fired a signal flare into the sky. Phew dash. Red light soared up, tearing through the night sky. At the same time, red flags began rising throughout the darkness-covered city. It begins. The panicking defense force, and his comrades mercilessly slaughtering them. The revolutionary member clenched his fist as he watched. The war had begun. The time had come for the flames of revolution to burn the empire. Rebel infiltration confirmed across the imperial capital's direct territories. Intelligence department keeps reporting in. 6 locations confirmed so far. Over 30 outposts have lost contact. The time had come. Simultaneous terror attacks and raids across the imperial capital's territories. Plus riots breaking out in slums with poor security and in prisons. Though we expected this outcome, seeing it firsthand still makes me sigh. Tell me about it. I agreed with Eric's words after receiving the report. We sent out emergency notices like crazy warning about raids, yet only 3 garrisons properly understood. I roughly knew there'd be a big difference between frontline and rear units, but not to this extent. Once this is all over, should we overhaul this side too? Prioritize dispatching special magic unit members to garrisons where mages have been confirmed. Check local personnel and get the armored trains moving. Our Omicron-S. The 3rd and 2nd battalions have already all been redirected to the outer areas. What about civilian evacuation? Proceeding together with Imperial Army cooperation. However, Commander, amidst the chaos, an intelligence agent came running in urgently and shouted, "Mage with 4-stroke or higher imprint confirmed among rebels? Based on the spell structure, they're definitely from the Night Order. These sons of bitches. So they're done playing nice, huh?" It seemed the Revolutionary Army bastards had really prepared properly for this operation. Revolutionary Army forces with numerical superiority, and Night Order members disguised as one of them scattered throughout. And to make matters worse, agents and support personnel dispatched from the Republic. These guys were now mobilizing all their available combat forces to pull this off. Eugene. The battle map spread out in the center of the command post. Looking at it, Eric turned to me and said, "With just our forces, we can only hold this back for about 3 days at most. Suppressing it is out of the question in this situation. It'll be difficult, but we should request cooperation from Imperial Army units stationed at the border. That would indeed be the proper course of action to stop what's happening now." However, I replied firmly, "No, there's no need for that. No need." When Eric frowned and asked again, I answered immediately, "The armistice with the Republic ends soon. And during these 2 years while war was halted, they've been sharpening their blades to bring down the Empire. If we pull back defensive forces trying to stop a civil war in this situation, we'll be handing an opportunity to the Republic. If we redirect Imperial forces, the Republic will immediately break the agreement and strike the border. They must know this well, which is why they timed this for when the armistice agreement is ending. Though Intelligence Department's operation moved up their invasion timing, we couldn't shake up their grand strategy itself. If they've attacked defensive facilities, let them occupy them. They'll try to drag us out by conducting delaying actions to tie us down as much as possible. These ongoing attacks aren't their real objective." After saying that, I pointed to the center of the chaotic battle map, the Imperial capital. "The real target is here, the capital. It'll be the Imperial Palace where the Emperor resides." Boom dash. Right at that moment, an explosion was heard from below the command headquarters. An attack? In this situation, it came from the lower floor guard post. The elevators connecting to ground level have been blown up. They first neutralized the elevator concentrated area to isolate the Emperor in the towering Imperial Palace. About time they're coming, huh? Finishing that thought, I immediately gathered equipment and ran toward the airfield. Holy shit, that's as expected. The faces of the special magic unit members who ran out together immediately grew shocked. The Imperial Palace rising in the center of the capital. Here where no aircraft should be able to enter, an airship revealed itself. Taking advantage of the chaos from attacks breaking out everywhere, it had arrived here hidden in the clouds. Whoosh. An airship with a massive gas envelope that seemed made for festival promotion. However, as that aircraft approached, it immediately revealed its true form by burning away its camouflage gas envelope. That's the Red Wings emblem appearing in the sky. Along with it, the magical power field that unfurled broke through the anti-aircraft fire from the defense positions and was charging this way. Everyone combat ready. As I opened my mouth, special magic unit members lined up on both sides of me. Dozens of first-generation members led by my adjutant Leopold. They aimed their gun barrels in perfect unison at the charging airship and fired magic bullets. Fire dash. With Leopold's shout, they unleashed a volley. Quaboom boom boom. The magical power field instantly shattered and the airship caught fire. However, from various parts of that burning airship, glowing eyes targeting us began appearing one by one. Revolutionary Army imprint mages. Over 100 mages aboard the airship began unleashing magic in response to the attack just now. Quaboom! The dock was engulfed in smoke with a tremendous explosion. And when the smoke cleared, the special magic unit members with weapons drawn gritted their teeth. Damn it! Despite being on fire, the Revolutionary Army's airship had succeeded in reaching this landing pad. The Revolutionary Army group that jumped from the airship had landed right in the middle of the Imperial Palace and were aiming their weapons. And 3 figures that emerged from among them. What's this? There are more than expected? Wasn't the special magic unit supposed to all move to the outer areas? The organization scale was beyond imagination. However, it's within Sir Randall's predicted range. These here are all the defensive forces. 2 mages who spoke without hiding their West Rain accent. They looked at Claude between them and said, "Beyond there, guarding the Emperor is just one half-baked 6-stroke mage geezer and the Scarecrow Imperial Guard Knight Order. Sir Randall can handle those sufficiently. In other words, once we deal with these guys here, the rest will be a piece of cake." So Randall has already headed for the Emperor. The Imperial Guard Knight Order would be guarding him, but it was uncertain how long they could hold against a 7-stroke mage. Need to hurry. Now then, Xing. The 2 mages who stepped forward each drew their weapons. 2 daggers on one side, a bastard sword slung on the back on the other. Just as the 2 Republic mages took combat stances with their antique-looking weapons. The infamous devils of magic bullets. Let's see just how skilled you. Clang dash. Claude's sword strike from behind cut off their words midway. What? Supreme Leader Claude? Why are you? Why, you ask? A growling voice as if having endured long-held resentment. Along with that voice, Revolutionary Army members who had been mixed in among their ranks began aiming their guns at their allies. What the hell? Hey, what do you think you're doing? Pointing guns at allies? What's with this sudden? Though they claimed to be the same Revolutionary Army, at least to my eyes they weren't. The ones aiming guns at their comrades were original members who had been with Maximilian from the start. The ones looking bewildered at the guns aimed at them were members who had flowed in from the Republic's side. According to plan. While I was thinking that, the special magic unit members commanded by Leopold formed fire support formations as if to assist them. The movements were without waste, as if this formation had been planned from the start. This was our intention from the beginning. What? You crazy bastard, betraying us at this critical moment. How long did you think we'd dance to the Republic Dog's tune? This is our revolution. Get out, you puppets of the enemy nation. Amidst the turmoil breaking out among the Revolutionary Army members who had infiltrated the Imperial Palace, Claude pressed forward against the 2 mages instead of saying anything more. Clang clang clang. The 2 fell back along with Claude's continuous strikes. 6-stroke imprints emitted brilliant light from their arms as they gritted their teeth. 2 6-stroke imprints. This would be difficult for Claude to handle alone. Everyone, support Claude's faction while eliminating the intruders. After finishing that thought, I slowly walked up beside Claude who was in a standoff. We'll handle these ones. The hero of the revolution and I standing side by side. Claude glanced at me and finally spat out grumpily as if still dissatisfied. Don't forget. Our cooperation is. Yeah, just this once. I know that well enough. Such a chatty one. Matching Claude's movements, I drew heresy from its holster. Whoom. Along with the sensation of magic circuits activating, my and Claude's magic imprints simultaneously glowed red. Wings of crimson and red wings. The 2 wings spread to either side took the form of a bird taking flight. It has begun. Buckingham territory. Duke Buckingham smiled with satisfaction upon receiving reports of the situation in the Imperial capital and Imperial direct territories. Even if the special magic unit had grown stronger, they couldn't easily stop this chaos caused by mobilizing even the Knight Order. Then this time they could succeed. It meant they could kill the Emperor sitting in the Imperial castle and change the master of the Empire. Now that urgent matters are settled, I should think about what comes next. The next plan. Saying that, the Duke began pleasant deliberations. First, I should think about what to do with the Republic. From the moment the Emperor dies, there would be no reason to maintain cooperation with that Randall fellow. If he moved the Knight Order, they could easily catch rebels exhausted from war with the Imperial faction. Then after that, I need to take control of the military. If their massive patron the Emperor dies, Kirin would be like a shoe with its straps cut off. If he took his preciously beloved daughter hostage, that guy wouldn't be able to refuse the hand I extend. Haha, there's so much to do in my later years. If only I were a bit younger, things would have gone much more smoothly. Right as Duke Buckingham had that thought and rose from his seat. Why your grace dash. A messenger who suddenly arrived brought shocking news. CI citizens in each territory have simultaneously risen in rebellion. Rebellion? What nonsense are you speaking? For a moment his mind couldn't process the absurd report. Rebellion? Against magic nobles? That couldn't be. The rebels should be in the capital now trying to kill the Emperor. As he thought that and turned his head, Duke Buckingham's eyes immediately grew wide. In the center of Buckingham City which he directly ruled, the rebels' red flag was flying. Impossible. He couldn't understand at all. Just what in the world was happening now, the Republic. No, the forces that Randall arranged to kill me were so extreme that I felt honored by the overkill. Claude, who had awakened an additional 6-stroke in the past 2 years, and 2 6-stroke imprint specialists from the Republic who emerged as late-game named characters. After eliminating me with a simultaneous ambush by these 3, they probably planned to assassinate the Special Magic Unit members and key figures throughout the Imperial capital. Though it seems a bit excessive just to kill someone like me, if the plan had succeeded, it would have been a truly dangerous situation. Facing 3 6-stroke mages simultaneously, even with my surplus of magic bullets, that would have been impossible. However, that's only if the plan had succeeded. Thanks to the Emperor and Claude's schemes, Randall's assassination plan was twisted from its very premise. Boom! Against someone with a 5-stroke or higher imprint, throwing basic spells would be meaningless. After taking control of the situation with Solar Wind Manifestation, I pressed them with the penetrating spell Spear of Mitra. Whoosh dash, 1 magic bullet per spell. Though the extremely agitated magic imprint was emitting smoke, its effectiveness was excellent. Damn it, what kind of firepower? Gates? It's coming your way. The magician wielding 2 daggers hastily twisted his body to dodge the red beam. His reaction speed is much faster than mine. Close combat would be dangerous. Dash? I had already set up red magic circles in the expected infiltration routes. The binding spell Helios Snare, and a minefield mixed with the installation type detonation spell Hellfire. The opponent who was trying to rush toward me stopped in his tracks upon seeing those numerous magic circles, and I didn't miss that opening. Clang dash, Alex. Spear of Mitra that slipped through that momentary gap. The Republic's mage who took the red beam gritted his teeth. Damn it, even Claude alone would be tough enough. Claude's red wings, specialized in head-on power struggles. As if to counter that, the purple imprint engraved on his right arm began to emit light. You stupid brat dash. Boom! Alex swung the greatsword gripped in both hands. As Claude twisted his body to avoid it, the airship hull behind him was split in 2 before exploding. How dare you? How dare you betray us at this crucial moment? Supreme Leader Claude, do you understand what you've just done? A momentary lull. The 2 mages growled through gritted teeth, but Claude gave no response. He only glared at them with his back to the burning airship wreckage. Perhaps frustrated by this, the mage wielding 2 daggers shouted at Claude. This was our chance to deal with the Emperor and eliminate all the key figures of the Special Magical Power Unit. If you hadn't pulled this nonsense, we could do it right now. No. Sir Randall promised you? This would be the end of the Republic's support? After this, the Revolutionary Army would follow your will. Then, you answer me. A chilling voice. Claude, his face twisted like a demon, bared his teeth at them. The previous Supreme Leader, Uncle Vark. Why did Vark Urgan mutate into a monster on the day of the rescue operation? That was the Empire. Are you saying the Empire also caused the Elsidor incident 2 years ago? That the Elsidor knights who mutated into monsters then were also the Empire's doing? That didn't add up. After all, it was the Revolutionary Army that had stationed the Elsidor knights there. When the speechless mage couldn't find words to respond, Claude smirked and said to them, Uncle Vark, who was Supreme Leader at the time, was never happy about the Republic's support coming to the Revolutionary Army. At the same time, he was suspicious of Brother Randall, who was mediating between the Republic and the Revolutionary Army. After turning Uncle Vark into a monster and driving him to his death, I was designated as the next Supreme Leader, claiming I was the successor directly appointed by Vark. This was a story even I didn't know. It was the behind-the-scenes truth of the Revolutionary Army after Maximilian's disappearance, known only to Claude who had watched over them. So then, a face that smiled while eyes filled with hatred. The red magical power flowing from Claude's magic imprint was wrapping around his body like smoke. Once this operation is over, I'll meet the same end, right? The revolutionary hero who had discovered all the truth. His blade was first aimed at his organization, which he had devoted his entire life to nurturing. TCH. Clang? Instead of answering Claude's question, Alex with the great sword unleashed a series of slashes toward Claude. That's why I suggested it several times, that we needed to replace him quickly before things went wrong. Indeed, finding out this much wasn't in Sir Randall's predictions. The 2 mages who revealed their true colors completed their battle preparations. Cutting power that could slice through double alloy steel frames like tofu, and the tremendous magical power that effortlessly unleashed such cutting force. Though they unleashed destructive power that could easily blow away any Night Order captain, Claude's eyes remained calm as he blocked it. Is this all you've got? What? The moment Claude smiled slightly and muttered that. Whoosh dash? The red wings sprouting from his shoulders added red energy to the military sword in his hand. The red-hot blade and the heat swirling around it. Taking one step, Claude had already reached right in front of him. This bastard. Gates? Take his back? I'll handle the front. Claude pressing them with fearsome magical power. Just as the 2 were about to swing their weapons simultaneously. Eugene. At Claude's shout, the 2 hurriedly looked in my direction. And I, standing behind them. What? When did he prepare such a spell? Oh no, fi. Roar. I slammed a complete spell at critical state toward where they were. MOAF. A fireball of maximum firepower combining 5 explosion spells. By the time they noticed the spell approaching point blank, it was already too late. In the light and explosion that turned everything pure white, only Claude maintained his form intact. Whoosh! 6 magic bullets loaded in heresy were extracted simultaneously. Heat and pressure swept through the area. Though Claude staggered back with his balance disturbed, his eyes looking my way were vibrantly alive. Meaning there was still work to be done, I suppose. This. Impossible. This quickly. Seeing the 2 6-stroke mages fall, the faces of the other Revolutionary Army members who had infiltrated the Imperial Palace turned pale. Mission failure. Then only one thing remained. All forces, aim. Rustle dash. The Revolutionary Army members corralled into one place. Though they looked to Claude like clutching at straws, the gazes of Claude and his comrades were cold. Those who had eaten away at the Revolutionary Army while taking the Republic's pay. There was no room for sympathy. Open fire. With my order, the guns of the troops surrounding them blazed. Starting with them, all Revolutionary Army members who appeared in the Imperial Direct Territories would meet the same end. A popular uprising in Buckingham Territory? And what? Claude betrayed us. The deepest part of the Imperial Palace. The center of the Imperial Palace where the Emperor resides. Walking past the Imperial Guards writhing on the floor, Randall couldn't believe the news that came through the magical power communication. While it was hard to believe that Claude had betrayed them, a popular uprising, he grew anxious. His mind couldn't keep up with the situations occurring one after another. I concentrated all available combat forces here, even gave assurance that magic nobles weren't the priority. But who on earth? It's a popular uprising incited by the Revolutionary Army, just as you planned. What did you say? While he was deep in thought, Andre standing opposite him let out a low laugh. What's wrong? Things aren't going according to plan. The old knight who hadn't let go of his sword despite bleeding from his mouth, blocking his path, and dozens of Imperial guards positioned behind him. A hint of irritation crossed Randall's face. A half-baked old knight and Imperial guards who had never seen real combat. He had already wasted over 30 minutes dealing with such insignificant forces. That's not all. That reaction. The magical power communication from the Duke and Andre laughing at it. Seeing this, Randall could instinctively realize. This situation was his. No, the Emperor's scheme. He. Andre laughed briefly and said to Randall, when you instigated this uprising, you only shared the true operation details with a select few executives, right? You just explained it as a popular uprising to the other rebels. A stopgap measure to secure both revolutionary legitimacy and practical benefits. That was also why Claude hadn't been excluded from the Revolutionary Army. And that became your undoing. My undoing. News of the uprising in the imperial capital spread quickly throughout the empire through your information network. Public sentiment boiled over, and the people eagerly waited for your rebels to arrive in their territories too. And then, when expectations for revolution reached their critical point, Claude's subordinates, thought to be dead, made their move. A single cry, a single person's instigation. Stimulated by that one word, the people rose up on their own and began pouring out their anger toward the magic nobles who had exploited them. Perfectionism that doesn't tolerate loose ends. And the information isolation based on that. What tripped you up was none other than yourself. The voice came from somewhere other than Andre. Randall immediately turned around. Eugene Lawrence and Revolutionary Army Supreme Leader Claude were approaching him. They defeated too? This quickly? No, more than that, their magical power was this intact. Against 2 6-stroke mages? Don't think that controlling the Revolutionary Army means you can control the masses who stand with them. Currently, the Empire's public enemy isn't the Emperor but the magic nobles. No one knows this better than the Imperial citizens themselves who are being exploited. Adding that, Eugene continued speaking. Revolution was just a pretense. Your real goal was to assassinate His Majesty, wasn't it? But this fake revolution you started has now become real. The enraged masses began attacking not just the Imperial family but the magic nobles. Not through artificially instigated uprisings by the Revolutionary Army, but through their own judgment. A real revolution that even you couldn't stop had begun. Cracks appeared on Randall's face as he received communications. They were starting to arrive. Eastern, Western, Southern Empire. Small villages on the border regions, workshops, farms. Reports that Imperial citizens were rising up in all those lands managed by magic nobles. The reason the masses side with your actions is simply because you're the only voice representing them. When given cause and justification, the masses always think for themselves and make judgments for their own sake. Well, despite all the explanations, the conclusion is this. The Imperial citizens, no, the masses. The many humans oppressed in this game. Randall, they aren't as stupid as you think. That's why revolution is like an unstoppable natural disaster. Ha. How much time had passed like that? Randall, who had been laughing as if in disbelief, bared his teeth while looking at me. I'm impressed you've cornered me this far, but your judgment was wrong. Muttering that, Randall activated his magic imprint, Watcher of the Abyss. If you wanted to reveal everything like this, you should have been confident you could kill me. 2 6-stroke mages trying to eliminate me? Sorry, but that's impossible. Rumble. Black shadows spreading out from his center. As the surrounding scenery gradually disappeared, Randall's figure also began to blur. I am one who wields a completed 7-stroke imprint. You cannot defeat me. At the voice echoing from within the shadows, the remaining Imperial guards hastily formed a barrier. He's right. Even with 2 6-stroke mages together, they can't stop the power of a 7-stroke. The final stroke that completes a magic imprint. The authority contained within was that absolute. However, right now, I have something different from before. The essential condition for clearing Revolution Empire. The greatest NPC companion that must be secured from the beginning and nurtured throughout the story. The protagonist's sworn friend who draws out his maximum potential by connecting with protagonist Eugene. Because Claude Elsidor is with me. You're not tired already, are you? What about you? Claude and I, back to back, raised our magical power while holding our weapons. Claude, the best performing companion obtainable in this game. I'll work you to the bone and use you as material for my awakening. How frustrating. Claude and Eugene faced each other with weapons drawn against Randall. Looking at the two of them, Randall clicked his tongue inwardly. The plan that had been proceeding without any hitches was now sinking into a swamp of uncertainty that even he couldn't predict. No, it's not uncertain. He could predict what results their actions would bring. It's just that those predictions were pessimistic to the point of being extremely disadvantageous to him. Randall, what are you doing with the Revolutionary Army? Did you dare betray us? Did you think our alliance would hold after committing such acts? The magic nobles who had participated in this operation were sending direct communications to him, ignoring the reporting system. Simultaneous civilian uprisings. They now thought this situation was Randall's intention. We must send back the knights immediately. The forces in the territories cannot stop those mobs. When one noble shouted that, voices of agreement flowed from various parts of the communication network. Send back the knights? What nonsense. In this situation where the entire empire was in turmoil, did they think such a thing was possible? The Knight Order's greatest weakness was their extremely small numbers. While the Special Magical Power Unit grew to thousands of members in just 2 years, the Knight Order could only commission about 300 new knights throughout the entire empire. Unlike the Special Magic Unit, which implanted factory-made magic imprints and supplemented magical power with magic bullets, the Knight Order never abandoned their method of slowly nurturing noble children educated from childhood. In normal times, it might have been possible to overwhelm the Special Magic Unit with the individual capabilities of Knight Order members. But now is different. While the Empire continued its war with the Republic, the Revolutionary Army steadily attacked magic nobles and reduced the number of knights. To make matters worse, there was the Elsidor incident 2 years ago. The situation worsened when the heirs of Buckenheim and Nachtval, along with about 200 Knight Order members following them, disappeared entirely. Though we somehow preserved the 5-stroke and higher commander-level knights who could be called the central military force of the families, we couldn't prevent the loss of 3-stroke and 4-stroke knights below them. The mid-ranking knights who formed the backbone of the Knight Order continued to be depleted, and replacements weren't made in time for 2 years. The damage that had steadily accumulated during that time finally caught up with them. Even among the Revolutionary Army engaging in delaying tactics against the Special Magic Unit in the Imperial Capital's direct territory, the Knight Order's strength has been committed. At this timing, if rebellions broke out in the territories, there were no forces available to suppress the citizens. Mobilize private soldiers? Even among the private soldiers, there were those participating in the civilian uprising. Deploy commander-level knights for suppression operations? Even the most prominent families had no more than 20 knights with 5-stroke imprints. Even if they deployed them, suppression of the uprising would only be possible in some areas under their direct control. They physically lacked the manpower to control all the vast territories and business establishments held by magic nobles. They're just non-ability users anyway. If we just dispatch the remaining knights, no matter how many territory residents there are, what do you expect us to do after that? Moreover, if it was just a rebellion in one settlement, they could just kill everyone. But to bloodily suppress territory residents who had risen up across entire territories? It would be possible if commander-level knights stepped in to suppress them. They wouldn't even need to dispatch knights. If the heads of each family just stepped up, they could subdue everything. But what then? What's rising up now isn't the Revolutionary Army invading from outside. These are the components working in the territories: farms, factories, mines, and fish farms. These weren't simply mobs but labor forces operating the territory's business establishments, each one an important component. If they killed all of them, how many years would it take until that workforce recovered? They couldn't even redirect the children and women they had already put into the factories? A delicate point has been struck. At that voice cutting into the chaotic magical power communication network, Randall's eyes narrowed. At this point when the Knight Order has been mobilized to bind the feet of the Special Magical Power Unit. Right at this timing when the planned delay tactics have begun and you've infiltrated the Imperial Palace. To think you had prepared such an insolent move. Crunch. The sound of grinding teeth could be heard through the communication. The Emperor assassination plan devised by the Round Table and Randall. The operation they had prepared for 2 years had been completely stolen. Randall. The plan itself is proceeding smoothly, Your Grace. Once we take the Emperor's head, everything will. Your usefulness ends here. Those words came from Duke Buckenheim, who had been receiving operation updates. Hearing those words, Randall felt his insides twisting. Each family's Knight Order is to swiftly withdraw from combat zones. Make suppressing the uprisings in each region the top priority. I will order the knights. We shouldn't have trusted the Republic's plans in the first place, Your Grace. Such useless ones. They're going to pull out at this timing? In this situation where they had isolated the Revolutionary Army, Randall tried to send another communication with bulging eyes, but there was no more contact from Duke Buckingham. Well, we've at least managed to make the rebel leadership and Emperor share the same fate, so I suppose we got results worth our investment. With those final words, the magical power communication network connected to Randall disappeared completely. Their brief cooperation with the Night Order had come to such an empty end. No, not yet. Randall, his fists trembling, turned to look ahead. Claude pointing his sword at him, and Eugene behind him, having generated a magic circle. The Revolutionary Army's imprint and Maximilian's imprint were blocking his path. Just you wait, Duke Buckingham. If he could kill these two and kill the Emperor, if he could just do that, everything would return to square one. The variables and uncertainties would disappear, leaving only his plan. If that happened, I'll be the one victorious in the end. Clang! In the space dyed pitch black all around, red magical power lights sporadically shot up. Randall dash. Claude was in a situation of relentlessly driving back Randall, rushing into Avengevark. And I was supporting Claude while trying to suppress his movements. Clang dash. Clang clang. Claude engaged in close combat, centered on Red Wing's physical ability enhancement and magical power barrier. And my activated Eye of Horus was detecting the blind spots that Claude couldn't confirm behind such movements. Swoosh dash. Oh. The moment magical power chains wrapped around Randall's body, Claude's sun sword blazed toward that spot. Boom! Flames spread in all directions. However, Randall easily cut through those flames and tried to drive Claude back in return. That won't do. The moment an attack was directed at Claude, I didn't miss that opening and unleashed high-powered formulas toward Randall's blind spot. Spear of Mitra and focused heat shell. When the techniques that had hunted the Republic's Red Bear successively struck him, Randall finally had no choice but to give up distance. Crash dash! The wall burst out with a thunderous roar. After one exchange led to a lull, Claude's spread red wings recovered some of the consumed magical power. It was the optimal linking formula for supporting my imprint with its high magical power consumption. Ha! As if something occurred to him seeing that sight, Randall sighed briefly and said, I understand now why the two I sent ahead were defeated so quickly. Like it was fitted together from the start, such precise and clean coordination. Maximilian's imprint, Wings of Crimson, and Claude's imprint, Red Wings, created based on it. This scene unfolding before my eyes must be the completed form of the Revolutionary Army that Maximilian had envisioned. What irony that it was only completed after cooperating with Imperial forces. Chuckling while saying that, Randall continued. But I already told you, you cannot defeat me. Boom dash! With those final words, magical power incomparable to before pressed down on everyone present. You'll soon find out why. Ugh. Even that Night Order commander sitting there half-dead was just as arrogant as you at first. The imprint carved on Randall's right arm, Watcher of the Abyss, spewed black smoke. Shadows that instantly covered the entire space. Seeing that, I gritted my teeth and fired a magic bullet. Here it comes. This scene unfolding right now was precisely what differentiated 7-stroke magic imprints from other imprints. The 7th stroke signifying an imprint's completion. Unlike other imprints where different formulas are carved, the formula inscribed in 7 strokes is the same for all imprints. Domain. It was a formula that consumed magical power to transform the surrounding environment itself to suit oneself. Randall's Watcher of the Abyss is a domain with shadow attributes. Once activated, he becomes the undisputed ruler of this space. The moment a domain is activated, that area's space becomes covered in the caster's magical power. Formulas activated within the domain no longer need to consume magical power, and all magic circuits spewing from the magic circuit is used only to maintain it. Clang clang. Ugh. Randall, hiding between shadows, created multiple copies of himself to overwhelm Claude with combined attacks while simultaneously creating dozens of shadow spears to pressure me. A situation where he overwhelmed Claude and me in both quality and quantity. While I gathered magical power through gritted teeth, Claude, recognizing this, charged toward the main body beyond the duplicates. No matter what, your magical power can't be infinite. How foolish. Clang dash. Claude's sword strike was instantly blocked. Randall smiled slightly and, abandoning the power struggle, grabbed Claude's neck. From the start, you were just a tool in this revolutionary pretend play. Though he swung his sword to cut his body, Randall, unified with the shadows, merely let all the strikes pass through. You might have been happier knowing nothing. If you had just believed my words and followed my directions for the revolution, you'd be a hero by now. Cog. But look now. Because of what you've done, all plans. The only plans that were disrupted were yours, not the Revolutionary Army's. Cutting off Randall's words, I drew his attention. You've lost the medal the Republic was going to give you, right? Randall ground his teeth at my provocative words. Seeing how the plan has turned into such a mess, I wonder what your Secretary General will say. Eugene, was it? Boom. Meeting you for the first time, you're more ill-mannered than I expected. Right. Come to think of it, you never really liked me from the start. What? Though bewildered by my tone suggesting I knew him, it didn't matter. During that time, Claude had burned away all of Randall's duplicates and was charging toward the main body. How foolish. Shadow blades created on the spot blocked his sword. The flame sword being gradually eroded. Seeing Claude at a loss, Randall, having deflected Eugene's fire support, kicked Claude in the abdomen. You're not even at full strength. You think you can defeat me after exhausting yourself fighting an equal opponent? Nonsense. Boom! Randall instantly pushed Claude into the wall. Claude lost consciousness and his head drooped. One down. Randall now began charging toward me. I fired the pre-completed highest grade penetration formula, Solar Ray, but that was only momentary. The light beam I had worked to create was devoured by shadows seeping in from the domain and easily scattered. So 7-stroke really is unbeatable. Like Elkrier's imprint that ravages human minds. And like this Randall who covers the entire space in shadows. While thinking that, Randall, having nullified all my magic, approached. And what followed was merciless beating. Bang dash, crash dash, bang dash. If I raised my gun he unleashed even greater magic, and when I tried to charge in he pressured me with the same close combat. The Republic agent with decades of experience overwhelmed me even in close combat without magical power. This domain was already his territory. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say the shadows covering this space were Randall's body itself. Being nullified like that, and hit. Trying to counter but getting caught, then hit. In the middle of dozens of spears mercilessly striking my defenseless body as I tried to call for support. Randall Dean Clark dash. Claude, having regained consciousness, charged at Randall's back end. Slash dash. Randall immediately turned around and created shadow blades to deeply cut Claude's chest. Kahawk. I told you, you cannot defeat me. Saying that, Randall bound Claude and approached me. Claude has things to do as a symbol of the Revolutionary Army. Once I scramble his mind with drugs, he'll become an obedient doll. His qualities are decent too, so I could prepare a suitable breeder and send him as a gift to the Republic. But Eugene, this is the end for you. Saying that, Randall picked up the heresy I had dropped. Killing someone with Maximilian's imprint using Maximilian's weapon. What a strange sight. The moment he pulled the trigger thinking that, clang, a barrier field spread and deflected the bullet flying toward my head. What? I slowly stood up. As if sensing the gradually rising temperature around, Randall's eyes grew wider. First, activate all 6 strokes and squeeze out magical power to the limit. What? Randall's expression turned strange at my sudden words. Second, a close comrade suffers severe injury, and you yourself sustain comparable wounds. Third, the will to defeat the opponent must surpass fear of the target. I muttered while staggering to my feet. A desperate situation. The injury of my comrade Claude. The crisis of death. And the will to not give up even in that hopeless situation. Through the battle just now, all conditions have been met. The qualities as a hero that drew out Claude's awakening. All the conditions for activating the indomitable trait had been fulfilled. Whoosh dash. Fire spreading from the edges, gradually blazing centered on Eugene. Matching that sight, the black shadows that had been eroding him began to burn. A normal formula affecting the domain? No, this is. Randall, startled like that, looked at me and, could it be? Who? Breathe in, breathe out. White smoke billowed out as I exhaled the heat filling my body. 2 eyes shining brilliantly golden, not the usual murky color. Red magical power light shining brightly after clearing away all shadows. It's complete. Wings of crimson. Its 7th stroke had been completed. Turning back time to the present. Looking at the wings of crimson completed with 7 strokes, Randall momentarily lost his words. Maxim. It was a majestic sight. The flames burning death and the surging magical power. And Eugene, watching him from the middle of it all. The moment he looked into those eyes burning with golden light, Randall felt an indescribable emotion. A tingling sensation at his fingertips. It didn't take long to realize that it was fear. Don't jump to conclusions. That guy isn't Maxim. He's just a mere soldier who stole his imprint. Though Randall thought this while feeling fragments of power flowing from Eugene, he didn't make the mistake of denying his emotions. This sensation he was feeling now was the overwhelming pressure he felt when he saw Maximilian decades ago. The threat detection ability that had protected him for decades was warning him that this boy now possessed power similar to Maximilian in his prime. Even right after awakening he's in this state, if that thing were to grow. Duke Buckingham. Does this mean that a monster comparable to him could emerge? Thinking this, Randall gritted his teeth. If that happened, his plans would be ruined from the very premise. Swoosh dash. Gathering all his remaining magical power, he activated Watcher of the Abyss at maximum output. The domain of black shadows gradually expanding its range. Numerous clones and spears made from those shadows were baring their teeth while aiming at Eugene. Fortunately, he's not yet familiar with his power. The domain, which could be called the symbol of 7-stroke imprint, wasn't just about simply activating it. The torrent of magical power created by the domain. Its power varies drastically depending on how one utilizes it. In Randall's case, he used the shadows enveloping the domain for presence concealment, erasing his presence, summoning clones to disperse attention, and then striking from behind at critical moments. Extreme stealth that couldn't be detected even by other 7-stroke mages' detection spells. It was the most suitable application for Watcher of the Abyss, which specialized in assassination and covert operations. Envelop. Swish dash. With Randall's word, dozens of shadows surrounded Eugene from all directions. Black energy wrapping around him from all sides. However, Randall's shadows creeping in couldn't swallow the flames burning around Eugene. Slash dash. Without even flinching, Eugene merely stared at where Randall was. Seizing the opportunity, the shadows simultaneously swung their weapons at Eugene. Spears, daggers, and swords made of shadow. If they even grazed him, the shadows that dug into the wound would instantly eat away at his body. However, expand. Just before the weapons created by the shadows could reach Eugene, their tips burst into flames. No, that wasn't all. The shadow hurriedly checked beneath his feet. The ground he was standing on was covered not in Randall's shadows, but in flames erupting from Eugene's body. Whoosh dash! Before they could retreat, dozens of shadows burst into flames. Simply by expanding the range of his domain, Eugene had completely nullified Randall's spells. Kook. Confirming this, Randall hastily created distance. Eugene's flames advancing while burning away the shadows. His own domain that had dominated the space was being pushed back by Eugene's domain. Screech. As Eugene waved his hand, dozens of magic circles burned with red light. The domain. He's controlling it freely? Such freedom with power he just awakened. Just moments ago, a single blast of firepower that shook the entire Imperial Palace. Eugene was now using that tremendous magic dozens of times in succession. Thud. Thud thud. Magic bullet casings flowed down from his grip. Though he had taken away weapons thinking something like this might happen, that crazy bastard had crushed magic bullets with his hands to activate the fuses. Eugene made a gun shape with his fingers, slowly extending his hand toward him and full fire. With that brief command, a wave of flames completely enveloped his body. Damn it. Though he hurriedly gathered all the shadows of his domain to create a barrier, it was futile. Unlike Randall's Watcher of the Abyss, which specialized in assassination and covert operations, Eugene's Wings of Crimson was a magic imprint specialized for frontal combat. In the current situation where magical power and stroke count were equal, engaging that imprint head-on was nothing short of suicide. Arg? This madman. That crazy bastard, is he planning to burn down the entire Imperial Palace? Maintain the barrier? Even the aftershocks could drag us in? What about the commander? Evacuation complete. The Imperial Guards scattered around could be seen hurriedly taking cover. If even knights with Shield of Radiance specialized in defense were like this, he had no way to endure any longer. For now, I need to retreat. Just as Randall thought this and tried to step back. Swoosh dash! Chains of magical power that shot up from the ground firmly bound his body. Where do you think you're running? Eugene's voice stabbed down at him. Along with it, his eyes shining with golden light drew closer. Republic Intelligence Director, Randall Dean Clark. If you think you can control the situation as you please like always, you're mistaken. This place was a trap prepared from the start to catch you. Saying this, Eugene began creating a massive spell by gathering the flames remaining in his domain. He began concentrating the tremendous output heat of the explosion spell into a single point. Like focusing the heat of a giant sun through a magnifying glass. The point of magical power concentrated this way aimed at himself, who was firmly bound to the ground. Tremendous heat that couldn't even be distinguished as sound began tearing apart the shadows protecting his body without a trace. Crack dash, crackle dash, shadows burning along with the domain. The moment he tried to respond by gathering magical power, cracks began forming in his magic circuit that had reached its limit. Solar ray, the large-scale destruction spell engraved in Eugene's six-stroke imprint. Having all his barriers stripped away, Randall was finally enveloped in a flash of light that seemed to blind him. Fire? The Emperor said that about you. When he came to his senses, what came to mind was a distant past he couldn't even remember when it was anymore. Junior cadets repeating their training. Looking at them training while dripping with sweat, a young Maximilian nodded his head. He said it when I was in the Imperial Guard Knight Order. He said there was something special he felt when looking at me that he didn't feel with others. You are special, all right. He probably never imagined a knight he trusted and believed in would do something this absurd. Randall said this while raising his right arm. The imprint engraved on his arm, Watcher of the Abyss, and the imprint engraved on Maximilian's arm, Wings of Crimson. To think the first 5 imprints stored in the Imperial archives had fallen into his hands. It was an unbelievable sight even thinking about it again. What about the other 3 imprints? Doesn't seem like any were implanted in your comrades. That's classified. Top secret. In the first place, why would we tell the Republic Intelligence Department about that? I thought I could dig a bit since you even handed over an imprint. Bullshit. Our deal ends there. Right. What he and Maximilian had was a deal. In exchange for handing over one of the original 5 imprints, providing funds to lay the foundation for the Revolutionary Army, and providing his abilities to operate the massive organization called the Revolutionary Army. That's how Republic Intelligence Director Randall Dean Clark became a member of the Revolutionary Army. A Imperial Knight and Republic agent who once targeted each other ended up on the same boat called the Revolutionary Army. Don't die, Maxim. While looking at the imprint, he said that to Maximilian. Huh? What's with that suddenly? Exactly what I said. This group called the Revolutionary Army is just a bunch of misfits that can't exist without you. The Rising Star evaluated as the Imperial Guard Knight Order's most promising talent. The leader of the golden generation that would stop the tyranny of magic nobles and save the Empire. Because he was evaluated as such, this organization called the Revolutionary Army could be born. There are guys like Vark and Melissa too. Vark is blinded by vengeance, and what Melissa spouts are just impractical nonsense. The one who can rally citizens and present them with an alternative to the Empire is Maxim. Only you? Starting with himself. The reason he participated in this madness under the pretext of fostering local forces while putting aside his original duties as a Republic agent. Even Randall himself had projected his ambitions onto the hero called Maximilian. The existence of the hero called Maximilian, the charisma that hero possesses. If that disappears, this group called the Revolutionary Army will be nothing more than a mob of rioters. Ha, isn't that evaluation too harsh for a revolutionary army we created together? As I said earlier, I'm not a dreamer like Melissa. He took a bite of the sandwich he was holding. A humble meal that couldn't compare to the feasts eaten in the Republic's Red Palace. However, Randall liked this humble meal. No need to worry about whether poison was in the food. No need to rack his brain to match politicians' rhetoric. So remember this, Maxim. If you fall pathetically somewhere, I'll immediately return to my original form. Not as a Revolutionary Army collaborator, but as the Republic Intelligence Director. And as the Republic commanded him, he would use the Revolutionary Army organization as his chess piece. After all, a revolutionary army without Maximilian as its symbol would only have that much value for use. Then I'll warn you in return, Randall. A warning. Don't try to control this group called the Revolutionary Army as you please. A serious voice different from his constantly grinning appearance. Looking at me with an expressionless face, Maxim slowly opened his mouth. The more you try to hold the Revolutionary Army's leash and tie it down, the more the Revolutionary Army will tighten around your neck. What a brutal warning. Randall smirked and looked at the Revolutionary Army members in the midst of training. To think such rabble would strangle my neck. What nonsense. That's what he thought, and yet. Thump. The pitch-black burned ashes fell to their knees, then crumbled in place. An appearance bleached white beyond recognition as human anymore. Seeing this, Eugene retrieved his weapon from the ashes with a sigh. Heresy. That gun Maximilian used maintained its original form even in that tremendous heat. Is it over? At the voice from behind, I slowly turned my head. Claude Elsidor, the battered hero of the Revolutionary Army, was smiling dejectedly while looking at Randall's corpse. With this, the Revolutionary Army will return to normal. We can carry out our revolution purely for ourselves, without getting entangled in the Republic's schemes. Saying this, Claude slowly, painfully raised his body. Though he looked like he could collapse at any moment, a relieved smile adorned his face. With this, our alliance ends. It's your victory for now. Killing Randall was impossible without you. 7-stroke imprint awakening. Without that, Randall could have killed us without much difficulty. Don't forget, Eugene. However, Claude, baring his teeth at me, opened his mouth to me with a triumphant smile. I'll just leave for now, but someday I will definitely. And the moment Claude said that much, bang dash, a bullet erupting from heresy pierced Claude's heart. What? Why such a surprised expression? This is such a pain. Thinking this, I fired the 4 bullets remaining in heresy's chamber into Claude's chest. Bang dash, bang dash, bang dash, bang dash. Claude, who couldn't even scream when hit by bullets filled with magical power, perished. Supreme leader of the rebels, Claude Elsidor has been eliminated. The commanders scattered in various locations immediately responded to the communication. From this moment, the capital defense operation changes to rebel suppression operation. My men waiting for orders. Looking down at that corpse, I ordered the special magic unit members on standby. Crush the rebels spread throughout the capital and empire without leaving a single one. Rumble. The airships on standby in the capital's airspace began spreading to various parts of the empire. The emperor's operation had succeeded. Now it was my turn. Huff. Huff. Something had gone wrong. The endless barrage of firepower from the special magical power unit. Revolutionary comrades falling one by one. Even while consoling them and maintaining the front line, Fel Rawson, a Revolutionary Army mage, couldn't shake off that thought. What's happening, Sir Randall? What are the next orders? What should we do about the next orders? No instructions are coming from headquarters. The chain of command isn't responding. Hey, where are you going in the middle of battle? According to what headquarters had told them, it wouldn't have been strange if withdrawal orders had come by now. They had reached their limit in both withstanding the Imperial Army's firepower and maintaining the defensive barrier. Despite repeatedly requesting responses from headquarters and executives, no answers came from anywhere. Did the previous one fail? No, that can't be. The operation had all gone smoothly. The simultaneous raids and the special magical power units scattered to various locations. And Randall and Claude who infiltrated during that time. 1 7-stroke mage and 3 6-stroke mages. With such rabble as the Imperial Guard Knight Order, they shouldn't have been opponents they could possibly defeat. The other side shouldn't have had any fighting power left to stop this. But how? The Knight Order is running away. What? A thunderbolt of words burst out from one of his fellow revolutionary members. They're breaking formation? They're creating an escape route. Those bastards, what kind of communication did they receive? Stop them? If this happens, the defensive line will collapse. Let go, you lowborn scum. Don't you know what situation this is? Arg, these sons of bitches are using magic on us. It was complete chaos. While they were already struggling to respond to the advancing special magical power unit, now the Knight Order was trying to break formation. This couldn't be. Click, click, click. Just as he was thinking that, receiving magical power communication through his magic imprint, Fel immediately focused all his attention on it. Headquarters? What's going on? What are the next orders? How is the operation progressing? And the next moment, good. The connection status is fine. The voice that came through the magical power communication wasn't Randall's, but that of an unfamiliar person. Rebel mages, can you hear my voice? What? Rebels. This voice. Could it be Imperial Army? The languid voice calling them rebels. The moment they heard that voice, the blood drained from Fell's and the other mages' faces. For the enemy to use magical power communication on our network means they've captured the core imprint that relays magical power wavelengths. And the imprint that relays the Revolutionary Army's magical power communications is A with tilde Nigerian Naira OES. The Supreme Leader's magic imprint, Red Wings. In other words, they had now extracted Claude's imprint. And realizing this, Fell could recognize who the owner of the voice coming through the magical power communication was. This is Special Magical Power Unit Commander, Colonel Eugene Lawrence. Eugene Lawrence. The leader of those devils who were driving them into a corner. Your commanding officer Randall Dean Clark and Rebel Supreme Leader Claude Elsidor have just been killed. Ha. Fell? What's happening? This communication. Still seemingly unable to grasp the situation, one revolutionary member beside him turned to Fell. He was getting irritated seeing his colleague standing beside him laughing like he'd lost his mind. But the moment the member with the scrunched face looked at Fell, click. Fell had his pistol, which had been holstered at his waist, pointed at his own chin. Hey, what are you dash? Bang dash? Before his colleague could stop him, Fell's pistol spat fire. CA Captain Fell. What just happened? Retreat? Run away? What had they said when they first set out? To change the empire? To end the emperor's suffocating rule and create a new world? It was all nonsense. A hopeless battle situation. No response from above. The Night Order trying to flee. And finally, the suicide of their commanding officer. Whatever cause or ideals they had resolved themselves to at the start had long since vanished. The terrified revolutionary members now began to flee in complete disarray, having lost all reason. Confusion occurring in enemy ranks. Their formation is collapsing. Looks like Eugene succeeded. Watching the anti-aircraft position occupied by the Revolutionary Army, Special Magical Power Unit 2nd Battalion Commander Gil smiled slightly. Eugene, you crazy bastard, you really caught a 7-stroke mage. He'd thought it was an impossible operation, but he really pulled it off. Gil's grip tightened on his weapon. If he dawdled while his superior was doing this, who knows what harsh words he'd hear during the post-operation review. Thinking this, Gil immediately loaded a magic bullet into his pistol. When the 5-stroke magic imprint implanted in his right arm began to glow, the other members who saw it grinned. 3 RD and 5th platoons advance first, with the fire support team following. The remaining troops, 1 ST and 7th platoons are combat ineffective, the rest are ready. Good. All troops prepare to charge. As Gil raised the pistol in his right hand, the other members in cover lowered their bodies. Rumble. The moment shells from the armored train swept through the Revolutionary Army's position. All troops charge dash. Tear the rebels to pieces dash. Oyaa. Forward dash. With Gil's command, the 2nd Battalion members began charging all at once. Simultaneous attacks occurring throughout the Imperial capital's direct jurisdiction. Unlike the magic nobles they had been facing, the Imperial Army was defeating them all too smoothly. Huff. 2 shadows could be seen running down an old alley. Trench coats and berets, wing-shaped magic imprints made of brass. These were the characteristics of the Revolutionary Army they had seen sickeningly often. Just where did the plan leak from? A voice rang out. While frantically fleeing, one of the members ground his teeth and shouted. Right. Randall had surely said this plan was perfect. That they would start simultaneous uprisings in the outskirts of the Imperial capital to disperse the Special Magical Power Unit, and during that time, they would infiltrate and deal with the Emperor. The security would have been lax, and there wouldn't have been any mages guarding, so they just needed to pull the trigger. But now, all those plans that were made have been twisted. Randall, who had made the plan, had become a pile of ashes and had his magic imprint taken. Claude, the Revolutionary Army Supreme Leader, had become a cold corpse. The moment they lost both men who were the pillars of the plan, all command structure of the Revolutionary Army collapsed. They had simply degenerated into a mere mob of rioters, without even high-ranking executives to give retreat orders. Eastern Direct Jurisdiction in charge, 4th Battalion Commander Matt. Area suppression complete. Western Sector, 2nd Battalion operation complete too. We've captured the main executive members, handing them over to Intelligence Department agents. Southern Sector 3rd Battalion, they fortified the anti-aircraft position, so we turned the position to dust. Looking at how these bastards fought, seems like there were a few knights mixed in. Maybe we should have kept one alive? We've secured about 5 from other sectors. The rest are unnecessary. Eliminate them all. Magical power communications were coming in one after another from the commanders in charge of each sector. The Revolutionary Army being quickly dealt with, along with revolutionary members from the Republic who had cooperated with them. And even the knights who had been attacking the Special Magic Unit while disguised as Revolutionary Army. They would all be dragged to the Imperial Palace underground as prisoners. The torture technicians dispatched from the Intelligence Department would gladly extract information from these guys. With everyone below working, how can I rest? Muttering that, I fired my pistol straight ahead. Bang dash, ka. The bullet that cut through the air pierced one of the shadows. It was a strange sensation. Though it was just a basic technique, it had enough power to pierce through a mage's barrier. In the past, I would have felt at least some magical power draining away. But now that I had awakened the 7-stroke imprint and could use domain, firing a magic bullet with this much power was nothing. Damn it. My leg. The Revolutionary Army member screaming while clutching his ankle. Though it was hundreds of meters away, Eye of Horus had hit its target precisely. Go ahead. I'm done for. Don't be ridiculous. How can I throw away a comrade who shared in our great cause like an old shoe? You should have thrown them away like old shoes. While they were squabbling over their fallen comrade, I said that having reached right beside them, you should survive, even if just one person, to plan for the future, right? Though I'd killed the big shots Randall and Claude, unfortunately my work wasn't done yet. Eye of Horus is a detection technique with the highest level of precision. The operation speed differs depending on whether it's used or not. I was identifying the locations of Revolutionary Army members scattered throughout the Imperial capital and relaying them to our troops. A tedious task that made me want to yawn. When I dealt with the rats hiding in the Imperial capital's alleys while I was at it, the revolutionary members who heard my voice turned pale and trembled. Eugene. Lawrence. Yes, correct answer. Multiple iron chains appeared from a magic circle that manifested in the air. Swoosh dash. Kook. Magical power chains binding both arms of the fleeing revolutionary member. In the case of his fallen comrade, I put it around his neck instead of his arms. It was quite entertaining to see the faces of the two people as I bound the nobly Revolutionary Army fighters who would liberate the Empire with chains like slaves. Why do you side with those people, Eugene? To those words spat out like blood, I walked leisurely toward where they were. The uniform roughly thrown over my shoulders, heresy held in one hand, and the magical power that was slowly leaking out around me, having awakened not too long ago. Honestly, I was dying of exhaustion. I felt like throwing away all this suppression operation nonsense and going to sleep in my quarters. Weren't you a poor person like us? Weren't you a refugee? Then why did I side with the Emperor instead of you guys? While answering, I pressed the gun barrel against the man's face. How dare rebel scum bark, making noise in the neighborhood in the middle of the night. Thinking that, I spoke to the two revolutionary members with a languid expression. Simple. The ending of this game was getting betrayed while doing the revolution with you guys. What? Look at that expression. A face showing they didn't understand at all? Well, it's natural they would react like that. How could there be games or anything like that in this world? Since I wasn't particularly expecting an answer, I pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang dash. The magic bullet that flew from heresy struck the man's face. A non-lethal impact round rather than a penetrating round. Looking at your appearance, you seem like an executive. This is perfect timing. This guy should have lots of information to extract. Looking at the man losing consciousness and collapsing, that's what I thought. Do your revolution among yourselves. After putting a cigarette in my mouth, I opened my lips to the air. I'm going to sell you out and live well. After falling into this damn game world. From beginning to end, that was my only goal. Damn it. To end like this. Remember this? You Imperial dogs, the ideals of the Republic will someday execute. Rat-a-tat-a-dash. The rebellion in the Imperial capital was quickly suppressed. The death of the real power Randall and the supreme leader Claude. The numerous executives who became morning dew at the execution grounds before they could even mourn those deaths. From my position watching from afar, it was quite a peculiar feeling. The ones who had raised the red flag at the top of the Imperial Palace in the original work were now mostly executed or exiled to the northern prison. Though, it's not like I particularly sympathize with them. No matter how much they talked about their cause and ideals, even newly assigned recruits knew that the current Revolutionary Army was just a puppet of the Republic. Rest in peace, as if. Looking at the fresh rank insignia provided by the Imperial Army headquarters, I muttered in bewilderment. I finally got it after all. As the commander of the Special Magical Power Unit, I suppressed the rebellion, killed the rebel leaders, and uncovered the connection between the Revolutionary Army and the Republic. A triple axel achievement earned at the cost of risking my life. The silver rank insignia placed on the table was one of those rewards. The Imperial Army emblem shining in silver, and the star gleaming brilliantly in its center. At the young childish age of 18, I was able to wear a star. Brigadier General Eugene Lawrence. As a reward for suppressing this rebellion, I became the youngest general in Imperial Army history. Brigadier General. It's time for the meeting. I'll be right there. There was no time to be lost in sentiment. The Revolutionary Army was both the biggest variable shaking the Empire and a cornerstone that had been suppressing internal conflicts within the Empire. The moment it disappears, all the conflicts the Empire had accumulated would explode in an instant. No one knows what will happen to the Empire from now on. I suppose my knowledge of the original work is almost useless now anyway. After attaching the new rank insignia to my uniform, I left the room. As soon as I left my private quarters, I saw figures from all walks of life densely filling the Imperial Palace. He's out. Eugene Lawrence. A brigadier general? At that young age. Well, his achievements speak for themselves. Even so, that's. Savoring the voices of those whispering about me, I made my way toward the central palace where the Imperial audience would be held. 1 week after the rebellion in the Imperial capital, the sword handle was firmly in our grasp. The central hall of the Imperial Palace where the Imperial audience was being held When the Senate members, regular nobles, and representatives of magic noble families all gathered together, the spacious hall was packed without room to even step. B. A rebellion in the imperial capital. It's extremely unsettling. I heard the Republic had a hand in it. To use such dirty tricks while under a ceasefire. His Majesty must have had a difficult time. But to hold an imperial audience after just a week, this is. High-ranking officials buzzing with their own topics. Amidst the crowding of numerous power holders, the magic nobles seated in one corner of the meeting hall couldn't hide their anxiety. Especially severe were the nobles belonging to the Buckingham faction. Those who had secretly sponsored this rebellion were now feeling as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Why isn't there any word? Among those who participated in the attack on the imperial capital were knights, and the Imperial Intelligence Department persistently caught them. While a considerable number of knights committed suicide, just as many others were detained in the underground prison of the imperial castle for interrogation. With the Empire's best torturers gathered in the intelligence department holding them, the game was as good as over. The information that the Republic and Revolutionary Army were connected, and evidence that magic nobles had secretly supported such a revolutionary army had fallen into the Emperor's hands. However, for a week after suppressing the rebellion, the Emperor hasn't raised any issues. This was exactly what made the magic nobles anxious. If he would at least arrest them for treason or send the Imperial Guard Knight Order, they could think of countermeasures, but he didn't even do that, leaving them at a loss for what to do. A strange silence. However, even amid all this, those gathered in the meeting hall could understand one thing. That the Emperor had obtained justification to draw his sword whenever he wished. And now that the attack on the imperial capital had failed, the magic noble faction had no way to prevent it. Though there were no particular movements for now, this was merely the calm before the storm. The winds of reform were predetermined, and it was the Emperor who held the sword handle. And the name of that sword in the Emperor's hand is. As the nobles thought this, their gazes turned to one person. Eugene Lawrence. One who monopolized the Emperor's trust at a young age and attained the position of general before turning 20. And one who possessed such military achievements and power that no one could raise objections despite such unprecedented personnel appointments. 7 at such a young age. Truly an unprecedented genius in imperial history. Eugene, who was attending the imperial audience on the recommendation of the Emperor and Imperial Army headquarters. What the nobles noticed was where he stood. On the opposite side of Andrei, the Imperial Guard Knight Order commander, to the left of the central throne where the Emperor would sit. Seeing him standing in Kirin's place, who was currently at the front lines, the Empire's power holders instinctively understood what position Eugene had come to occupy. Kirin's proxy in controlling the military. Eugene had now become a core figure representing one pillar of the imperial faction. Is everyone present? What broke through the strange tension enveloping the meeting hall was the Emperor's voice. The nobles and elders immediately stood up from their seats to show respect. After having them take their seats, the Emperor began presiding over the imperial audience as if nothing had happened. The damaged situation in each territory due to the rebellion, support measures for them, and reconstruction project plans, the upcoming talks with the Republic, and discussions about them. Despite the unsettling atmosphere following the rebellion, the Emperor's demeanor in discussing with the nobles was incomparably composed. Now that we seem to have discussed the main issues, let's talk about something else. But that was only for a moment. After waving away the waiting attendants, the Emperor handed out thick bundles of documents to those seated in the meeting hall. Your Majesty, this is. The phrase written on the document cover was Imperial Assembly Establishment Plan. With expressions saying what was bound to come had arrived, the tensed nobles quickly examined the plan distributed by the Emperor. The Imperial Assembly was a policy institution that existed in the early days of the Kal Hiram Empire's establishment. Along with the sound of pages turning, the Emperor's explanation began. An advisory body where representative figures from all walks of life in the Empire gathered to discuss policies and deliver them to the imperial family. However, it gradually became forgotten and obsolete while dealing with the unprecedented calamity called the Monster War. The content was about reviving this organization and reorganizing it as an advisory body for implementing imperial policies by having citizen representatives, figures from various sectors, and territory resident representatives from each territory participate. It was a declaration to involve the general citizen class, not nobles, in imperial politics. Of course, since it's limited to an advisory role rather than actual authority, it won't cause changes to the existing imperial power structure. Though the Emperor said this, the nobles who schemed through the documents immediately clutched their heads. A channel being created where the citizen class could voice their opinions, and these opinions being directly delivered to the Emperor. This was not at all welcome content for the noble class, especially the magic nobles who had positions equivalent to kings in their own territories. However, just as they were about to open their mouths to say something, the Emperor mentioned the territorial residents' rebellions that occurred in conjunction with this imperial palace attack. The fact that we couldn't prevent this attack in advance is, paradoxically, because the Empire's subjects don't trust us. The war with the Republic, and the monsters. The Empire has sacrificed far too much to overcome these unprecedented calamities. The disappearance of a properly functioning imperial assembly and the separation between our imperial subjects and us are also such matters. It's a tradition of the Empire that we've kept at arm's length for the sake of survival as the supreme premise. After catching his breath briefly, the Emperor spoke. However, now the Empire has changed. The Eastern Monster Front is being cleaned up smoothly, and the Contaminated Zone Purification Project is also on track. With the National Treasury having room thanks to the Republic's war reparations, now the Empire will take its first step toward returning to the glorious golden age that existed before the Great Rupture appeared. Let's restore lost traditions. This agenda brought out by the Emperor drew favorable responses from the Senate members who remembered the old empire, but the nobles with territories immediately began to oppose. Your Majesty. At this point, not long after suppressing the public uprising, to give such authority to the general citizen class. This is giving legitimacy to the rebels' actions. Moreover, if things go wrong, it could give the impression that the empire yielded to their public uprising. Not only would it damage the empire's authority, but it could also become the spark for new rebellions. Rebels, you say? A rebuttal worthy of nodding agreement from the listening nobles. You all say such strange things. However, hearing those words, the emperor opened his mouth with a smiling face. The rebels who threatened the empire under the Republic's orders were annihilated just last week. The supreme leader is dead, and the connections with the Republic have been revealed in detail. When the rebellion issue that hadn't been mentioned all along came out through the emperor's mouth, the faces of the opposing magic nobles turned pale. You're the ones who supported those rebels from behind. Did you think I wouldn't know? While maintaining a smiling face, the emperor was saying just that. This very moment, when the empire has been cleanly swept, is the opportunity to reward the truly loyal imperial subjects who did not participate in the rebellion. Couldn't you think of it that way, Your Majesty? But that is. Just as the nobles who couldn't find words were about to speak further. House Gloucester supports the imperial family's decision. The representative of House Gloucester seated at the round table said this while placing his right hand, implanted with a magic imprint, on his heart. The glowing of the magic imprint meant that the Margrave himself, connected through magical power communication, had agreed. While the nobles were stirring, an unfamiliar voice was heard from the direction of the meeting room door. Corhonen also agrees with the imperial family's decision. Corhonen. When that name came out, the gazes of the representatives from each family and the attendees all turned to one place. An achromatic Knight Order ceremonial uniform covered by a black fur cloak. Seeing this strange attire unsuited for the season, the nobles momentarily lost their words. What did you just say, Corhonen? As words were coming out like this, one of the Senate members who saw the emblem embroidered on the cloak opened his mouth as if in disbelief. Count Castle, are you saying that Margrave Corhonen has come to the Imperial Palace in person? At this unprecedented event in decades, the nobles gathered in the meeting hall began to buzz. However, as if such reactions weren't even worth considering, the count slowly walked into the meeting hall and bowed his head toward the emperor. Head of Corhonen, Castle Corhonen. I greet your Imperial Majesty. A voice mixed with metallic sounds. At the same time, it was a voice with an eerie resonance. You've made a difficult journey, Count. Please take your seat. Yes, Your Majesty. The Count, welcomed by the Emperor, slowly walked to take his seat. A chair that had been empty for decades whenever imperial audiences were held. When the northern hegemon who had never voiced his opinions took his seat, the Buckingham faction's representative asked again. Margrave Corhonen, Your Lordship. What you just said. I said Corhonen supports the imperial family's decision. Hearing those words, both the magic nobles and the nobles supporting the imperial family couldn't hide their bewilderment. For Corhonen, who had never made any statements about central affairs, to suddenly come out in support of the imperial family? However, such thoughts lasted only briefly. Yes. So be it, Your Lordship. The representative who seemed to have reached communication with the main family muttered into his magic imprint and opened his mouth. Duke Buckingham has also expressed his agreement. Ahem. Starting with Buckingham, the heads of each magic noble family conveyed their agreement to the Emperor's policy through magic imprints connected to their representatives. Nachtval agrees. Count Drexler also agrees. Dvorak will also follow Your Majesty's decision. The pretext of restoring the old empire's traditions. The political intention to quell the remaining embers of rebellion. In a situation where they couldn't find grounds for opposition anyway, and now with both Margraves who guard the frontiers agreeing, they must have judged there was nothing to gain by showing defiance here. Thus, the meeting that was expected to be difficult ended much more anticlimactically than expected, with victory for the imperial faction. After the representatives left their seats, what remained in the meeting room were the emperor and his close associates. Looking at the suddenly empty meeting room, Andrei spoke to the emperor sitting in his seat. They won't stay quiet. Indeed. Though they're showing submission for now, where would decades of accumulated power go? After saying this, the emperor turned his gaze to Count Corhonen sitting in his seat. The large man sitting like a statue. After silently observing that figure, the emperor slowly opened his mouth. Thanks to you, things went much more smoothly, Castle. I won't forget this. Count Corhonen silently bowed his head. However, due to the strange sense of incongruity I'd been feeling from before, I frowned. Is that really the Count himself? No, that couldn't be. The Corhonen Margrave would surely be a top-tier magician with a 7-stroke imprint. But the man standing before me didn't give off any feeling of being such a powerful magician at all. No, even before thinking whether he was a magician. Is that even human? What you're thinking is correct, Eugene. Pardon. Andrei's words as he grabbed my shoulder. At the same time, the Margrave who stood up from his seat slowly approached me. The black cloak covering his entire body. but what was glimpsed of the Count's body between the gaps. Click, click. An automaton. There was no doubt. An automaton created with mechanical devices and an exoskeleton centered around a precisely processed monster mana core. A bizarre doll with a body like a ball-jointed doll, but with a face uncannily similar to a human's, was looking at me. Brigadier General Eugene Lawrence. The voice flowed from the expressionless face. A voice output from mechanical devices while the mouth remained still. My surprise at the strangely metallic voice was brief. I simply showed proper courtesy and spoke. I greet the Guardian of the North. Special Magical Power Unit Commander, Eugene Lawrence. So it wasn't false that you recovered one of the 5 imprints. You really did awaken the 7-stroke imprint. After saying this, the Margrave, no, the doll taking the Margrave's form turned its gaze toward the Emperor. This time, I hope it will be certain. That's the plan. That's why I called you here personally. Certain? What? And the Emperor called him? Why are these guys having another conversation only they understand? While I was frowning and thinking this, come with me to Korhonen. The doll, its facial part clattering, said while looking at me. It was an abrupt invitation from the northern hegemon with no context. Your lordship. What do you mean all of a sudden? Could you turn on some lights before entering? Just as I was about to wave my hand with that thought. If you truly wish to become the master of the empire. A statement that simply couldn't be ignored pierced my ears. There is something you must see. I met the gaze of the doll looking at me, having thrown off the mask covering its face. In that emotionless doll's voice, there was an undefinable heat burning within. Screech. Along with the horn sound, an armored train heading north was running on the snow-covered tracks. A prisoner transport armored train bound for the northern prison. The first car of this train, which gathered all sorts of dregs and vermin of the Kal-Hiram Empire Society, was where I was seated. Eugene, look over there? Snow? There's so much. Yeah, we've been seeing it for 3 days straight. The party heading north was much smaller than expected. There was Irene, bouncing around like a Samoyed seeing snow, and me shaking my head at that sight. Margrave Korhonen sitting across from us with his head down. And, is there anything you're uncomfortable with? No, thank you. Squeezed in between us was a private first class who had been drafted as an orderly. Seeing the rookie private maintaining a rigid posture while frozen stiff, a feeling of sympathy naturally bloomed in my heart. Really, this is pitiful. When I needed an orderly and inquired with the Special Magic Unit's Administration Department, this guy was waiting for me at the station. Churn paled. No, age 16, rank private first class. Normally, this would be the rank where one would just be finishing their time as the youngest and starting military life with newly arrived juniors. However, what this fresh rank faced was an insane situation. On one side was a division commander, and on the other was a magic noble ranked within the top 10 of imperial power. No, I thought they'd at least give me an officer of 2nd lieutenant rank. With how much our unit has grown, are we still short-handed? The imperial family members have been restless. While I was thinking that as I looked at the completely stiffened private churn, the Margrave, who had been sitting with his head down silently, slowly opened his speaker. Understandable. Those who were closest to His Majesty during the attack incident couldn't do anything at all. Though I was receiving the Emperor's favor for preventing the assassination attempt, I was nothing but a thorn in the side of the imperial family members. Such a person had suppressed this rebellion and achieved such an unprecedented promotion. From their perspective, it was like having fire dropped on their feet. With tilde nu epsilon. Their wariness of you isn't just for such reasons. Pardon. A voice flowed from the automaton's speaker. Those who are especially wary of you aren't just simple imperial family members, but the princes who hold succession rights to the throne. Thinking about it, that was true. Princes my age were just learning military tactics as junior officers or showing their faces in political circles. Even the strong candidates led by Meldur could only rely on the power of their supporting noble factions, unable to directly lead their own factions. Among them, Prince Baker must be taking it especially hard. Prince Baker, who supported and represented the rebels, had completely fallen due to this incident. I heard that now he's living a life no different from exile, holed up in a frontier territory. Though they won't carelessly touch him while the Emperor is alive. I had no intention of letting that guy live quietly. The last of the 3 traitors who betrayed the protagonist. Even though he's fallen now, his own wit and capital as a prince haven't disappeared. If given the opportunity, I should kill him without hesitation. Strong magical power at a young age, and the Emperor's favor that seems strange in its intensity. Keep this in mind. To them, you are no longer just some young hero. Are they saying they recognize me as a powerful competitor who will contend for the throne? Understanding that implied meaning, I opened my mouth with a pleased expression. I know. The Emperor was raising me as his successor. The existing succession rights holders figured that out? That's actually better. Sooner or later, there won't be any place for the imperial family in the empire anyway. Whoosh! Along with the sound of steam being released, the train that had been running for 3 days and nights came to a stop. Korhonen Station. It was the terminal station of the Empire's transcontinental railway extending northward. Eugene? There's so much snow here too? Achoo. Yeah. The Korhonen Autonomous Region located at the Empire's northernmost point. Looking at the snow-covered city and the massive wall surrounding it, I had only one impression. Cold. And intensely so. Even though I had served frontier duty that only 1% of Republic of Korea soldiers experienced in my previous life, the cold here was of an intensity that defied comparison. To give you an idea of how severe it was, Eugene, look at this. My snot froze. Wow, yeah, let's just leave it at that. After spending some time melting Irene's snot with magic and wiping it away, rumble dash, a half-track armored vehicle was approaching from far off at the station, plowing through the rough snowfield. Division Commander Eugene Lawrence. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Please save us since that's correct. As I said that with a desperate feeling, a man wearing an Imperial Army uniform appeared, opening the armored vehicle's door. I am Colonel Sandal Denton, officer in charge of the Autonomous Regions prison. This way please. I received the colonel's salute with a newly emotional feeling. A colonel saluting me first. Coming outside the Imperial capital, I finally felt the reality of having received my stars. Ah, right. Report. While I was thinking that, Colonel Sandal, who turned his gaze, spoke to the Count Korhonen standing beside me. More precisely, to the automaton wearing the Count's face. Your Lordship, we have properly received the VIP. From now on, we will guide them. I leave it to you. An emotionless voice. However, what the automaton that had been using the Count's voice did next was surprising. Clunk, clunk clunk. Huh. The automaton immediately brought its hands to its face and began peeling off its face. The automaton, now with a plain silver face matching its body, saluted me with mechanical movements. Automaton number 1102, escort duty complete. Returning to regular duties. With those words, it turned its back and walked toward the armored train. What is this? An interesting sight, isn't it? As I watched with a bewildered feeling, Colonel Sandal spoke with a bitter smile. That automaton is originally one of those monitoring the prisoner transport train. The Count was controlling it separately. Controlling? Yes. He controls the automatons from his mansion located in the city center. This was news to me. According to the original Revolution Empire, Korhonen in the north was a region that only existed in the setting. A frontier that naturally joined the protagonist's forces when the revolution succeeded. However, the actual Korhonen autonomous region possessed technology that was incomparable to its low importance in the game. Moreover, from what I just heard, that automaton was number 1102? That means, in other words, it meant there were over 1,000 such automatons. Is he saying the Count himself controls all of them? You shouldn't be surprised by just this much. Once you arrive in the autonomous region, you'll often see even more amazing sights. What could be more amazing than this? While saying that, something happened at the transport train stopped at the station. Bang dash! A window suddenly burst open. Through that narrow window, prisoners began escaping one by one. Ha ha ha! Freedom! We're free dash! So it was true that the train would stop. This is our chance. Looking at the right arm of the prisoner in the lead, a two-stroke magic imprint supplied by the Night Order was glowing. I had heard they put magical power restriction formulas on them, but it seemed they had managed to break the binding formula inside the train. A mage broke the window. Shit, the guards are coming. Quickly escape. The guards who were inside the train were running in panic to stop them. Looking at it, it seems they were able to escape because of me. It was something I could understand with just a moment's thought. The train that should have gone straight to the prison had stopped at an intermediate station to let me off. Since things got complicated because of me, I should help to some extent. As I drew up magical power while watching the guards frantically running from the train's direction. Sir. Colonel Sandal stopped me with a bitter smile. There's no need for you to step in, sir. Pardon. Just as he said that. Click dash. The automaton that had been walking toward the armored train extended its hand toward the escaping prisoners. More precisely, the end parts that looked like hands. A faint magical power light was emanating from between the mechanical devices that opened to the sides. Magical power spewing from the mana core in the center gathered together, and the next moment. Bang! An enormous magical power wave shattered the prisoners escaping from the train into pieces. What the hell? What is that? There definitely weren't any mages among the guards. Run! If we scatter, at least one person. Though the prisoners were bewildered by the magic that suddenly struck them, it was already too late. Because the automaton that instantly closed the distance crushed their faces with its fist. What is this? Blood splattered on the cold armored train's armor plate. Steam was rising from the fallen prisoners' bodies. What a heartwarming sight to see right after arriving in the north. Watching the criminals trembling like insects, that's what I thought. The guards' panic wasn't because the prisoners escaped. It was their struggle to save at least one person before the automaton turned the prisoners into that state. The one who spoke with a slight smile was Colonel Sandal, who was watching that scene with a familiar expression. Having to remove the pieces stuck to the armored train in this cold north is quite troublesome, you see. I see. This guy looks innocent but says some pretty brutal things. Though that's what I thought, my interest wasn't in the prisoners. That automaton. Taking down a two-stroke mage in one hit, and strength that crushes a human body with one punch. I let my guard down because I couldn't sense any magical power, but its performance was beyond imagination. And there are at least 1,000 such automatons? Ah, these bastards, they just had to break out and get themselves killed. How long is it going to take to clean this up again? These damn bastards. Hey, hurry up and walk. While saying that, the guards who rushed out from the train began blocking the automaton and calling the prisoners back in. the prisoners stunned by the scattered flesh and corpses everywhere, and the guards roughly shoving them back in. Brigadier General Eugene Lawrence, sir. As I was watching that with indescribable eyes, Colonel Sandal, who opened the armored vehicle's door, spoke to me. Welcome to the Korhonen Autonomous Region. The snow-covered city and the steel wall surrounding it. The armored train heading toward the prison, and the criminal's blood splattered on its armor. And Colonel Sandal gesturing to me with all that as the backdrop. The Korhonen Autonomous Region, located in the north, was originally a military city built to defend the coast. A fortress established to block foreign tribes invading along the northern coast. However, when the monster war broke out, an anomaly appeared in this quiet fortress city. A rupture opened deep in the northern coast. What the hell? Monsters are rising from the seabed. Mage? Call a mage? Hurry. Though it was just an average-sized rupture in terms of size, the Empire soon realized the gravity of the situation. The Great Rupture was a hell's maw that contaminated the surrounding environment and endlessly spewed out monsters. The only way to close it was for an elite group of mages to enter the rupture and destroy the rupture stone that formed its core. However, the location of the Great Rupture that appeared in Korhonen was in the deep sea. With existing technology, it was impossible to even approach the Great Rupture that had opened at the bottom of the ice sea, let alone enter it. The rupture activated underwater kept spewing out monsters, and there was no way to stop it. From the Empire's perspective, it was a situation that forced them into an endless war of attrition. Eventually, the Empire built a great wall to block these monsters' invasion and entrusted its defense to the Count Korhonen family, which was a prestigious military family. And in that process, the Count Korhonen family acquired all governing rights of the North. By now, they had become the rulers of the North, encompassing all the snow-covered regions of the Empire's northern territory. However, isn't food self-sufficiency impossible in the North due to geographical characteristics? Why yes. So our Imperial Army created and maintained supply lines to maintain relations with Korhonen. Just as Colonel Sandal's 3-hour-long lecture on Korhonen history was about to continue. Achoo. Oh my, seems the fireplace was lacking fuel. Just a moment. Irene's sneeze timely interrupted it. Well done, Irene. Huh? What did I do? Something big. If it weren't for you, I might have died from neurosis before even reaching the mansion. At that moment. Clank dash. Ugh. As the tracked vehicle jolted after hitting a rock, Private Churn, who was on duty, let out a groan. The road is quite rough. Isn't that right, Private? And no, sir. Quite. While I was thinking that, Sandal gave me an apologetic smile. I have no words for transporting a hero of the Empire in such an old armored vehicle. Usually, we should have called for a ceremonial vehicle to escort you separately. No need. There's no need for such formality. It's much better than walking. Besides, bringing a delicate thing like a ceremonial vehicle to this snowfield, when even the armored vehicle's heating system isn't working properly and needs to be preheated with magic. I guarantee the engine would die before even starting. As I was saying this, Colonel Sandal, who had lit the dead furnace, opened his mouth while looking at me. I received the telegram from headquarters. Well, a large-scale amnesty, quite an interesting move from the central government. Have you finished the selection process? Instead of answering my question, Colonel Sandal pulled out documents from inside his coat. It's a list of prisoners incarcerated in the northern prison. Background, occupation before imprisonment, family relations. We've gathered most of the relevant information. Quick work indeed. Taking the documents, I immediately checked the profiles of those listed. An ideologist imprisoned during Revolutionary Army activities. A noble who fell after losing an internal faction fight. A journalist who criticized magic nobles and the Empire's ruling system. A professor who spread subversive ideology to students. Political prisoners from various backgrounds and all walks of life. A faint smile appeared on my face as I looked at the list. While the Margrave's words piqued my interest, this is the real reason I accepted the invitation. The reason I came to the north. More precisely, the reason the Emperor sent me here. It was related to the Imperial Assembly that the Emperor said he would revive during the last royal audience. An advisory body that gathers representatives from all walks of life to hear their voices directly. The important thing here was these representatives from all walks of life who represent the citizens. While it was quite comprehensive in range, when you think about it, it wasn't that broad. Administrators, businessmen, politicians, ideologists, religious figures. Most of those who would participate in the Imperial Assembly would be intellectuals who prided themselves on having studied somewhere. People who were intellectuals but not nobles, those caught in between. But the real problem lay elsewhere. There's no talent. Seriously none. That's understandable. Well, in the current empire, the life paths of the intellectuals I mentioned earlier typically split into two branches. First, those who stuck with magic nobles to exploit citizens, only to end up like hedgehogs during this popular uprising. If not that, those who bet their lives on the Revolutionary Army, only to perish miserably and cross the Rainbow Bridge during the recent Capitol raid incident. In a situation where you die whether you work for the citizens or exploit them, how could proper human resources remain? So even if the Emperor ambitiously wants to create an assembly, there aren't enough highly educated non-noble talents to fill it. Even recruiting officials and soldiers is difficult due to lack of people, let alone politicians and intellectuals. That's why the Emperor focused on this place, Korhonen Prison. Businessmen and administrators who fell out of favor with magic nobles. Knights who lost in internal faction fights within the Knight Order. Revolutionaries who joined the Revolutionary Army only to be abandoned by the Republic's wishes. The Imperial Order given to me was to check all of these people and deliver those talented enough for the Imperial Assembly back to the Empire. Someone who could gather citizens' opinions and deliver them directly to the Emperor. Creating a people's faction that would oppose magic nobles while filling the void left by the Revolutionary Army. I should warn you in advance that persuasion won't be easy. I'm sure it won't. But what can we do? Gotta do what needs to be done. Adding that, I tucked the documents Sandal handed me into my coat. Meeting them would come later. The urgent matter now was meeting the Margrave who had called me here. Clank. As we were talking, the half-track armored vehicle running through the snow jolted once. A sharp metallic sound came from under the vehicle. We had moved from the snow-covered ground onto a metal surface. We've arrived? When Colonel Sandal, who had leaned out the window, gave a hand signal, the iron gate blocking the armored vehicle slowly opened. The city gradually revealing itself beyond the concrete walls. Looking at the cityscape covered in metal structures and the great wall surrounding the city, I couldn't keep my mouth shut. The Empire's steel fortress. Korhonen City, which I had only seen in setting descriptions. The steel fortress located at the northernmost point of the continent was looking down at me with an imposing appearance befitting its name as a fortress. Click click. 2 automatons guided me with regular mechanical sounds. A mansion more austere than Elsidor's, modest in size. Walking on the marble floor without even carpeting, Margrave Korhonen's private room soon came into view. So you've come. When I opened the door without warning, a voice came from inside the room. A voice that seemed blocked by something, with a metallic sound bubbling up from within. Without showing any discomfort at the jarring sensation, I entered the room, and a man sitting in a chair waved at me. Forgive the rudeness of not shaking hands. Having sent puppets as far as the capital, it's quite difficult to move my body. It's an honor to be invited, your lordship. After finishing the ceremonial greeting, I raised my gaze to look at the Margrave, the ruler of the north. The so-called great ruler of the north. However, the castle Korhonen I saw was slightly different from the image in my head. Cough, cough. Small in height with a slight build. A mask made of iron and white robe, gloves on his hands. The intermittent coughing and the unsettling voice of the Margrave himself. He seemed more like a patient suffering from illness than the Margrave who oversaw the north. Sit here. Having a guest after so long, I find myself more excited than expected. Following the Margrave's invitation to take a seat in the chair opposite him, I observed his private room. Stained cloth placed beside the bed. Incense burning throughout the room. And the smell of perfume strong enough to hurt my nose. It was a stopgap measure to mask the stench, just as lepers typically do. Were you contaminated by the rupture? At my question that came without warning, Margrave Castle shrugged with a slight smile. You're more perceptive than I expected. It occasionally occurs in soldiers who've fought monsters. While treatment isn't difficult. In my case, it's already too late. Saying that, the Margrave took off his gloves to show his hands. Blackened dead hands and necrotizing tissue. And pus and discharge flowing from within. That explains why he covers his entire body with masks and cloth. Probably his whole body is in that condition. The Margrave Korhonen who guards the northern Great Wall is slowly dying. On my way here, I occasionally saw automatons. They were all remarkable works, thanks to the efforts of the autonomous region's technicians. But it's your lordship who controls them, isn't it? I looked at the count's right arm that was still glowing brightly. 1,000 automatons guarding the wall. The 7-stroke magic imprint that controls them simultaneously and protects the north was Margrave Korhonen's steel puppeteer. Korhonen's cold is severe, almost unbearable even for human bodies. Especially guarding the high Great Wall would be even more so. An extreme cold where you'd freeze to death just standing still, let alone stopping monsters climbing the wall. Therefore, the Count decided to maximize the use of the Korhonen family's magic imprint as puppeteers, allocating all the power of the 7-stroke magic imprint to maintain the puppet control technique. Thanks to this massive technique imprinted in the mansion, Korhonen could become a massive military force commanding a 1,000-strong puppet army. Magic noble interference and monster invasions. It was an ingenious solution to block both simultaneously and maintain Korhonen. However, because of that, I missed the timing to treat my chronic illness. The center of the collective technique was the chair where the Margrave sat. The moment he leaves his private room, controlling the puppets becomes impossible. Therefore, the Count had endured for decades sitting in this cramped private room. He's insane. An unbelievably reckless method. But the fact that Margrave Korhonen would unhesitatingly do such a crazy thing probably means he loves his citizens that much. A city maintained by the sacrifice of one hero. At its end, I came to visit this city. Don't you have an heir? I did. A child with high magical power, aptitude and intelligence. Past tense. The Margrave spoke with a troubled expression. He's unable to move due to the same illness as mine, and his older brother is moving behind the scenes, which is the problem. The Margrave had 2 sons, and the heir was the second son. But the first son was the problem. The first son who desired magic noble authority and awaited the hero's death. He was arguing that after his death, the northern defense should be entrusted to the Round Table. Handing the north over to magic nobles, what nonsense. However, the Margrave didn't have much time left. His heir who inherited his illness was on the brink of death, and his remaining son was eyeing his position. In such a situation, the Margrave intended to draw me in as a variable to deal with his son who belonged to the magic noble faction. The truth one must know to become the Empire's master, was that just a lie to draw me in. When I asked, having grasped the Count's intention, Castle slowly shook his head. It's not a lie. Despite appearances, I know quite a lot about this Empire's blemishes. Blemishes? Yes. For example, trailing off, Castle raised his hand to point at my right arm. That your wings of crimson is an imprint directly bestowed by His Majesty to Maximilian. Or the fact that Maximilian, the Revolutionary Army Supreme Leader, was Lord André's son. Wait. What did you say? What nonsense is this now? At words I'd never heard or seen in the original game, I doubted my ears for a moment. Information about your power, the reason His Majesty favors you, the past before you were born. The information I can provide is far more than you think. But sadly, I don't have much time left. Saying that, the Count asked me, what do you think? Brigadier General Eugene Lawrence, do you feel inclined to accept this old man's deal? Two eyes behind the mask were staring at me, and here I thought he was just a patient, to think he'd come at me like this. Tightening the loosened strings of tension, I met the Margrave's gaze. Swoosh. Behind the Corhonen mansion, there was a cliff overlooking the North Sea. The sea stretched out to the horizon. A sea that was like hell, teeming with monsters. Irene, dressed in outdoor clothes, sat at the edge of the cliff, gazing endlessly at that sea. Then at some point, as if noticing something, Irene slowly rose from her spot. The quietly surging surface of the sea, the massive glacier existing beyond it, the enormous entrance gaping beneath that glacier, and from that entrance, a voice calling to her. It's coming? Irene, who had murmured quietly, stood up from her place. The reason she came to this northern land, stubbornly insisting despite being told not to. The rupture was calling to her. You're planning an expedition to the North Sea? Yes. When I asked that, Margrave Corhonen slowly nodded and spoke. With 1,000 automatons under my control and the numerous weapons and ammunition stored in the territory, I intend to mobilize all these capabilities to conquer the great rupture located in the deep sea. I could guess why without him having to explain. The head of the family was dying, and the heir was suffering from illness. Meanwhile, with the first son, who had connections to the magic noble faction, watching closely for a chance to take his position, he wanted to try everything he could with all his available resources. Yes. The drilling equipment in the North Sea is already digging a tunnel to where the great rupture is. In about a week, a passage will be created to enter the rupture located in the deep sea. So you plan to deploy the automatons from the territory through that passage. The rupture that had been tormenting the North since the first generation. Margrave Castle wanted to close that rupture before he died. If that's the case, I could guess the content of the deal he proposed to me without him saying it. You want me to participate in that expedition to close the rupture. It was a reasonable judgment. From what I could see, the expedition the Margrave was planning was his final aspiration before death. He would need to gather whatever cards he could use. A mage with the 7-stroke imprint like me would be especially valuable. While thinking this and weighing my options, Margrave Castle shook his head with a faint laugh. I would like to borrow your strength, but, regrettably, that's not possible. Pardon. What was this now? After going on about the expedition, now he's saying I shouldn't participate? The passage to be used for dismantling the rupture is one way. While entering is possible, leaving is not. If I were to use and dispose of a talent His Majesty cherishes so dearly, I wouldn't be able to face him in the afterlife. We're going to meet in the afterlife soon anyway. Watching the Margrave chuckle while saying that, I realized this man was quite insane himself. Where in the world would you find a noble who jokes about the emperor dying of old age? Moreover, those words meant, Your lordship, do you intend to meet your death inside the rupture? Yes. That's how it will be. A calm tone as if discussing today's weather. However, the content of his words was anything but. Your lordship. I called to him quietly. You are the head of House Count Corhonen and possess a 7-stroke imprint. For someone like you to lose your life inside the great rupture, this imprint I possess will also disappear along with the rupture. If the core imprint possessed by the family head disappears inside the rupture, House Count Corhonen would suffer an unspeakable blow. Like Elsidor. No, it could be an even more serious situation. If the Margrave disappears like that and the Corhonen autonomous territory falls under the influence of magic nobles, this is dangerous. The northern region of the empire controlled by Corhonen was a major hub for mining iron ore and rare metals, and its financial power was considerable. Normally, it wouldn't have been strange for magic nobles to have intervened long ago. However, the military power of the Corhonen territory and the isolated environment of the north, these two factors had been blocking the magic nobles' intervention. After all, no fool would station a night order in a frozen wasteland where you could die just from walking. But if the Margrave himself disappears, this precondition crumbles. The military power supporting the north disappears, and the first prince with connections to magic nobles takes control. If that happens, Corhonen in the north would become an enemy of the empire from that moment. This meant having a huge problem in the north while already having to deal with the Republic and Night Order. Even from the Margrave's position, this situation couldn't be pleasant. Nevertheless, he planned the rupture expedition. Because if he died of old age, even his 7-stroke imprint would fall into the hands of his firstborn. Rather than letting that happen, he planned to disappear along with the rupture. In that case, my role there would be, my job is to clean up after your lordship's plan. Hearing my words, the Count slowly nodded. Whether the expedition fails or succeeds, I will die, and Korhonen without its head will fall to my firstborn, becoming part of the magic nobles. So before that happens, the Count, with a dark expression while choosing his words, looked at me and spoke. I will give you all the information and secrets I know. In return, kill Russell Korhonen, the first son of Korhonen. A father requesting the murder of his son. Looking at the Margrave speaking in an emotionless voice, I thought, this was properly messed up indeed. Clank clank. Even after my discussion with Margrave Korhonen ended, my schedule remained incredibly tight. In the armored vehicle heading to the northern prison, after lighting the stove like when I first came, I was mulling over my conversation with Margrave Korhonen. I thought I could just announce the pardons and gather the talents before leaving, but this has gotten bigger than expected. While thinking this, Colonel Sandal, who was driving the armored vehicle, looked at me and spoke. The northern prison is a garbage dump for imprisoning heinous criminals. The Empire supports Korhonen with some Imperial troops and resources in exchange for managing this place. The concrete wall growing closer. As my gaze fell on it, Colonel Sandal continued speaking. The special nature of being an exile location in the north, combined with its notoriety as the Empire's worst prison, has made the northern prison a massive exile location for violent criminals, political prisoners, and anti-establishment activists. However, that image is merely superficial. Bang dash, bang dash. While the armored vehicle stopped at the entrance for inspection, gunshots were periodically ringing out from one side of the prison. Prisoners who enter the prison first go through primary screening. Those deemed irredeemable trash are executed before entering the prison. What remains are political prisoners or anti-establishment activists, or those who entered on false charges. Correct. After briefly agreeing, Sandal continued his explanation. These people undergo secondary screening in coordination with the Imperial Intelligence Department. And until this investigation is complete, they live working alongside Korhonen citizens on labor necessary for running the territory. Forced labor in this freezing land. Whether they're noble-born or knights, one blast of the northern wind strips away all sense of authority. In such conditions, living together with the commoners they used to look down on, supporting and dealing with each other, they form bonds with the territory's residents. Among them, those with decent backgrounds or abilities were sometimes employed by the Korhonen autonomous government for policy proposals, military reorganization, and other administrative duties. Kill all the heinous criminals and dump them at the bottom of the North Sea, then put the talented ones through the washing machine of mines or wall guard duty before utilizing them. After hearing Colonel Sandal's explanation, I drew my conclusion. In other words, this northern prison is a cradle for nurturing the Empire's future talent, prepared jointly by the Emperor and Margrave. You see it perfectly, sir. Sir. That honorific still doesn't feel natural at all. Thinking this, I looked at the scene unfolding beyond the car window. A circular wall made of steel, watchtowers installed throughout, searchlights, barbed wire, and even magical power detection devices. The Empire's northern prison. Taking in that brutal scenery, I slowly moved forward. The northern prison I entered expecting a gloomy jail was a much stranger space than anticipated. While its external image was that of a brutal northern prison, inside lived prisoners who stacked imperial newspapers, all sorts of political books, and philosophy texts, arguing about imperial political issues. Financial officers from magic noble houses, fallen nobles, former Night Order commanders and retired generals, even Revolutionary Army executives. Watching all these people from various backgrounds fighting like dogs gathered in one place, I thought, it's exactly like the National Assembly, *T. Hello. It's noisy as usual today, isn't it? Oh, Major General. Major General, please listen to our discussion too. From an Imperial Army officer's perspective, how would you view this agenda? Please don't. I've told you I'm not interested in politics. I was getting 21st century Korean vibes from these people in this strange game world. You know, it felt exactly like being caught between adults discussing politics during holidays. While thinking this, the prisoners who had been discussing various topics among themselves looked my way. Without need for questions or introductions, people started coming forward one by one. After examining their faces, I made my judgment. It seems you already know why I've come here. Then there's no need to delay. Saying this, I addressed the gathered prisoners. His Majesty intends to implement a large-scale pardon for this northern prison. He wants you to enter the soon-to-be-established Imperial Assembly and represent the voices of citizens. Now then, among you, those who want to change the Empire, those who want to engage in politics for the citizens. What kind of mess is this? While reading the note the Emperor had written, I briefly spoke like that. With a slight smile, I corrected my expression and told them, honestly, I have little interest in your ideologies or ideals. What you'll do after entering the Imperial Assembly is, well, up to you once you receive your position as representatives. You can conduct politics for the citizens, or you can use your position as representatives to embezzle wealth. If they were the type to just do as they're told, they wouldn't have ended up in this northern prison in the first place. There's no point in appealing to such emotions now. Thinking this, I looked at the gathered prisoners and spoke. What I'm proposing to you is a deal. Though we suppressed the Revolutionary Army, public sentiment throughout the Empire was seething, and the Empire's power holders needed something to appease the angry public. That's why the emperor decided to revive the imperial assembly, an old tradition of the empire, and wanted to place these people in those positions. They'd be much better than the puppets recommended by the magic nobles. After finishing this supplementary explanation, I continued speaking to them. You will gather the opinions of imperial citizens and relay them to the imperial family while also directing the people's antipathy toward the magic nobles. In name only you're the people's faction, but in reality, you'll be inciting citizens according to the imperial family's instructions. And in return, you can enter imperial politics as members of the people's faction. These people already harbor grudges against magic nobles in one way or another. Moreover, if they accept this deal, they can become a political group replacing the revolutionary army's void in the empire that's about to be completely transformed. Through legitimate procedures, legally, they can restart their ended political lives. Some might say they'd just be the emperor's puppets. Of course. What fools in the world would share power they worked hard to stabilize? I've given you the options, the choice is yours. Either build a political career as a member of the new people's faction, or remain a prisoner in this prison. After I said this, several people walked toward me. Fallen nobles who opposed magic nobles' exploitation, intellectuals, businessmen, and ideologists. While most revolutionary army members looked at me with hostility and hesitated to participate, some among them wrote their names on the pardon order I handed over. Honestly, I'm reluctant to cooperate with you, who killed Supreme Leader Claude. However, still, there needs to be a channel to represent the citizens. Yes, that's sufficient. As for political career, it's just giving them positions in the assembly, which is merely an advisory body. How this newly born assembly will change depends on their actions. Whether they'll grow into a political group leading the empire from the front, or become a fleeting spark that disappears after briefly flaring up due to the emperor's whim. Brigadier General Eugene Lawrence. May I ask one question? Meanwhile, a professor who had signed his name on the document I handed over pushed up his glasses and spoke. This means ex-convicts will be participating in the imperial assembly. Is that all right? Hearing those words, I smiled slightly. The people gathered here now are people's politicians who will lead the citizens. Thinking about it that way, isn't your imprisonment in the northern prison a medal rather than a flaw? At those words, several prisoners gave bitter smiles. This roughly wraps up the emperor's side of things. What remains is how to handle the deal with the Margrave. While thinking this, at that moment, Eugene, Irene, who had approached my side at some point, tapped my shoulder. What is it? Where have you been until now? It's coming? What is? As I thought this, what caught my eye were Irene's pupils. Eyes glowing amethyst. The red light dwelling within them. Don't tell me this is monster reaction? In this situation? Rumble. At that moment, as the ground shook, emergency bells began ringing throughout the Great Wall. Large-scale activity detected from the North Sea Great Rupture. What? Along with reports of monsters swarming up from the sea, Northern Knights shouted urgently. Though monsters come up every day in this area, there hasn't been a large-scale attack of this magnitude in 30 years. What in the world? Hearing those words, I looked at Irene staring toward the sea and thought, we're fucked. This is very likely because of us. What is that? Along with the siren, soldiers appeared at the barrier. However, upon seeing the monsters rushing in from the coastline, the soldiers' faces turned pale. Growling. Quack-quack. A horrifying sight of bodies crawling on four legs with human faces and limbs tangled chaotically. An enormous number of monsters they had never seen before were charging forward, filling the coastline. How many are there? Battle positions? Everyone to battle positions. Fire at anything you see. Get everything from the ammunition depot. Hurry. As soon as the emergency was declared, the guard patrols and automatons stationed at the barrier began firing their machine guns. Heavy machine guns specialized for monsters, not for human targets. As the large caliber rounds tore the monsters' bodies to pieces, the magical power circuits on the doll's arms emitted light. Boom boom boom. Dozens of automatons fired beams, creating explosions. Though the power was formidable, it was far from enough firepower compared to the number of monsters charging in. The guard captain's face showed dismay as he watched the battlefield situation. But at that moment, thud. An automaton with a different appearance from the others launched itself outside the barrier. A slender face profile and spikes protruding from both arms. And that swift speed as it charged toward the monsters. The soldiers' faces lit up with fighting spirit upon seeing the doll. Among Korhonen's soldiers, there was no one who didn't know that doll's owner. It's young lady Reyna. The young lady is taking the lead. Maintain formation. Focus firepower forward. Clear a path for the young lady. The doll sliced through monsters with nimble movements. When they saw the monsters hesitate after confirming this, hope dawned on the soldiers' faces. Good, now we can see hope. While the monsters' attention is focused, if the artillery guys can finish deploying the fortress guns. But that thought lasted only a moment. Gruyu. The churning sea surface bulged upward, and something emerged from within. Boom. This is insane. A giant monster appeared at the shore. A horse of overwhelming size, like a high-rise building moving whole, trampled the doll that had been struggling with the monsters. Grrrrrrrrr. The giant monster advanced slowly while deflecting the automaton's firepower. To make matters worse, the monsters beneath the giant monster approached the barrier and began climbing the walls one by one. Changing machine gun barrels? We can't hold them back. The automatons are at their limit too. The gun barrels are burning up. Everyone, prepare for close combat. At the guard captain's shout, the knights standing by among the soldiers placed their hands on their waists. The knights of House Korhonen. If monsters breached the barrier, it would be their duty to face them from that point on. We must hold them back even if we die. Understood? Yes dash. Their hands gripped their sword handles tightly. The vibrations climbing up the barrier's steel walls. The monsters' cries getting closer and closer, and their own breathing getting heavier in proportion. Tension, fear, anxiety. Just as these emotions mixed chaotically reached their peak. Whoosh dash. A storm of flames swept across the monsters climbing the barrier. Keek. Quayayayak. The monsters unanimously stopped moving upon feeling the heat. They stood still against the wall, staring at one point. What is it? What just happened? As they wondered this, a voice came from atop the barrier. All automatons in the front line, regroup and rearm. Knights, deploy barriers to prepare for impact. What? At the voice from above, the guard captain hurriedly turned toward its source. A man loading bullets into a pistol engraved with complex imprints. Eugene Lawrence was standing at the edge of the barrier, the magical power swirling around him. The guard captain's gaze fell on Eugene's right arm. The 7 strokes imprint was emitting magical power with a red glow. 6 magic bullets is all I have on hand. Wonder if one spell will use them all up. Eugene clicked his tongue as he watched the monsters climbing the barrier. The situation itself couldn't be better, if anything. Thinking this, Eugene slowly activated his imprint and swish 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 dash. Dozens, hundreds of magic circles began instantly decorating the space behind him. I'm impossible. Don't tell me all those are bombardment spells. The domain was already expanded to maximum range. With no allies present, there was no worry about soldiers getting caught in the bombardment. No obstacles like civilian houses nearby, no farmland to protect, so no worry about destroying city districts. And decisively, everything in front was nothing but monsters. This meant he could concentrate all magical power on blast radius and firepower, without power restrictions, maximum range limits, or need for precision calculations. No. Phew. As he exhaled like taking a deep breath, red smoke flowed from his mouth. Eye of Horus deactivated. Detection spells, targeting correction calculation magic deactivated. Long-range spell protection barrier released. After releasing all the magic he had been using to prepare for every situation, he concentrated that computing power and magical power solely on firepower. No safety measures, no restrictions. Indiscriminate magical bombardment with the sole purpose of burning the enemies before him. Eugene's pistol aimed at the rushing monsters, and hundreds of huge magic circles created to match began glowing increasingly red. Woong dash? At that moment when the red glow of magical power reached its peak, fire all rounds. As he pulled the trigger, all magic circles began indiscriminate bombardment. Boom boom boom. As hundreds of fireballs began pounding the coastline without pause, explosions and flames engulfed the entire shore. A crude method of simultaneous casting of the basic fireball spell at maximum power and rate of fire. When he unleashed all that magical power from the 7-stroke magic imprint with 6 magic bullets loaded, the entire front line began burning for almost 5 minutes. Though the knights were all dumbstruck seeing the coastline melt red, that didn't last long. Kiwua, an enormous shockwave created by the explosion's pressure hit the barrier, and the knights had to use defensive magic to withstand the blast pressure. Wah! What is this? Deploy barriers? Protect the guard patrols? Quickly. So this is what he meant by preparing for impact. Watching the relentless flames and scattered monster parts, the knights had to desperately struggle to maintain their barriers. 10 minutes later, by the time the main force from the territory arrived at the barrier, everything was already over. Cruck, cruck. The completely tattered giant monster twitched, while all the other monsters had been reduced to ashes. The knights who had been staring slack-jawed at this looked up at where Eugene had been standing on the barrier. Hiss. The armor plates glowing red from residual magical power heat. Smoke was rising from Eugene's body at the center. Trudge trudge. Eugene slowly descended the stairs while emitting smoke. The knights and garrison troops who had been silently watching began gathering around Eugene one by one. What are you doing? The corpses won't clean themselves up. At his nonchalant words, they began shouting loud enough to shake the entire barrier. Whoa! The honor of standing on the same front line as the Empire's hero. The fact that they had directly witnessed the magic he used. The wonder of him single-handedly incinerating thousands of monsters. Perhaps it was natural for the soldiers to be excited. Eugene dash? Eugene dash? Eugene dash? No, please don't, everyone. Really, it's fine. Though the barrier was in an uproar, Eugene waved his hands trying to dissuade the soldiers. Such a powerful person being humble on top of it? No, really, stop. Hearing the people's increasingly loud cheers, Eugene thought with a troubled expression. These monster bastards attacked because of us. We'd be dead if I said that. If nothing else, that much was absolutely certain. Thank you very much for helping defend the barrier. Amidst this, there was a girl who bowed her head saying thank you. First young lady of Korhonen, Reina Korhonen. The successor to Korhonen chosen by the Margrave. The automaton that jumped out first to handle the monsters, was controlled by this woman. A girl with snow-white hair and blue eyes. Though the knights gasped saying how could the young lady come out here, she was unmoved. This much greeting is necessary for someone who protected the barrier. Though young Lady Reina spoke with such spirit, Eugene could immediately notice upon seeing her thin legs from not walking for a long time, unfocused eyes, and even the strange magical power flowing through her heart. She was slowly dying right now. So the automaton that went to battle was controlled by you, young lady. Just because all the monsters were eliminated doesn't mean a soldier's work was done. Processing the burned monster remains, and investigation. As I casually asked while confirming kills on the monsters, Reina's automaton looked at my face. Its performance was quite impressive. At those words, laughter came from beyond the automaton. It's not my strength. It's thanks to the engineer's hard work. The automaton's performance may be one thing, but you're the one controlling it, young lady. I think you can take pride in that. Even so, I'm still far from being worthy as Korhonen's successor. Young Lady Reina's automaton. No, the automaton smiled slightly and looked at me. A pair of unfocused lenses. But it was the young lady herself speaking to me from beyond them. Though I received the Korhonen imprint, I can't do multiple control like father. At best, I can only extremely enhance the operational capability of a single automaton like now. Reina said, I lost my sight and the use of my legs early on. I grew up receiving help from the people here since I was young. And father passed down automaton magic to me, opening new horizons for me. If you share senses with an automaton, you can feel what the automaton sees and feels. She could see scenery she originally couldn't see, and walk on ground she couldn't walk on. The northern lands and people of Korhonen gave me everything. So I will protect them, by any means necessary. Her voice as she said this was filled with pride and undisguised affection. However, yes. Honestly, from my position, it wasn't particularly moving. Despite her frail body she came out to face me directly, was first to the battlefield, and is even now talking with me during recovery work? Protecting the North together. What nonsense. At first glance it seemed like noble conduct, leading political affairs despite physical difficulties, but young Lady Reina's true nature was thoroughly political. If she really had no interest in politics and cared for the domain's people, she should be tending to the wounded from battle right now instead of talking with me, rather than engaging in such socializing with an imperial brigadier general. I heard you had a private audience with father, seems you had an important conversation. See? She deliberately approached me. To those words with clear intentions, I briefly pondered how to respond. He didn't specifically say it was confidential. Having finished thinking, I said. He requested the assassination of first son Russell. Kahup. A startled coughing sound came from beyond the automaton. Why you speak very calmly, though it must be quite a serious matter. It may be serious to you, young lady, but not to me. Kill this, assassinate that, whatever. In the end it's just another family's internal strife. The ones suffering emotional turmoil from siblings killing each other are the people of this house, not me. I just need to do what I'm told and take what was offered in return. That's fortunate. She even says it's fortunate. When it's about killing her own brother. Weren't siblings programmed to kill each other? Is that really true? But those thoughts lasted only briefly. Reina's automaton that had been examining the monsters stopped speaking and held up some monster tissue. I felt it while fighting, but this confirms it. What's confirmed? These dead monsters, they're different from the ones that usually attack. I was a bit surprised. How can you tell? The existing monsters that burst out from the rifts are specimens fully adapted to the permafrost. But look at this. Reina answered while holding up one of the monster corpses. There are traces of water frozen to their body surface from rushing out of the sea hastily. This is why their movements were sluggish and advance speed was slow. Oh, the ones that usually attack would never produce specimens like this. Moreover, decisively, these specimens' body structure isn't suited for swimming in the sea. In other words, though these are monsters, they're different beings from the monsters Korhonen usually faces. Reina's expression hardened. If new species of monsters have appeared, this is no ordinary matter. I must quickly inform father. Just as Reina's automaton turned its body after saying that. Ping dash? The detection magic I had deployed caught something. The pile of burned monster corpses. Clear hostility felt from within it. Danger. Get back. Get back, what? In the moment Reina spoke, not understanding the situation. Rip dash? The body of the automaton Reina was controlling was split vertically. Cutting power that instantly bisected the alloy body that could withstand monster fangs and toxins. Beyond the automaton's body split to both sides, a black exoskeleton body appeared. Grrrrrrrr. A sleek physique with an appearance like a knight's armor. A cleanly organized body rather than being twisted about. And even red eyelights looking at me. This is a pure breed monster. While I was thinking, it had already begun to act. The monster that charged at me immediately raising its claws. But I focused my mind and generated magic at its feet. Hellfire. Whoosh dash. Flames that burst from the ground pierced its abdomen. Monster bioarmor is strong against impacts but weak to heat. Unable to withstand the heat, the monster collapsed there. Kruk. Krurok. Kook. Persistent bastard. You're still alive. As with any monster, it showed amazing tenacity. Hiding among its comrades' corpses to wait for a chance to ambush. As I thought this and aimed my pistol for the finishing blow. Man. Human language flowed from the fallen monster's face. Disgusting. Queen's descendant. Filthy hybrid. Shouldn't have. That was all it managed. The monster whose breath was completely cut off slowly ceased moving, and where that monster had been staring until its death. Eugene dash. Running around here and there with feet in the seawater, was Irene. Ha! A bitter laugh escaped. When suspicion became certainty, these monsters truly were targeting Irene. This is not an ordinary situation. My head ached from the continuous situations that kept coming. The monsters that pushed in from the coastline were a new type, different from those appearing in the north, and they were specifically targeting Irene. That fact. Adding to that, the fact that the monster spoke made me feel like I would lose my mind right then and there. However, organizing the situation takes priority over being surprised. Looking at the shattered corpse of the monster with holes in it, I thought. From what I heard about hybrids and such, the reason they're looking for Irene isn't friendly. Kill her, they must have come to kill her. To retrieve what that muzzle babbled about, the Queen's factor. In other words, I now had my own reason to close the rift in the north. If there's any consolation, it's that I'm the only one who heard the monster speak. At least there won't be any need to reveal Irene's identity. While I was thinking that, Sir Dash, a group of knights accompanied by automatons was approaching while calling out to me. It seemed they had rushed over after confirming that Reina's automaton was destroyed. It was our oversight. Who would have thought a pure breed would remain among the corpses? Are you all right? Yes. Thanks to young Lady Reina's doll, I ended this without injury. I need to play politics. Politics. With a smile full of pretense, I said that, and the knights finally seemed relieved as they wiped their chests. After finishing such ceremonial concerns and thanks, I returned to the conference room located inside the barrier. There, knights gathered around the Margrave were discussing countermeasures. The passage the monsters used. We got communication from the drilling equipment. They came from a rift located on the ocean floor. For a rift that showed no reaction for decades to suddenly become active again. We must hurry with the expedition. Your lordship. Margrave Castle muttering with a heavy expression, and the knights shaking their heads at such a castle. Seeing that, I got a rough idea of the situation. The current situation caused by Irene's appearance. The knights advised that the Margrave should stop the ongoing expedition plans, but the Margrave seemed to think differently. This is just the beginning. Before a larger situation occurs, the rift must be closed. Your lordship. I never thought I'd say this with my own mouth. With feelings like swallowing needles, I opened my mouth toward the Margrave sitting in the center of the conference room. I'll go with you as well. Be Brigadier General Eugene. Sir. What's with this sudden? When I said I would directly enter the Great Rupture, the Knights of House Corhonen gasped. I cannot permit that. The one who said that was the Margrave himself. He looked at my face for a moment, then slowly opened his mouth. You are a guest who came to the north. Originally, you shouldn't even be participating in battles like this. I understand what he wants to say. He must mean that while it's already shameful to involve an outsider in battle, they can't involve them in something like an expedition. I haven't finished the task you requested yet, and there's still much information I haven't heard from your lordship. Looking at the Margrave who said that, I reminded him of the deal we had previously made. Just as I was about to start working, how can you leave beyond the rift like this? After acting all high and mighty saying you had a lot to tell me, now you're deciding life and death on your own? Besides, truthfully, there are parts that prick my conscience. This extraordinary situation and invasion from the rift were certainly caused by us. While it would be perfect if we could handle it with the North's help, we can't leave such a debt to future collaborators. Haha, right. I can see how you might think that. As if understanding my intention, a low laugh flowed from behind the Margrave's mask. Very well. Then I won't decline. Just as the Margrave was about to say something more. In this serious situation where monsters have invaded the barrier, are you still talking nonsense about expeditions, father? At the hoarse voice from the conference room entrance, several knights turned that way. A thin face with a fierce expression. A man wearing an elaborately decorated noble uniform rather than the black clothes typically worn by northern knights. Finally here, first son of Corhonen, Russell Corhonen. The assassination target that the Count entrusted to me finally showed himself. You're late, Russell. I was handling or trade business in the northern border region. During that, I heard news that the barrier was invaded and hurried back. Taking off his coat and handing it to an attendant, he strode over and raised his voice while leaning on the conference room table. Father, the North is truly at its limit now. We need the Knight Order's support. Haven't I said no? Russell suggesting they request help from the Knight Order, that is, the Magic Noble faction. However, the Count's stance was firm. Northern matters must be resolved in the North. If we borrow outside help without doing so, who knows what demands they'll make using that as leverage and OES. Then, what about that Imperial Army General? What about me? While father and son were having a lively fight, why suddenly drag me into it? While I was thinking that, Russell pointed his finger at me and raised his voice with veins bulging in his neck. Not only did you bring in the Imperial Army, but even their special magical power unit commander to the north and now involve them in the expedition? Are you saying this isn't the Imperial Army interfering in northern affairs? I apologize, but my helping his lordship with the expedition is purely for personal reasons. I should step in here. Taking a step forward, I clearly drew the line while looking at Russell. Eugene, Lawrence. If the Imperial Army intended to interfere in House Corhonen's autonomous territories' affairs, I wouldn't have come here in the first place. I would have just sent a request to the special magic unit and dispatched about a company's worth of personnel. I might get some nagging from Eric, but we could send at least 5 airships, which would be much more convenient. However, the reason I'm not doing that is because of His Majesty's orders. Bringing the Imperial Army into Northern affairs would violate the contract with Korhonen. That's why I came here alone, without bringing my subordinates. TCH. Unable to find words to refute my mention of the Emperor, Russell clicked his tongue. Aren't you sick of that saint act yet? Russell muttered in a quiet voice, as if not meant to be heard. Hearing that voice, I recalled what Reyna had said. Brother Russell couldn't understand father who sacrificed even his own life to protect the territory while claiming to protect it. I don't want to live like father. Saying that, Russell gave up his position as successor and joined the Magic Noble faction, they said. While staying outside the fold like that, as the Magic Noble side's connections greased various wheels, he became enchanted by their words and tried to hand over Northern land. In exchange for the gold, power, and titles they offered. And the Margrave who noticed this is trying to use my hand, an outsider, to kill Russell who is trying to divide the North. The way this family operates is quite something. Looking back and forth between the confronting father and son, I drooped my shoulders from the fatigue washing over me. Eugene. While thinking that, someone pulled on my clothes from behind. What is it? What's she doing coming into the conference room? I asked that to Irene who pulled on my back, and, While listening to what Irene whispered in my ear, I asked back as if unexpected. Are you serious? Yes. Irene nodding slowly. Looking at my face that seemed surprised, she spoke in a clear voice. I want to go together with Eugene too. Irene trying to do something of her own will. This was the first time since leaving the Elsador mansion. My already complicated mind felt even more jumbled up. The monster's rift existing in the deep sea. What in the world is trying to happen in there? I didn't expect the Imperial Army Commander-in-Chief to visit without notice like this. Formal. And at the same time, words containing thorns. The renowned magician with 6-stroke magic imprint and Kalhiram Empire Magic Corps Commander-in-Chief, Schultz Pendleton. He looked at the middle-aged man tilting his coffee cup with nerves on edge. Kieran Buckenheim. The Emperor's confidant who controlled the entire Imperial Army had visited him without any notice. I apologize for not contacting you in advance. It's because the matter is that important. An important matter. Please look at this. Saying that, Kieran took out a document from the briefcase he was holding and handed it to him. A document titled Kalhiram Army Integration Plan. It was a confidential Imperial Army document with the Imperial Intelligence Department's censorship and the Emperor's seal. To show such a confidential document to me who is practically a potential enemy. What kind of ulterior motive is this? While thinking that briefly, after confirming the contents and plans written in the document, Commander-in-Chief Schultz's face trembled. Lieutenant General Kieran? It's a plan ordered by His Majesty and carried out by me. For the past 2 years, my staff officers and I have been focused solely on this. Saying that, Kieran's gaze turned to the document Commander Schultz was holding. 2 years after the war with the Republic ended. What Kieran did during that time was a major retirement operation of the Imperial Army and royal organizations, under the pretext of reorganizing the command system according to lessons learned after the war. However, Commander Schultz who saw the plan could immediately notice its true intention. Currently, the Imperial Army has different command systems due to their respective factions and various political interests. The Imperial Army, Magic Corps, Intelligence Department, Royal Guard, Imperial Guard Knight Order, Special Magical Power Unit, Knight Order, etc. However, as the originally separate Emperor faction and military faction were bound into one sphere of influence, changes occurred in the divided military organization's command systems. The cooperative relationship built between the Imperial Guard Knight Order and the Imperial Army military. Based on that, Kieran is trying to integrate all military groups existing in the Empire into one massive military organization called the Kalhiram Army. A plan assembled with surprising sophistication. As a soldier, Commander Schultz couldn't help but marvel at the deployment and structure diagrams Kieran had drawn up as he flipped through the document. If the military organization is reorganized like this, the Empire's scattered military power will be consolidated into one mass. It would become an enormous power incomparable to now, and what they're preparing through such grand integration. That is, His Majesty. Commander Schultz who examined the plan opened his mouth with a trembling voice. Does His Majesty the Emperor plan to conquer the Republic? Kieran silently nodded. A preemptive strike against the Republic. While an electrifying thrill ran through his whole body, Commander Schultz discovered something strange in the integration plan he was reading. In the list of military organizations to be integrated, the Knight Order is missing. He checked again just in case, but there was nothing he had missed. An omission? No, that's impossible. There couldn't be an omission in such a persistently and meticulously organized chart. Then this is. They excluded the Knight Order from the Imperial Army to be integrated. There was no place for the Knight Order in the new Kalhiram Army to be launched. And only after confirming that could Commander Schultz understand why Kieran had come to him. With victory in the war against the Republic, the Emperor's support was at its peak. In such a situation, if the Emperor announces the conquest of the Republic and eliminates the Knight Order's place there, the very reason for the Knight Order's existence disappears. It was certain. The large-scale conquest plan against the Republic. The Night Order thoroughly excluded from the reorganization plan. The Emperor and military are trying to completely finish off the magic noble forces from imperial politics through this war. They're trying to brand them as an evil noble's private army without any justification for existence. In such a situation, he came to me and showed me this plan. Due to the emergence of the massive Special Magical Power Unit group and the weakening of the Night Order, the Magic Corps had become an entity caught in between. The Magic Corps was a gathering of noble-born magicians, but intermediaries who didn't possess enough qualifications to enter the Night Order. Meanwhile, for Kiran, the military's supreme commander, to visit him, had a simple meaning. The Night Order and Kal-Hiram army, magic nobles and the Emperor faction. Choose one of the two. Commander Schultz swallowed dry saliva. Kiran. No, the Emperor was now, presenting him with options. While the Emperor faction is on the rise, the Emperor is already elderly. Since the Air Melder was the magic noble's puppet, the Empire will fall into the magic noble's hands the moment the Emperor dies. If they could just get through the current situation, it would be advantageous to take the magic noble's hand. Just as Commander Schultz, who thought that, was flipping through the documents. Wait a moment. Schultz's eyes widened as he looked at the top of the Kal-Hiram army organization chart. The Emperor as Supreme Commander. Below that was Kiran, who was to be appointed as Kal-Hiram Army Grand Marshal, and the military leaders and high-ranking officials appointed as heads of organizations under him. And rising to the same ranks as them was the Special Magical Power Unit. A massive organization gathering all the Empire's magicians, absorbing both the Magic Corps and Imperial Guard Night Order. The name of the one who would command the massive magician corps rivaling the entire Night Order was Eugene Lawrence. Confirming that name, Schultz widened his eyes in disbelief. The Special Magical Power Unit moving under direct orders from the Emperor rather than Kiran's commands. Being the head of that unit meant rising to the same rank as Kiran. The same position as Lieutenant General Kiran? Giving such enormous power to a young soldier not even 20. It was impossible. Such an unprecedented personnel appointment was not something to be done for an ordinary soldier. At least an Imperial Prince. Or someone even higher. No way. Finishing his thoughts, Schultz asked Kiran. Could it be that His Majesty's successor? As expected of Major General Schultz. Your quick understanding makes conversation smooth. Saying that, Kiran spoke to him in a lowered voice. Decide, Commander Schultz, whether to move forward with the new empire, or disappear into the back alleys of history with them. Hearing those words, Schultz silently clenched his fist. If the Emperor's plan was real, despite numerous voices of concern, Margrave Korhonen's Rift expedition plan was proceeding without a hitch. Automatons being transported to the North Sea Glacier region, along with their special equipment. While preparing to enter the Rift, regular soldiers and Count Korhonen's knights were deployed to fill the gaps left by the automatons. The city of Korhonen, now empty except for minimal security forces. Arg. In a mansion at its center, a man was screaming in frustration. Why won't they cooperate, these stubborn fools? Wham! How noisy. As the items on the table shook, Emma's eyes narrowed as she looked in her vanity mirror. It seems persuading the knights isn't going well. Not going well is an understatement. Those stubborn bastards, they won't budge an inch. The one spitting out these words in response to Emma's comment was Russell Korhonen, first son of Korhonen. His repeated attempts to recruit the family knights had been met with only cold stares. We deeply apologize, but our Night Order's loyalty lies with Lord Castle and his heir, young Lady Reyna. While it's true that you are a direct member of the family, Lord Russell, that doesn't mean you have the authority to issue such orders to us. Just like that damned father of mine? There's no talking sense into them. Russell ground his teeth as he shouted. Watching him quietly, Emma could guess the situation in Korhonen. Is it time to prod a bit? Time to do what the Duke ordered? With that thought, Emma began to provoke Russell with her characteristically seductive voice. If the expedition succeeds as planned, his lordship's authority will only grow stronger. The conqueror of the north who subjugated the Rift and young Lady Reyna who inherited his will. I don't see any room for you to squeeze in, Lord Russell. New Epsilon. At her provocative tone, Russell's face crumpled. Even so, Reyna can't walk and she's blind. Plus, that girl is sick. She's nothing more than a walking corpse. But isn't it true that she has the qualities needed to inherit Lord Castle's magic imprint? Hearing Emma's words as she applied her lipstick, Russell fell silent. Is he starting to heat up? After confirming Russell's reaction, Emma continued to goad him. If the young lady inherits the imprint, she could easily slow the progression of her illness with that magical power. Just as Lord Castle did. Margrave Castle was exposed to contamination at a young age and contracted a disease that caused his entire body to rot. Normally, he should have died long ago. But Margrave Castle was still alive, controlling over 1,000 automatons. The reason this was possible, it was thanks to the body regeneration ability built into his 7-stroke imprint, Steel Puppeteer. If the young lady inherits the imprint, I imagine, she could easily last at least 20 years. What? And if during that time she finds a suitable mate and bears an heir, what then? Reyna, the successor personally acknowledged by Castle. And what if such a Reyna had a child? If that happened, your chance to become the conqueror of the north would disappear forever, Emma said with a playful smile. Hearing those words, Russell ground his teeth and jumped to his feet. This moment could be his last chance, after all. Eunuch. Russell called for his trusted subordinate. When a man in a suit entered, he asked with bulging eyes, what about the knights? All gathered, Lord Russell. They await your orders. A voice full of confidence. Hearing this, a smile spread across Russell's face for the first time. Margrave Castle preferred automatons with guaranteed production and technical capability over unstable human resources like Magic Awakening users. As a result, now that the automaton army was complete, the quality and scale of the repeatedly downsized Korhonen Knight Order was far inferior to other magic noble houses. Even as the family's Knight Order, they were just a ragtag group of fewer than 50 people. But I'm different. Magic Awakening users who couldn't find positions due to being pushed aside by automatons as weapons. Russell used capital and imprints provided by magic nobles to draw them into his faction and secretly trained them as knights. After decades of work, the number of knights following him rivaled that of a Knight Order. And now was the time to use the cards he had kept hidden for so long. The expedition begins in 2 days. Due to the rushed preparations, security inside the castle is lax. Emma, sitting on the bed, casually hinted as if reading Russell's thoughts. With all the automatons gone, only regular soldiers and a few knights will remain. If you target that timing, suggesting that the coup could succeed. If so, there was only one remaining problem. Eugene Lawrence. That man is the issue. A 7-stroke imprint mage who came to the north at this crucial time. If he moved, the coup would be suppressed before it could even begin. Russell furrowed his brow, his mind clearly troubled. Watching him, Emma slowly rose from her seat. You don't need to worry about that. Don't worry? About a 7-stroke mage. Yes. We have just the right weakness. Saying this, Emma recalled the information she had gathered about Eugene. There was a girl his age traveling with him, wasn't there? Why yes, there was. When I investigated her, some quite interesting information came up. Her name was Irene. She had been with Eugene since being adopted by Kiran, and even now stayed by his side year-round. For Eugene, who had no other connections, this girl was like his only family. Wait a moment, Emma. Are you? As if guessing Emma's meaning, Russell's brow furrowed. Are you suggesting we take a hostage and threaten the hero of the Empire? My, how crude. Not take hostage, but invite her to this mansion for protection. Chuckling as she said this, Emma continued. We'll specially protect her to ensure no innocent victims are harmed during your coup. Since the Imperial Army can't interfere in internal northern affairs, it would be quite a convenient excuse for Brigadier General Eugene too, don't you think? Eugene's reason for coming to Korhonen was clear. His aim was to draw Korhonen, which kept its distance from magic noble factions, into the Emperor's faction. In that case, Emma thought to use that very situation. Secure the girl Irene and buy time, then use that time to succeed with the coup. Then inherit the position of Margrave Korhonen. If successful, even a 7-stroke mage wouldn't be able to move rashly. From that point on, it would be the realm of politics, not power. He wouldn't be able to use force carelessly. Then, securing the girl. You shouldn't do it personally, Lord Russell. After all, we can't have the future Margrave Korhonen involved in something as unsavory as kidnapping. Saying this, Emma clapped her hands twice with a slight smile. Then shortly after, swoosh, a man in red clothes appeared from behind her. Then 2, 6, 10. As their numbers grew, Russell's eyes widened at the sight. Emma, this is. Don't worry. First-class assassins personally dispatched by the Duke. Looking over their faces with chilling gazes, Emma smiled slowly. This sort of thing is my specialty, after all. Your lordship. This is. Take it. I rarely meet young men I get along with, I should at least offer a drink. In Margrave Castle's office. Though he called me to discuss expedition plans, what the Margrave handed me wasn't an operation plan but a wine glass, saying we should have a drink before tomorrow's expedition since the automaton transport work was all finished. I hadn't enjoyed alcohol in this life or my previous one, so I tried to politely decline the glass, but, come now, take it, Eugene. My arm's already rotting away. Do you want to be responsible if it falls off? Seeing his arm trembling, I had no choice but to accept the glass the Margrave personally offered. What a crafty old man. If you say it like that, doesn't it make me the bad guy? Good. It's been so long since I shared a drink like this. 1 glass, then 2. After emptying what was clearly an absurdly expensive wine, the Margrave examined the clear glass and spoke. Let me ask you something, since I'm tipsy. Please go ahead. Though neither of us is particularly drunk. The Margrave set his glass on the table and asked me, you must have killed countless times, through many battlefields. That's right. Put bullets in enemies' heads, cut throats with daggers, and pierced hearts. Isn't that so? Correct. Stating the obvious at this point. As I thought this, the Margrave's voice grew deeper. Then at those times, what emotions did you feel? No different from any other soldier. Does alcohol make one more contemplative? At the Margrave's question, I recalled events from long ago, one by one. After my first kill in a back alley, I trembled at the lingering sensation and chilling feeling. During the knife head training, I feared seeing my peers die, and raged at Elsidor who killed them. When such people calmly ordered me to kill, and I followed those orders to kill uninvolved people. Honestly, there were countless times I wondered if I really had to live like this. But why do you ask that suddenly? He won't say something crazy like killing is wrong. As I thought this, the Count's expression behind his mask grew serious. The more one repeats combat and war, the more human emotions wear away. Guilt, disgust, fear, anguish. After suffering through that violent whirlpool of emotions, eventually one becomes unable to feel anything at all. And humans who reach that point ultimately go insane. A sight I'd seen countless times on battlefields. A new recruit stabbing an enemy corpse with vacant eyes. A soldier wailing over a family photo found on the corpse of an enemy he shot. An officer who couldn't bear the guilt of civilian casualties from his bombing orders and committed suicide. In this game world where wars never end, countless people were still dying and going mad. To prevent that emotional erosion, I created this puppet army, using machines to eliminate monsters, to eliminate the North's enemies. After saying this, Margrave Castle's gaze turned to me. Then what about you? Those numerous mages under your command. Those superhumans who spread countless deaths and destruction. How do you maintain them as humans rather than monsters? Suddenly turning philosophical, are we? Putting that thought aside, I spoke. It was simple, not even worth thinking twice about. I redirect the guilt they would feel onto myself, their commander. The special magical power unit is the Empire's spear for killing its enemies, and they've killed the Empire's enemies through all sorts of battlefields. The Revolutionary Army, Knights, Republican forces, and numerous other anti-establishment groups. But were all those killings truly justified? Of course not. Not all Revolutionary Army members are ignorant masses corrupted by the Republic. Just as not all magic nobles are virtuous, even if the Republic is our enemy, their individuals are just people like us. But I and the special magical power unit point our guns at them without hesitation. We torture, kidnap, and kill, using any means necessary to achieve our goals. No matter how much we claim it's justified, it's not something a sane person could do. A soldier's profession is killing. The more actual combat they experience, the faster their emotions wear away. And soldiers' emotions are a resource that's hard to replenish and easily depleted. That's why I used every possible method to minimize my subordinates' emotional wear. The Revolutionary Army are terrorists shaking the Empire. Magic nobles are a cancer eating away at the Empire's strength. The Republic is the main enemy eyeing the Empire's territory. After defining the enemy with simple dichotomies, I use superior authority and discipline to declare that the special magic unit is a tool for my advancement, that they are emotionless combat machines, and I am the one using them. Therefore, all the slaughter and violence they commit is no different than if I did it myself. Thus I justify their killing and dilute their morality. I numb the guilt of those who return with gold and honor, and through memorial services and tears, process the deaths of comrades into lubricant of hatred and hostility toward the enemy. That's difficult. Taking on your subordinates' responsibility to maintain their humanity. I believe most commanders already do this. It's nothing special, just a matter of degree. Wrong. Wrong? What is? As I wondered this, Margrave Castle looked carefully at my face and said, taking on the malice and responsibility committed by a group. That's not a commander's job. Then whose? That is the duty of a king. What? King? A king sitting on the burning throne. Just as Freddie said. Pardon. The Margrave used the Emperor's nickname as if speaking of a friend. Come to think of it, Margrave Gloucester spoke that way too. Is there something between the three of them? No, more importantly, what the Margrave Castle just said. I've heard it somewhere before. Bang dash, your lordship. Just as my thoughts were deepening, a knight burst through the office door and called out to Margrave Castle urgently. Lord Russell and a group of knights. They've occupied the first floor of the mansion. Good grief. I thought something felt off, and now they've gone and done it. Perfect timing. I was just wondering how to kill them in a way that would make for good rumors, and they've crawled right into my sights. As I thought this and started to rise. And bad news for you too, Sir Eugene. Who? Me? Wondering what it could be, I waited for his answer. After fidgeting for a while, the knight bowed his head with a grave expression. Suspects believed to be working with Lord Russell. They've kidnapped young Lady Irene who was staying on the first floor. Pardon. What kind of nonsense is this? Kidnapped? Irene? Is this some new form of suicide? Ha. Seeing this truly unprecedented strategy, I let out a dry sigh. I wondered what gave them the nerve to act in this situation where I'm present. So this is how they decided to play it. Thinking this, I loaded magic bullets into the heresy holstered at my side. Let's hurry. Why yes? If we delay, young Lady Irene. As I stepped forward with a troubled expression, the knight nodded hastily and led the way. Right. We really needed to hurry. As that knight just said, if we delay, forget interrogating them, we won't even find their corpses. Swoosh. The scenery visible to the eye was one of two things. The sky, or the sea. However, what Irene saw sitting at the edge of the cliff wasn't just these two things. The massive glacier beyond the sea, and the crack beneath it. Since arriving at the Corhonan territory, sitting here and looking at it had become one of Irene's daily routines. Bizarre intertwined voices dug into Irene's mind. Voices calling for Irene, voices telling her to die, voices urging her to come this way, and voices fearing her to stay away. Different wills and emotions mixed together, endlessly tormenting her mind. If humans could hear these voices, it wouldn't be strange if they had gone mad long ago. However, in Irene's mind at the center of it all, an entirely different scene was unfolding. Herself, unleashing all her power, creating an army of monsters, and the many knights who confronted her. What unfolded in Irene's mind was the battle during the Elsidor incident. I couldn't do it all. Eugene. And the monsters created in the image of Eugene's soldiers. At first, they fought effectively, suppressing the knights, but gradually they were pushed back and eventually defeated. Even the 5 special children she had particularly focused on creating were ultimately defeated. Eugene had clearly said she should kill them all, but she hadn't properly fulfilled those words. This can't happen again. Since that day, she had thought that countless times. After agonizing and pondering, she came to a conclusion. Power greater than now. She needed an even larger army. That's why I came here. Irene spoke toward the invisible crack. I learned a lot from fighting last time. I improved the design structure of the pure breeds and increased their numbers. I have tons of really strong dolls, and Eugene will come with me too. You can't win. So I just need to devour all of you. If I enter the crack. If I devour everything waiting for me inside. She could gather power incomparable to anything until now. She could properly accomplish what Eugene had ordered. What? How dare you all, here of all places. Aic. Lady Irene, please dodge. There are intruders. /. With a sharp cutting sound, the 2 soldiers guarding Irene instantly became corpses. Slowly approaching her was a group of assassins wearing red cloaks. Among them, holding swords dripping with blood, an incongruously seductive voice was heard. Lady Irene. That would be you, correct. Emma. Russell's mistress and collaborator dispatched from the round table. Passing by the corpses of the 2 soldiers, she looked at Irene with a sinister smile. I've come to escort you. My lady, please come with us. A tone clearly intended to be threatening. However, Irene didn't respond to her words, simply continuing to look at the sea silently as before. Frozen with fear? Or just baseless bravado? As Emma pondered this and that, a quiet voice reached her. Eugene told me. He said not to go with anyone except those he mentioned. Don't worry about that. My lady, Lord Eugene will be coming this way soon too. Now, please come this. Eugene doesn't know someone like you. A cold voice. Emma was momentarily surprised by this demeanor, contrary to the foolish attitude she had observed while monitoring Eugene. So she's not just a thoughtless woman after all. She saw Irene's face as she slightly turned to look at her. With no trace of her usual smile, just an expressionless face dripping with coldness. You're not Eugene's friend. If you were a friend, Eugene would have told me about you first. Must not eat them. Swallowing those words, Irene briefly looked around at them. They have imprints but they're worthless. Their magical power isn't even pure. They don't look tasty at all, not even close to Karen whom I ate before, let alone knights. After confirming the individuals surrounding her, Irene completed all her judgments. Trash. Irene turned her gaze away, completely erasing any interest in them. I'm sorry, but the current situation is more serious than you think, my lady. However, that didn't last long. With a slight nod from Emma, 2 assassins approached and held their knives to Irene's throat. The cold sensation of metal against her nape. It couldn't have been a more perfect threat. So while I'm still asking nicely, obediently come with us. If your face gets scarred, how sad would Sir Eugene be? But that didn't last long either. Would you look at that? Emma's expression twisted. Despite having knives held to her throat, Irene maintained her initial expressionless face while staring at the sea, as if showing complete disinterest in her and the assassins, an utterly arrogant attitude. Emma felt a slight irritation rising. This lowborn wench without even a proper lineage, acting so proud just because she has the war hero Eugene's backing. If that's how you want to play it, we don't need to be so courteous either. Snap. Emma strode forward and roughly grabbed Irene's face. Ha. Irene's cold face showed no sign of even noticing the killing intent Emma was radiating. Seeing that face so blatantly ignoring her, Emma's patience was rapidly wearing thin. Russell's orders were to avoid rough handling, but there's no helping it if we want to handle this smoothly. Just a light slap or 2. Thud. At that moment, the sound of something falling to the ground was heard. What fell? Is she trying to contact that Eugene bastard? Thinking this, Emma looked down to check the ground and... What had fallen to the ground was her own hand that had been holding Irene's face. What? Lady Emma's arm. When did she? Emma screamed while clutching her completely severed arm. The assassins hastily drew their guns, but those with even slight magical power could sense something bizarre. What is this? Until just now there wasn't even a trace of presence. A murky, dark energy different from ordinary mages. Several assassins' eyes widened instantly upon sensing it. Could it be? Those who had been dispatched to contaminated zones could recognize it. This magical power wavelength was that of monsters. No, it was the special wavelength emitted by the crack. And upon realizing this, they were gripped by an even more incomprehensible feeling. Why was this magical power wavelength associated with monsters emanating from that girl? While the assassins were in confusion, Irene's expressionless gaze settled on one spot. Her white blouse. The blood that had splattered on the hem of that clothing had created a red stain. This clothes, Eugene bought it for me in the capital. Only after seeing that did Irene's gaze turn toward Emma and the assassins. This is. Amethyst eyes gleaming beneath dark shadows. The assassins felt chills run down their spines upon meeting that gaze. Such murderous intent that even assassins trained for decades were terrified. Even Emma, trembling in pain, froze at that chilling voice. Because of you people, it got dirty. A brief statement. As those words ended, black tentacles shot out from beneath Irene's feet. Tentacles rushing toward the assassins with growling teeth and bulging eyes. Their faces instantly turned pale when they saw it. By the time they realized something had gone wrong, it was already too late. I know most of our combat forces were dispatched to the glacier, but wasn't this breached too quickly? Nothing to say about that. Who could have known they'd attack in such numbers? 30 minutes. That was the time it took from receiving reports of knights infiltrating the first floor until Russell and his knights broke into this office. We've subdued all the knights from the main house. All that remains are Reyna, who's stationed in the annex, and you, knights surrounding Margrave in a semicircle. Among them, Russell spoke while drawing up his magical power to the fullest. Lord Russell, a report from the annex, sir. They say the automatons are delaying their entry. What are they doing at this crucial moment? Send reinforcements immediately. These idiots are whispering in front of a 7-stroke imprint mage. I can hear everything, you fools. While thinking this, I observed Russell's figure as he aimed at the Margrave. The magical power crystals formed around his body, and the magical power sword made from those crystals. Without needing to look further, it was Duke Buckingham's crystal magic. A Corhonen direct descendant using another family's magic. Just how much must this person have hated his own family? While I was thinking this, Margrave Castle called out to his son in a grave voice. Russell, why are you doing this? To become the master of Corhonen. So you're saying you'll protect this land in my stead? That's not my job, but the Knight Orders. With a cold sneer, Russell continued speaking. The Knight Order will take charge of the Corhonen territory and wall defense. The automatons you developed will be used for mining labor and drilling operations. Corhonen will become far wealthier than during your reign. You're saying you'll sell our autonomy for momentary profit? Even though that means handing over Corhonen's sovereignty, the North's governance to them. I wouldn't have inherited it anyway. The successor was Reyna, not me. Rather than protecting a freedom that was never mine to begin with, selling everything to the Knight Order is a much better deal. Though he was speaking without hesitation, Russell's face didn't look entirely pleased. Do you think the Knight Order can properly protect the North? That's none of my business. I just need to reign as Corhonen's next lord. Unlike you, who's trapped here half-dead claiming to protect the territory's people. What a pathetic fellow. With that sigh, Margrave spoke while looking at Russell. This is why I didn't choose you as my successor. Everything that made you who you are came from Corhonen's land and its people. Do you think what you gain from selling them off will protect you forever? Do you think becoming a willing slave to magic nobles will satisfy that petty vanity of yours? Shaking his head, Margrave continued. You will be discarded. And the North you seize will transform into hell. If you didn't want that, you should have quietly passed the title to me dash. Not to that lowborn adopted daughter without a drop of our blood dash. Cutting off Margrave's words, Russell's voice burst out. Russell shouted as if throwing a tantrum. However, that only lasted a moment before he turned his head with an indescribable expression. Out of respect for the former Margrave's honor, I won't kill you. Hand over your imprint. I'll arrange a suitable place for you to recover. It seemed merciful at first glance, but in reality it wasn't. The 7-stroke imprint steel puppeteer was what suppressed the Count's illness. Demanding its surrender was no different from telling him to die. And you, Eugene Lawrence. Having said his piece, Russell now approached me. The die is already cast, and I am the ruler of the North. From now on, I'm the one you need to negotiate with. Not that dying corpse over there. What if I refuse to acknowledge that? Could you really do that? As if he had anticipated my resistance, Russell lowered his voice while looking at me. We've captured that woman Irene who's always with you. How can he be so triumphant while jumping into the fire pit himself? While I was thinking this, Russell brought his face close and growled. Don't think this is just bravado. We're serious. If you make any rash moves, I'll immediately order that woman's death. That's where you're wrong. I looked at these pitiful ignorant fools with a deep sigh. Oh, you poor idiots. What? Kidnap Irene? Kill her if I make any sudden moves? Go ahead and try if you can. How do you plan to kill someone who walks away laughing after taking a direct hit from an armored train's cannon? Looking at Russell who frowned, seemingly not grasping the situation, I spoke slowly. Your planned coup. It was doomed from the start. And the next moment. What was that sound just now? No, more importantly, that voice is. A scream was heard from outside the mansion. A woman's scream so high it seemed to tear apart. No, it would be more accurate to call it a death cry. Russell's voice went pale, apparently recognizing the owner of that voice. Emma? Why would she be screaming? My lord. This is urgent. While activating my magic circuit, I turned my gaze to look at Margrave. I'm going to kill your son now, is that really okay? A question too cruel to ask a father. Unable to voice it out loud, I just looked at him silently, and the masked count's face moved up and down. Kill him, Eugene. As you command. The moment Margrave's approval fell, I transmitted magical power from my magic circuit to my imprint. Kook. My body. The space instantly churned with my magical power filling the audience. The knights' faces all turned pale at feeling that pressure. By confirmation of Margrave Corhonen. The Imperial Army hereby considers Corhonen first son Russell Corhonen as a rebel force threatening the legitimate governance of magic nobles from this moment forward. Congratulations, young Master Russell. You're a rebel from today. Muttering that internally, I pressed Heresy's muzzle against Russell's head. And according to His Imperial Majesty's orders, there is only one sentence for rebels. Immediate execution. From this moment, I will carry out the Imperial command. Like overlaying an old photograph, an unfamiliar scene filled my vision. Father, Russell, covered in blood, collapsed on the floor, and Margrave Castle, sitting there dumbfounded while holding his son. His white robe completely stained with his son's blood, he just sat there with a blank expression. This is a vision faded like a black and white film. The déjà vu from this vision-like scene lasted only a moment before I could recognize what this scene was. This seems similar to what happened with Phelan. It was from a few years ago, during my junior officer days. A support request sent by Baron Ziklant. The deal made there with the Revolutionary Army. A non-violent protest, the Baron murdered by the Revolutionary Army's hands. And when everything was over, the original scenario I saw in my dreams. I just didn't want to live like you. Russell, crying tears of blood, reached for Margrave's mask with trembling hands. 4 streams of blood running down the metal mask. After touching Margrave's mask, Russell met his death in his father's arms. This is the scenario that would have played out in the original game if I hadn't intervened. As soon as I made this judgment, the vision before my eyes immediately showed the next scene. Margrave Castle, who killed his son with his own hands. Automatons returning from the northern glacier, massacring the knights occupying the mansion. The Korhonen territory engulfed in civil war, and the Great Wall burning. It was more than enough to infer the situation here. Even without my intervention, Russell's rebellion would have failed. Margrave Castle had been watching Russell's movements and would have made appropriate preparations. The 1,000 automatons stationed in the north would return to Korhonen territory and suppress the knights Russell had brought. However, the civil war that broke out in Korhonen territory wouldn't be suppressed quickly. The Knight Order conducting delaying operations from the mansion. The automatons using any means necessary to break through the mansion. The longer the civil war dragged on, the casualties would increase exponentially, and as more civilians bled, House Count Korhonen's authority would plummet. A Nigerian Naira. After such a difficult suppression of the coup, would Korhonen have any strength left to conquer the rift? Of course not. Is this the result of dedicating my entire being to protecting the North? Are you saying this ending, where I killed my son with my own hands, is the result of my choices? The vision now showed Castle sitting there devastated. The northern ruler, broken and fallen. Korhonen was weakened after the civil war, and the Great Wall, collapsed from the war's aftermath, couldn't function properly. So the weakened Korhonen would end up submitting to the Revolutionary Army. The North's mention in Revolution Empire was at most 2 lines of text. A message about Korhonen's letter of surrender arriving at the Revolutionary Army camp surrounding the imperial capital. The executives cheering about their growing forces. That was all. But beyond the Great Wall lies the rift. As if sensing my thoughts, the vision quickly showed the next scene. The place Korhonen had wanted to conquer by gathering all their power. The North's greatest threat, capable of endangering the entire continent. Margrave Castle's goal was to eliminate the rift. And when his son Russell started the civil war, that opportunity was lost forever. The automaton army was consumed fighting the knights, revolution broke out in the imperial center, and House Count Korhonen's authority had hit rock bottom. Thus, Korhonen would transfer control of the north to the revolutionary government. The revolutionary army, who didn't even know about the rift beyond the Great Wall. Could they, who had never even set foot on northern soil, stop the coming monster offensive? Of course not. The countless tragedies in the northern lands. The innocent blood spilled between twisted emotions and conflicting interests. All of these overlapped and intertwined to create this scene now before my eyes. Arg. The monsters are crossing the wall. Where are the soldiers? The Revolutionary Army? They said they would protect us. Run, hurry and run. Where are we supposed to run to? We're surrounded by monsters. A burning city. Monsters endlessly devouring people. The collapsed mansion. House Count Korhonen's banner, torn to shreds on the ground. Step. Amidst the scene of pandemonium, an old and sickly hand picked up that tattered banner. An elderly man in a worn robe and mask. No, he was just a corpse with only breath remaining, watching the destruction. Just as Franz predicted, the wave of monsters filling the sky was heading in one direction. Monsters that emerged from the northern rift. After devouring all life in the north, they would march toward the imperial mainland to fill their hungry bellies. The great rupture that appeared in the Republican capital, along with the monster army that emerged when that rift opened. Though I fought all those years to change this predetermined future. Facing the dark sky where everything had ended, Margrave Castle pointed a pistol at his chin and it was all futile struggling. Bang dash. With the gunshot, he ended his painful life by his own hand. This was the true ending of Revolution Empire. The story after the death of the revolutionary hero, protagonist Eugene Lawrence. The continent's destruction. Bang dash. In the backyard of the Korhonen mansion. With a single gunshot, Russell's body, bound by magical power chains, crumpled. The execution was carried out by a member of Imperial Army, Colonel Sandal. It was a lawful execution conducted in the presence of House Korhonen's knights. Execution complete. According to imperial law, the body of the executed prisoner will be handed over to the family. Philip, commander of the Korhonen Knight Order. Confirmed receipt. An emotionless, dry salute. The knight placed his hand on his chest, accepting it. With both sides observing proper courtesy in their own way, Russell's coup was completely suppressed. The knights who followed him would be imprisoned in the northern prison, undergo some education, and then be released. Is it all over? Around the time the knights were collecting Russell's body, the Margrave slowly appeared. 2 automatons standing in formation as if guarding him. When I turned my gaze toward the mansion, Reyna was slowly bowing her head at me. What are you thanking me for? Thinking that inwardly, I looked at Count Castle. He seemed lost in regret as he watched his son's body being loaded into the transport vehicle. His appearance overlapped with the vision that appeared when Russell died. He can't break like in the original. I spoke to Castle as he watched the departing transport vehicle. From the moment he started the coup, and from the point he became a magic noble's pawn, I had to kill Russell. Even if it wasn't your request. As I added that, Count Castle's gaze turned to me. My goal and His Majesty the Emperor's is to drive out magic noble influence from the Empire. Even if it's your lordship's son, there can be no exceptions. What are you trying to say? I'm saying that killing your son was my decision, not yours. At those words, the gazes of the knights guarding Count Castle grew sharp. Castle's silent gaze on me. What that face behind the mask was thinking. Well, honestly, it wasn't my business. I was the one who destroyed his magic, broke his imprint, bound him with magical power chains like a dog, and killed him. So drop this pointless self-blame about your decision causing your son's death. You and I still have work to do in the north. Sir Dash. Words too harsh to say to a father who just lost his son. Several knights whose patience had run out shouted at me. No matter what, you've gone too far. His lordship. No, it's fine. Castle stopped the knights and spoke while looking at me. Yes. So this is how you handle people. What do you mean? I saw the count's face behind the mask. Though his face was haggard, there was a faint smile as he looked at me. Self-blame, resentment, regret. You're trying to overlay these emotions I'm feeling now with hatred toward you, so that I won't give up on this expedition, to ensure I don't abandon protecting the north. Ah damn, he caught on. I guess someone of Margrave's caliber sees through it quickly. The king of the burning throne. A flame that changes the future, is it? Just as I was thinking that. After muttering those incomprehensible words, Castle slowly walked toward me and, thud. He lowered himself, kneeling on one knee and bowing his head. Why your lordship? Please stand up, your lordship? What is this suddenly? I, Margrave Corhonen, Castle Corhonen, hereby declare. While the knights were gasping in shock, Margrave Castle, speaking in a solemn voice, faced me. From this moment forward, House Count Corhonen and the people of the north recognize Eugene Lawrence as the empire's rightful successor. W. Watt. Following the sudden action, a shocking declaration. As soon as the count finished speaking, those present looked back and forth between me and the count with wide eyes. However, among everyone here, the most surprised was probably none other than me. No, really. What's suddenly going on here? Your lordship. Just as I was about to open my mouth thinking this, a messenger from the glacier region arrived with a report. Transport operations and maintenance complete. Automatons 1 through 1172. All units ready for deployment. I see. Hearing those words, the Margrave slowly rose and looked at me. Russell's coup has been suppressed. My puppet army is in its best, optimal condition, and all of the North's power is gathered before the rift. And finally, Margrave Castle slowly raised his hand, pointing at me with his gloved hand. You are with us. You, who possess the Imperial imprint. The master of wings of crimson. Hearing those words, I looked at the sea behind the Margrave. The endless horizon. The glacier beyond it. There lay the rift. Therefore Eugene, successor to the Empire recognized by Emperor Franz. As I stood there unable to find words, Margrave Castle slowly straightened his posture and gave an order, paid his respects as a knight would to his master. And the moment the Margrave showed his respect, the soldiers and knights lined up behind him all took the same posture. The soldiers and knights who had fought alongside me to stop the monster invasion. Looking at their faces, I was finally able to calm my confused mind. Sigh. With the Margrave and now these people pushing me, I couldn't exactly tell them not to. It's a bit uncomfortable getting this treatment already. Just as I was thinking that. Our goal is singular. To completely eradicate the northern rift that threatens the Empire. I straightened my posture as I would before troops, then opened my mouth while looking at them. Therefore, by the authority you have recognized, I order all northern troops. Like lighting a dry wick, I gathered their gazes through a moment of silence and all forces, advance. As my words ended, thunderous cheers covered the northern coast. I now had to depart to burn the seeds of predetermined destruction. Into the rift. Into the heart of the monsters. Beyond the gate to another world, different from this one the contact has been lost. At the Buckingham mansion. Upon receiving the report from the messenger who was trembling like an aspen tree, Duke Buckingham's eyes narrowed. Just now, we lost contact with the agent we had infiltrated. There was a report about kidnapping Brigadier General Eugene's lover, but that failed. How foolish. The news that his planted spy had been cut off meant that the coup they had been planning had also failed. Nothing seems to be going right. He thought it was the perfect timing, but did it fail? If so, the main reason was Eugene Lawrence. In other words, it's because of the Emperor's arrangements. With a short sigh, the Duke closed the book he was reading with a sound. With this, the plan to draw the North into the Round Table had to be scrapped. Rather, Corhonen was more likely to cooperate closely with the Emperor. Gloucester entrenched in the east and Corhonen in the north. The two Margraves guarding the Empire's frontiers are supporting the Emperor. What an unpleasant scenario this brings to mind. Muttering thus, the Duke spoke to his servant. Contact Duke Nachtval. Why yes, yes. If this situation is left unchecked, the standing of magic nobles in the Empire's power structure will gradually diminish. It means the Emperor at the center and the Margraves at the frontiers will surround us. If that happens, the Empire will return to that day, when Emperor Franz wasn't a toothless tiger like now, but was called the Iron-Blooded Monarch. That must not happen. The magic nobles are heroes who saved the Empire, and furthermore, the continent. It was none other than us who saved the world. The rulers of this empire must also be of our heroic bloodline. We cannot let the Emperor take power from us now. To prevent that, we must unite. That's why we revived the Round Table as a noble alliance. Though it's irritating how Nachtval, the second seat, keeps complaining about everything, they also understand the necessity of the Round Table. They should know this isn't the time for factional fights among magic nobles. While the Duke was in the middle of his monologue, when the messenger who should have rushed to contact Nachtval didn't move, the Duke let out a rough sigh and opened his mouth. What are you doing? Why aren't you going? But at that moment, the Duke noticed something was wrong with the state of the prostrate messenger. His body twisting this way and that. An assassin. Seeing this, the Duke immediately drew up his magical power. The magical power crystal shot without delay. After piercing the heart to cut off his breath, the dead messenger's corpse began to stagger up. I'm relieved to see your responses are still quick. Not the messenger's voice, but someone else's. Hearing the high-pitched female voice, the Duke's eyes narrowed. I was wondering if your judgment might have dulled due to your advanced age. Nonsense. Snapping thus, the Duke thought while listening to the voice flowing from the dead messenger's body. Possession magic. Moreover, judging from the flow of magical power, the mage controlling it is outside Buckingham territory. An imprint with enough precision to move a corpse from such a distance. There's only one. The Jester of the Thorn Forest. One of the 5 imprints that informant M. Maximilian stole from the Imperial Archives. And now, it was also a 7-stroke imprint possessed by a Republican mage. The Duke could immediately recognize who this person was. I didn't expect Agent Number 2, who's the talk of the town, to come looking for me. I'm honored you recognize me, Your Grace. So what is it? Have you come to take my head before breaking the armistice? Of course not. The messenger let out a chuckling sound and gave an exaggerated bow. If that was my intention, I wouldn't have used such a weak vessel. Please take this rather as a sign that I have no intention to harm. But the moment those words were spoken, screech dash, with a sharp cutting sound, the messenger's head fell off. In the Duke's hand was the crystal sword, a secret art of the Buckingham family. Crunch, crunch. The messenger's severed head. What was writhing at the cut surface was a centipede. In that short time, it had eaten the brain and was controlling the corpse. You dare to prattle on while preparing to aim for my head at any moment. Oh, I didn't expect you to notice so quickly. The messenger, no, the head twisted its face grotesquely as it said this. However, Your Grace, it's also true that the Round Table is in a tight spot. In a tight spot? Yes. According to the information I've obtained. The head trailed off, showing a slight smile before continuing. The Magic Corps is planning to betray the Round Table soon. What did you say? Looking at the Duke who frowned deeply, the head smiled slightly and opened its mouth. How about engaging in a joint venture, Your Grace? Like the deal Your Grace made with us decades ago. The Republican agent brought up a shameful incident that had been long forgotten. No, one that had been trying to be forgotten for a long time. Though the Duke ground his teeth, he soon looked at the messenger's head with a sigh. Speak. Though his anger was rising, deals with these people had never disappointed him. Sniff dash. Oh my, look at that runny nose. I took out a handkerchief from my chest and pressed it to Irene's face while saying, here, blow. Huff ha huff. Sneaf dash. Oh, how good our Irene is. Looking at Irene giggling with a red nose tip, the sea of blood I saw when I first brought this kid seemed like an illusion. Please, spare me. He. What sat among the pile of corpses were some knights driven mad with fear and a woman named Emma who had completely lost her mind. Though Colonel Sandal was planning to take custody and interrogate them, honestly, I didn't expect much meaningful information to come out. What could come out of torturing someone who had already lost their mind? Good. More this way? That's it dash. While I was thinking that, preparations for departure toward the rupture were entering their final stages. The drilling equipment set up in the middle of the glacier. At the end of the massive cylindrical equipment was installed a mechanical device that could push 20 automatons into the rupture simultaneously. Checking the range of motion, Your Lordship. Move your leg this way. Yes. Good. Looking toward where the voice came from, Margrave Castle was preparing to enter the rupture interior, surrounded by technicians. It's heavy. Even with auxiliary power, it's this much. Our power system technology is far behind the Republic's. Please extend your arm this way as well. Armor. No, Margrave Castle wearing something similar in appearance to the Republic's armored infantry that we faced in the war. He was being equipped with a pressure suit based on the Republic's armored infantry enhancement suit to command the puppet corps. I guess they want to prepare as much as possible since you never know what might pop out in the Great Rupture. Though knights from the autonomous territory have cleared the monsters at the drop point, according to the advance team's report, monster incursions have become less frequent at some point. Do you understand what this means? At first glance, it seems safe to enter. However, the Margrave, who had fought monster hordes for a long time, spoke as if he sensed something. It means the enemy knows we're coming. Not attacking the advance team deliberately is to lure us in. They're saying come if you dare. The rupture subjugation in the game was like that too. The rupture interior is virtually a monster stronghold. Probably the moment we enter the rupture, monsters lying in wait will charge in. There's practically no information about the terrain, and we can't even guess the scale of the enemy forces. It's a hellish space that no commander with common sense would ever step into. But I looked at the Margrave and said, if we don't do it now, we'll never be able to do it, right? The Margrave nodded heavily. Though Reyna's qualities are certainly remarkable, that child isn't as proficient at multi-control as I am. A puppeteer who can control over 1,000 puppets simultaneously. Coincidentally, I'm the only one throughout Corhonen's history. The reason Corhonen completely cut off external connections and just accumulated power. The reason they created a puppet core by mobilizing industrial technology at its peak and his 7-stroke magic imprint. All of it was for this moment. To deal with this rupture that had been threatening the north. I will protect the north. Looking at the massive drilling equipment, the Margrave said, this is a mission shouldered by my generation, no one else's. We cannot leave that terrible monster breeding ground to the next generation. The technicians bowed their heads as if with determination. And the knights, while receiving their gazes, the technicians checking the Count's enhancement suit gave a thumbs up. Entry preparations complete. Now it's really time to depart. The moment his lordship arrives, we'll immediately send in the puppet core. But until then, I must protect his lordship. I understand well. Hearing my words, the technician immediately activated the mechanical device and lowered the elevator. It's likely to be a one-way trip, yet you're quite brave to enter this death trap with me. Well, rather, think about it the other way around. The other way. In the elevator descending into the rupture. To the Margrave's question, I said, after putting on such airs, how could you think about dying first on your own? What do you? The moment the Margrave wondered at those words. Q quick, catch her. Lady Irene is jumping in without protection. Along with the knight's screams, something jumped into the drilling equipment. Eugene dash. Seriously, I told her to jump quietly. Thinking that, I immediately adjusted my posture to catch Irene's body. Thump dash. As I caught Irene's body falling into the elevator, the Margrave's eyes widened at the sight. What is this? That girl. But that was only for a moment. The Margrave's eyes wavered in confusion as he faced Irene. That girl. The alien yet simultaneously familiar energy felt from Irene as we got closer to the rupture. Monocore. The moment he noticed its presence, the Margrave's gaze hurriedly turned toward me. Now that we've come this far, I should reveal my hidden card too. Irene, who buried her face in my chest while wrapping her arms around my neck for whatever reason she found so pleasing. After glancing slightly at her, I said to the Margrave, with this kid here, we should be able to make it back alive. Boom dash. The elevator guided us to the entrance of the fissure. What greeted us after entering the fissure was an endless fall. The shock absorption is quite lacking. Still far from catching up to those Republic bastards. Are you saying that when you're the one who developed that impossible thing called an automaton? Why judge technical perfection by nationality? Rejecting enemy technology just because it's theirs will get us nowhere. Speaking thus, Margrave Castle checked the counter equipped on the arm of his protective suit. The counter's broken. The contamination level is at its peak. The inside of the fissure was completely monster territory. The air filling this place was no different from toxic substances full of all kinds of pollution. For an ordinary person, just taking one breath would be enough to cause instant death. Are you all right? I'm fine. Saying that, I slowly activated my magic circuit. Swoosh dash. The magical power that instantly circulated through my entire body immediately erased the monster's contamination trying to penetrate my body. This was the biggest reason why mages could become experts at killing monsters. Through magical power, they could purify their bodies and freely move in and out of contaminated areas. Thanks to that, though, the amount of magical power I can use is somewhat limited. While thinking that and staying alert to my surroundings. So refreshing. At the cheerful voice of a girl shouting, "Castle," and I could only stare blankly in one direction. Eugene. Irene was waving at me. Unlike us, who were wearing protective suits and circulating magical power to block the contamination, she was actually running around breathlessly all over the place. Watching the girl running around the contaminated area like it was her own home without using even a speck of magical power. Seeing this anomalous sight, the Margrave recalled their conversation while descending in the elevator. A being with a monster's monocore settled in a human body, where monster physiology and human body have fused together. You're saying such a being was acting normally among people? With the magical power of the monocore completely concealed. He wasn't speaking from ignorance. It was more like an exclamation of disbelief. Even he, who possessed the 7-stroke imprint, had barely noticed when she was right in front of him. Irene, was it? That child is. However, just as Margrave Castle was about to say something after seeing Irene, "Your lordship, over there." I raised my hand, pointing to a spot in the subspace within the fissure. Grrrrrrrrr. Countless monsters approaching, tearing through the ground stained purple-black. Unlike the group that had invaded the Great Wall, these specimens had fins and scales all over their bodies. Finally meeting some familiar faces. Lowering his voice and gritting his teeth, Margrave Castle gestured toward me. As discussed before, it would take some time for the automaton army to arrive. Until they were all deployed, it was up to me to hold off this monster army. However, using up all my magical power here would be troublesome. If I activated domain and poured all my firepower, I could erase those monsters in an instant. But if that happened, I wouldn't be able to use magic for at least a day. Moreover, if I used large-scale magic recklessly in such a contaminated area, there was a risk of falling into a magical power exhaustion state. Having magical power depleted in a gas chamber that takes your life the moment you breathe in would be an enormous risk. Therefore, I decided not to use magical power in this battle. And at the same time, there's something I need to test. Thinking that, I opened my mouth without delay. Irene, the girl who had somehow approached and was looking at me. After briefly gazing into her sparkling eyes, I asked Irene, "Are you ready?" "Yes. She's so good." With an energetic response, Irene stepped forward and took a slow deep breath. Like a child relieving tension before a recital. After composing herself like that, Irene drew magical power from her mana core and, huong! The next moment, a huge black sphere had formed above her face. That is, even now, automatons were continuously falling into the fissure. The Margrave, who was connecting magic imprints with them, trailed off while looking at Irene's sphere. She opened another fissure inside the fissure. You shouldn't be surprised already. I assessed the current situation. The only ones in this isolated space of the fissure are myself, Irene, and Margrave Castle. With only one witness, some persuasion should make it possible to keep this quiet. Having finished my calculations, I made my decision. No need to hold back, Irene. This was a stage where Irene could be utilized 100%. Fight them as much as you want, as much as you can. I said that to Irene, who was now facing the monsters alone. Okay. With a flushed face, Irene shouted and gave me a bright smile. Her eyes, which had been glowing amethyst, were now completely black. Whoosh dash. After taking in a deep breath of the contaminated air inside the fissure, Irene stepped forward. The black sphere floating above her head. As it grew larger and fluctuated, the shadows spread around her body became increasingly dense. Splash dash, splash dash, a vast swamp made of shadows. The essence of life made from grotesque biological tissue that wasn't human. Irene, walking leisurely through that bizarre liquid, reached a certain point and slowly extended her hand. The numerous aberrations lurking within. A queen's single word descending upon them. Come out. Swoosh. Following her gesture, something emerged through the black shadows. A smooth body covered in black exoskeleton. One arm transformed into a sharp blade. And engraved there. Magic imprint. Margrave Castle's eyes widened as he recognized the familiar pattern. Isn't that the magic imprint of the Buckenheim and Nachtval houses? Why are imprints that should belong to knights embedded in the bodies of monsters? While he was thinking this, the monster army Irene had summoned began forming ranks and battle lines. Click, click. The first row lowered their stance, leading with arms transformed into swords. And the second row extended one hand, taking firing positions. Seeing the familiar formation, Eugene's voice emerged. Don't tell me that's. And at that moment, huong! As the magic imprints engraved on the monster's arms began operating, the formulas inscribed in the imprints started activating one by one. Crackle dash. Buckingham's magical power crystals enveloping the monsters in the first row, huong, and spheres of Nachtval's light appearing in the hands of the monsters in the second row. Seeing this, Eugene was certain. Her rampage from 2 years ago, the hundreds of magic imprints, possessed by the knights she had personally killed then. Irene had collected all of them without missing a single one and utilized them to create her own army. This was the result. She had now created her very own knight order. And the magic imprints Irene took, weren't just from ordinary knights. Just as Eugene was thinking this, Irene, looking at the monsters she had created, called their names with obvious delight. Jarek, Ione, Cedric, Hector, Camry, Riley. The monsters bowed their heads as if honored to be called by name. Soon Eugene could understand that what Irene was saying were the names of the knights she had devoured at that time. And then, 2 names flowed from Irene's lips. Carlos, Z-Plant. At Irene's call, 2 monsters appeared on either side of her. Keek. Growling. One wielded a huge hammer made of monster bio-armor. And the other was a specimen controlling 6 spheres at once while taking a combat stance. Plus the 5-stroke imprints shining on their arms. These were pure-breed monsters that Irene had crafted with particular care compared to the others. Quark. Grrrrrrrr. Kruk. There seemed to be some commotion from the monster side when they faced these non-human kindred. But that was only momentary. Upon seeing the signal from the monster in the center, the monsters bearing azure teeth began charging all at once. Thud 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 thud. The vibrations shook the ground as thousands of monsters rushed in. An avant-garde sight that would make anyone's knees weak. However, Irene, watching this, extended her hand without erasing the smile on her face. Maintain formation. All units prepare to fire. Swoosh. The monster army that received Irene's order unanimously aimed their weapons and fire. With Irene's single word, numerous streams of light began ravaging the monsters. That appearance of maintaining perfect order reminded one of someone on the battlefield. Ha! The sight unfolding before our eyes was pure terror itself. Monsters lined up bearing imprints. The tremendous firepower these monsters were unleashing. The thousands of monsters that had attacked us were being ravaged into a pile of corpses in an instant. Overwhelming firepower superiority. In these 2 years, Irene's monsters had achieved this much growth. Dangerous? Not necessarily. To the Margrave's quiet comment, I immediately replied. We've seen quite a few cases of human and monster fusion during the war with the Republic. The Republic is already utilizing them as weapons. This is on a different level. When I had no particular response, the Margrave said. The Republic creates many restrictions when weaponizing monsters. They brainwash them with drugs, deteriorate their bodies with restraints, and only utilize the mana cores that monsters possess as weapons. But that child has none of those restrictions on her. The Count's eyes turned to me. Was it reproach, or admiration? I couldn't yet tell his true intent. That monster, Irene, is cooperating with you of her own pure free will. You're certain of that already. Just seeing how that child stays with you tells me enough. How old am I anyway? Muttering that, the Count continued speaking. The monsters that the Republic uses as weapons aren't really a problem. They're just monsters that indiscriminately spread destruction and contamination. Then, however, that child is different, isn't she? The Count said. That child Irene interacts with humans through you, and is blending into human society and culture. She uses the same language as us, wears the same clothes, eats the same food, and mingles with us. Moreover, right now she's creating monsters like humans and using human tactics, isn't she? You're wrong, your lordship. She doesn't eat the same food. She literally ate people today too. While I was thinking this, the Count looked at Irene with a serious expression. No matter how strong something is, if you understand its essence, it's not frightening. You just need to find countermeasures, build up strength, and overthrow it. No matter how long it took, humans could do that. Just like what Corhonen was doing now. But what about that child? Watching Irene's battle, the Margrave spoke. A monster that understands human thought patterns, goes beyond imitating them, and can coexist with humans? I don't know. I cannot predict at all what that child will become, what kind of being she'll turn into, how to deal with her, how to face her. I can't even clearly gauge whether that child is my enemy or ally. That child is literally an unknown being. I looked at the Count's face as he muttered this. He who hadn't batted an eye even when seeing the wave of monsters covering the barrier. The emotion contained in his face was fear. If it were my younger self, I would have tried to eliminate that child by any means necessary. And now, I have neither the strength nor the enthusiasm for that. However, just explain one thing clearly to me, Eugene. Speaking thus, the Count looked at me and said, what exactly is that child? There were many ways to describe her. A fusion of human and monster. The Black Witch who took hundreds of thousands of lives. Elsidor's test subject. The newly born monster queen. But those were just descriptions, not her essence. As for what could be called Irene's essence, after considering it, I was able to give an answer before long. Just, a normal girl. Normal. Yes. What nonsense is this? Though Margrave Castle looked at me with such an expression, my answer didn't change. I know the danger Irene possesses. How she ends up in the original work too. I know well what great calamity she brings. Knowing all this, I still took her out of that dark Elsidor prison, and spent most of this life with her. And at the end of that, I realized, Irene's end was just an event created by the numerous malicious intentions surrounding her. Irene herself is no different from just a pure child. Like a baby duck following the first person it sees after hatching from its egg, just a young child blindly following me. And the one raising her, inducing her growth, and utilizing her as a weapon, was none other than me. So I should bear that responsibility too. To be able to stop her anytime, to be able to kill her anytime. This power I gained at a young age was also cultivated for that purpose. Eugene. From the middle of the scene where she was ravaging monsters, she waved at me beaming. My family, my friend, my weapon. Looking at that innocent face, I just showed my usual kind smile. Kruuk. Kruuruk. Crunch dash. The monster's head that let out a dying groan shattered into pieces. The one who crushed it was the monster created by Irene. No emotion could be felt in its gaze as it looked down at its own kind. Eugene dash. Amid the staggering corpses of the monster core. While I was blankly staring at them, Irene, who had gathered the mana core, came bouncing towards me. Eugene, I won, and I'm completely clear-headed this time? I did well, right? Yes, you did well. I patted Irene's head with a satisfied smile. Unlike last time, there was no rampage, and the monsters she created were much more organized than before. No, to be honest, they were an army created better than expected. This is, quite unexpected. Monsters with magic imprint implanted. These kinds of monsters didn't exist in the original game. Moreover, not only were they implanted with magic imprint, but they could also use the same magic techniques. I looked around at the monsters guarding Irene. Schwick dash. Receiving my gaze, the monsters bowed their heads in perfect form. Though they weren't speaking, it was clearly a movement that showed intelligence. It's true that I let Irene's power grow, but to think she could create something like this. I looked at Irene, who was smiling brightly while looking up at my face. The Black Sun incident she caused in the original story. The Empire's greatest disaster that turned hundreds of thousands of territory residents into monsters and destroyed the entire Count Gloucester domain. The cause of that tragedy was the result of her losing control of her power and rampaging while being swept up in emotions. Then how should one change that future? I thought of two methods. Either have her live as an ordinary girl while suppressing her power for life, or have Irene grow until she could adapt to her power and gain the ability to control it. Of course, the method I chose was the second one. I had to escape from House Count Elsidor, and Irene's power was absolutely necessary for that. And Irene has grown excellently, beyond my expectations. However, to think she could create monsters with imprint beyond simple monster core. Moreover, Irene had certainly taken Count Elcrear's 7-stroke imprint after killing him. The essence of House Count Elcrear that became impossible to handle with a human body due to contamination by the rift. Could it be that Irene can already utilize that? If she could recreate Z-Plant and Carlos using 5-stroke imprint, it means she could do even more. If that's the case, Irene hasn't shown all her cards yet. She can now handle power comparable to an entire magic noble house by herself. Eugene. Just as my thoughts were deepening, Irene called out to me softly and grabbed my hand. What are you doing? Just stay still for a moment. As she said that, Irene's finger touched my left ring finger. Looking at the ring worn there, Irene puffed up her cheeks with a slightly sulky expression. Mari is unfair. I was going to do it first. Huh. What's she talking about all of a sudden? Meanwhile, having said her piece, Irene suddenly lifted the ring worn on my finger slightly. Irene? What are you? Ignoring my question, Irene immediately put my finger in her small mouth and chomp. Ugh. She bit my finger, creating a small wound where the ring had been. In that moment when I was struck speechless by the sudden action. Swoosh. Centered on the teeth marks Irene made, black stems began to wrap around my finger like ink. The black line surrounding my left ring finger. Looking like a tattoo, it resembled wearing a black ring. There? Now it's done. What's done? Secret. Secret? I looked at Irene with a suspicious expression, but she just giggled happily about something. She's not planning to tell me? After adjusting the engagement ring back on, I looked at my finger once again. The silver ring I wore together with Mari covered the black mark Irene had made. The preparations are complete, Eugene. Meanwhile, Margrave Castle, who had finished preparing the automatons, spoke to me. 1,000 automatons ready for advance and the special units guarding the count. Having completed the connection with them, the Margrave immediately extended his hand and activated the magic formula. Wong? 100 automatons positioned in the rear opened their chests, and the monocores that emerged synchronized their magical power. An army of dolls made with monster hearts. And what was created by gathering the magical power of that doll army was a giant magical power spear. As the light beam gradually took shape, looking at it, I could understand what the Count was doing. Mass formula. The massive formula that Le Pion, the head of House Count Elsidor and Magic Noble Third Seat, used to suppress the Revolutionary Army's airship fleet. Magic Noble's secret technique that implements a single spell by synchronizing the magical power of numerous mages. Margrave Castle had realized this through the power of machines. Come to think of it, Margrave Castle originally planned to conquer the rift alone. Conquering the rift with 1,000 automatons. It sounded simple, but in reality, destroying a rift wasn't an easy task. Thousands upon thousands of monsters coiled up inside the rift, and numerous pure-breed specimens commanding them. To destroy the rift, one had to break through all of them and destroy the rift's core deep inside. In the original story, it was barely possible only by bringing the protagonist with 7-stroke imprint and companions who awakened 6-stroke imprint. However, the Margrave tried to destroy the rift with automatons that were merely equivalent to 2-stroke imprint. Though the numbers were far greater, from my perspective as someone who completed the game, it was an impossibly reckless plan. However, with the Count's method, there was a chance of success. The main doll army advances to draw the enemy's attention while simultaneously locating the position of the core, and then fire the mass formula at the exposed core from a distance. When I muttered this, the Margrave responded with an amused expression. Simple. But at the same time, it was an astounding strategy. To use mass formula, you need to synchronize the magical power of hundreds of mages and cast the same formula simultaneously. This means hundreds of people must simultaneously calculate the formula and control magical power to construct and implement it. However, Margrave Castle was achieving this alone. He was single-handedly performing the formula calculations and magical power control that should require hundreds of people. So this is why he's called the ruler of the North. I thought while sending an admiring gaze. One-man army, Castle Korhonen. He wasn't just an individual, but a mage who could handle the power of an army by himself. If it weren't for you, this wouldn't have proceeded so smoothly. Saying this, the Margrave looked at the monster corpses spread before him. These monsters have been invading the North for decades. If you and that child hadn't stopped them, things would have been much more drawn out. Looking at the scale of the formula, I think you would have been sufficient alone, sir. Not at all. The Count shook his head once and said, those monsters that you and Miss Irene stopped have evolved through repeated invasions of the North over decades. Stopping them with just 900 dolls wouldn't have been such a simple task. Moreover, if I had to command the dolls in battle while simultaneously deploying mass formula, the preparation speed of the magic would also be delayed. If powerful specimens like purebreeds had exploited that gap, the formula under construction would be cancelled at once. The aftermath of the failed magic would lead directly to magical power backflow, likely driving the Count, the core of the doll army, to death. A success rate close to 50-50. It was indeed a risky gamble to commit the North's full strength. Hearing those words, I recalled the vision I had seen before. The Korhonen of the original story. There, the Margrave's spirit broke while suppressing Russell's coup. The reorganized monster army instantly devoured the weakened Korhonen. That incomparably gloomy future has been overturned due to my intervention. Ah, that's good, that's good. While thinking this, the light spear constructed by the doll army had now taken complete form. A massive beam of pure magical power. The neatly disposed monsters, and the core's location captured by detection formula. Everything was perfect, without the slightest hitch. All that remained was to open the rift with Irene's power and return before it collapsed. Soon, Margrave Castle fired the light spear without any hesitation. Keeing! The giant magical power spear shot into the space beyond, emitting dazzling light. The essence of pure magical power, with enough strength to destroy the core. While watching this, a voice flashed through my mind. The existing monsters that jumped out from the rift were all specimens fully adapted to the frozen land. But look at this. Reyna's words to me while looking at the monster army attacking the barrier. The existing invaders would never create specimens like these. Moreover, crucially, these specimens' body structure isn't suited for swimming in the sea. I turned my gaze to look at the remains of the monsters Irene had annihilated. Gills, fins, scales, streamlined bodies. These would indeed be the monsters that had long invaded the north, as the Margrave said. However, looking at the monsters that invaded the barrier, Reyna had said this. These creatures are monsters, but they're different from the monsters Korhonen usually faced. And as I recalled those words, I remembered. Who, man? The pure-breed monster that sprang out from the pile of corpses, targeting Irene. Over, come. Queen's seed. A disgusting hybrid, shouldn't have. That resentful voice. That obsession rushing to kill Irene. The moment I recalled that, I realized. Not yet. That the battle wasn't over yet. The fact that the real enemy remained inside this rift. Tukwang? The magical power spear shooting toward the end of the rift exploded at a certain point. An enormous impact and vibration shaking the entire space. However, Margrave Castle's expression was stiff as he watched that explosion. Something had gone wrong. They blocked it? This mass formula created with hundreds of mana cores. The Count's voice was filled with astonishment. I immediately activated Eye of Horus to look at the point where the magical power spear had exploded. The core located in the rift's depths was still intact. And beyond that core, life signatures I had never seen before began to be detected one by one. Kururu. Quack. Quayak. A group of monsters gradually revealing themselves while maintaining formation. It was a grotesque monster core with human faces and limbs tangled here and there. Not the specimens just exterminated, but ones with appearances like those that had attacked the barrier. However, my gaze wasn't fixed on that monster group. Step. A specimen standing at their vanguard, silently approaching this way. A form wearing black exoskeleton and wielding a spear. And the formidable magical power felt from within it. I could immediately notice that it was this one who had blocked the mass formula. This is why old groups are problematic. If they had quietly listened to me, things would have been much easier. A bizarre voice flowed from the center of the monster group. A woman's voice filled with malice. Soon the distant monster ranks parted to either side, and a monster with a peculiar form slowly walked out. Carapace spread wide like a dress. A thin-lined body reminiscent of a ball-jointed doll, and a human face attached to it. If you want to die comfortably, listen to me. Human. Similar to a human. But at the same time, a grotesque monster that couldn't be thought of as human. Quietly hand over that filthy hybrid. At the end of that monster's gaze was Irene. That detestable false queen who usurped the queen's factor. Author's thoughts Huam. While Eugene was talking with Dr. Lavrenti, the officers accompanying Eugene were deeply engaged in conversation outside the interrogation room. What could they be talking about that needs to be just the two of them, right? If it's just about getting information, they could have just sent in a torture specialist. Matt and Gil muttered while staring at the interrogation room. Though they were grumbling, none of them attempted to force their way into the interrogation room. Eugene decided to do it this way. It's not our place to question it. No matter how close they were as friends, Eugene was still their commanding officer. If he made a judgment and decision, they simply had to follow it. By the way, isn't it unusual for General Kiran to slow down the offensive for a month? It would be better to change the subject. As Gil brought this up, Eric, who was leaning on the nearby railing, nodded and said, "Our enemies aren't just in front of us. He's saying we need to start paying attention to that side too." Ah, certainly. Matt shook his head in understanding at Eric's words. A month of regrouping and troop reallocation. This was intended to both stabilize the Republic front and suppress the magic nobles who had become unrestrained due to the absence of the Kalhiram army. The war is almost over, so don't act rashly. That's what he's thinking. But our situation isn't exactly comfortable either. The Republic's vast territory was both potential strength for the Empire and a major potential risk factor. Local security maintenance, occupied territory management, refugee acceptance, and reconstruction plans. The Kalhiram army's capabilities are being mobilized to normalize the newly acquired territories. You're saying that even if we send troops back home, they won't be able to properly keep things in check. Since they didn't participate in the war, the Knight Order still has most of their high-ranking mages intact. If the magic nobles were to raise an army at this timing, it would be impossible to suppress it with the troops currently remaining in the imperial capital. This meant that this moment, with the Secretary General's blade at their throat, could become the greatest crisis for Eugene and the Imperial faction. Then what? Are you saying we have to return to the Empire after coming this far? What about the Secretary General? Are we supposed to let go of what we've almost caught? No, that won't happen. As the officers' conversation lengthened, Eugene, who had finished his discussion with Lavrenti, dismissed their words. Oh, you're out now. Got a cigarette? Pay me back tomorrow. You know it's already 3, right? I'll give you a pack from my room. The expensive kind. Eugene put the cigarette he received from Gil in his mouth while saying this. What about the doctor? Knocked out and in solitary confinement. What? That's unusual, you didn't kill him. He proposed a plea deal, so I accepted. Thanks to that, we were able to learn about the remaining Republican Army's main strongholds and deployments. What? So he gets to live? Of course not. Eugene shrugged his shoulders as he said. Judgment of war criminals falls under the jurisdiction of the Kalhiram Military Court. All I can do is make suggestions. That's right. The one who responded to those words was Kiran, who had appeared beside Eugene. Marshal, sir. At ease. And let me have a cigarette too. It's an honor. After hastily accepting the salute, Kiran spoke with a cigarette in his mouth. The suggestion from our Special Magical Power Unit Division Commander will be rejected by me as General. Lavrenti will go through a military trial and disappear like the morning dew in an imperial prison. Then that. Looking at my friends who were staring at me, I shrugged. I said I'd try my best, but I never said I'd save him. Meaning I literally didn't lie. My friends let out sighs of relief as they looked at me. That's more like it. I was wondering why that devil-like guy was suddenly negotiating. Getting close as a friend to squeeze out what he needs and then disposing of them, just like with the Revolutionary Army Supreme Leader. Wait, why is Claude being brought up here? While Eugene and his friend's conversation continued, Eric looked at Kiran and asked, is it really alright not to return to the Empire? The Knight Order and noble families have been quiet until now, but no matter how you think about it, I share your thoughts. They're probably storing up their strength and waiting for the most effective time to use it. Then, after catching his breath for a moment, Eric continued, then why aren't we sending additional troops back to the Empire? Managing occupied territories is certainly important, but right now, the Empire's internal. Just as Eric was about to say more, because it's an imperial order. With those words, Kiran silently handed him a document. An order with the Emperor's official seal. It contained the command, until Supreme Leader Vladimir is killed, all Kalhiram army returns are forbidden. Not to return until we take the enemy leader's head. That's brutal. If His Majesty himself said this, it really means either the Republic dies or we die, right? Don't worry, it'll be the Republic that dies, not us. Kiran said with a grin. As if to guarantee those words, Eugene opened his mouth toward his companions. The Republic is the Empire's greatest remaining threat. If we don't eliminate them now that we've cornered them, who knows what they'll do next? At the same time, he was the final uncertain factor that could change this world's direction. If they delayed any longer, it would become irreversible. Our top priority is the Secretary General. Until we take his head, we don't return. And after we've dealt with the entire Westrain Republic, if they succeed in stopping the Secretary General's plans and changing the fate of destruction, we'll purge all the magic nobles and Knight Order from the Empire. His friends grinned as if they had been waiting for those words. Seeing them, Eugene recalled a single piece of paper in his possession. The Empire Emperor's Will. The trigger for change designed by the last Emperor of the Kalhiram Empire. While the Kalhiram army was on expedition to the Republic, the Knight Order stationed within the Empire was busy preparing for deployment. There was only one reason why the Knight Order, unable to go to the battlefield, was making such preparations. They were preparing for a coup d'état. Boom! Damn it, that's the 5th explosion. Where is it this time? The 8th military warehouse. Impossible, inside there is. With successive explosions, the entire Knight Order station was thrown into chaos. The unexpected bomb terror. The perpetrator who attacked the train station in Nachtval territory, a major Knight Order gathering point, was destroying all railways heading to the imperial capital while simultaneously destroying the Knight Order's strategic supplies. Remnants of the Revolutionary Army? Or the Imperial Intelligence Department? The knights who thought this while tracking down the perpetrator soon had to grit their teeth with surprised expressions. Young Master Phelan. Why would the young master do such a thing? What the Duke Nachtval's Knight Order who had immediately tracked them down encountered was Phelan and his knights and young nobles. They, known by the alias Youth Faction, were aiming their weapons with 10 size, 10 commander-level knights with 5-stroke imprint, and this many knights. While the knights looked at him with surprised expressions, Phelan also broke into a cold sweat seeing their lineup. Such quick response as if they had been waiting, and a tracking team much stronger than expected. This wasn't a response possible without knowing about the attack in advance and preparing for it. He saw through it. That snake-like man. Phelan's eyes narrowed as he assessed the situation. Judging by the tracking team's formation, they were being commanded by Duke Nachtval himself. Though he thought he had hidden it well, in the end, he had been in the palm of his hand. Just as he was thinking this while facing off against the knights. Above Phelan. As Phelan immediately deployed a barrier upon hearing the warning, a massive beam of light struck down toward his head. Bam! Ka! An enormous amount of magical power striking the barrier, and the barrier breaking unable to withstand it. Even for a high-ranking mage, there weren't many who could overwhelm him with magical power when he had reached the realm of 6 strokes. Moreover, this magical power wavelength I'm feeling from the barrier now. Phelan's face hardened as he grit his teeth. Penetration technique, concentrated beam. This technique of firing the highest density light particles was Duke Nachtval's favorite technique. You blocked one shot. Though your qualities and power are regrettably good, it can't be helped. The Duke walked forward with a leisurely voice. Phelan's expression grew fiercer seeing that face. I can't keep a maggot who betrayed the family as heir anymore. You. Just as another massive light was about to swallow them along with the Duke's immediate hand gesture. King? A huge rocky barrier that flew in from somewhere blocked the Duke's beam of light. What? He blocked his grace's magic? How? The knights were filled with shocked expressions. However, amidst this chaos, there was one man maintaining his composure. Gravity manipulation. Raycard's magic? To block the family head's magic means. Duke Nachtval frowned and turned his gaze. A man looking at him with cold eyes. Besides him, who was floating a huge rock, numerous knights were lined up. Count Raycard. Impossible. Why would another magic noble? Just as they were about to be confused by the appearance of unexpected reinforcements. Why, you ask? As he said this, a young mage appeared from behind Count Raycard. Count Raycard's first son, Kyle Raycard. He was Phelan's junior from the military academy who had also belonged to the Eugene faction. Your Grace. This is. Things are getting more and more complicated. Seeing Count Raycard walk forward among the knights protecting Phelan, Duke Nachtval roughly clicked his tongue and thought, right. To gather that many nobles, Phelan's power alone wouldn't be enough. He thought there must be someone supporting from behind, but to think it would be Count Raycard, a fellow member of the Round Table. The Duke sent a wary look and opened his mouth with a heavy sigh. What are you doing? Count Raycard. Are you and the Raycard family betraying the Round Table now? I should be the one asking that, Duke Nachtval. Unlike usual, he spoke without honorifics. Just as he was frowning at the disrespectful tone, Raycard questioned the Duke in a stern voice. Supporting Prince Meldur and attacking the Imperial Palace? And contacting Republic spies for this plan? Is this truly fact? Contact? It was merely a political transaction. Transaction? After contacting enemy agents during wartime and leaking Imperial secrets, you dare call it a transaction now? Count Raycard's face grew fiercer as his questioning of the Duke continued. I understood when the Round Table deeply interfered in Imperial politics. Because if the Imperial authority had fallen, a force was needed to maintain balance in its place. Even when you did such a despicable thing to Lord Maximilian. Informant M, even when you ruthlessly suppressed the Revolutionary Army, I didn't raise any particular objection. Because even if their cause and revenge were justified, the flames of revolution would inevitably throw Imperial citizens into the flames of conflict. But now, I regret all that silence. Regret. As the Duke asked back, Count Raycard, who glared at him, raised his voice. If I hadn't stayed silent with excuses of having no alternatives, if I had thrown away the rationalization of having no choice and raised my voice, our Round Table wouldn't have degenerated into such a vulgar group. Both Buckingham, who commits these acts, and Nachtval, who supports them, are out of their minds. All the other families staying silent too. They're all crazy. Count Raycard's voice grew more intense as if spewing out long-held emotions. The Knight Order is the Empire's guardian and shield, the sword that protects citizens and the pillar they should trust and rely on. If the Imperial family regains its power and authority, we simply return to our original place. And yet these so-called nobles? How much more power must you covet? How much more must you tarnish the nobility's honor before you're satisfied? Crack. At the Count's accusations, the Duke's shoulders slowly dropped. How foolish. Hearing him speak, it seems there's no room for negotiation. Then, I'll simply eliminate him to prevent future troubles. To think there would be a traitor within the Round Table, I couldn't have imagined. Likewise, the Round Table colluding with the Republic and betraying the Empire. Unimaginable. Duke Nachtval and Count Raycard faced each other while speaking thus. After a moment of silence passed between the two 7-stroke mages. Release. Crush. Kyung. As the domain activated by the two absolute beings collided, a storm of magical power swept through the crowd. Maintain magical power defense. You'll be swept away if you lose focus. Magical power synchronization. Hurry. A numbing sensation throughout the body just from raising their faces. Count Raycard, who stepped forward with black energy, looked at the young mages standing behind him. Follow the path and you'll find an armored train. Lead your companions and take it. Father, we'll join you. If we who caused all this abandon your lordship and flee, it's an imperial order. A brief but decisive statement. Head to the imperial capital. With that, Count Raycard turned back and spoke to the young nobles who would carry on the next generation. His Majesty has a task for you. I'll prepare the car. If you could wait just a moment. It's fine. I want to walk. Imperial capital ground level. As soon as I got off the elevator, a guard tried to guide me, but I waved my hand in refusal. Going to meet friends in an official vehicle? I can't do something that embarrassing. After putting on a regular officer's uniform, I headed toward the center of the imperial capital. With my rank insignias and medals all removed and my military cap pulled down low. Right now, I looked like just another Imperial Army officer you could find anywhere, not the brilliant commander of the Special Magical Power Unit. Why am I deliberately hiding my identity like this? Well, obviously. I turned my head to look at the massive propaganda poster hanging in the middle of the imperial capital's skyscrapers. More specifically, at my face on that propaganda poster. This is why I can't walk around the imperial capital showing my face. My face appears without fail in every imperial newspaper and propaganda material. What would happen if I walked around wearing my rank insignias too? At least in uniform with my face down, it should be hard to tell who I am. Thinking that, I walked down the streets crowded with people. Performance? Come one, come all. Starting in 5 minutes. Witness the tyranny of magic nobles? Only by overthrowing them can we secure the empire's future. You damn pickpocket? Stop right there. The imperial capital at sunset. The scenery here wasn't much different from when I first possessed into this game. While the empire as a nation is changing, people's daily lives probably won't change much. Just the people at the top being replaced. And Eugene. As I arrived near my destination, Matt, dressed in civilian clothes, waved at me. A large pub located in the center of the imperial capital. This place, run by Matt's family, was where the Special Magical Power Unit executives had agreed to meet. Oh, Eugene. Hard to catch a glimpse of our division commander's face these days. Please, have a seat. Your place is ready. When I went inside, there were many familiar faces I hadn't seen in a while. Gil, Ortega, Leopold, Rennie, and many other first-generation members whose schedules aligned to join us. At the table with drinks and food, they were spending the day sharing stories about their lives. During this leave, I'm planning to visit my mother. As the drinking session grew more lively, in the boisterous atmosphere, Rennie, who had been quietly sipping her drink alone, opened her mouth. The move is mostly done, right? Why yes. I've been getting reports and sending gifts regularly, but... So this is the first time you're going to see her in person. She probably hadn't had the chance to see her face since joining the Revolutionary Army. After much deliberation, Rennie seemed to have finally made up her mind. What does Branville say about it? Theory asking if I want to become an imprint specialist for their family. Are you thinking of joining them? Of course not. For the first time, a firm voice came from Rennie, who had been stammering and hesitating throughout. Even though I left the Revolutionary Army, my hatred for magic nobles hasn't changed. Especially when I think about what they did to my mom. That's good to hear. And, after trailing off for a moment, Rennie continued. The imprint research I'm doing now, I want to see it through with my own hands. Creating a 7-stroke imprint with her own hands. Using that to release magic imprints, monopolized by magic nobles, to the public. That was the ultimate goal of Rennie, the imprint specialist of the Special Magical Power Unit. When we first got her out of the Revolutionary Army, I had no idea she'd be this helpful. While I was thinking that, watching Rennie burning with academic passion and determination. Oh right. Hey, what? Ortega, who had been busy demolishing drinks and side dishes, suddenly blurted out. I'm getting married. What? What's this about all of a sudden? Marriage? First time I'm hearing about this? Apparently I wasn't the only one thinking this, as Gil and Matt asked in succession. Have you booked the venue? When is it? And Ortega's answer was, tomorrow. Tomorrow? He's telling us about his wedding schedule the day before? While everyone was silent at this incomprehensible statement. Special Magical Power Unit members. This is a direct order from your division commander. Finally taking charge, I gave orders to my subordinates who had reached their limit. Get him. Crash. Bang. Ow. Why? I told you, didn't I? Why? You idiot. What kind of lunatic tells people about their wedding the day before? What am I supposed to do about not getting leave? I was also nervous thinking I might not make it to my own wedding. That's not something to brag about, you bastard. Hey, bring tools. He's a 5-stroke mage, so don't hold back. Hit him. Hey, I'm seriously gonna die. In the midst of the chaos of the collective lynching by the enraged executives, Ortega, poking his face out from the scuffle, pointed at someone. If you think about it, this is all your fault, Eric. If you had just given me leave on time. Yeah. Ortega was dragged away before he could finish his words. Don't kill him, friends. Eric, watching this while sipping his drink, opened his mouth with a faint smile. We need him for the war in a month. In the few months we hadn't seen each other, our Eric staff officer had become a splendid devil. For a working adult, a wedding is quite a demanding event even from a guest's perspective. What to wear, how much to give as a gift, what to say to the people you meet. There's a lot to take care of. If that's true even in the simplified 21st century, what about a wedding in this dieselpunk fantasy world? Moreover, what about a military officer's wedding where high-ranking officials from various sectors are involved? There's a mountain of things to prepare. But this damn friend of mine dropped the news about the wedding just one day before. Should have used magic instead of fists to massage him. That crazy bastard Ortega. Anyway, I had to complete all the wedding preparations within the tight schedule of one day. And naturally, this was impossible with my power alone. So, that's why, with a heart full of regret, I had no choice but to reach out for help to someone who had been waiting for me at the territory. You called your fiancé, who was waiting eagerly at the mansion, to the capital in the middle of the night? Even using magical power communication? Yes. I'm terribly sorry. Mari, looking at me with the most refreshing smile I'd ever seen. Seeing that smile, I could only silently hang my head. Scary. No, really, she might be scarier than the monster Queen Arachne. Why? Is it because I've done something wrong? By the way, I really have nothing to say. After briefly pressuring me with killing intent emanating from her whole body, opening my closet in the quarters, Mari let out a deep sigh that could sink the floor. Military uniform, dress uniform. You really don't have any other clothes? Even with all that money? Well, what good is having money when there's no time to use it? Though I desperately wanted to argue back like that, I couldn't. After all, I was the one who called my fiancé in the middle of the night after months apart to say I need to go to a wedding, please help me with clothes. Isn't it better to wear the dress uniform since it's a friend's wedding anyway? You want to go to a wedding in uniform when your face is plastered all over the imperial capital? No way. The protagonists of the wedding should be your friend and his bride. At Mari's firm voice, I could only nod. Thinking about it, she had a point. Meanwhile, Mari opened the case she brought and started matching various clothes. Okay, this shirt, and this blouse. Just wear what I pick out. Got it. Yes. Really can't live without me. It's fortunate you're the same size as Dad. While I was fumbling around getting dressed, Mari handled all the numerous things I couldn't manage. Wedding gift money and presents, congratulatory telegrams to send to people, and numerous other courtesy letters for various purposes. For someone like me who only rolled around on battlefields, these were things that made my head spin just looking at them. Oh really? After handling all the wedding necessities with lightning speed, Mari immediately came over and fixed my tie. You're about to be a legal adult. You should at least know how to tie your own tie. Yes, Mom. Do you really want to die? Mari yanked the tie. When I waved both arms in surrender, Mari smiled and took my hand to lead me. Oh Eugene, the suit looks amazing. You think so? It's fortunate the size fits. It's like seeing a young Master Kirin. Waiting outside were Irene and butler Walter. Getting into the car Walter opened for us and driving through the imperial capital, the wedding venue soon came into view. Hey, I'm getting married first dash. Ortega, dressed in a tuxedo, waving at us. And the bride walking behind him. Seeing her face, fresh as a spring flower, the three friends including me and Rennie looked at each other in amazement. What? She's super pretty. Looking at this, he must have abused military power to get his hands on that lady. For that kind of thing, doesn't the bride look too happy? He might have secretly developed brainwashing techniques. For someone like Ortega, it's entirely possible. You guys really have nothing nice to say about your friend. Rennie muttered in disgust while listening to our conversation. Meanwhile, Matt explained with a serious expression. A fateful meeting on the street. The excitement they felt for each other. Ortega's pure love that overcame both families' opposition, and finally the moment when he received approval from his father-in-law. No way. Ortega did all that. Wait, forget that. That bastard managed to date while keeping up with that insane schedule. Just you wait, Ortega. Once the war starts, I'll work you so hard you won't have time to breathe. Eric pushing up his glasses with a sinister smile. Looking at him, it seems he's gone off the deep end too. Bang, bang dash. Congratulations Ortega dash. You're being deployed in a month anyway. Don't die dash. Battalion commander, please compose yourself. Your makeup is running. Laughter, fireworks, and cheering people. As I quietly watched from a distance, a cold glass touched my cheek. Being gloomy alone at a place like this again. Mari in her wedding ceremony dress. As I stared blankly at her appearance for a moment, she handed me a glass of champagne. Whew, not sweet, with just the right acidity. In a situation where we barely meet a few times a year, she even remembered my taste in alcohol. After this ceremony ends, it's war again, right? That's right. After answering that, I looked at my friends scattered around. Regarding the bill being pushed forward, it seems some revisions might be needed. I understand. First, this part. Eric talking with a group of people. I hear he's been contacted by the new National Assembly that's about to launch. Though it's just private exchange for now, it seems Eric isn't entirely without thoughts about it. Once this war is over, he might really enter politics. Thinking that, I watched Gil applauding Ortega. He's now undisputedly the second in command of the Special Magic Unit. Even without me around, he's leading the Special Magic Unit with his own charisma. The 5-stroke imprint has already reached maximum activation, and the 6-stroke imprint will be implanted soon. If this momentum continues, within 5 years at most, he'll awaken the final 7-stroke. When that happens, it'll be Gil, not me, commanding the Special Magical Power Unit. Everyone is looking toward their own future, conquering the Republic and preventing the predicted doom. The reason to walk that thorny path was gathered here right now. War is coming. The people whose futures I changed, the possibilities I altered are slowly starting to sprout now, and my job is to win, to crush every obstacle in my way and protect my people gathered here. These people who either didn't even have names in the original work, or disappeared before their potential could bloom. Shouldn't I at least watch with my own eyes what kind of world they'll create? Igniting possibilities. That's probably the role given to me. I'll wait a little longer. While I was thinking that, Mari, who had taken her place beside me, spoke softly. While doing what I can in the Empire, I'll be waiting. So, don't die. Mari looking at me. She was watching me with slightly moist eyes. All right. With that brief word, I clinked my glass against Mari's. A promise without a set date, one that couldn't even be certain. But thanks to it, I could clearly know where I would return to. Forward, move forward dash, advance. The moment the whistle pierced the sky, countless footsteps shook the earth. One day after the Emperor's declaration of war was broadcasted and formally delivered to the Republican government. Starting from the western border region of the continent, full-scale war between the Republic and the Empire began. Machine gunner, what are you doing? Fire immediately. There are mages in the front line, they're deflecting the machine gun bullets. The moment the Republican officer saw where the machine gunner was pointing, his face filled with dismay. Clang dash, clack clang dash, the magic corps mages advanced while spreading wide barriers. And behind those barriers, Imperial infantry were approaching in a crouching position, firing in sequence. The combined arms system integrating mages and infantry. This was not something created with just a day or two of training. Send out the armored infantry. These mages can only maintain barriers. If we take down the mages, we can break through. They're targeting the mages. Get the recoilless rifles ready. Hurry dash. Bang dash. Kaboom! The Empire was able to perfect the combined arms system proposed by the Special Magical Power Unit by incorporating the Magic Corps, which was originally under the Knight Order, into the Kal-Hiram Army organization. The Magic Corps mages receiving fire support from Imperial forces. Looking at the Imperial marksmen and artillery protecting their rear, the Magic Corps officers swallowed hard. This is completely different from when we were cleaning up after the Knight Order. We can survive. We're no longer just bullet shields for the Knight Order. Unlike the knights who performed one-man shows with their outstanding power, the Magic Corps was a subordinate group of the Knight Order with lower-grade imprints implanted. Designed as a secondary force, they were able to quickly adapt to the organization created in cooperation with the Imperial Army. Infantry protected by mages, and mages maintaining barriers with infantry fire support. The Empire's vermin are using such pathetic tactics. Thud dash. The moment the armored infantry deployed to sweep them away stepped forward, something burst out from between the infantry lines. Clang. The Imperial Guard Knight Order, deployed away from the capital to the battlefield. Their magic imprints focused on defense could easily block attacks from the heavy armored infantry. And while these Guard Knights held back the armored infantry, the line is breached. They're pushing through. The main Imperial force that bypassed the armored infantry began to pour into the Republican trenches and started slaughtering the soldiers. Once they entered the trenches, the mages no longer needed to maintain barriers. For the Republican forces without magical power, it was impossible to withstand their magic. Hugh. The Republican capital, Viselgrad, West Rain Republican Army General Headquarters. As he heard the bad news coming from various parts of the front line, the face of the man with a cigarette in his mouth grew more furrowed. An average combat ratio of 20-1, how is such an absurd result possible? The frontline commanders must have lost their minds. Minister Georgie, even if the military supply situation has worsened, such incompetence. Enough dash. The man's rebuke struck sharply at the high-ranking officials adorned with numerous medals. Just a bunch of idiots who only know about spiritual warfare. That's what Marshal Georgy Kalinin thought as he glared at them. He was the Minister of Defense of the West Rain Republic and Commander-in-Chief of the West Rain Republican Army. While the enemy's new organization is a problem, that's not the biggest issue. After saying this, Kalinin carefully examined the Imperial Army's movements marked on the operational map. In the span of 2 weeks, the Imperial Army has advanced like an unstoppable force, and most of the border regions have fallen into their hands. And the reason this has happened is not because of the frontline officers. The reason the Republic had been able to dominate the Empire until now was because the Empire was divided due to its internal political situation. However now, the Empire's previously fragmented power was united around the massive organization called Kal-Hiram Army. The Magic Corps, incorporated into the Imperial Army's lower echelons, conducting joint tactics with Imperial forces. The Imperial Intelligence Department, integrating previously scattered operation plans and communication systems to coordinate between units. With all these elements combined, the Kal-Hiram Army had become a military force with overwhelming firepower and momentum that the previous Imperial Army had never shown. 2 years. In that short time, you created a monster, Kiran. While admiring the system created by the Empire's renowned general who had faced him before, the staff officers examining the operational map asked him, "Then, can we not stop them?" "No, that's not the case." Kalinin spoke firmly. The Republic's strength lies in its vast territory and the enormous human resources that pour forth from it. If they fail to maintain their early war advantage and hesitate, the Imperial Army will naturally get bogged down in the vast swamp that is the Republic. No matter how excellent an army they've created, they are still a collection of humans who need food and rest. The longer supply lines become, the more restricted unit movements become, and the longer the war drags on, the more troop morale falls. Moreover, with the Knight Order waiting for an opportunity to seize power within the Empire, their impatience will only grow worse. Having considered all this, Kalinin could immediately recognize. The Kal-Hiram Army has only one goal, to end the war as quickly as possible. Then, what should our Republican Army do to counter this? It's simple. Kalinin's eyes gleamed as he pointed to one spot on the map. A small city located in the center of the front line. Dansk, the main corridor connecting the Eastern and Western Republic. We'll conduct delaying operations centered here and bleed the Imperial Army dry. Establishing strong points and defense, conducting delaying actions through them. This was his specialty that had protected the Republic from monsters for decades. Preparations are already complete. Losing Intelligence Bureau Director Randall was a painful loss, but even so, the Republic still had 2 mages with 7-stroke imprints. Agent 2 directly under the Secretary General and Raptor, the Republic's ultimate weapon. While one was operating covertly within the Empire, the other could face the Kalhiram army main force that Kirin would bring. Now that Agent 2 has roasted the magic nobles, the Imperial army only has 1 7-stroke mage they can deploy. Eugene Lawrence. A chilly smile spread across Kalinen's face as he recalled that name. We don't need to win. Just pin him down in the middle of the front line, and use that time to gather troops and maintain the line. The Imperial army will use their trump card to break through this corridor. The Special Magical Power Unit. The devils of magic bullets who had slaughtered tens of thousands of Republican troops. However, thinking about the information gathered through the Revolutionary Army, their weakness was clear. The weakness of the Special Magical Power Unit that uses magic bullets is their combat endurance, which can't compare to knights. If we drain their stamina through delaying actions, we can definitely win. Hold out until winter comes, then hunt down the Imperial army as they struggle in winter's fury. After destroying the Imperial main force like that, the Republican army could uncoil from its defensive posture and launch a counterattack. With the massive military organization that was the Imperial army gone, no matter how strong the Knight Order might be, they wouldn't be able to withstand the Republican army's offensive. Having finished his thoughts, Marshal Kalinin addressed the gathered staff officers and generals. Kirin, no, the Emperor's fatal flaw is just one thing. Trying to swallow up the massive entity that is the Republic. That arrogance of underestimating our vast lands of Westrain. Dirtying Republican soil with Imperial boots? Ridiculous. The moment they set foot on the bear's back, they would pay the price. Click. Crackle. After the staff officers who had drawn up the operation plans departed. Alone in the conference room, Kalinin heard a radio transmission from the intelligence department. Reports are coming in from frontline soldiers. Speak. A mage with overwhelming firepower has been confirmed in the Central Front. Reports suggest it's Eugene Lawrence, head of the Special Magical Power Unit. Central Front. After gauging the location, Kalinin immediately said, "Connect me to Petrenko, the Republic's proud 7-stroke mage. Westrain's Raptor, Georgy Petrenko." After several rings, a voice came through the communicator. "Eugene Lawrence. You want me to catch and kill him?" A voice full of fighting spirit. However, Kalinin slowly shook his head. "That's not necessary. I know well what kind of person Eugene Lawrence is. A mage with such tremendous potential that he could kill Randall before awakening his 7-stroke. The risk was too great to face him head-on in combat. I'm not a snake like Randall. If we fight head-on, I can win. Don't underestimate Randall. He was a greater mage than you, but father, I'm not doubting your abilities." Cutting off the words with a firm voice, Kalinin said, "Aside from that, Agent 2, you are the Republic's only 7-stroke mage. In other words, you are a hero of the Republic. With Klaus, the leader of the reformist faction, dead, you are the one who must lead the next generation of the Republic." After saying this, softening his voice, Kalinin spoke with a smile. "So I ask you, don't treat your life carelessly. You have greater tasks to accomplish in the Republic after this current war. Understand?" "I understand, father." Hearing his son's much softened voice, Kalinin quietly said, "Face Eugene, but make sure you return alive. This is both a father's request and an order from the Republican Army Commander-in-Chief." "Yes, I wish you good fortune, my son." With those final words, Kalinin ended the transmission. The murky sky in the western continent. Looking up at the gloomy sky, he muttered, "That's right. Our real enemy isn't the Empire." Hanging there was a photo of the Secretary General. A propaganda poster with the text "Our Great Leader." A devil trying to rule as a god in a people's nation. Glaring at it, Georgie muttered with a face twisted in anger, "He is the Republic's true enemy." Kaboom! In the midst of battle on the Central Front. Just as high explosive shells from an armored train were about to strike Republican soldiers, a fist appeared without warning and deflected the shells. "Colonel. It's Colonel Georgie. We're saved." The moment his face appeared, the faces of the frontline soldiers immediately brightened. The Republic's Raptor, Georgy Petrenko, a hero of the Republican army, had appeared on the front line. Grinning widely, Petrenko immediately launched himself toward the center of the front line. "Proud soldiers of the Republic." A voice that didn't lose out to the cannon fire from the Imperial armored train. "I stand with you." Seeing him raise his fist while carrying the Republican flag, the Republican soldiers gritted their teeth and began reforming their lines. This should be enough for the soldiers' morale. The bearing of a hero, raising up allied troops fallen into despair. Watching the soldiers regaining their spirit, Petrenko looked toward one section where the battle line was crumbling. An officer of the Special Magical Power Unit slaughtering Republican armored infantry. Eugene Lawrence was there. "All that's left is to crush you." Precise magical formulae. Simultaneously cast attack spells with flawless accuracy. Though he couldn't see the face behind the gas mask, he was certain that this was the Empire's hero, Eugene Lawrence. Thwack. Instantly closing the distance, Petrenko immediately pressed Eugene. Petrenko, who mainly used body-strengthening spells, pressed Eugene while keeping close range, while Eugene responded using magic bullets. Feeling the heat graze his face, he could be certain. This firepower. This was definitely the Empire's hero, Eugene Lawrence. Boom. His magic imprint, black flame armor, blazed as it lit up its seventh stroke. Domain. The moment he maximized the power of his seven-stroke imprint, black flames arose around his body. Rumble? A single punch shattered the ground completely, and one kick annihilated an entire Imperial platoon. Overwhelming power. However, watching Eugene dodge it, Petrenko gritted his teeth. As expected of the Empire's hero. You're saying you can beat a novice seven-stroke like me even without domain? Well then, fine. An overconfident enemy is the best prey. If I kill the Empire's hero as soon as the war starts, the rest of you Imperial bastards will be nothing but rabble? Having finished this thought, Petrenko raised his magical power to its peak. TCH-. Eugene clicked his tongue and immediately deployed spells, but it was laughable. High-powered spells cast with magic bullets could simply be dodged, and magical power chains could simply be broken with force. Though he didn't fall easily thanks to support from subordinate mages, the battle gradually tilted in Petrenko's favor. Then suddenly, opening dash. Thwack dash. Seizing an opening, Petrenko's hand grabbed Eugene's neck and slammed him into the ground. Did he protect his body by surrounding it with magical power in that moment? He thought that, but it didn't matter. The moment I grabbed his neck, his life was in my hands. Looking at Eugene caught in his grasp, Petrenko spoke, intoxicated with victory. My victory, Eugene. Yeah, I lost. That's true, but... Eugene trailing off like that. In that moment, Petrenko felt something was wrong. You, don't tell me. A possibility that suddenly popped into his head. As Petrenko asked this, Eugene slowly removed his gas mask, and... At the same time, you Republican forces have lost. What appeared beyond the gas mask was the Special Magical Power Unit 1st Battalion Commander, Gil. It wasn't Eugene. Wait. Then these guys are. Only now did Petrenko release his grip and look at the mages approaching him. Imperial Guard Knight Order. And Magic Corps. Mages rushing forward wearing emblems showing their respective affiliations. Among them, none belonged to the Special Magical Power Unit. I thought it was worth trying to impersonate him, but to think you'd actually mistake me for Eugene. I must have grown quite a bit. Don't you think? A 6-stroke mage. It was an oversight. A level where firepower alone could match a 7-stroke. But to think he wouldn't realize it for such a long time? Answer me. Where is the real Eugene? Where did all of you Special Magical Power Unit, you devils of magic bullets go? Just as he grabbed Gil's collar and asked this. As numerous spells restrained Petrenko and separated him from Gil, Gil smiled and said after putting some distance between them. Where else would they be? The direction he pointed was west, toward the Republican capital. When Petrenko turned to look and raised his magical power, only then could he sense something. High in the sky where battle raged. 5 airships flying beyond it toward the capital. No, only now understanding everything, Petrenko despaired as he looked toward the distant capital. A distance he could barely sense with his 7-stroke mage magical power. It was already too far to chase after. Run away. Father dash. Clang dash. The moment he tried to hastily leave, Gil's chains bound him. Where do you think you're going? With a blood-covered face, Gil spoke to him with a devilish smile. You need to play with us for a while here. Oh great hero of the Republic. You bastards. Mages who had surrounded him and were now aiming their weapons at him. Looking at them, Petrenko realized that they were the one who had fallen into a trap. Author's thoughts Eugene. Do you know how magic imprints are created? In my drowsy state, I recall the conversation with Count Castle in the Korhonen territory. The past with the Emperor, their shared failures, and the small bits of old stories in between. As if it had been a while since he'd spoken at such length, Count Castle took a sip of cold tea and posed an unfocused question to me. I'm not an imprint specialist, so I don't know the details, but I understand the principle. They take the design of a high-level imprint as the source, then carve catalysts like monocores or magical power stones to create the imprint. That's how the initial one stroke is made. Afterward, they watch the mage's magical power development process and gradually increase the number of strokes. As the strokes increase, the imprint develops its own unique character beyond the original source, finally reaching completion at 7 strokes. Of course, this is just the theoretical explanation. Creating a truly unique imprint was only possible up to 6 strokes, the stage before the final one. The 7th stroke, the final stage. The technique to manifest domain is said to have been lost long ago. Complete. After hearing my explanation about magic imprints, Count Castle spoke as if intrigued. When you think about it, it's not even funny. Don't you agree? What's strange about it? Looking at Steel Puppeteer, the magic imprint engraved on his right arm, Castle said. For magic nobles, magic imprints are the foundation that supports their house, the symbol of their house, their identity, their history. They deify these things with all sorts of fancy words. It was an obvious statement. The manifestation of a house's magical achievements. The source of magic, virtually synonymous with a mage's identity. Yet what appeared on Count Castle's face was a faint sneer. Is that really true? Pardon. Are magic imprints truly the unprecedented and unique essence of magic? What's he suddenly talking about? While I was thinking this, the Count continued with a subtle smile. The moment one possesses a 7-stroke imprint, that mage is treated as the pinnacle of magic. They receive praise from across the continent, with people going on about how it's the final stage of being a mage and the ultimate realm, because they can wield that much power. However, the moment we actually handle this imprint, we realize The Count looked at me, sharing the same thought. At best, one army, one city, one country. That's all. That we're just slightly stronger than others, mere insignificant humans after all. 2 7-stroke mages gathered in one place. The Count's eyes were ice cold as he looked at his imprint. Probably, I had a similar look in my eyes. Originally, magic's purpose was to discover truth through magic, and through understanding that truth, to be reborn as a higher being. However, Eugene. Castle raised his arm, showing his imprint. Is this thing engraved on our arms truly the truth? You should know better than anyone that it's not. After taking a breath, he continued. After all, you're the very person who created and raised those anomalous mages of the Special Magical Power Unit who use mass-produced magic imprints from factories. I can't deny that. For the Special Magical Power Unit, magic imprints are merely military supplies, consumables to be used and discarded. Mass-produced industrial products that can be replaced at any time, made cheaply. That's probably why the knights don't recognize us as true mages. Instead of being precision equipment made by craftsmen, mana cores are carved in factories running on oil. Instead of the delicate hands of imprint specialists, the formulas are inscribed by day laborers working for daily wages. And those formulas aren't ancient secrets passed down through generations, but merely written according to manuals handed out by factory managers. In the process of creating these imprints, there's not even a trace of nobility, history, or anything that could be called pride. Yet despite all that, magic manifests. So easily, so simply. What's engraved on our right arms isn't the source of a magician's power, nor is it a key to discovering truth. It's just a tool for handling magical power, created to replace staffs and grimoires. No different from the clock sitting on this table. That only applies to lower imprints of 3 strokes or less. While imprints might be treated as consumables, it's different for high-level imprints of 4 strokes and above. Custom imprints created considering factors like the wearer's magical power development and frequency of formula usage. That could certainly be called the culmination of a mage's achievements. That's not right. The Count shook his head and pointed at me. For example, that Wings of Crimson engraved on your arm is the same. The 5 magic imprints stored in the Imperial Archives. They are certainly precious items with powerful strength, capable of changing the Empire. While refilling his empty teacup, the Count said. But at the same time, they are just power. Just a collection of complex formulas and circuits. Merely catalysts to awaken what they contain. Wait a minute. What did he just say? At first glance, it seemed like an old man's advice not to be arrogant about one's power. But the words hidden in between couldn't be taken lightly. Your lordship. This was information I didn't know about. I immediately caught on to the Count's words and asked. Just now, did you say awaken? A 7-stroke imprint is just a tool? A catalyst to awaken what it contains? What does this mean? Indeed. You are a brilliant flame. As if congratulating me for solving a puzzle. The Count smiled contentedly and slowly opened his mouth while looking at me. Imprints amplify a mage's magical power, allowing them to exceed human limits. However, Eugene, that's not the true purpose of magic imprints. And this is the real story I want to tell you. The Count's eyes deepened as he brought the teacup to his lips. A completed 7 strokes magic imprint is merely a cradle for creating a perfect being. However, if you were to break free from the cradle, if you break through the imprint and advance to the next stage, if the potential contained in the wings breaks through the wall of limitations and achieves awakening, that's when you could obtain the truth that the ancient magicians sought, the power to distort the laws of the continent. Ah, stop being so cryptic, you damn old man. While I was thinking that about Count Castle who appeared in my dream, I slowly opened my eyes only to immediately grimace. It's wake-up time, Division Commander. Matt, the sniper battalion commander, was staring at me with a stern expression. As his voice woke me from my deep sleep, I forced myself to gather my groggy thoughts and got up. Shining a flashlight in the division commander's face, the level of insubordination keeps rising by the day. Is that so? If this didn't wake you up, I was planning to fire a pistol next to your head. Do you have some complaints lately? Our friends have gone beyond insubordination to contemplating superior officer murder. How praiseworthy. Thinking that, I stumbled to my feet. Of course I have complaints. Let's hear them. The resentment of doing this harsh work in enemy territory when we were told reinforcements would come if we held the capital. I'm suffering through it too, you know. That's why I can't say it out loud and am just quietly rebelling like this. Thanks ever so much, my friend. Muttering that, I put on my uniform coat and military cap that I'd been using as covers. It had been a week since we'd spectacularly escaped by self-destructing the Republic's capital. During that time, I and about 300 mages had destroyed 2 enemy brigades and were advancing toward the Kalhiram Army's operational area while bombarding the Republic Army's supply bases and strategic points in the rear with magic. You seem to be sleeping more lately, are you alright? Magical power depletion. It's killing me. I don't even have the strength to light the cigarette in my mouth. While still dealing with aftereffects from the fight with Petrenko, supporting the formulas of subordinate officers, and the high-powered bombardment formulas I've been firing every day for the past week. 4 hours of sleep a day was far from enough for this level of overwork. Current situation. No deaths overnight, no stragglers, no illness, injuries, PTSD, etc. The Special Magical Power Unit is as bright and energetic as ever. Anything unusual? Just that the Republic Army combat rations we looted from the supply base taste terribly bad. I agree with that one. Especially the biscuits they eat as their main food were really hopeless. They were so hard to chew that I tried stabbing one with a bayonet, and the bayonet broke. Those crazy Republic bastards. No wonder you're in such a sorry state when you're fighting while eating this garbage. And if there's another unusual thing, it's that we haven't seen any sign of friendly forces, which is strange. Indeed. I looked at the Republic's steps where dawn was barely breaking. According to the operation plan, we should be meeting up with the Imperial Army about now, but we haven't found even their scouts, let alone the main force. Either the plan changed, or something went wrong with the plan. Either way, it wasn't very welcome news from our position. It meant we'd have to continue this forced march for at least 3 more days. Eugene Dash. While I was thinking that, a voice called from outside, beyond the dense forest, on the Republic's grasslands covered in frost. In the middle of it were Ortega, who was eyeing a dead wild animal while licking his lips, and Rennie, who was checking contamination levels with a detector. Ah, dear God. Are these really the high-ranking officers leading the Empire's largest military force? While I was lamenting at the sight of my friends waving at me in their ragged estate, I approached them and asked Ortega, who had his arms crossed, "What are you doing?" "Preparing breakfast. The enemy artillery would love it if we lit a fire here." "I know. That's why I was thinking of eating it raw," but Rennie suddenly stopped me. "What are you, Irene? Eating wild animals raw? Oh no. You're actually more civilized than Irene. She just ate them while they were still alive." While I was thinking that, Rennie's face grew serious as she checked the contamination detector again. Contamination level 470? Impossible. There shouldn't be any contaminated zones nearby. How could an animal be this contaminated? Is it serious? Hiccup. Rennie's shoulders jerked in surprise at my voice and she hiccuped. Is she nervous from being in the field after so long? When did you get here? Just now. Explain in detail. It's quite serious. Pushing up her glasses, Rennie pointed at the dead rabbit's flesh. The parts that had turned purple. Anyone could see it wasn't a natural color. It's contaminated almost to the point of being a monster. What? So we can't eat it? That's not the issue? For it to be this contaminated, there must be a contaminated zone or fissure nearby. Fissure? But that's... Ortega tilted his head in confusion at Rennie's words. Understandably so. We hadn't seen any contaminated zones on our way here. No contaminated zones, but contaminated creatures exist. Which means... Just as Rennie was about to continue with a hardened expression, Division Commander, over here, a magical power communication came in from the Advance Reconnaissance Team. A somber report, different from their usual playful tone. The moment I heard it, I immediately headed toward the coordinates they specified. Over there, the reconnaissance team member who joined me pointed. What we saw there was a collective farm where Republic citizens lived. And in the middle of that collective farm, crunch crunch, there was an Imperial soldier, transformed into a monster, devouring the corpse of their comrade. Shit. Hey, Eugene. Don't tell me that's... Yes. Some of the monsters seemed to notice us and turned our way. Spread out around them was a sea of blood where Republic and Imperial soldiers' bodies lay mixed together. After briefly observing the horrific scene of what must have been thousands of corpses, I could guess what had happened here when I saw the gas masks worn by the Republic soldiers' corpses. Poison gas refined from monster contamination. The Republic's weapon of mass destruction that was banned under the Armistice Agreement. So they used it after all. Idiots. What appeared on my face as I confirmed this was a cold sneer. You're the ones who crossed the line first. The Republic forces, having lost their heroes and commanders, had begun to rampage. This war has now fallen into an irreversible quagmire. Exactly as I had intended. Kaboom! Along with the explosion, the solid ground collapsed entirely. A detonation spell cast simultaneously by 2 mages. The explosion that struck the empty city devoid of even a single ant tore away the thick road in an instant, revealing what lay hidden underneath. It's an underground bunker, just as Chief of Staff Eric's information indicated. So this is where they were hiding after abandoning Colossus and their unit. Hovering in the sky was the Special Magical Power Unit's flagship, Emperor's Spear. The Special Magical Power Unit members who descended from there were still dealing with Republic soldiers and armored infantry hidden throughout the city. All that remained was this one bunker where the doctor was hiding. Without delay, I drew heresy and fired 3 magic bullets simultaneously. Fire. Boom. When Spear of Mitra struck at maximum output, the massive 50-centimeter thick iron door melted away without a trace. A straight corridor stretched ahead. The defensive forces who had planned to lay down covering fire the moment the door opened were incinerated without a trace by my spell. Kahuk. Kuluk. Kuluk. Ku. Hearing groans from inside the bunker, I immediately signaled to my subordinates. After activating Eye of Horus, the unit slowly entered the bunker. Though most had been burned by my recent spell, the bunker's interior decorations were still extravagantly luxurious. One floor, then another. Breaking through the defensive forces blocking our path, we descended further down. Step, step. When a large iron door appeared, one of my men facing me tapped his chest twice. Life signs. However, no magical power or weapons detected. It meant our target was inside. After nodding, I checked the units spread out on both sides of the door and took a deep breath. The barrier thickness is similar to before. I'll need to adjust the explosive power somewhat. After making my assessment, I prepared a detonation spell rather than the penetration spell I'd used earlier. The mission objective was capture, not elimination. If I used a high-powered spell like Spear of Mitra, I could end up taking out Dr. Lavrenti beyond the door as well. Woong dash? After gathering a measured amount of magical power. 1, 2, 3. Clang? It's over, Lavrenti Kravchenko. Hands up over your head. If you move even a finger. The units who burst into the room aimed their guns while shouting. Even after a second check, there were no visible guard forces. However, the target who emerged from the thick smoke maintained a composed expression throughout. Clap, clap, clap. With slow applause, Dr. Lavrenti Kravchenko faced me. He was the Secretary General's right-hand man and the target of this capture operation. Welcome, Brigadier General Eugene Lawrence. This is our first time meeting face-to-face, isn't it? This isn't exactly a situation where you can afford to be so composed, Doctor. Seeing Heresy's muzzle pointed at his face, Dr. Lavrenti spoke with a low laugh. I'm surprised you found me so quickly, but it's already too late. The Secretary General has already. You mean he's begun his plan? I know roughly what it is. What did you say? Cracks appeared in the doctor's face that had been composed until now. Perhaps he hadn't expected me to interrupt his words. Or maybe he was surprised that I knew about the Secretary General's plan. The Republic Force's indiscriminate attacks, the Black Star Corps, and Colossus. I know that the purpose of everything you've done so far was to buy time. So what I want to know isn't the Secretary General's objective. As my men's rough hands grabbed the doctor's arms, I brought my face close to his. I want to know how far the Secretary General's plan has progressed. And exactly where that crazy fat bastard is. The doctor's once composed face gradually hardened. That expression suggesting something that shouldn't have been discovered was found out. It was proof that the information provided by that protagonist kid was true. Owaik. The escaped prisoner is coming this way. Everyone run. The Revolutionary Army? Quick, contact the Revolutionary Army. When I opened my eyes after closing them, an unfamiliar scene unfolded before me. A game world that wasn't in my memories. Though the sight was strange, it was also a familiar phenomenon. Phelan, you carried out a mission with the second son of House Nachtval, right? You probably saw a similar scene then too. In the original work, Revolution Empire, what happened to him? The story of how he witnessed his subordinate's death, transformed into a murderer, and died as a villain. So you were the one who showed me that. Correct. Eugene, who answered briefly, took out a cigarette, put it in his mouth and said to me, and this scene I'm showing now is also created by reconstructing parts of my memories. Doesn't it feel like watching a movie? Want some popcorn? Get lost. How does this game protagonist even know about movies and popcorn? The protagonist guy who approached my side kept making snide remarks, but I focused on the scene unfolding before me without any particular reaction. The capital of the Kalhiram Empire. The massive government building erected where the Imperial Palace once stood. The Revolutionary Army's flag hanging there, and the statue of protagonist Eugene standing in front of the building's entrance. It was certain. This scene before my eyes was the ending of the original game. It was the scene of the Empire after the Revolution's success. They built it quite grandly, to the point where even I feel embarrassed looking at it. A man in shabby clothes muttered while looking up at that massive statue. We shall forever remember Eugene Lawrence, hero of the Revolution. The one who twisted his lips while reading the inscription on the statue was protagonist Eugene, with his haggard appearance. There he is. Get him. Russell Dash? While silently looking up at the statue, the sound of military boots and shouts tickled the protagonist's back. Soldiers wearing Revolutionary Army uniforms had rushed out and were aiming their guns at the protagonist. The Revolutionary Army's clothes covered in gold thread and decorations. Finding that sight quite amusing, protagonist Eugene showed his teeth and stretched his hand toward them with a snicker. You who brought down the Empire through revolution now wear the same attire as the Imperial Army. Isn't that right? Hey, surrender quietly? We don't want to shoot the hero of the revolution. Hero. The moment the thoroughly frightened soldier said that. A red flash flickered. An attack spell that came without warning. All that remained where the light passed were two legs standing on the ground. Never call me by that title again. It's disgusting. Eugene looked down like he was looking at insects at the soldiers he had once trained himself. Seeing his face twisted like a demon, the soldiers' faces turned pale as they stumbled backward. What's this? His magic circuit was supposed to be completely destroyed in prison. This is different from what we were told. Mages? Quickly, we need to contact Revolutionary Army headquarters. Looking at the Revolutionary Army members panicking at the sight of him, Eugene let out a low sigh. He had destroyed the prison in the Imperial Capital's center, launched bombing spells at 5 train stations, and then come here. It had been roughly 4 hours. During all that time, he had roamed the capital without facing any opposition. Yet all that came to stop him were just these handful of Revolutionary Army soldiers. The reason was quite simple. The first thing the revolutionary government did after seizing power from the Empire was to end the war with the Republic. The Revolutionary Army executives who should have defended the Empire against the Republic, signed the surrender documents without any hesitation. An empire at the Republic's feet. But from the Revolutionary Army executives' perspective, well, it wasn't such a bad deal. Randall had been a Republic agent from the start. Claude, who killed Elsidor and achieved the revolution, had lost his purpose and fallen into hedonism. And Prince Baker, who ascended to the throne with the Republic's support, became nothing more than a puppet controlled by the Republic as they pleased. The Kal Hiram Empire after the revolution. No, the Kal Hiram Republic had fallen to become Westrain's satellite state. And the first thing the Republic did after swallowing up the Empire was to forcibly relocate every magical power awakener living in the Empire to the Western Republic, without leaving a single one behind. Thanks to that, I was able to easily achieve my long-held revenge. Randall, Claude, Baker. I overthrew the entire revolutionary army. Like a slideshow, horrific scenes unfolded one after another before my eyes. The burning capital. Fleeing citizens. Eugene's statue covered in Revolutionary Army blood. The collapsed government building and corpses strewn throughout its ruins. The Revolutionary Army flag stuck at the top, with the traitors' heads hanging from its end. And finally, the protagonist staring at the sky with empty eyes after completing all of this. Though looking at the sky, his consciousness was elsewhere. An old memory. He was recalling the documents he had seen in the Imperial Palace before being imprisoned. With my death, the revolution's signal flare will light up the sky. The revolution began when Maximilian killed the Emperor. Elsidor Castle is engulfed in flames, and the corrupt mage's head is cut off by the angry mob. That was how all the magic nobles, including Elsidor, met their end. The Empire's flag falls to the ground, and those bearing the red wings control the Empire. That was something he had done himself. End the king's oppression and usher in a new era. That's what he had sworn. The hero who has served his purpose is discarded, and the red wings become tools of the Republic. After being brutally betrayed, this is where it led. Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Tears welled up in Eugene's eyes as he laughed weakly. Tears mixed with the traitor's blood. The blood of those he once believed to be comrades was staining his face as tears. The Emperor's diary that I saw then was true. The one he believed he had to overthrow as the source of evil was the only one who had foreseen his future. His death, which was thought to be the revolution's signal flare, was nothing but the beginning of the massive betrayal that would come to him. The Empire's last emperor, who had prophesied and warned of all this. The one who ignored his warnings was none other than himself. What exactly have I done? His good intentions to change the corrupt empire ended up destroying it. His cause of wanting to become a hero reduced him to becoming a tool of the revolution. The paradox of good intentions. The other side of being a hero. All the countless choices made without realizing this brought about all these tragedies. Because of himself, who was praised as the hero of the revolution. Wait. Standing atop the traitors' corpses, how much time had he spent in self-blame and regret? A troubled light suddenly appeared in Eugene's empty eyes. The Emperor's prophecy, this wasn't all of it. From his hazy memories, Eugene desperately recalled that day. The burning Imperial Palace. The Emperor's diary he saw there. The numerous phrases that remained among the many records turned to ashes. The Empire falls, and the Republic's exploitation reaches its peak. The Kal Hiram Empire became a republic. It became Westrain's satellite state, reduced to a factory for extracting resources and magical power awakeners. However, at the same time, it was quite a strange decision. The numerous magical power awakeners in the Empire. Why send all those many mages to the Western Republic? And why is it that those mages who left for the Republic, not a single one has returned? Rumble dash? As if his thoughts had reached somewhere they shouldn't, a roar and tremor shook the earth. The traitors' corpses swayed uneasily. But Eugene's gaze was not directed there, but toward the sky. What? What is that? The bright daytime sky was covered in shade. Despite the cloudless, clean sky with the sun still shining, as if overlaying black paint, all the scenery before his eyes began to darken. And what appeared before Eugene's eyes at the same time? It was a black sphere rising from beyond the horizon. Could it be? Why is it that the most important things only come to mind when it's far too late? Along with such thoughts, what arose in Eugene's mind was the final part of the records the Emperor left behind. The vanished black sun reveals itself once again. The great rupture spreads across all lands, and other worldly hordes cover the continent. The king of the West who tried to stop this shall fail, brought down by his own people. This is truly the end of the world, and the beginning of an inevitable doom. What unfolded before my eyes the next moment was hell itself. Monsters, the monsters dash. Hold the line? If this breaks, the third defense line will? Arg. An endless sea of monsters pushing in from the west. The Republic's forces firing wildly to stop them, and the screams of soldiers fleeing in defeat. At a glance, the battle situation was utterly hopeless. When the great rupture revealed itself, countless monsters devoured the entire continent. The magic nobles and knights who should have fought against these creatures were eliminated by the Revolutionary Army's hand, and the Red Wings created solely based on the wings of Crimson didn't have the potential to stop all these monsters. Revolutionary Army mages firing magic between the Republic's forces. But seeing them, I frowned. Even the method of using magic bullets has been lost. Thanks to Kirin, who was called the Empire's Ghost, for prolonging the civil war. In that process, all the powerful mages hiding across the continent disappeared too. As if reflecting on his past, the protagonist Eugene continued his explanation. The Republic government, which was barely functioning normally, hurriedly conscripted imperial mages wherever they could find them and drove them to the battlefield, but they lacked mages with important 5-stroke imprints and above. As he spoke, like a flickering screen, the scene before my eyes changed. Coordinates set. Hit them. Cray. Boom. Eugene, who had belatedly joined the monster front line, and beside him the Republic's hero, Georgy Petrenko. The two reunited men initiated an all-out monster subjugation operation using everything humanity had left, and after countless sacrifices, they were able to enter the Great Rupture, the source of the monsters. The location where the Great Rupture opened was none other than the western edge of the continent. It was the fortress that the former Secretary General had built. First time since the infiltration operation. Yeah, we should have completely destroyed it then. The revolutionary hero Eugene and the Republic's hero Petrenko, the two heading toward the fortress's core, began to dig into the ruined castle's interior. After pushing through contamination and slime for who knows how long, upon reaching the depths, both men frowned as if something seemed suspicious. I thought the Secretary General's hideout would be much more luxurious. This is, rather, the opposite. The Secretary General, who monopolized all the Republic's power and accumulated immense wealth, building his fortress at the western edge. The Secretary General's private domain, which they expected to be full of luxurious decorations, was instead filled with unfamiliar mechanical devices. No, more than that, this. Though covered in monster slime and broken, both men could easily recognize what they saw. Numerous fixed gun emplacements, the corpses of armored infantry, and the remains of more than 5 Colossus units. These, buried deep in the fortress, showed signs of having been destroyed in battle against something. Step. And so, when Eugene and Petrenko, pushing through the ruins, reached the Great Rupture, that's what greeted them was an army of pure-breed monsters led by Alexander, and commanding them was the monster queen, Arachne. That's Arachne, the monster queen Arachne whom I'd seen in the Korhonen seabed. However, seeing that form, I felt something was strange. The tentacles extending everywhere and the black shadows. It was almost like similar to what Irene uses. While I was thinking this, what a pathetic sight. You foolish humans. Arachne laughed lowly and mocked Eugene and Petrenko, saying everything was already too late. The king of the east and the king of the west, the very ones who caused their own downfall trying to stop us, have finally shown themselves before me. What? And in that process, the queen's factor fell into my hands. I can't thank you enough for that. Isn't that right? The two men were puzzled, not understanding what she meant. Emperor Friedrich and Secretary General Vladimir were descendants of prophets with the same ability. The protagonist, looking at his past, explained quietly. The two rulers who witnessed the future of destruction each tried to prevent the continent's doom from their respective positions. And they failed because of Eugene and Petrenko, the heroes of the Empire and Republic. Eugene nodded heavily and continued speaking. Just as the Emperor was broken by the Empire's internal affairs, the Secretary General too was destined to fall by the reformists who checked his power. This was familiar information. The power structure extremely concentrated in the Secretary General alone, and the numerous irregularities that arose from it. Unable to endure this, the Republic ousted the Secretary General, and a new Republic was established by the reformists. The Republic achieved transformation, and the Empire was destined to fall under their control and be exploited. However, his tyranny was driven by the cause of preventing destruction, and the reformists who drove out the Secretary General had no information about this impending doom. The Secretary General mobilized all the wealth he had accumulated to build defense facilities and suppress the rupture as much as possible. Ironically, the research on monsters and all sorts of inhumane experiments were desperate attempts to prevent the coming destruction. As the semi-transparent Eugene's words ended, pure-breed monsters appeared behind Arachne. Monsters each possessing power comparable to 7-stroke imprint mages. Thwack! Without any warning, the monsters who raised their weapons surged toward Eugene and Petrenko. It was impossible for the severely weakened Eugene and Petrenko to stop them. In the interrogation room at the southern front base, Dr. Lavrenti, looking emaciated, revealed all the information he knew. The location of the Republic's supreme leader and the size of the remaining Republic forces. And even what the Secretary General was doing at the western edge. He's creating a rupture. At the words that flowed from Dr. Lavrenti's mouth, I narrowed my eyes. But looking at me, Dr. Lavrenti opened his mouth with a sardonic smile. Just as you heard. His Excellency the Secretary General is opening the Great Rupture, to conquer that place. Before the armies of approaching doom grow stronger, we must stamp out their sprouts. Adding this, Lavrenti looked at the coffee cup placed before him. A shabby cup containing supply coffee. Though it was incomparably inferior to what he usually used, he savored the aroma of that coffee without concern. And that plan progressed more smoothly than expected. Thanks to the Empire, no, Eugene. Thanks to your invasion of the Republic. Having said that, Dr. Lavrenti suddenly asked me, do you perhaps know how ruptures occur? Don't monsters open them? That's correct, but not the complete answer. As expected, the Empire's research level is abysmal. It was much better when Count Elcrier was alive. Saying this, Dr. Lavrenti continued. It's true that the queens, the command entities of monster groups, have the ability to open ruptures. However, conversely, there's also a way for us humans to open ruptures. And we humans have opened such a rupture once before. A case where humans opened a rupture. Though it happened during Elcrier's time too, that wasn't what the doctor was referring to. The Great War. Correct. Smiling proudly as if praising an excellent student, Dr. Lavrenti said. The first use of weapons of mass destruction and millions of casualties. The Great Rupture was born from that mountain of corpses. The Republic, which has long researched monsters, succeeded in identifying the cause of that phenomenon. The Empire's coffee tastes terrible, like muddy water. Muttering this while sipping his coffee, he continued speaking. The simplest way to open a rupture is through the death of living beings. The immense negative emotions released when intelligent beings die form a gate to another world. Wait. Hearing this, I immediately asked back. If that's the case, why haven't ruptures occurred in this war? The casualties in this war have already exceeded millions. However, simply having many deaths isn't enough. Saying this, Dr. Lavrenti held up his empty coffee cup and spoke. A limited space within the smallest possible area. Only when you pack hundreds of thousands or millions of intelligent beings into that space can you open a rupture. If that's the case, perhaps. Is that why in this photo? With those words, I put down the photo I received from Eric. Hundreds of thousands of Republic citizens being transported to the Western Republic. Seeing this, Dr. Lavrenti voiced his surprise. Ah, you found out that much? Impressive. The checkpoints were thorough, I wonder where the information leaked. Saying this, Dr. Lavrenti slowly nodded and spoke. They are sacrifices to open the rupture. By now, all procedures should be complete. As if unable to find words, everyone who heard Dr. Lavrenti's words stood still with their mouths open. But only for a moment. You crazy bastard. I glared at Dr. Lavrenti with all the contempt I could muster and spoke. You're going to massacre hundreds of thousands of your own citizens? Just for that single purpose of opening a rupture. We must. You know it too, don't you, Eugene? Between hundreds of thousands of Republic citizens and the tens or hundreds of millions of humans across the continent. Which should be chosen? Dr. Lavrenti, his expression turning cold, looked at me and slowly opened his mouth. His Excellency witnessed the future of destruction, and tried to prevent it. Before the greater cause of the world's fate, human ethics and morals are mere obstacles. You know this fact too, don't you? Dr. Lavrenti's face was reflected in the empty coffee cup. A sight that might even appear noble at first glance. But I could tell that this was madness wrapped in the guise of a greater cause. I understand the Secretary General's objective well. But at the same time, there's something you haven't said until the end. Opening a rupture isn't the end. Even weakened, the opponent is still an army of monsters. How could the Secretary General, who had used up his cards of the Black Star Corps and Colossus, possibly subjugate those monsters? I told you, the Secretary General's plan doesn't matter. What I want to know is how far his plan has progressed. Right. In other words, Vladimir Medvedev, what exactly has your Secretary General become? Dr. Lavrenti's stiff expression gradually changed. A smile slowly blooming, as if removing a mask worn on his face. He is approaching awakening. Along with a laugh steeped in madness, the doctor spoke with a giggle. The pinnacle of magic. He's preparing to become an omnipotent god. Hearing those words, I recalled the conversation we had in Korhonen. The imprint amplifies a mage's magical power, allowing them to exceed human limits. But Eugene, that's not the true purpose of magic imprints. Count Castle, speaking to me while sitting in the reception room. His eyes as he looked at me with a serious face. A completed 7 strokes magic imprint is merely a cradle for creating a perfect being. However, if you were to break free from that cradle, if you break through the imprint and move to the next stage, if the potential held within the wings breaks through the wall of limitations and achieves awakening, that's when you can obtain the power to distort the continent's laws, the truth that the ancient magicians searched for. Author's thoughts. Brigadier General Eugene. We've been waiting for you. This way, after 3 days and nights of travel, the imperial capital was in a much more chaotic state than expected. And understandably so. While they were looking for a pretext to strike the Republic, the special magic unit had brought them the perfect spark. Rumble. Outrageous? It's such a barbaric act that it's difficult to even speak of, Your Majesty. Indeed. We must send envoys to the Republic and threaten them. Dispatching an investigation team is also worth considering, Your Majesty. How can we even attempt normal dialogue with an opponent who conducts such inhumane experiments on prisoners? As soon as the doors opened, what rang out were the shouts of the elders, veins bulging in their necks. The Emperor listened to their words with a serious yet pleased expression. In contrast to the heated atmosphere of the assembly, the nobles gathered in one corner of the conference hall remained silent, simply observing the meeting. What does the round table think of this matter? When the Emperor who had been watching them spoke, the nobles gathered in one corner of the conference room broke into a cold sweat. These were not the magic nobles themselves, but rather representatives from each family stationed in the imperial capital. They were far too inadequate to handle the pressure from both the angry council members and the Emperor's authority. That is, the families are currently not sending any responses. Even though I specifically instructed them to respond, considering the gravity of the situation. We deeply apologize, Your Majesty. Moreover, when this incident came to light, the Round Table's response was nothing but silence. The reports about the test subjects had been sent to the Round Table, and the meeting schedule had been shared, but the magic nobles showed no reaction. This is suspicious. Given how quiet they're being, they must have heard about the military integration plan. With fire under their feet, would they care about meetings like this? As I let my words trail off while taking my seat, the 3-star general who occupied the seat next to me whispered. Looking up at his face, it was Kiran. This guy, when did he move to the seat next to me? He was definitely across from me earlier. His Majesty is now trying to completely separate the magic nobles and knight orders from imperial power. The military integration plan is being carried out unilaterally by the emperor and military, and the other magic nobles must surely understand the hidden meaning behind these series of movements beta. But to ignore such a matter, that's precisely the problem. Setting aside their rash behavior, we can't guess their intentions. Kiran was right. The emperor's faction, emboldened by their victory, was proceeding rapidly with military integration. The fact that they were holed up in their territories without any reaction during such times meant they were plotting something. But now that we've caught the opportunity, it would be nonsense to stop out of fear of their schemes. The situation was practically guaranteed to involve some behind-the-scenes manipulation from the magic nobles. However, the emperor, seemingly unconcerned, slowly rose from his seat. It seems the Republic has learned nothing since the last war. That our Kal-Hiram is no longer a puppet dancing to their power. Thud dash. After striking his royal scepter once against the throne he had been leaning on, the emperor straightened his back and called for Kiran. Lieutenant General Kiran. Yes, Your Majesty. Expedite the launch of the Kal-Hiram army. At the voice that burst from the emperor's lips, those gathered in the conference room clenched their fists. Unlike the magic nobles who sent representatives, the military leadership and imperial faction elders who participated directly in the imperial conference, they were now looking for an opportunity to completely destroy the power base of the magic nobles. And right now, that opportunity had arrived. In 1 month, our Kal-Hiram Empire will declare war on the Republic. Thunderous cheers filled the conference hall. Military generals cheering for Kal-Hiram, elders praising the emperor. And in one corner of this crucible of excitement, representatives desperately sending communications to their masters. It has begun. The curtain rose on a war that would engulf the entire continent. The empire, the Republic. The curtain of a great war where the fate of this world hung in the balance. Hiss dash. About 2 hours after the meeting concluded. After looking around the palace where people had filtered out, I leaned against a balcony in the quiet garden and lit a cigarette. Phew. The declaration of war would be in 1 month. Before the upcoming battle, I was given about a week of leave after completing my mission in the north. Of course, the same applied to the unit members who had exterminated the monsters on the Western Front. Looking at the leave schedule, it seemed like I'd have time to get together with my friends after a long while. While I was burning my cigarette in the outer palace garden, I wondered where you'd disappeared to, so you were here. Kiran walked over slowly and took his place beside me. It's hard to even see my son-in-law's face these days. It goes both ways, Your Excellency. Drop the excellency. Doesn't it give you goosebumps when you say it too? Lieutenant General, you feel the same way. How could someone who's been a general for at least 10 years feel awkward about it? Thinking that, I offered him a military-issue cigarette, and Kiran accepted it without hesitation. Phew. Cigarette smoke rose side by side. Looking at the cityscape spread below our feet, Kiran slowly opened his mouth. With this meeting as the turning point, most of the integration plan is complete. All that's left is to move the units according to the planned arrangement. In other words, Kiran's oversight was coming to an end. Now it was time for staff officers like Eric and logistics officers to be dispatched. A vacation after 3 months. I don't even know how long it's been since I went home. What has Mari been up to these days? How would I know? It's been well over 2 months since I haven't been home. Although I promised to visit once a month, there's just no time with all the work. Thinking of Mari's face waiting at home, an indescribable fear rose from deep within my heart. Both you and I, Lieutenant General, are dead men walking when we return to the mansion. Mari, who had already become a proper lady of the house, wielded absolute power among the mansion's people. When we arrive, you go in first. A mage should be more resilient, right? Isn't Mari a mage too? That's exactly why I'm saying this. If I go in first, I'm really dead. After this exchange, Kiran and I both sighed deeply enough to sink the ground. I have 600,000 imperial troops under my command, but I'm always a criminal when I go home. I know what you mean. What good is commanding 10,000 mages when I'm at the bottom of the power hierarchy at home? No, wait. With Kiran here, maybe we're tied for last. It feels like a dream, come to think of it. After a moment of trading such trivial jokes, as I stared blankly at the cigarette smoke rising to the sky, Kiran looked my way and spoke. My daughter, who I thought was so fragile, has grown into a proper lady, and now she's grown strong enough to protect herself. Thanks to that, I was able to restart the revenge I had given up long ago, and make it this far. Revenge. Hearing those words, I recalled Kiran from the original story. A madman who repeated malice and slaughter, driven insane by the grief of losing his daughter. A completely opposite image from now, as he smokes a cigarette with a relaxed smile. When you say revenge. For my dead wife. Anna's revenge. As if noticing it would be awkward to ask directly, Kiran spoke first. It was a monster attack. There were far more than reported. The Buckingham Knight Order, which should have stopped them, refused to deploy, saying they wanted to suppress the Imperial Army's spirit. Kiran's face hardened slightly, as if recalling that time. Half of the unit I was commanding at the time lost their lives, throwing away their own lives to protect the wounded. That's how we succeeded in an impossible defense. For a moment, images I'd never seen flashed through my mind. A young officer cutting open the belly of a dead monster and taking something out. Kiran's figure, weeping while holding a corpse covered in monster fluid. Is your revenge directed at the monsters, Lieutenant General? It was, right after I lost Anna. When I first met him, Kirin was active on the Eastern Front, the cradle that endlessly produced monsters while covered in contamination. Kirin jumped into that front line and slaughtered hundreds of thousands of monsters that had made their nest there. And with those military achievements, Kirin gained his position as an Imperial Army general. Even as an abandoned child, Kirin was a member of Duke Buckingham, and Duke Buckingham and the military were practically nemesis. Nevertheless, the Imperial military leadership at the time couldn't help but acknowledge Kirin's achievements on the Eastern Front. He had killed enough monsters to overshadow the fact that he was the blood of their nemesis. But after years of killing monsters, I suddenly realized, these things are just beasts raging without reason, like natural disasters. Kirin's eyes sank heavily as he looked at the city landscape. His gaze fell on the White Quarter, the upper-class residential district in the upper part of the imperial capital. At the Duke Buckingham's crest fluttering in its center, Anna met her fate at the hands of monsters. But what killed Anna was the night order that drove us into death's door, the crest of the family he belonged to, Duke Buckingham. Anger filled Kirin's eyes as he looked at the red lion crest. They drove me and my troops to death's door, drove Anna to her death, and if that wasn't enough, they even tried to harm my daughter Mari. You mean what happened at the funeral? The assassin's blade held to Mari's neck. By stopping that, Kirin tore up the resignation letter that had been sitting on his desk. He turned the military leadership into his own faction and began striking down magic nobles and the Republic indiscriminately. The turning point that lit a fire to dying embers. The result was the Kirin Buckingham I was facing now. He was the field marshal of the new Kal-Hiram army to be born. It seems this old man has overheard unnecessary words. I hurriedly turned my head at the voice from behind. The Emperor, alone outside the palace. Seeing him, Kirin immediately bowed his head. Your Majesty. Without even bringing guards. Don't worry. Andre's eyes are watching. The Emperor said this and spoke while looking at Kirin. It reminds me of when I first saw you. You cursed me, calling me an incompetent emperor, a coward who submitted to the magic nobles. What's this now? Kirin, you actually said such harsh words to the emperor's face? And now such a person is the emperor's closest confidant? I unintentionally learned the reason. I'm sorry. It's already ancient history, Your Majesty. Please don't mind it. After this brief exchange, the emperor looked at me and spoke with a gentle smile. Since you met Castle, you must have heard all about this old man's passionate past. Yes, I heard everything. The Emperor, Gloucester, and Corhonen. How they tried to change the empire, and how they failed. The fact that their unfinished work now rests in my and Kirin's hands. And what this imprint given to me contains inside. Letters came from Corhonen and Gloucester. Official signatures stating that the two Margraves will support you in the upcoming rapid changes. Saying this, the Emperor extended his wrinkled hand and handed over documents. Margrave Gloucester, Kalkaz Gloucester, and Margrave Corhonen, Castle Corhonen's names were written on the documents. If I take on even this, I won't be able to run away anymore. While thinking this and checking the documents, another document came into my hands. Your Majesty, that document is what I'm giving to you. The most insignificant, but at the same time, probably the most important thing. Muttering this, the Emperor looked at me with a gentle smile and said, the will of the Imperial Emperor, Friedrich Franz Kal-Hiram. Those dark times when the Great Rupture devoured the world. I remember the farmer's lament as he held the blackened soil, and the mother's scream who lost her daughter to monsters. I remember the loyalty of the knight who threw himself into the monster's nest to protect the country, and the valor of the 12 heroes who gathered to close the Great Rupture. And also, I remember the vast lands taken by monsters, and the blue seas covered in contamination. I remember the countless things we humans have lost, and the fact that we must never invite such a catastrophe again. However, the Republic failed to remember. Days ago, I received a tragic report from a loyal Special Magical Power Unit officer, that the face of an Imperial soldier appeared on the body of a hateful monster, that they heard the screams of soldiers begging for death, caught in the Republic's cruel experiments. Beloved subjects of the Empire, for a long time, the Empire has protected our territory against the unjust invasion of the Westrain Republic. Although the previous Emperor ordered peace with the Republic to avoid repeating the tragedy of the past war, the Republic, consumed by misguided ambition, has continuously violated our lands. Furthermore, they have captured proud Imperial soldiers and conducted inhumane experiments, spreading evil throughout the continent. These Republic atrocities are clearly as great an evil as the rampant monsters disrupting our present empire. After much contemplation, I have resolved to declare the following to the Westrain Republic, which threatens the empire. All subjects of the Kal-Hiram Empire shall become combat units for the continent's permanent peace and hereby declare war against the Republic. We firmly establish that all responsibility for the appearance of the Great Rupture and monsters lies with Westrain, who used weapons of mass destruction. We proclaim that the Republic bears responsibility for all recent monster mutation incidents and rupture appearance events. We define all who support or cooperate with the Republic as traitors and permanently expel them from the Kal-Hiram Empire. Imperial Emperor, Friedrich Franz Kal-Hiram. Kal-Hiram Army Marshal, Kirin Buckingham. Imperial Year. This is. Quite some time had passed since radios were distributed throughout the Empire. Reverse engineered from those used in the Republic, these devices received signals through radio waves rather than magical power. And now, from the radio placed in the center of the conference room, the Emperor's voice resonated with static. The declaration of war against the Republic. Listening to it, Duke Buckingham muttered in a low voice. With this, the Emperor's intentions are clear. The Duke's gaze fell on the Imperial newspaper. On the front page was the Kal-Hiram army conducting a deployment ceremony, receiving citizens' cheers. A massive military group encompassing the Imperial Army, Magic Corps, Imperial Guard Knight Order, and Special Magical Power Unit. This unprecedented large force began advancing toward the Republic under the command of Kirin, who had been granted the rank of Marshal. A combined army group formed from all the Empire's military might. However, those gathered here were not included in it. The 12 great magic houses belonging to the Round Table and their subordinate knight orders were excluded from the Kal-Hiram army organization under the pretext of respecting magic noble rights. R Alpha OES. We cannot avoid participating in the war. The first to speak was the 12th seat of the magic houses, Count Drexler. Magic nobles have existed as the Empire's largest magician group, and our role is to protect the Empire. If they win this war without the Knight Order's support, the very significance of the Knight Orders would crumble. Count Rakard, holding the 6th seat, agreed with those words. The Republic's overwhelming quantity of forces and endless monster invasions. These were the Empire's greatest threats, while simultaneously providing justification for magic nobles to control the Empire. The reason the Empire, with its small population, could simultaneously defend against monsters and Republic forces was because of the Knights. The magic nobles, who monopolized magic imprint and commanded knight orders, were protecting the Empire. However, the situation is different from before now. The Special Magical Power Unit, a magician group replacing the knight orders. Their emergence had made the knight orders become an existence that made little difference whether they existed or not. The Kal-Hiram army headquarters is serious. Count Rakard, resting his chin on both hands, drew up a small amount of magical power to show a document to the nobles seated. While each house's participation of knight orders in the Republic subjugation is voluntary, the Kal-Hiram army's supply system and operation plans do not account for knight order participation. Considerable time will be required to support the supplies needed for knight order operations. Therefore, knight orders are recommended to establish supply lines according to each house's capabilities whenever possible. A document bearing the signature of Kal-Hiram Army Marshal, Kirin Buckingham. Seeing this document, the knight order commanders from each house felt their vision darken. Supply line establishment and operation was an area handled by the Imperial Army with its large troop numbers. The cost for knight orders to establish this independently would be to suddenly exclude the knight orders and go to war alone like this. The bewilderment dominating the gathering quickly transformed into anger that began shaking the assembly. Damn, they've gotten so full of themselves. They're saying they don't care whether we participate in the war or not. They really intend to wage war without the knight orders. If that's unacceptable. As angry voices erupted here and there from those who seemed to have lost patience. A man sitting in a corner of the round table watching this scene slowly opened his mouth. For knight orders to fulfill their role on the front lines like before. The Kal-Hiram army. You're saying we must bow our heads to the Emperor. In other words, the Emperor was telling them this. Either submit to gain military achievements, or stay put and give up their vested interests. Choose one of the two. This reminds me of the Informant M incident. In the moment of silence that followed, Duke Buckingham quietly spoke. I thought we had suppressed everything decades ago, yet they still had the strength to ignite such flames. What do you plan to do? Countess Dvorak's question. Simultaneously, the other heads' gazes focused on him. The magic house heads looking at him. After examining them, Buckingham and Najdval exchanged glances with each other. Though they had joined the ranks of the 12 great houses by producing 7-stroke imprint mages, these were houses with relatively short histories. Their growth had received direct and indirect support from the two houses, so these heads could be considered junior mages raised by the two dukes. To think so many top-tier mages who reached 7-stroke would gather like this. Though 2 seats were empty after the 2 Margraves left the round table, 8 7-stroke imprint mages were still here. The bloodline of heroes. Rule by magic nobles. More than enough to maintain it. Then only one thing remained. The rule of magic nobles. To completely stamp out that misguided flame that rejected the rule of heroes. If the Emperor wants to strike the Republic without knight orders, let him do so. Having finished his thoughts, the Duke looked around the gathering and spoke. To assess the battlefield situation, we'll dispatch knights, but limited to lower-ranked ones. Minimize deployment of 5-stroke or higher mages, including commander level and above. Preserve the high-ranking mages while only pretending to participate in the war. The hidden meaning in those words was clear without further explanation. Once started, this war will continue for at least several years. Count Sutherland said that, and all the Empire's strength will be focused on the Republic, and our knight orders can preserve their power until the end. Countess Dvorak also added with a faint smile. When the Imperial Army. No, when the Kal-Hiram army can no longer retreat. Duke Najdval's words receiving that. After hearing this, Buckingham took a brief breath before speaking to the round table members gathered together. We will change the Empire's master. The heads showing their agreement through brief silence. Even if variables arose, the round table's unity was still intact. And as a start, we must break the blade tip the Emperor wields. The Emperor's blade. By now, there was no one who didn't know that name. Eugene Lawrence. To break the Emperor's will, removing that person must come first. Do you have a plan? To his colleagues' questions, Duke Buckingham slowly nodded. The chess pieces are already prepared. All that remains is to wait. Having said that, Buckingham began discussing detailed plans with the heads. How to interpret imperial law, how to invoke the right of imperial succession. As the heads' discussion continued for several hours. I have one more thing to tell Eugene. Phelan, the first prince of Nachtval, thought while looking at his aged father and Duke Buckingham. Things won't go as easily as you say. Phelan raised his head to look at the knights standing behind each house head. Secretly exchanging glances with him was Kyle, standing in formation behind Count Raycord. And young knights and noble heirs with similar looks in their eyes. The youth faction who sympathized with his thoughts and shared his intentions. Looking at them, Phelan quietly lit up his eyes. For now, they were merely crouching while hiding their true intentions. They weren't the only ones watching for an opportunity. Let's have a brief, boring political discussion for a moment. I looked around. Gathered in the conference room were officers and non-commissioned officers who would command each corps. The unit that started with 200 had now become a massive organization with hundreds of officers alone. The momentary feeling of deep emotion seeing those gathered below the platform passed. I opened my mouth toward the officers assembled in the conference hall. Over the past 2 years, we've been through countless events. We won the war against the Republic, protected the imperial capital from the Revolutionary Army's hands, and completely erased the Revolutionary Army remnants and monsters from this empire. However, the empire is still sick. Though the Revolutionary Army organization has disappeared, conditions have only improved in territory directly under imperial control. Residents of self-governing territories under magic nobles still suffer from high tax rates. No, with the Revolutionary Army's pressure gone, their suffering has likely increased from before. Places belonging to the 12 great magic houses have fewer such problems, but underdeveloped regions. The more remote the region, the worse these issues become. Hearing my words, several officers nodded as if they understood. Commoners born and raised in frontier noble autonomous regions. Those officers' distorted faces were filled with hatred toward magic nobles. Even with the Revolutionary Army gone, the current empire is a bomb about to explode. For now, we've temporarily suppressed it by injecting the anesthetic of victory, but the disease spread throughout the empire still remains. After taking a sip of coffee placed on the table, I continued speaking. This coffee, tasting it, seems Gil made it. I should shoot him if he touches the coffee pot from now on. In this situation, there are 2 approaches our empire can take. I spoke while holding up my index finger. First is pursuing peace and harmony while persuading the magic nobles. Peace and harmony, you say? Yes. Peace and harmony. Fixing internal problems one by one through healthy dialogue and discussion. Oh my, just look at their expressions changing as soon as I finished speaking. When I glanced slightly toward Eric, he cleared his throat and avoided my gaze. Eugene. From anyone else maybe, but that. Such phrases coming from your mouth. Why? It's good, isn't it? Dialogue and discussion. Shrugging my shoulders, I continued speaking. We'd have to face those night bastards we'd rather tear apart right now, spend months playing mind games over legal interpretations, and continue tedious battles countless times over years. Meanwhile, they'll gradually rebuild their lost influence, and the Emperor's temporary power will wither. Then our special magical power unit will very slowly disappear from this nation called the Empire. Similar to the Imperial Guard Knight Order, the Emperor's blade that was raised before us. Now, a question for you all. Looking around at the officers growing darker in real time, I asked them, what method is there to break through this frustrating situation? Just kill all the magic nobles. An instant answer. Looking at the emblem on his chest, he was an officer from the newly organized Mobile Strike Force. Already wanting to rush out and kill night orders, seems Ortega did a proper job with mental education. That's the right spirit, but wrong as an answer. However, I shook my head and said, we might find a way to win if we fight, but at least all the officers here would die. Of course, I'd survive though. Seeing the officers chuckling at those words added at the end, I continued speaking with a pleased expression. The magic noble faction has about 10 7-stroke mages. We could subjugate them if we poured in the entire special magic unit, but the empire would become a wasteland. How happy would the Republic beyond be then? Right. The empire in the original work was like that. What awaited the empire devastated by civil war was the Republic's full-scale invasion. The revolutionary government carelessly handed the empire over to the Republic, and the empire fell to become the Republic's vassal state. That's why His Majesty the Emperor chose the second option. A very simple and extremely dangerous method. I continued speaking while spreading 2 fingers, administering a stronger anesthetic. My smile deepened as I looked at the officers. Greater victories. Greater glory. Showing endless victory reports and Republic army corpses while numbing imperial citizens' reason. The Republic, which had invaded the empire for decades, was nothing short of a nightmare for imperial citizens. Their screams would become a lullaby soothing imperial citizens, and the sight of the Republic burning under imperial army feet would become a curtain covering imperial citizens' eyes. That's where the significance of this war lies. Completely excluding night orders from the empire, and numbing imperial citizens' reason through consecutive victories and propaganda. and waiting for that patient intoxicated by powerful anesthesia was major surgery performed by the emperor himself. Change the empire? Create a new world? Save the suffering people and build a better empire? Sorry, but you've got the wrong person. I'm not a politician but a soldier, and my expertise is closer to destroying countries than running them. I have neither the intention nor ability to change this hell of a world. But as one soldier with power, I can definitely accomplish one thing. Our special magical power unit is the scalpel operating on the sick empire. The blade cutting open the anesthetized patient. We're merely tools cutting out tumors and pulling out the worms that have burrowed into the body. Growing new flesh and regaining a healthy body was the patient's role. So we have only one mission given to us. Overwhelming power unbefitting our position. What I, who grasped that power, can do for the empire is not healing it. It's finding everything causing the empire's suffering and burning it without a trace. Thud dash. The Republic map on the conference room table. I took out a dagger from my chest and stabbed it into the very center of that large map. The West Rain Republic's capital, Viselgrad. The heart of the Republic that has tormented the empire for decades. Within 3 weeks of war's start, we will capture this city. Maximum altitude reached. Engine status normal. Distance to Viselgrad. We'll reach it in an hour. With the engineer's shout, the small airship's hull shook violently. The Imperial airship fleet. 5 airships that broke away from the Grand Fleet covering the Republic's skies were flying toward the Republic's capital through the skyways at maximum altitude and speed. Their destination was the Republic's capital, Viselgrad. Numerous anti-aircraft batteries installed at key military points and pursuing airships were firing shells at them. Boom dash. Whoa, that's a large-caliber anti-aircraft gun. The kind that can blow away even a medium-sized airship in one shot. That's intense. Without the barrier, we'd have been a fireball already, huh? Occasionally, large-caliber anti-aircraft guns designed for high-altitude defense would spit fire, but even those couldn't stop this airship's advance. A barrier deployed by a 7-stroke imprint specialist. If you want to break through this, you'd need to unleash an attack of comparable power. Whoosh dash. The airship reached its target position and slowly descended to secure visibility. Breaking through the clouds and descending, what came into view was the landscape of the Republic's capital, Viselgrad. Having already sounded warning sirens, the city interior was in chaos with civilians evacuating and soldiers gathering to respond. What a mess. At this rate, couldn't we just bomb it? No, that's impossible. To Ortega's words as he looked at the city through the observation window, I quietly answered. Why? Just as Ortega looked at me with questioning eyes. Swoosh. Dazzling light flowed from various parts of the city, forming a massive curtain that enveloped the entire capital. Don't tell me that's a barrier. They've put up a barrier around the entire city? How could the Republic, with almost no magical power awakeners, possibly? Instead, they have monsters. Looking down at the city-scale defensive shield that even the Empire would have trouble implementing, I slowly spoke. The Republic is a nation that can artificially create monsters. They have the technology to mass-produce monster mana cores at will. They've connected mass-produced monster mana cores in parallel, and used that magical power to deploy the barrier. The massive magical power constituting the defensive shield. And compared to that massive magical power, the extremely crude magical formula structure. However, breaking through this would be no simple task. Bombing? Impossible. Attack formulas? We could make gaps, but with a defensive shield of this thickness, they'd be repaired immediately. To collapse the entire defensive shield through external impact, you'd need to apply an equal amount of energy. However, I didn't have enough magical power to overwhelm a defensive shield of this size. Even coating magic bullets with 7-stroke imprint would be impossible. Should we have developed nuclear bombs? A frivolous thought popped up, but I quickly erased it and looked around at the personnel aboard the airship. But the mages aboard this airship fleet aren't just me. 60 people per airship, 300 total. 4-stroke or higher high-ranking mages, carefully selected from the entire special magical power unit. Looking around at the unit members baring their teeth at me, I slowly gave them hand signals. All personnel, to positions. The moment they received that signal, the 5 airships exchanged light signals, and hundreds of mages aboard the airships moved in perfect unison. Swoosh. The 5 airships formed a pentagonal formation, and the members at their positions fed their magical power into the magic circles drawn on the gas cells. Abes. The airships starting to emit red light. I immediately connected the 5 airships with magical power chains, then began constructing a massive formula by drawing magic circles on top. Magical power synchronization, commence. Screech. Magic circles drawn on the airship gas cells. Formula transformation through altitude adjustment, and the massive sun constructed as a result. Feeling the gathered massive magical power, a satisfied smile spread across my face. Heliosphere. The mass formula of the special magical power unit, deployed by around 300 high-ranking mages. Whoosh dash. Following my hand movements, the condensed sun slowly moved. The massive magic circle created by the 5 airships slowly adjusted its orbit to target the center of the defensive shield and fire. With that brief word, the special magical power unit's mass formula struck the Republic's magical power barrier. A moment of silence. A single flash. And then, boom! Tremendous heat and wind enveloped Viselgrad, and the thunderous roar shook the entire city. A massive formula that could have blown away the entire city if not for the defensive shield. A unit member watching the bombardment through the observation window gave a thumbs up. Bombardment successful. The defensive shield protecting Viselgrad shattered to pieces. Now then, time to start the real work. Muttering that, I opened my mouth toward the unit members who still had power to spare. From now, we commence Operation Sledgehammer. Thud dash. The airship hatches opened, and the city landscape I'd been watching through the windows came into clear view. The Republic's capital with its curtain lifted. Toward the unit members swallowing dry saliva at that sight, I shouted at the top of my lungs. Special Magical Power Unit soldiers. A cry that ignites bombs at their critical point. Ghastly smiles spread across the faces of the gritting unit members. Who are we? We are the proud mages of the Kalhiram Empire. The Empire's vanguard, the Emperor's spearhead. Thud dash, thud dash. The sound of feet stomping the airship floor. Along with the uniform sound of military boots, the unit members' shouts continued. What is our objective? Tear apart and kill the Empire's enemies. Tear apart and kill the Empire's enemies. Where are we going? To hell from head to toe. To hell from head to toe. To hell from head to toe. The chants echoing through the airship, and the unit members' eyes blazing in sync with them. Special Magical Power Unit, all forces dash. Confirming that, I commanded my loyal army. Begin descent. The Imperial bastards jumped from their airships. They're coming down here. Magical power reactions numbering 1 Hun, 2 Hun, TH 300. All the falling enemies are mages? Martial dash. Considering standard tactical doctrine, the enemy's tactics were an absurd operation. Transporting mages to the capital's airspace while completely ignoring anti-air defenses, collapsing the defensive shield with a mass formula, then dropping the mages from the sky. Moreover, looking at the magical power amounts shown on the detectors, aren't these all 4-stroke or higher high-ranking mages? Anti-aircraft battery number 3 neutralized? Enemy bombardment formula? We can't break through their barriers? Heavy weapons? Or quickly dispatch the armored infantry unit? All heavy weapons and artillery were deployed to the front lines. All we have here are security forces? Arg? Fire at the first armory? Their targets are the military factories in the capital? Requesting support? Requesting support dash? Why are those monsters even here? Using talent comparable to Night Order leaders, so casually. Black uniformed mages falling and decorating the sky as they descended to various parts of the city. Endless incoming reports, and staff officers unable to respond and in complete disarray. Seeing this, Marshal Kalinin could only collapse into his seat, releasing the strength from his clenched fist. It's over. This can't be contained. Mages violently ravaging the capital while completely ignoring existing combat doctrine. Once hundreds of mages infiltrated the city interior, his defense plans were useless. Defense lines crumbling before orders could be issued, and soldiers being swept away before they could send word. The capital was falling faster than he could make decisions. Imperial forces? The devils of magic bullets. Defend? Defend Marshal Kalinin with your lives. The sounds of soldiers resisting came from outside the Supreme Command Post. But that didn't last long. Boom! As the operations room door he was standing in front of exploded entirely, a group of soldiers poured into the operations room. Click dash. About 10 high-ranking mages aiming their weapons at him after loading them. This is our first direct meeting. And at their center, a young man. Republic Army Marshal, Georgi Kalinin, Sir. Eugene, Lawrence. Seeing him salute toward himself, Kalinin drooped his shoulders with a sigh. The Republic's capital, Viselgrad, had fallen, just 2 weeks after the Empire declared war. However, there was still a chance remaining. Thinking that, Kalinin slowly opened his mouth while looking at Eugene. Congratulations, young hero of the Empire. Having captured the capital, the Empire will have complete advantage in post-war negotiations. But you haven't won this war yet. Taking a breath, he gradually regained his composure. Though the situation was worst case, his mind raced even faster to predict what would come next. The relationship between Empire and Republic. The Republic's internal politics. The massive changes that would unfold there. And at the end, Kalinin reached a conclusion. That today's defeat would become an unparalleled opportunity for him. Your target, the Secretary General, left Viselgrad 2 weeks ago. He escaped to a fortress at the western edge with his close associates. There are no high-ranking Republic officials here. Hearing those words, Special Magical Power Unit members looked back at Eugene with dismayed expressions. It would be natural to be surprised. High-altitude infiltration using hundreds of high-ranking mages. For such an unreasonable gamble, the payoff seemed rather disappointing. As expected, Eugene sighed with slight lamentation. However, what Eugene had just said bothered Kalinin. What did he just say? As expected? His puzzlement didn't last long. I will lure out the Secretary General and hand him over to you. In exchange. Taking a breath, Kalinin slowly opened his mouth while looking at Eugene. Hero of the Empire, Eugene Lawrence. When the word hero was directed at him, Eugene's face twitched slightly. Young man's characteristic competitive spirit? If he appropriately matched the mood, things could proceed quite smoothly. With that thought, Kalinin slowly opened his mouth. Would you make a deal with me? Hearing those words, Eugene slowly lowered his gun barrel. For now, he'd passed the major hurdle. Now, it was time for negotiations. A capital fallen in 2 weeks and a Secretary General who fled from it. If this war ends in the Republic's defeat, the Secretary General's political life is over. Georgi Kalinin. A marshal commanding the Republic's army and simultaneously the Republic's renowned general who had matched Kirin in the last war. Living up to that name, he didn't lose his dignity even with dozens of gun barrels aimed at him. Therefore, in exchange for handing over the Secretary General's head, I request an armistice with the Empire. I'm merely a commander. I don't have the authority to discuss treaties, but... Come now, are you taking me for a fool? Kalinin smiled slightly and said while looking at me, Kirin, and the Emperor. Even if the Republic and Empire are cut off from each other, I know well enough who stands behind you. Information about the Republic that used to be delivered through the Revolutionary Army is now delivered through magic nobles. How much did he know? Stop the war. If you do, the Republic's army will directly oust the Secretary General and hand him over to you. Also, we will directly execute with the Republic's righteous hands those war criminals who conducted inhumane experiments on imperial prisoners. Hand over their own head of state and execute those who opposed the Empire. Though it seemed like groveling to an almost shameful degree, I could immediately understand his hidden intentions. Cover all the Republic's crimes with the Secretary General alone, and establish new relations with the Empire by eliminating him. That's your real objective, isn't it? Kalinin seemed slightly surprised, but simultaneously nodded in agreement. The Empire and Republic's powers have become exactly equal. The Empire, which must check magic nobles, cannot digest a massive nation like the Republic. The longer the Empire empties itself trying to conquer the Republic, the more magic nobles will try to devour the Empire. An accurate understanding of imperial affairs. At the same time, the Republic has suffered unspeakable damage from this war. 2 consecutive defeats. The political chaos that will result. If the war ends here, both nations can maintain a balance of power without war for decades to come. So during that time, you deal with your enemies. Kalinin continued speaking toward me. Clean up all the magic nobles conspiring with the Secretary General. While you clean up the Secretary General's evil faction in the Republic. Exactly. Taking a brief breath, Kalinin spoke passionately toward me with heated eyes. Peace through strength. And dialogue continuing within that peace. If that is realized, the continent can finally regain the peace and prosperity that the Great Rupture took away. Breaking the chain of hatred and moving toward the future. Hearing his words that seemed almost noble, I slowly opened my mouth. Indeed, you are someone capable of changing the Republic. If His Majesty were here, he would gladly accept your proposal. At those words, color returned to Kalinin's face. Then, but, no. However regrettably, standing here was not the Emperor but me, and my thoughts differed from the Emperor's. Click dash. The heresy loaded with magic bullets aimed at Marshal Kalinin's face. What do you mean? No. If war stops and trade begins, we can heal the scars of war faster. The Republic is inherently a nation that must conflict with the Empire. If not now, you will clash again someday, I said. Now is a golden opportunity to sweep away the Republic. Missing this chance is no different than giving the future me the massive homework of dealing with the Republic. A Republic grown powerful under Kalinin's leadership after overthrowing an incompetent leader like the Secretary General. I'm already getting a headache thinking about how to deal with that. Kill me, and this war won't end. Hearing my words, Kalinin spoke to me through gritted teeth. The Republic's population is more than double the Empire's, and its territory more than 4 times. How do you plan to control all that? Are you planning to massacre the Republic's citizens living in this land? Yes. At my answer that felt refreshing even to me, Kalinin was lost for words. He shouldn't be surprised here. I continued speaking. Though it's not my intention, that seems to be how it will turn out. How it will turn out. To Kalinin's questioning words, I spoke with a slight smile. The Secretary General who emptied the capital and fled west, not showing himself until now. Don't you know what he's doing? And why he left the capital? Hearing those words, Kalinin stood wide-eyed and speechless. Understandable. This was information unknown even to the Imperial Intelligence Department and the Emperor who could see the future. It was player knowledge from having played Revolution Empire Part 2. It won't be me driving the Republic's people to their deaths. The one who survives without dying by your hands. The one who will continue ruling the Republic. The Secretary General will do it. You, surely. Yes, I know. I recalled the settings of Republic-side characters from the original work. Marshal Georgy Kalinin, a man of character who cares for the people while possessing military talent surpassing the Secretary General. Along with his son Petrenko, he reforms the Republic, and by their hands, the Republic undergoes one transformation. And that grown Republic ends up devouring the Empire weakened by revolution. What resulted was the cold betrayal delivered to the protagonist, accepting destruction after becoming a vassal state of the Republic. That was this game's ending. And because I knew this, I could make my decision without hesitation. I will kill this man. Because he is a true leader and a good person. Because he is an excellent commander who even Kirin would pay respect to, and a hero who seeks to transform the Republic for its people. The more you prosper, the more we decline. Your catastrophe is our opportunity, and your destruction is our revival. Therefore, I placed my finger on the trigger aimed at Kalinin. That's why we're killing you first. We'll leave the evil ones rampant in the Republic unchecked and encourage their evil to devour the Republic. We'll cut off any possibility of changing the Republic and hand this country over to the clutches of evil, so that their malice can turn this Republic into hell, so that the Empire opposing them can be righteous. Bang dash! Kalinin, enraged, suddenly threw a punch, but I blocked it instantly with a barrier. What are you trying to do, Eugene Lawrence? If that happens, do you know how many Republic citizens will die? Just how many lives will be lost? I have a rough idea. At least tens of millions would die. But honestly, what does it matter? It's not me killing them but your Secretary General. And those people would be enemy citizens anyway. With your death as the turning point, there won't be a single person left in the Republic who can stop the Secretary General. And the fat Secretary General, backed into a corner, will try to stop the Empire by any means necessary. Using the Republic's specialty, monster engineering. Hundreds of thousands of Republic citizens will be sacrificed. And those sacrifices will become the justification for the Empire to conquer the Republic. The land covered with dead Republic citizens' corpses will become the soil for the Empire's growth. We will continue the war. And the glorious Kal-Hiram Empire will become the one and only nation to unify the continent. Recalling what kind of person the Republic's Secretary General was. What he did in the game. I smiled contentedly. Even if they don't want that. Author's thoughts. Hammer 1. Report operation status. I repeat. Hammer 1. Operation status. Imperial Military Operations Center. Hazy cigarette smoke drifted through the space filled with radio chatter from communications officers and intelligence department personnel. No response from all 5 infiltrating airships. Based on the situation, we believe they've been shot down. Either they're dead or successfully infiltrated. One of the two. Looking at the Kal-Hiram army generals with their grave expressions, Field Marshal Kirin ground his finished cigarette into the ashtray. Despite fighting wars for so long, I still can't get used to this feeling. He had thrown his adopted son and son-in-law into an extremely dangerous mission. And all they received were reports that only intensified their anxiety. As he looked around the increasingly dark conference room with a quiet sigh, bang dash, why your excellency dash. An officer from the 12th Communications Unit, which was relaying external communications, burst into the conference room. The general's attention immediately focused on him. Though it would be natural to be intimidated by their gazes, the communications officer with lieutenant rank insignia placed a radio on the conference table with an excited voice. H here, from the Republic's broadcast frequency. The officer adjusted the frequency with trembling hands. Citizens of the Republic, we advise you to evacuate Viselgrad as soon as possible. What finally came through was a voice that was all too familiar and welcome to Kirin. Field Marshal? This voice. It's Brigadier General Eugene. After calming the outburst from the generals, Kirin clenched his fist and focused all his attention on Eugene's continuing voice. After filtering through some noise, clear words rang out from the radio that had locked onto the frequency. I repeat once more. At 1457 Kal-Hiram Empire time, with the execution of Republic Army Marshal Georgy Kalinin, the Republic capital Viselgrad has fallen to the Kal-Hiram army. Citizens are advised to evacuate Viselgrad as soon as possible. Be Epsilon. Ha. A low sigh filled the conference room. Kirin lowered his head as he listened to the broadcast from the radio. Gentlemen. Finally raising his head, he addressed the generals with a smile. This war is our victory. Ha ha ha. Victory? Victory news dash. Those crazy mages actually destroyed the Republic capital. Just 3 weeks after war began? Haha dash. The fall of the Republic capital, Viselgrad. When the Special Magical Power Unit commander's voice announced this fact, the operations center instantly turned into a festival atmosphere. To all soldiers of the Kal-Hiram army, amidst the continuing cheers and exclamations, rising from his seat, Kirin met the eyes of the excited generals looking at him. These were the talents he had nurtured for this day. The Empire's army that he had finally brought this far, after removing the garbage who embezzled military supplies and cleaning out the vermin soaked in magic nobles' money. Just now, Brigadier General Eugene, commander of the Special Magical Power Unit, has captured the Republic capital Viselgrad. And this fact rang out not on the Kal-Hiram army's encrypted frequency, but on public broadcast. Everything is going according to plan. Operation Sledgehammer transitions to Phase 2 as of this moment. After taking a breath, Kirin spoke. All Kal-Hiram army forces, charge. I repeat once more. At 1457 Kal-Hiram Empire time, with the execution of Republic Army Marshal Georgy Kalinin, that crazy bastard Eugene, he really succeeded. At the same time, sprawled on the dirt ground and breathing heavily, Gil was also listening to Eugene's voice coming from the radio. Commander, are you alive? Yeah, more or less. Answering the voice of another unit member sprawled nearby, Gil staggered to his feet. But still, what entered his vision was a battlefield turned into wasteland. Looking around at the avant-garde site of completely twisted terrain, Gil muttered in bewilderment. 7-stroke is really insanely powerful. Staggering across the scorched battlefield was Gil's completely shattered unit. Most of the Magic Corps and Imperial Guard Knight Order were incapacitated, and his own unit that had come as reinforcements had also suffered tremendous casualties. The unit needs reorganization. In my case, probably a week in the hospital. Thinking this as he got up, Gil, though many subordinates had met their deaths, the fighting spirit hadn't disappeared from his face, because their sacrifices were worth it. Rumble? Soon after, numerous silhouettes appeared beyond the battlefield. Kal-Hiram army mages numbering in the thousands, beyond hundreds. Orders have come from headquarters. Operation Sledgehammer. Phase 2. Getting up with the help of his adjutant who had come to get him, Gil. Hearing Phase 2, he steeled himself, gritting his teeth. Right. Can't be whining here. He met the eyes of the unit members looking at him. With the enemy capital Vyselgrad fallen, their command structure has collapsed. Now that they've lost the great General Kalinin, the Republic army is nothing but a scarecrow. His subordinates looked at him with heightened eyes. But if you're asking if the situation is entirely favorable, unfortunately, it's not. However, Gil calmed their triumphant spirit with a sobered voice. The 300 mages who captured the capital are the most crucial forces forming the core of the special magical power unit. And the moment the Republic army units waiting near the capital realize only 300 troops captured it, they'll immediately turn towards the capital. Republic army units pushing in from the Western Republic, and Republic forces turning back to recapture the capital with their backs to the confused Eastern Front. Forces numbering at least hundreds of thousands were converging on Vyselgrad that Eugene had captured. Our division commander and other high-ranking mages will conduct defensive operations against the converging Republic forces. The time we can hold out is 2 weeks at most. Even for the special magical power unit's elite forces, holding out longer than that is impossible. After saying this, Gil spoke to the unit members under his command. So we advance to Vyselgrad before their strength runs out. The fallen capital. The collapse of Supreme Command. The command structure thrown into chaos because of it. What lies before the Republic army thrown into sudden chaos is a target of just 300 troops, not even company strength. To kill them, the Republic forces will rush towards Vyselgrad, whether for revenge or the honor of recapturing the capital. And thus, the moment the Republic army's attention turns to Vyselgrad, the border divisions facing us on the main front will be left alone on the front line without rear support. Capture the capital to divert the enemy's main force there, then break through the defensive line thrown into chaos during that time, using the special magical power unit main force consisting of about 10,000 mages. This was Operation Sledgehammer. Turn the Republic's attention to the capital, then smash the shell protecting the Republic at that moment. And that hammer was none other than his role. Our special magical power unit is the Kalhiram army's vanguard. We must destroy the enemy's main force. Don't give them time to prepare. We strike before they can even think of countermeasures. After taking a deep breath, Gil spoke to his unit members. Operation Sledgehammer, Phase 2 begins. We'll break through to the capital at maximum speed. Damn it dash. Bang dash. Republic capital Vyselgrad outskirts. Though the city was already surrounded by Republic forces, the 331st Division commander of the Republic army gritted his teeth and trembled. Why can't we break through? 1 week. For 1 week, the Republic army had advanced on the capital using armored infantry and railway artillery. But every attempt to breach the city ended in failure. Now on the 7th day, they even had to withdraw their encirclement to avoid the artillery spells being fired by the enemy. The 300 high-ranking mages occupying the Republic Assembly building have restored the city's defensive wall. What the Empire had but the Republic didn't. Mages. The Republic army units without magical power awakeners were stuck just bombarding day after day, unable to breach the protective wall surrounding the entire city. We've tried everything to break through the protective wall, but simply. The adjutant reporting the miserable situation also had a dark expression. Artillery fire against the city was ineffective against the protective wall. The moment armored infantry infiltrated the city, detection spells laid by enemy mages exposed them. What awaited Republic army infiltration teams that breached vulnerable areas were traps and magical power chains set up everywhere. And sniping by mages ambushed throughout the city. Just 300 mages are toying with our division of over 100,000, while the 331st Division commander was gritting his teeth like this. Screech dash. With a distant whistle, an armored train arrived at the outskirts station. Bang dash. Opening the door with a rough sound, what appeared was a young officer with a face twisted as if about to explode. Seeing this, the division commander's expression deepened. Georgy Petrenko, son of Marshal Kalinin who died in the capital. The Republic army's only 7-stroke mage had arrived. What happened? What's this nonsense flowing from the radio? The enemy. It's all true. Though Petrenko was shouting, forgetting even rank, there was no thought of scolding him. The division commander could only relay the facts he had received, eyes tightly closed. Vyselgrad has fallen to enemy mage forces. Marshal Kalinin and all Supreme Command staff have been killed. Thud dash. Petrenko staggered at the division commander's words. No, that can't be. Though he was reeling from the shock of losing his father, a different emotion soon welled up on his face, clutching his head. The enemy who killed his father Kalinin. Eugene Lawrence, the enemy leader, boasting of that achievement. Hatred towards him. I will recapture Vyselgrad. Hearing the coldly settled voice, the division commander nodded. Only a 7-stroke mage could defeat another 7-stroke mage. Knowing this fact, the division commander immediately called his staff officer to organize forces to accompany him. I'll assign an armored infantry battalion and infiltration teams, choosing brave souls willing to risk their lives for you. Thank you. And so in 1 day, in just the short time of 1 day, the 331st Division commander organized the Eugene subjugation force to accompany Petrenko. Thud dash, the armored infantry battalion waiting for orders in their heavy reinforced suits. One of them came forward and saluted Petrenko. 331 ST Division Armored Infantry Battalion Commander Raman. It's an honor to fight alongside the Republic's hero. I'm Georgy Petrenko. Let's kill that Imperial devil together. The red bear emblem engraved on the reinforced suit. Seeing it, Petrenko could somewhat guess this man Roman's story. Eugene was the one who killed the Republic's Red Bear, Klaus Medvedev. When the chance for revenge appeared, he must have volunteered for this subjugation mission. The infiltration teams supporting the armored infantry were the same, those bearing grudges against Eugene and the Special Magical Power Unit. This subjugation force was composed of Avengers with their own different stories. The enemy movements at the border are concerning. The enemy's intention probably is to collapse the front line after drawing our attention here to Vyselgrad, right? At Roman's answer, who became the force's unit commander, Petrenko slowly nodded. But it won't go as they wish. He looked at the subjugation force members following him. It's just a mage unit of about 300. If we can collapse the barrier and artillery strikes hit, you men here are more than enough to crush them. After finishing his words, Petrenko raised his fist to the sky. The Republic is the paradise of the people, our world won through struggle. Kill the enemy? Beat them to death. Tear them apart. Thunderous cheers filled the division camp, and Petrenko, having made his resolve, activated his magic circuit. Please wait, father. Marshal Kalinin's body returned by the enemy. Holding his father's name tag attached to it, Petrenko looked at the Republic capital surrounded by the barrier. I will bring that man's head to lay at your grave. Vyselgrad rising high like a demon king's castle. Boom! Explosions erupted throughout the Republic's capital. Special Magical Power Unit mages were conducting guerrilla warfare from hidden positions across the city. However, Petrenko and the armored infantry were breaking through with skillful formations. First defense line breached. The trap zones are destroyed. Destroyed? He's just charging straight through. What about the binding spells? All broken? That madman is just pushing through with brute force. Retreat. Head to the stronghold. Abandon the defense line. The Republic's hero, Georgy Petrenko, charged forward while ignoring the trap spells laid throughout the city. Led by him, the Eugene subjugation force had completely surrounded the Republic's parliamentary building at the center of the capital. Colonel, this place is, yes, as expected. Petrenko activated his imprint and nodded as he confirmed the magical power reaction from the parliament building. The magical power reaction is deep inside. They're trying to protect the core that maintains the barrier. Textbook defensive strategy and precise formations. Breaking through wouldn't be easy, but we can't back down here. When Petrenko gave the hand signal after finishing his thought, 2 armored infantry soldiers moved to the parliament doors. Their massive frames held large-caliber field guns like rifles. Just as the 2 armored infantry exchanged signals and were about to pull their triggers to destroy the doors, boom! The doors exploded outward completely, and through the thick smoke, one person emerged. Eugene Lawrence. The enemy leader who should have been in the center of the fortress had appeared to face those who came to subjugate him. Boom! Petrenko's massive frame instantly rushed toward Eugene. Their faces met at close range. Unlike Petrenko's face twisted with rage, Eugene's expression remained perfectly calm. The colonel has pinned down the enemy commander. All units charge. Destroy the mana core in the center and disable the barrier. While Eugene was tied down in combat with Petrenko, the armored infantry led by Roman entered the parliament building. Their mission was singular: to destroy the core maintaining the city's barrier. I've been longing to face you directly, Eugene Lawrence. I'll avenge my father right here. A fist charged with magnificent magical power headed toward Eugene, and without hesitation, Eugene aimed Heresy's barrel at it. Those who break through and those who defend. The subjugation force going to destroy the barrier, and the special magical power unit protecting it. A race betting their lives against each other had begun. Boom dash, crash. The Republic's parliament building had an impossibly complex structure, and my troops and I had fortified the entire building. Naturally, we had to fight while making full use of the terrain. While I was leading Petrenko through traps across the parliament building, the results were unfortunately unsatisfactory. The Republic's hero, Georgy Petrenko, that boar-like bastard, was charging through all the traps I had set up as if they didn't exist. Let's see how long you can run, you crazy bastard. Looking at Petrenko, who had closed in, I gritted my teeth. I knew he had awakened 7-stroke, but to think he'd grown this much already. Power comparable to the head of one of the 12 great magic houses. Moreover, unlike Randall, who specialized in non-combat, this was an aggressive imprint focused on physical enhancement. Boom! Such tremendous power that a single strike could blow away the parliament walls completely. It reminded me of that bear hunt from long ago. Why do I always end up in these one-on-one situations with monsters like this? After loading 3 magic bullets into Heresy, I fired them at the pursuing Petrenko. Boom! Wings of Crimson specializes in long-range strikes. My combat style involves overwhelming opponents with firepower and binding spells before they can close in. And the fighting style of the guy charging at me now was the perfect counter to mine. If he had enough durability to break through my firing lines, I couldn't stop his approach. Thwack dash? These petty tricks. This is insane, really. Though I created distance using close-range explosive spells with magic bullets, Petrenko's extremely enhanced body withstood the impacts and kept pursuing me. Alpha and Epsilon. This created a brief standoff. When I finally stopped in a large hall after running for a while, troops waiting on the second-floor platform began concentrated fire. Cover the division commander? Fire everything. He's deflecting penetration spells with his bare body. What kind of crazy bastard? Petrenko walked forward steadily while taking the troops' gunfire. Looking at the troops who had surrounded him, he smiled, baring his teeth. You were indeed the Empire's spear, the elite of the special magical power unit. Then if I eliminate all of you here, the Empire's momentum will be crushed as well. With those words, a blinding light burst forth from Petrenko's imprint. A blue energy spreading through the hall with the light. The moment I sensed it, I immediately drew up magical power and activated my 7th imprint. Screech. In terms of pure firepower, magical power quantity, and spell precision, there isn't much difference between 7-stroke imprint mages and 6-stroke. Then why do 7-stroke mages overwhelm lower-ranked mages? Why is it that only another 7-stroke imprint can withstand a 7-stroke imprint? This is the reason. 7-stroke spell, domain. A spell commonly stored in the final imprint, 7-stroke, and simultaneously the ultimate technique a mage can use. As the red light from my imprint collided with Petrenko's blue light, the two domains began to intertwine. Ugh, damn it, my body. Magic circuit output at maximum? Analyze the wavelength. Hurry. Even with the division commander's calculation support, to think it's this much. A massive magical power field formed centered on the 7th imprint. The moment one enters it, a mage's power becomes extremely limited. Magical power quantity, magic imprint activation, magic circuit output, and more. All aspects necessary for using magic become restricted. There's only one way to avoid domain's effects. Equip an equal or higher ranked imprint. And right now, my domain and Petrenko's were conflicting, creating a perfect deadlock. No, the scale of power isn't exactly equal. I quickly looked around. While I was unaffected with my 7-stroke imprint, it was different for the other mages here. Severe magical power reduction. Foreign magical power interfering with spell construction. The troops who had power rivaling Night Order captains could now use magic only up to 3-stroke level at best. Meanwhile, the enemy consists of non-awakened individuals without magical power. They're unaffected by domain. Moreover, they were elite soldiers who had maximized their physical abilities using enhancement suits. For troops weakened to mid-level mage status, they were formidable opponents. So this is the Republic's hidden card, created to counter magic nobles. Come to think of it, it was even more severe in the original game. Georgy Petrenko, the Republic's greatest genius mage in history. Along with his overwhelming power came a domain that reduced high-ranking mages at the commander level to ordinary mage level. And then there was the Republic's Red Bear, Klaus Medvedev's armored infantry battalion that could operate freely within it. The completed Republican forces in the original were truly an invincible army that no one could oppose. What's wrong? Draw out more power. Try to kill me? Eugene Dash. Petrenko continued to press me while deploying magical power to the extreme. I'm managing to respond using magic bullets, but I'm reaching my limit. While I had my own problems, the real issue would be the troops defending the center of the Parliament building. Even reduced to 3-stroke imprint, their combat experience remains. They should be able to hold out somehow through group combat. But it probably wouldn't last long. Imprint overload from magic bullet usage, and the resulting lack of combat sustainability. The chronic weakness of the special magical power unit would catch up to us. There was no choice. Retreat, retreat, and retreat again. While conserving my nearly depleted magical power, I regrouped the troops and moved toward the center of the fortress, and then further inward. And as a result, this is the end, Eugene. I and about 300 troops were isolated in the center of the Parliament building. Casualties. About 30. They died in combat while defending against the enemy's advance until the end. Their identification tags were handed to me. While I was collecting them, he appeared among the armored infantry surrounding us. Georgy Petrenko, the Republic's hero. With this, you and the special magical power unit's elite will be gone, and the Empire will lose its mages capable of destroying the Republic. Briefly losing the capital was a painful mistake, but your operation has ultimately failed. Petrenko glared at me with eyes full of hatred. But that lasted only briefly. Father surely wouldn't have wanted his son to take revenge with such an expression. After suppressing his anger with a low sigh, he slowly spoke. I saw Father's body that you returned. It must have been maddening just to think about. However, he deliberately maintained his composure. You didn't desecrate the body and showed proper respect to an enemy commander. I express my gratitude for that here. Then spare my life in return. Impossible. I simply wanted to have a brief conversation with my father's enemy, before avenging him. A conversation, huh? He's saying exactly the same thing as his father. While I was thinking this, Petrenko continued. With you, another hero of the Empire. Hero, is it? At his words directed at me, my face twisted slightly. Perhaps not noticing this, Petrenko cleared his throat and continued speaking. He died with his uniform properly worn, maintaining his dignity. If there was time for that, there must have been enough time to talk with father. Right. We did talk. Then you must have known. Petrenko shouted while looking at Eugene. Father was a moderate. Almost the only person who thought dialogue with the Empire was possible. A politician who would have changed the Republic and brought peace. And he surely made you a proposal? To stop the war. To end the decades-long, unbearable war and restore peace. Yes, he did. After answering thus, I showed him a cold smile deliberately. The ramblings of an overly kind dreamer without an ounce of sense of reality. What did you say? Peace through force? Prosperity through dialogue? Even a passing dog would laugh. As Petrenko's face turned pale and asked again, the smile on my face only grew darker. If you had thought even a little about what your West reign did to the Empire, you wouldn't have dared utter such nonsense. I spoke while looking straight at Petrenko's face. Manipulating the Revolutionary Army from behind to keep the Empire in a state of civil war for decades. The Revolutionary Army that Maximilian created had become the Republic's puppet, kidnapping and killing countless Imperial citizens for the Republic's benefit. The assassins who tried to kill Mari and Kirin were sent from the Republic, ravaging Imperial territory through dozens of invasions, providing the excuse for magic nobles to seize power. If not for the war with the Republic, the Emperor's reforms would have succeeded at least decades ago. You've violated the Empire for decades, and we've danced to your tune for decades, killing each other. So why don't you use that brilliant mind of yours and think carefully? My empty eyes stared at him. Until we completed our reforms and arrived here. Just how many Imperial citizens do you think were sacrificed? No, it wasn't just me. The special magical power unit soldiers lined up behind me. The devils of the Empire who had arrived here bearing countless deaths, countless losses, and countless tragedies. Just who created these devils, I wonder? Revenge brings forth nothing? Forget the past and move toward the future? That's just the thinking of you perpetrators. There are problems in this world that can only be resolved through bloodshed. At least now, all the troops following me believed this. The failed imperial reforms, the tyranny of magic nobles, the corruption of the Revolutionary Army, the arrows pointing to all these misfortunes that befell the Empire started from the Republic. After making tens of millions of imperial citizens writhe in agony for decades, you should suffer an equal amount of pain. That wasn't our doing. The corrupt leadership, for their own benefit. Then is that uniform you're wearing not a Republic uniform? There is no room for negotiation. No intention to talk. A relationship where we cannot live under the same sky. That was always the relationship between the Empire and Republic. I regret this, Eugene Lawrence. Unable to continue speaking, Petrenko drew up magical power with a distorted face. If you weren't blinded by hatred, perhaps a more constructive dialogue would have been possible. Yes, I find it quite regrettable too. After cutting off his words, I raised my finger to point behind me. If we had stalled for just a bit longer, we could have wiped out all the forces surrounding this place. What? Only now realizing something was wrong, Petrenko's eyes widened. Behind me was the center of Viselgrad maintaining the barrier. A massive vortex of magical power where dozens of monocores were gathered. Division Commander. Preparations complete. Along with the troops' voices, a red light began swirling around the monocores at the city center. Enormous magical power enough to maintain a barrier around the entire city. But the magic appearing there now wasn't a defensive spell. Detonation spells appearing on dozens of monocores. A bomb created using an entire city as its power source. If it explodes, the city center would probably melt away without leaving a trace. Eugene Lawrence? You madman, a suicide. Suicide? Well, I don't particularly plan to do that. Whoosh dash. As I said this, a black shadow bloomed beneath the feet of me and my troops gathered in one place. A black shadow gradually flowing up our bodies. Petrenko, being from the Republic, would know better what power this shadow held. Watcher of the Abyss? And that spell is the spatial movement magic that Randall used. After muttering this internally, I spoke to him one last time before disappearing. Try to survive if you can, hero of the Republic. And if possible, let's not meet again. Though it was to draw them out here, I nearly died more than once during the fight. Eugene. Petrenko charged at me screaming my name like a madman. The moment his face drew close enough to touch, my vision was enveloped in darkness. Thwack dash. When I opened my eyes again, I could see Viselgrad at a distance in one glance. Kaha dash. Huff. Huff. Rennie. Results. Operation successful. All personnel at the designated coordinates successfully transported. Even with external manipulation. To think it would be this difficult. A test tube containing Randall's arm, and the machine attached to it. And the two people sending magical power toward it, Ortega and Matt. When I grabbed the shoulders of the two gasping for breath, they gave bright smiles while raising their thumbs. Why are you smiling in this urgent situation? Duck your heads, idiots dash. Ha, ha. The next moment. We couldn't even hear a sound. No, did our eardrums burst from the explosion? We could only sense one thing, a light so bright it could blind us. And when that light faded, a mushroom cloud was rising from the center of distant Viselgrad. Whoosh! Explosion, shockwave. And after that, the heat enveloping the entire city. While looking at Viselgrad that had become like a furnace, Eye of Horus detected something. A pitch-black chunk of charcoal that had shot out from the city center. After confirming what it was, I slowly furrowed my brow. Insane. He's still alive after all this. After causing such havoc and he's still breathing. Seems one dangerous element still remains. Though I thought this, we couldn't return there now. Looking at the troops gasping for breath from the after effects of spatial movement, I said, sorry, but we don't have the luxury of spending more time here. Plans were always discarded within 5 seconds of combat starting, but this was extreme. The sudden attack of a 7-stroke imprint mage. As the price for neutralizing that, we had to abandon our original plan of holding out in the capital. I and the remaining troops would now advance and infiltrate behind the enemy border division. We needed to join up with the main Kal Hiram army force advancing in this direction. A grand mansion located on the outskirts of the empire. This frequent retreat for nobles was now swarming with countless carriages, automobiles, and armored trains. Duke Nachtval, Your Grace, and young Master Phelan. Identity confirmed. Please proceed inside. Screech. The two entered as guided by the knight guarding the mansion's entrance. Upon seeing Duke Nachtval's seal on their chests, the nobles who had been muttering among themselves immediately bowed their heads in respect. Duke Nachtval, second seat of the Empire's magic noble houses. The Empire's absolute ruler who stood shoulder to shoulder with Buckingham, the first seat, muttered with a faint sigh, "What an absurd scene. A knight bearing 3-stroke imprint, reduced to a doorkeeper. Losing the initiative was a grave mistake. However, what we need now is a solution. That's why this meeting is all the more crucial. Make sure there are no disruptions to our plans." "Yes, Your Grace." A casual exchange of words. The Duke glanced at Phelan's face and asked him in a slightly softened voice, "How is the state of your 6th imprint?" "While I haven't yet drawn out all the magical formulas, the imprint adaptation is progressing smoothly." At this rate of growth, you could have the succession ceremony before you turn 40. Nodding his head, the Duke placed his hand on Phelan's shoulder and spoke. "Even Zplant, who died before his time, couldn't achieve this much. You may be proud, Phelan." "Thank you, Your. When it's just the two of us, call me father." A stern yet affectionate father's voice filled with warmth. While Phelan nodded with a faint smile, upon seeing the Duke's face, he had to suppress the urge to retch. How laughable. Playing the caring father right after Zplant's death. If Buckingham was the aloof absolute ruler who showed no interest in others, Nachtval was a deceiver who manipulated others' psychology while maintaining the facade of an honorable noble. With diaresis nubeta. The moment Zplant's death was confirmed, he called back Phelan, whom he had banished to the frontier, and named him heir. He executed several knights and servants under the pretext of avenging his mother's poisoning. Then he quickly erased Zplant's existence by even divorcing his primary wife, the Countess Jefford, when you yourself were likely the one who poisoned mother. The natural way he changed the succession structure while keeping his own hands clean throughout the process. And all the innocent people who were sacrificed in that process. Witnessing all this, Phelan steeled his resolve. The magic nobles were tumors in the Empire, a disease that needed to be eliminated. You are the heir to the proud Duke Nachtval. Always move forward with that awareness. "I'll keep it in mind, father." "Good. I like hearing you call me that." A facade masking rising anger. However, Phelan, having long operated in noble society, could easily deceive the Duke's eyes. Though shameful, I am your son after all. Hiding emotions and acting was something he had done countless times before. No, thinking about it, it was slightly different. The only time he had shown his true emotions was during that brief period spent on the front lines. Eugene, and those cheerful companions. Walking among these nobles made him miss those days even more, crouching in the trenches together. This way, Phelan's thoughts were interrupted. As Nachtval's faction arrived at the conference hall, Duke Buckingham, who had arrived earlier, gave a slight nod and commenced the round table meeting. The most crucial agenda of this meeting must be the current war. More precisely, the rise of the imperial faction due to the war. The Empire was in a festive mood with the daily reports of Kal Hiram army's victories, and imperial citizens residing in magic noble autonomous regions were increasingly trying to relocate to areas under direct imperial control. Though the magic nobles had tried to appease public sentiment by accepting some civilian demands, the psychological gap between them nobles by nature and imperial citizens was far too wide. For those who viewed domain residents as noble property, the very notion of having to protect residents' rights was unwelcome. Domain tax revenues are plummeting. At this rate, bankruptcy is certain. Even after tax reductions, residents are fleeing. Isn't this all because those lowborn populists are stirring things up? Just look at how they excluded the Knight Order from this war. The Emperor's intentions are clear. The Empire is trying to abandon us. To cast aside those who saved the continent from the rifts like this, what could the imperial family be thinking? We thought our time would come after annihilating the revolutionary army, but at this rate, isn't it no different from the Emperor voluntarily starting a revolution? Complaints and angry shouts erupted from all around. The only exception was the Rakard family, which had started from humble farming roots. Phelan's eyes grew cold as he surveyed the murmuring conference hall. In the rapidly changing empire, the dissatisfaction of magic nobles and traditional nobility who hold regional power continues to build. With war already underway, their anger must have reached its limit. The magic nobles were like a bomb about to explode. I understand your passionate concern for the empire. After much commotion, one of the two families at the center of the round table, Karl Buckingham, head of House Buckingham, spoke up. The Kal Hiram Empire is a nation not yet healed from the scars of war. In such circumstances, the imperial family cries for revenge against the Republic and sends our precious youth to the battlefield. This cannot continue. Muttering thus, the Duke addressed the nobles gathered around. Currently, His Majesty the Emperor has reached his limit due to continued assassination threats. I believe he is no longer fit to handle state affairs. I agree. All-out war with the Republic? No matter how strong our military is, how can we handle such vast territory? Therefore, drawing attention once more, Duke Buckingham looked at the magic nobles watching him and spoke. I, Karl Buckingham, as a member of the Round Table, propose to place Crown Prince Melder on the throne. The voice continued evenly. However, its content was anything but. Even in the ensuing silence, everyone understood the meaning. He was now speaking of treason. If Meldur, supported by Buckingham, takes the throne, Buckingham will control future politics. This wouldn't sit well with Nachtval. Though Phelan thought this and looked aside, Duke Nachtval listened without any particular reaction. Duke Nachtval, what do you think? Buckingham's question followed. Hearing this, Phelan immediately understood. In the current situation, dealing with our common enemy, the Kalhiram army, should take precedence. Rising from his seat, Duke Nachtval extended his hand toward Buckingham. Nachtval agrees with Buckingham's decision. With those words, Duke Buckingham and Duke Nachtval clasped hands. The alliance of two giant houses supporting the Empire's magic nobles. Witnessing this, the other nobles responded with thunderous applause. They were now plotting treason. Clank clank. On the train returning to the mansion after the meeting, a cup of coffee was placed before Phelan, who sat gazing out the window in his private compartment. As he lifted the cup, a small spider appeared. The spider, containing trace amounts of magical power, spun threads from its abdomen to form white text. 2 watchers. Next room. Phelan's eyes narrowed as he read the note. Should he be impressed by the Duke's thoroughness in having him followed even here? Or should he be shocked by the capabilities of the Imperial Intelligence Department, which had planted people even in the round table meeting? Being caught in the middle made for an exhausting situation. Your business. There is something you need to know. The spider blinked after moving its legs a couple of times. Phelan nodded as he read the magical power signals directed at him. Silently, only with lip movements. Facing the spider watching him, Phelan slowly opened his mouth. The round table is preparing for rebellion. Emperor Franz, you've accomplished the impossible. A dark space. The war situation shown on the operation map illuminated by electric lights was nothing short of desperate for him. With the capital's fall, the central front has collapsed. The north and south are just a matter of time at this rate. The Kalhiram army advancing like an unstoppable tide, and the Republic hanging by a thread. Countless defeat reports and endless casualty lists piled on one side of the desk. Yet on Secretary General Vladimir Brezhnov's face, no emotion like anger or sadness could be found. The Secretary General hummed while reading defeat reports and savoring the rising coffee aroma. He appeared relaxed, as if everything was proceeding according to plan. Secretary General, sir. When his coffee cup was nearly half empty, a man, accompanied by a group of armored infantry, bowed toward his back. Dr. Lavrenti, if you've returned, that means it's as you expected, sir. The man pushed up his glasses with a bright smile. In the ruins of the capital Vyselgrad, we found the material you mentioned. At his gesture, the infantry in black-powered armor silently set down the life support device they had brought. Whoosh dash! As the rectangular capsule slowly opened with a mechanical sound. Seeing what was inside, the Secretary General's face immediately brightened. Eugene Lawrence, was it? I should send a letter to the Empire's hero. The Republic's hero, Georgy Petrenko. A horrific sight, missing all limbs except the right arm bearing the imprint, with only half his face remaining alive. To think you'd kill Kalinin, who constantly eyed my position, and deliver his son Petrenko to me. At that time. NNG. Petrenko's half-remaining mouth gaped as if recognizing his face. The Republic's Secretary General. His father's political rival and the old monster ruling the Republic. The Republic's tumor he should have overthrown was smiling sinisterly at him. What do you want from me? No. It's not what I want from you, but what you should want from me. The Secretary General said this while bringing his face closer, just as Petrenko considered biting that face off. Oh. Engineers wearing complex mechanical devices gathered around his capsule in groups. A 7-stroke imprint mage. The Republic's hero. To obtain such a core. With this much power, there's a possibility. Secretary General, sir. We can activate it. Core? Power? Activate? What are they talking about? While wondering about this under their stares gleaming with madness and greed. As Petrenko gathered his thoughts, he finally realized where he had been transported. Numerous powered suits lined up in the massive munitions factory. Poison gas being mass-produced along the production line, and monster biomaterial being placed in test tubes. He turned his jaw to look at the faces of the armored infantry who had transported him. These ones. Empty eyes without focus, blackened dead skin, and the monster tumors growing all over their faces. They were no longer human. And beyond their shoulders, something was watching him from darkness as deep as an endless abyss. A massive steel body dozens of meters long, hundreds of monocores installed throughout the machine, and golden decorations engraved on that heavy frame. And in the center, a capsule interwoven with mechanical devices. A sound that could have been either exclamation or scream escaped his mouth. Massive eyes that seemed to be watching him. Meeting that red gleam, Petrenko realized what Secretary General planned to do to him. A munitions factory located at the western edge of the Republic. The Republic's ultimate weapon being created there. Colossus. Listen here, Petrenko. At that moment, a chilling voice emerged from the Secretary General's mouth as he drew near. Don't you want revenge? The one who killed Kalinin, killed your comrades who shared your cause, and finally reduced you to this state. A voice like the devil's whisper. The Secretary General's voice spread like a brand in the dying Petrenko's mind. The Empire's detestable hero, Eugene Lawrence. Don't you want to kill him? Ugh. I'll make it happen, Petrenko. If you cooperate, that will become your new body. A new body. A new capsule. A new tomb. Tears flowed from Petrenko's remaining eye as it twitched. So this is how it ends. You've finally turned the Republic into hell. Vladimir Brezhnev. You'll never stop this war. Just like Eugene Lawrence who reduced me to this state. Ha. He. Ha ha. Madness is contagious. The Secretary General's madness was carved into the brain of a hero who had lost everything, and now only one thing remained for him. Revenge. Seconds, Riteri. Gen. Errol. Petrenko's half-mouth moved with eyes wide open. Speak, Petrenko. I'm listening. The Secretary General leaned in to listen. When he finished speaking, the Secretary General smiled, showing his teeth. Indeed. You truly are the guardian deity of revolution and hero of the Republic. Ha. Ha. Don't worry, Petrenko. Along with a benevolent voice, the smile on the Secretary General's face grew deeper. The Republic's hero will protect the Republic even in death. Huff huff. The hands of the new recruit wearing a gas mask trembled. The weight of the fuel tank strapped to his back, filled to the brim. The flamethrower in his hands. Deployed for just a week, he had been assigned to the task of burning the corpses of his fallen comrades. New recruit. You alright? Why yes, I'm fine. Then relax your shoulders. There aren't many monsters left inside the village. The one patting the recruit's shoulder was a soldier carrying a light machine gun on his back. Speaking of which, poison gas? Those Republic bastards. Have they completely lost their minds? This violates the laws of war. After their capital was destroyed, you think those bastards care about anything? They'll use whatever means necessary. Those fucking bastards. SHH. The soldier's idle chatter didn't last long. The platoon leader at the front, surveying the village, raised his fist toward the soldiers. I hear voices. Someone other than us has entered the village. At the platoon leader's words, the soldiers' expressions hardened as they gripped their weapons. They were the only ones assigned to the village incineration duty. If there were other personnel inside, they had to be enemy forces. Platoon leader, over there. While taking cover and observing the village, one private extended his hand to point at a specific location. A mountain of corpses piled in the village center. Quite some time seemed to have passed since they were set ablaze, as the bodies had already turned into black ashes. Processing and incinerating the infected. This isn't amateur work. That thought didn't last long. As they saw a group of people walking out of those flames, the soldiers held their breath and waited for the platoon leader's signal. 1, 2, 3. Now, swoosh dash. As the platoon leader rose, they uniformly aimed their weapons at the enemy, and, what? What they were aiming at were special magical power unit officers who looked like beggars, burning corpses. Friendlies. We're friendlies? Friendly forces. What's with these guys? Are they stragglers? Those uniforms look like special magical power unit, but their condition. While they were bewildered by those cheering at the sight of them, a young man trudged out from among the disheveled special magical power unit officers. A with grave Thailand body S. A face too young to be an officer. A black-haired youth with sharp features. And the stars on his military cap. Upon seeing this, the soldiers immediately recognized who he was. The young officer who frequently appeared on Kal Hiram army recruitment posters. The Empire's hero, Eugene Lawrence. Brigadier General Eugene Lawrence. It's really him. He really survived Vyselgrad. Now it was the Kal Hiram army soldiers who were cheering. The forces deployed for the capital assault had gone missing after the massive explosion in Vyselgrad. To confirm survivors, to confirm that the Empire's hero was alive in such circumstances. This isn't the time. Quickly, we need to report to High Command. Wait. Before that, thump. The commotion didn't last long. Eugene, wearing an unprecedented serious expression, grabbed both shoulders of the platoon leader. Lieutenant? Gayan Bell. Yes, Lieutenant Gayan. Just in case. The Empire's hero, who had driven an iron stake into the enemy's heart, was grabbing his shoulders. In this dreamlike situation, Eugene asked in a serious voice. Combat rations. Got any extras? Pardon. No need to answer. It's fine. We'll handle everything. After saying this, Eugene turned to look at his subordinates with gleaming eyes. Strip them? With those words, the special magical power unit members, eyes flashing like beasts, lunged at the reconnaissance team. Kya? Huh? What? No, what are you doing? Shut up and just hand over your gear. We've been eating nothing but Republic bricks for 2 weeks, damn it. You can get supplies when you return to base. It's not even 5 minutes to the garrison? Hey, they're using magic. No, please, sir. That's from my girlfriend. She sent it for me to. What? Girlfriend? Hey, grab that bastard. Take everything. After the Vyselgrad explosion, the first thing the high-ranking Special Magical Power Unit mages did upon returning to their unit after 2 weeks was to plunder their allies' combat rations. Eastern West Rain. Kal Hiram Army Central Front Base. At this massive temporary factory, established as the central stronghold of the Central Army Group, maintenance of armored trains that had rushed from the homeland was in full swing. A little more to the left? That's it. Car 39 maintenance complete. Send it straight to the front. Workers were lifting the car bodies, adjusting the spacing between the wheels. While blankly watching this scene, a familiar voice came from behind. The Republic's rail gauge differs from that of the Empire. Therefore, to operate on Republic railways, we need to modify the specifications of armored trains airlifted from the Empire. Most Imperial armored trains are designed to allow for variable gauge, and this front bay serves as an intermediate point for that modification work. As soon as the words ended, I turned around. A sly smile and 5 stars on the military cap. It was Kieran. Try going missing one more time. I'll personally point a pistol at your face. Isn't that too harsh for someone who nearly died? It was just the other day I was worried about my daughter becoming a widow. Be grateful this is all you're getting. Using Mari as an excuse, how cowardly. At a loss for words, I slightly turned my gaze and asked him, what brings the Kal-Hiram Army Marshal all the way here? As you can see, frontline inspection. Since this will be the main base for the Republic invasion, I need to see it with my own eyes at least once. I'll have to go straight to the southern garrison after staying here for about half a day, he added. Kieran's face was full of fatigue. This man must be busy without a moment's rest. It made sense. Kieran was currently the supreme commander controlling 3 army groups. With over 1 million Kal-Hiram army troops to command, even several bodies wouldn't be enough. How's the war situation? Just as you know. Couldn't be more smooth, couldn't be more horrific. After saying this, Kieran naturally extended his hand toward me. Does a marshal need to borrow cigarettes? I'm borrowing from my son-in-law and son. Can't argue with that. Without protest, I handed him one, and after lighting it, Kieran spoke while watching the frontline base soldiers. The Republic's capital fell just 2 weeks after the war began, with the center of Republic rail transport literally obliterated. The supply network for Republic forces deployed in the border region has completely collapsed. An economy ruined by massive war reparations. War breaking out before they could recover from that, and the resulting damage. The unified empire was overwhelming the Republic, and the Republic was crumbling rapidly. Normally, they should have declared surrender and attempted post-war negotiations by now. However, rather than explaining further, it would be better to hear it directly. Instead of saying more, Kieran turned on the radio switch built into his pocket watch. Marshal, this is the state funeral speech of Republic Marshal Georgi Kalinin, the man you killed. What flowed out was the enemy's voice, and along with it, the roar of countless masses. Therefore, the vicious wolves of the Kal-Hiram Empire look at us and say, that our people of West Rain fear them, that the Republic will submit to the hands of the demons they command. Oh dash, people of the Republic, is this truly so? Do you think those inferior livestock who still haven't escaped the shadow of monarchy can break the proud flag of our Republic? Oh, murmuring noise, ecstatic voices. Calming these voices, Secretary General Vladimir continued in a solemn voice. Revolutionary comrades of West Rain, the Republic now faces an unprecedented crisis. The enemy fabricates non-existent charges to justify their war and has started a war without cause. Our territory is being violated, and the blood of our youth and children flows meaninglessly. So let us fight. Let us fight together and show them who we are. Let us drive out the evil hands of the Empire and bring true revolution to this continent. After saying this, the Secretary General raised his voice and shouted to the crowd. For the revolution? For the Republic? YAAA? The desperate chanting of West Rain's slogan. For the Republic. For the Republic. Listening to those cheers coming through the radio, Kieran continued speaking impassively. The army groups, split into 3, crushed 100 divisions over 2 weeks. 100 divisions. In terms of simple numbers, it means we destroyed over 400,000 enemy troops in just 2 weeks. It was an impressive military achievement, but Kieran's expression as he exhaled cigarette smoke wasn't very comfortable. However, currently there are about 200 Republic Army divisions facing Kal-Hiram. Information suggests they're conscripting not only those below recruitment age but even child soldiers. And these conscripted Republic Army soldiers are using chemical and biological weapons indiscriminately on all fronts. The West Rain Republic. Trailing off briefly, with a short sigh, Kieran continued. Secretary General Brezhnev is now selling the country's future to win this war. Would you rather lose the war, or let the country perish? A binary choice where either path leads only to destruction. And the Secretary General chose, without hesitation, the path of national destruction. Why? I don't know. An inferiority complex from failing to awaken magical power? Hatred toward the Empire? Obsession with power? Even in the original game, there were countless speculations about this, but none of them fully explained the Secretary General's self-destructive behavior. I only know one thing for certain. His numerous atrocities in the original work. But this is exactly the opposite situation from the original. I recalled the early parts of Revolution Empire 2. The protagonist and companions hiding in the Republic, fleeing from magic nobles' pursuit. They receive a request from Republic Marshal Kalinin and infiltrate Western West Rain, the Secretary General Vladimir's personal laboratory. And what they saw there. What is all this? Turning humans into monsters. This crazy bastard? After embezzling the Republic's resources, he was doing this insane thing behind everyone's back. Numerous test tubes containing experimental subjects and humans. The Revolutionary Army raging at the sight, and even Petrenko who had temporarily joined the party. In the end, the Revolutionary Army destroys the laboratory, and Petrenko secures confidential documents and the Secretary General's orders. And with the numerous pieces of evidence thus obtained, his father Kalinin manages to oust the Secretary General. The era of the dictator ends, and a true republic for the people is born. But now, Marshal Kalinin who should have transformed the republic is dead. With Kalinin, the brake system, gone, the Secretary General's madness continues to run wild unchecked. Any hope of armistice vanishes, leaving only war. Until the western continent occupied by the Republic burns to nothing. And at the end of that war, on the ashes of everything burned away, the Empire will find peace. Marshal. A staff officer with lieutenant colonel rank approached Kiran and whispered, "Information from the Southern Army Group. This is." Kiran's face slowly hardened. Wondering what was happening, I tilted my head, and Kiran showed me a photo handed over by the staff officer. A blurry photo taken in haste. It showed a battlefield scene. Flames and smoke. Screams and corpses. And walking against that backdrop, a giant? Eugene. As soon as you recover, head to the southern front. As my expression turned strange looking at the photo, Kiran, wearing a serious expression, said to me, "The real war has only just begun." Bang dash, bang dash. The battlefield was covered in flames everywhere. The young Republic Army officer serving as company commander was sprinting through the devastated wheat field while firing his pistol wildly. His target was an Imperial mage who was fleeing from him. After a brief chase, one of the randomly fired bullets pierced through the man's back. Arg. The Imperial mage collapsed to the ground before he could defend himself. With his magical power depleted and the side effects of magic bullets piling up, symptoms of magical power exhaustion had set in. Got you dash. Damn, never thought I'd get shot in the back by a Republic dog. The man sneered as he lay face down. Seeing this, the Republic Army officer's face contorted with unrestrained rage. A mage wearing the rank of corporal. That one person had thrown his entire platoon into a pit of fire. It's over, you Imperial devil. He couldn't let his guard down. His opponent was a mage who could deflect bullets with his bare body and kill people with a gesture. Though his gun hand was trembling uncontrollably, the officer forced himself to steady it as he shouted, I am Republic Army 2nd Lieutenant Michael. I'll kill you myself and avenge my platoon members who died by your hands. Shut that mouth. The man spat those words and screamed at him while coughing up blood as if poisoned by gas. What right do you bastards have to say such things? Do you even know what you Republic scum did to us? It was Republic soldiers who raped his mother during the war 10 years ago. It was also the Republic who crushed his father's head with an axe. They were the ones who stomped his 3-year-old sister to death with their military boots. They were the ones who threw his childhood friend, whom he'd promised to marry when they grew up, into a pit of fire. They were the ones who burned down his hometown that, though poor, had been happy. All of it was done by you Republic bastards. I'll never forgive you. I'll kill you all. Every last one of you Republic vermin, without leaving a single one. When he first awakened his magical power, he saw it as a kind of divine oracle. That he had been given a chance to avenge his family. That the reason he survived was solely for that purpose. You people. As he was screaming at the enemy before him. Ugh, ugh. When he saw the face of the officer who had shot him in the back, he felt all his strength drain away. Ha, damn it all. Even being generous, the officer couldn't be more than mid-teens. Officer my ass. He was just a child soldier. Kill me? Having been poisoned by gas, there was no hope of survival anyway. No, perhaps he thought this was for the best. Kill because you were killed, die because you killed. After rushing forward endlessly like that without stopping, he had finally grown tired. Maybe, it's time to rest. 674. Damn, couldn't even reach my goal in the end. He'd hoped to kill at least 1,000 before facing his family, but to end in a place like this. As he closed his eyes thinking that, the sobbing boy officer barely managed to aim his pistol, just as his trembling hand was about to pull the cold trigger. Boom! A massive steel foot simultaneously crushed both men who had been facing each other. A reflection on revenge. The first glimpse into an enemy's inner world. The two soldiers, each carrying their own stories, vanished in an instant, leaving behind only scraps of flesh scattered on the ground. Though tragic, it wasn't particularly unusual. Isn't this what war is, after all? And on the plain strewn with similar pieces of flesh. Standing alone on the mountain of corpses was a giant steel colossus woven from armor plates and mechanical devices. PSHHHHH. Boom boom. A massive body over 10 meters tall. Mechanical sounds emanated from it, along with heat and steam spurting from various places. The red light beaming from its head kept darting around as if searching for something. Eugene Lawrence. A name flowed from the speakers embedded throughout the machine. Perhaps everyone living in the Republic would know that name. Eugene Lawrence. The name of the one who had dragged the Republic into the abyss of war and shattered its heart. Eugene. A light of rage flickered in the giant's red eyes. The root cause who had massacred him and his comrades, and left him to fall into the Secretary General's clutches. And Marshal Kalinin, who should have reformed the Republic and ushered in a new era. The one who had driven his father to death. Where are you, Eugene? Q-a-dash? The horrifically distorted voice shook the plains as it unleashed directionless rage. The intelligence and dignity of his living days were gone, leaving only a god of destruction filled with vengeance and fury. Behind his back as he roared at the sky, dozens of airships painted the heavens. Around his feet marched thousands of armored infantry in black reinforced suits. The Black Army marched east, wreathed in poison gas and chemical weapons. It was the West Rain Republic's 8th Guards Army, the Black Star Corps. In a Republic airship crossing the southern plains. After briefly watching the Black Star Corps marching east, the humming man turned his full attention to a coffee pot brewing in the corner of the table. Drip drip. The man poured hot water over the coffee grounds in the filter. After meticulously preparing 2 cups of coffee, he admired his creation before offering one to the person sitting across from him. The mobility test was successful. No witnesses remained, and the performance was beyond excellent. Excellent? You can say excellent after witnessing that scene. In contrast to his relaxed expression, the face of the man sitting opposite was twisted in anger. Below the airship lay the Republic's wheat fields, stained with flames, corpses, and poison gas. Lieutenant General Rodion, commanding the southern front, shouted with a trembling voice at the man who had brought the coffee. My orders were to halt the enemy vanguard's advance and defend our positions. I never once ordered you to turn the southern breadbasket into that state. Lieutenant General Rodion's eyes were fixed on the plains that had turned pitch black. The Republic's golden breadbasket, rippling with wheat. These mother-like wheat fields that had sustained the flesh and bones of the Republic's people had now transformed into a land of death filled with only ashes and poison. And if that wasn't enough, our own forces that entered first were caught in that giant's bombardment. Not to mention the civilian groups that were evacuating. Do you even know how many died because of this experiment or whatever it is of yours? About 4,000 infantry who were retreating in defeat, and approximately 20,000 civilians who were evacuating nearby. I received accurate reports. And knowing that, you dare to sit here so casually. But you see, the man cut off the lieutenant general's voice with a plain tone and said, stretching his mouth into a wide smile, isn't it much better than losing to the Empire? What did you say? What nonsense was this? After killing 20,000 retreating Allied troops and civilians, he's saying it doesn't matter because we didn't lose? If the front line gets pushed back, it would have been land lost to the enemy anyway. Rather than letting the Empire take the eastern breadbasket, it's much better to just destroy it. Grab dash? Unable to contain himself any longer, Lieutenant General Rodion rose from his seat and seized the collar of the man sitting at the head of the table. Dr. Lavrenti. You really? Lavrenti Kravchenko, Minister of Science for the West Rhine Communist Party and at the same time, the Secretary General's loyal dog. A mad scientist who had conducted all manner of inhuman research under the protection of the Secretary General. Seeing Lieutenant General Rodion glaring at him, the doctor smiled slightly and slowly opened his mouth. 2 minutes after deployment to the battlefield, that steel giant carrying the Republic's hero annihilated the enemy's vanguard, 1 special magical power unit battalion and an infantry division. Complete annihilation without leaving a single survivor. What occurred in those 2 minutes wasn't a battle, but rather a one-sided massacre. The Colossus is the hope that will save the Republic, General. If used well, it could recover our collapsed front lines and change the entire course of the war. Madness. How can a weapon that can't even distinguish friend from foe and kills its own citizens save the Republic? As he was denouncing this, suddenly, Lieutenant General Rodion's face turned pale as he processed the doctor's words. Did you say it's carrying the Republic's hero? Oops, what a slip of the tongue. The doctor stuck out his tongue playfully. Seeing this, Rodion hurriedly looked at the Colossus walking on the ground. The Secretary General's trump card, given in this desperate situation after the capital's collapse. A steel giant adorned with golden decorations and the Republic's symbols. And the human-sized coffin embedded in its center? Click dash. The pistol drawn from the Lieutenant General's holster pointed at the doctor's forehead. You, what the hell have you done? What do you mean? Petrenko? What the hell did you do to him? Damn it. The Lieutenant General's hand gripping the pistol tightened. These people were truly the Republic's cancer. Vermin who treated citizens' lives as tools and were trying to destroy the country in their mad pursuit of power. Kalinin was right. We should have killed you lot long ago. But, it's too late now. It should be about time for the drug to take effect. The moment Dr. Lavrenti added those words, Lieutenant General Rodion's vision turned red. The coffee was quite excellent, wasn't it? Wouldn't you agree, Your Excellency? You bastard. Though he belatedly realized it was a trap, it was already too late. Crack, crack dash? His arm began twisting and transforming grotesquely. Seeing this, the Lieutenant General's eyes filled with despair. In the coffee, monster transformation solution. Farewell, Lieutenant General, Your Excellency. As the transformation that started from his arm reached his face, Dr. Lavrenti looked at the Lieutenant General and opened his mouth with a bright smile. The Republic will remember you as a hero. Ugh, ugh. Oh yeah. It took mere seconds for the scream to turn into a monster's roar. And a few more seconds for the monster that was once a Republic general to be reduced to powder by armored infantry machine gun fire. In that brief time, the commander of the Southern Army Group vanished from the world. All that remained was the office covered in monster fluid, and Dr. Lavrenti brushing off his hands in disgust. Doctor. Number 2. And at the same time, a voice flowed from the communicator placed on the table. A report had come in from Agent 2, their spy infiltrated into the Empire. Buckingham's side provided information. Eugene Lawrence and the elite special magical power unit are heading toward the southern front. Oh ho, the reason why the magic nobles had handed this information and troops to him was clear. It must mean they too would take action the moment Eugene was eliminated. Buckingham's side says they're sending a guest your way soon to ensure the operation goes smoothly. To think they'd send even their precious High Knight, they must be quite worked up. No better than dogs in heat. Thinking this, the doctor turned off the communication with a kindly smile. Doctor. Yes. When the armored infantry who had eliminated Lieutenant General Rodion called him, he adjusted his glasses and spoke with a friendly smile. When our guests arrive, guide them to my office first. His narrowed eyes were directed at where Lieutenant General Rodion had been standing just moments ago. Since I've gotten my hands on some quality coffee beans, it would only be polite to serve our guests as well. Author's Thoughts. Southern Front. A plain stretches out, serving as the Republic's main granary with its abundant sunlight and heavy rainfall. A bountiful land where golden wheat fields and orchards once spread. However, what existed there now was far from such a peaceful sight. The fields cultivated by farmers were torn apart by trenches dug by soldiers. Instead of children's laughter, there was only the sound of armored train shells and gunfire, and the screams of soldiers from both sides. Die, die, tu. The Kal-Hiram army gunner positioned at the machine gun post showered bullets at the approaching armored infantry. Visible in the sky were the Republic's airships, spraying poison gas as they advanced. Just as they wiped clean their gas masks clouded by gas and smoke, the armored infantry, not missing the pause in gunfire, fired their arm-mounted grenade launchers into the trench. Kawang, Ayek. The machine gun post turned into wasteland in an instant. The soldier glared at the slowly approaching armored cavalry, gritting his teeth while firing his pistol. You crazy bastards? You want to win this badly? You want to kill us that much? You know better than anyone what happens to land soaked in poison gas? You're killing your own land while waging this war. The soldier fired his pistol wildly. The armored infantry who coldly watched him aimed a flamethrower at his face. We know. Just as he said that and was about to spew flames. King dash? A streak of red light from the sky pierced through him. Magic? Impossible. We killed all the mages. Before he could finish speaking, the fuel tank exploded. The soldier who hurriedly got up with his head down looked up behind him. Ray-da-ta-da dash? Firing machine guns at the enemy airships was the Kal-Hiram Army airship fleet. From one airship with a black gas bag, special magical power unit mages were descending. A golden emblem drawn on the black airship's gas bag. Seeing that, color returned to the soldier's face. The assault high-speed airship, Emperor's Spear. It was the airship carrying Eugene Lawrence, commander of the special magical power unit. Bam dash! The mages who appeared on the battlefield amid clouds of dust. Armed with gas masks and lightweight reinforced suits, they began firing magic mercilessly at the Republic's armored infantry. Kaik, why are there mages here? Don't fall back. Just a little more forward? Don't let those imperial bastards live dash. Though the armored infantry tried to resist desperately, it was futile. Fuel running low, and drive systems creaking from prolonged combat. And the firepower of the mages overwhelming them in formation. The armored infantry advancing toward the trenches began to fall back hesitantly. This will be our death at this rate. Company commander. All forces retreat. Where do you think you're running? Just as the officer commanding the armored infantry was about to speak, dozens of magical power chains erupted from the ground and began binding their bodies. Magical power crystals glowing golden, blocking their path. While they hesitated trying to remove them, red energy swirled above the armored infantry's heads. What appeared above their heads was a massive magic circle. Upon confirming this, the special magical power unit members who had their guns aimed immediately activated their barriers and shouted, "Everyone, brace for impact. Duck, quickly." Why deploy barriers now when they didn't even use them fighting armored infantry? That thought lasted only a moment. The soldiers, intimidated by the shouts of the members deploying barriers, ducked their heads. Simultaneously, a scorching sensation from above. When one curious soldier raised his head, he froze in place. What is that? Kugugugu? Red light shining in the sky, and the massive fireball floating above it. They had heard of it before. The mage who creates a sun on the battlefield. This was the bombardment formula of Eugene Lawrence, the 7-stroke mage of the Kal-Hiram army. Pushing us back was, for this. The armored infantry commander muttered with a pale face. Drive the enemy back, concentrate them, then incinerate them all at once with a bombardment formula. The armored infantry who realized the situation tried to flee in panic, but that too lasted only a moment. Kuu dash? The sun that pierced into the ground caused a massive explosion on the spot. Kuu, flash, heat, pressure, wind pressure. The explosion that bloomed with a thunderous roar instantly melted thick armor and burned their bodies inside the reinforced suits. On the battlefield after the explosions subsided, all that remained were the charred remains of the armored infantry. Impact confirmed. Enemy armored infantry unit neutralized. Hue. Red smoke exhaled with a sigh. Hearing the observer's report through magical power communication, I ejected the spent magic bullet casing from Heresy. That makes 5. The gap in the front line has been mostly sealed. The enemy's new weapons appearance and indiscriminate attacks. My mission was to prevent the damage from that, and this defensive battle was part of that work. Having neutralized an entire armored infantry division, my job was finished. Once reinforcements airlifted from the homeland fill the gaps, the Southern Army Group should be able to recover its previous state. Now there's only one problem left. As I muttered that and returned to base, Lieutenant General Beckier, commander of the Southern Army Group, welcomed me. Mission accomplished, Lieutenant General Beckier. Well done, Eugene. Thanks to you, we can breathe a little easier. For someone saying that, you look quite worried. At those words, the man smiled wryly and held his chin while looking at the tactical map before him. What's the matter? No matter how I look at it, something's strange. Strange how? At my question, Lieutenant General Bekier, commander of the Southern Army Group, pointed at the tactical map with his gloved hand. The 22nd Defense Army we've been facing doesn't normally deploy forces like this. I looked at the tactical map spread on the table. After the fall of the Republic capital Viselgrad, the Republic forces, which had been consistently reinforcing defensive lines and maintaining a defensive posture, suddenly changed their attitude one day and launched a large-scale counterattack against the entire southern front. Alpha NES. The front lines were beginning to stabilize, and a war of attrition between the Kal-Hiram army and Republic forces was about to begin. But Lieutenant General Bekier, who had been in charge of this front for a long time, muttered while shaking his head. Lieutenant General Rodion, who commands the enemy forces, is a commander who prioritizes his soldiers' lives. He had been waging a war of attrition while preserving his forces, holding the line until civilian evacuation was complete, then retreating with minimal losses. And now it's as if none of that matters anymore as he pushes his forces forward. I turned my gaze to the pile of markers on one side of the table. Annihilation, retreat, mass desertion, enemy units that had disappeared for various reasons. In the short span of a month, the Republic had expended nearly 100,000 troops. Even to break the Southern Army Group's momentum, would he attempt such a meaningless war of attrition? That's impossible. Perhaps the commander has changed. From our perspective, isn't that not so bad? I said to Lieutenant General Bekier. The current exchange ratio between the enemy and us is 1:5. 5 Republic soldiers are dying for each Kal-Hiram army soldier killed. If this war of attrition continues, the Republic's forces will evaporate before they can dismantle the Southern Army Group. Generally speaking, you'd be right. However, Lieutenant General Bekier's expression hardened as he looked at the tactical map. Red markers visible throughout the map. Those marks on the front's strategic points and fierce battle sites indicated places where the Kal-Hiram army had been defeated. If this red giant isn't eliminated, we'll be the ones crushed first. Red giant. After saying those words, the Lieutenant General spread out some photographs on the map. We've already lost hundreds of mages. Almost to the point of annihilation, I'd say. Losing them is painful, but the real problem is something else. The fact that we have absolutely no information about the enemy. Besides the photographs that arrived at Kirin, a few additional photos had been secured. Other than that, there was no information about the enemy. How large their forces were, what powers they possessed and what weapons they used, what their power source was and what they were made of. We had absolutely no such information. The enemy is thoroughly concealing information about the giant in these photos. Out of 3 battles, there was only 1 survivor. And even he went completely mad from poison gas exposure. Then these photos here, they were brought by that soldier. Even in his complete mental breakdown, he screamed that these had to be delivered to me. Information delivered with desperate effort. Through this, the Kal-Hiram army knew 2 things. The weapon operated by the opposing side took the form of a gigantic human, and it possessed enough tremendous power to wipe out hundreds of mages in an instant. Now I understand why the Southern Army Group requested me. As I said that, I recalled the content of the original game. The giant in the photos, it must be that thing. The Secretary General's personal laboratory. Those 2 huge eyes that confronted the protagonist's party in that laboratory. If they've completed that, it's not something that can be handled with the power of a single mage. However, it's not like there's absolutely no way. I looked at Lieutenant General Bekier and spoke. There was an interesting item among the new weapons being developed in the homeland, wasn't there? An interesting item. You know, the one the Kal-Hiram army arsenal was preparing to break through Viselgrad's defensive walls. At my words, Lieutenant General Bekier slowly furrowed his brow. That's still under development. Stability tests aren't finished, and there are many uncertain factors. But it's complete enough to be usable, isn't it? The enemy is a mobile walking weapon. Even if we can bring it here, how do you plan to hit it? I have a plan for that. Your Excellency. As I was speaking, a communications officer with a pale face hurriedly entered the tent. I'm sorry. I didn't know you were in a meeting. It's fine. What's the matter? After hesitating for a moment, looking back and forth between me and Lieutenant General Bekier, at the Lieutenant General's voice, the communications officer spoke without delay. The assault unit that infiltrated for reconnaissance encountered the enemy and then contact was lost. Lost contact? Again. Lieutenant General Bekier ground his teeth in frustration at those words. This is maddening. We assigned 2 4-stroke imprint mages, and they couldn't even gather information. It was clear that without any progress, casualties would only increase. I silently put on my uniform and prepared to leave. What do you intend to do, Eugene? I'll head to the point where contact was lost. We have no information about the enemy. I cannot send you, our most crucial military asset. Now that even high-ranking mages have been defeated, this is something only I can handle. If we leave it alone, losses will only accumulate further. I spoke to Lieutenant General Bekier. I'd rather go and confirm it with my own eyes. I'll gather information and try to stop its advance if possible. So, Lieutenant General, please prepare what I mentioned as soon as possible. If my prediction is correct, if they really completed Colossus and deployed it for actual combat, that would be the only way to defeat that giant. After our argument ended, silence fell in the tent for a moment. 3 weeks. As if finished calculating in his head, Lieutenant General Bekier looked at me and said, even at the fastest, it will take that long to bring it here. It wasn't a short time, but it wasn't exactly generous either. But there was no choice. 3 weeks. Understood. Well, nothing to do but hold out like our lives depend on it. I nodded and left the tent without delay. The mages waiting for my orders, and the special magical power unit's airship landed on the ground. The trio gathered after a long time, along with Leopold and Eric, were smiling at me. I asked Commander Beckier, "It'll arrive in 3 weeks. They really approved it. To think we'd see the day that thing would be fired in actual combat." Hearing my words, Eric nodded and headed to the operations room, while I spoke to the officers gripping their weapons. "Is everyone ready?" What awaited beyond the front lines was a monster created by the Republic. An unknown enemy whose power and size we couldn't even guess. A perilous battlefield where we didn't know if we could win or even survive. Got to try. Yet even facing that, my friends spoke without a trace of fear. "We've killed giant monsters like they were rats. What's one huge weapon? Don't underestimate it carelessly, Ortega. That's a bad habit. The mission is reconnaissance. Lure out the enemy, gather information, and return, right? Yeah, such stubborn fellows." Looking at them accepting the mission without a single complaint, I slowly spoke. "I'm not asking for victory. Heroic sacrifice? That's just useless dogshit. As commander, I have only one order. Survive." After speaking in an unusually serious tone for a moment, I smiled and released the tension, looking around at my friends' faces as I spoke. "After this war ends, you all need to help me beat up some magic nobles." Deep smiles spread across my friends' faces as they faced me. I was probably wearing a similar expression myself. I heard Lieutenant General Beckier's explanation. "The enemy's strategy is far more meticulous than I thought." Inside the Kalhiram army airship, Emperor's Spear, with hydraulic devices and steam pipes attached throughout, this was the operation room prepared within the airship. Shuffle shuffle. Documents and photos being laid out on the table one after another. They showed Republic villages and cities reduced to ruins, covered in poison gas. There were photos of civilians screaming as they succumbed to the gas, but that wasn't my concern. Eric, who had placed the photos across the tactical map, tilted his coffee cup and began explaining. "The enemy deployed this thing, Red Giant, to the key strategic points we control on the southern front. They completely devastate the area and withdraw as quickly as possible. Any cases of dispatching troops for pursuit? Yes. But these madmen scatter poison gas randomly as they retreat. By the time the pursuit team arrives, the site has already become a contaminated zone." Answering Gil's question, Eric fixed his gaze on the photos we had casually dismissed. Civilians dying from inhaling poison gas. A woman wailing while holding a baby with blackened skin, tumors blooming on her back. Gritting his teeth, Eric continued his explanation while forcefully suppressing his emotions. "The enemy is suffocating the entire Southern Army group by repeating operations like this. And simultaneously, changes have been observed among the troops maintaining the southern front." At Eric's signal, one of the staff officers approached and began explaining while pulling out photos. "Until now, the Republic forces we encountered on the southern front had 2 objectives. First was the survival of defensive forces. Second was the protection of civilians." It was just as Lieutenant General Beckier had explained earlier. But now those defensive forces, they're preparing to go on the offensive by requisitioning civilian evacuation supplies. Along with the staff officer's explanation, I examined the photos attached by the intelligence department one by one. Armored infantry holding a gun to the head of a kneeling Republic Army officer in a brown uniform. The moment I saw the specially painted black armor plates and skull mark, I immediately knew who they were. Black Star Corps. And there's only one person besides Secretary General Vladimir who has the authority to command them. Clack. Setting down his coffee cup on the table, Eric immediately stated the enemy commander's name. Lavrenty Kravchenko. Along with it came documents detailing his personal information and activities. Lavrenty Kravchenko. Birthplace unknown, age unknown. Dean of West Rain National University and Professor of Monster Biology. Also a public speaker and theorist OE. He's the one who elevated Vladimir, who had just entered Republic politics, to the position of Secretary General. In other words, a kingmaker. Matt added, but Ortega, who picked up his personal file, muttered with a dubious expression. "I saw him on the list of key Republic figures, but isn't this bastard a scientist? How can a chalk-dusted academic command soldiers, and armored infantry at that? He's the one who handed the Republic to Vladimir. His abilities don't matter." Saying this, Eric sorted out several photos from those on the table. A group of people being taken away with black bags over their heads. Judging by their luxurious clothes and lavish surroundings, they were definitely not ordinary Republic citizens. What's this? Photos taken in Western Republic cities. High-ranking officials who opposed Secretary General Vladimir's policies or denounced him. Their relatives. Eric's subsequent explanation went like this. After Kalinin, who served as the focal point of the anti-Secretary General faction, disappeared, the uninhibited Secretary General began a massive purge of generals belonging to the opposition faction. The first to be expelled were those connected to Lieutenant General Rodion, who had been maintaining this southern front. Lieutenant General Rodion has high prestige among the soldiers and public recognition. With Marshal Kalinin dead, if you had to pick the person most likely to become the Secretary General's competitor, he'd be the strongest candidate. So they killed him for that? A general who's been maintaining the front line for so long, in the middle of a war. They must fear losing power more than losing the war. We're no different, are we? Gil shrugged and said. Think about the Knight Order and magic nobles. At least they're fighting for power within the Republic Army organization, but we're completely every man for himself. Ugh. Considering the rituals those things performed, well, our empire isn't in a position to criticize these guys. Indeed, when thinking about what the Knight Order had done, they withdrew troops while the monsters were advancing, just to get operational authority from the Imperial Army, and even plotted behind the scenes to let the Revolutionary Army kill His Majesty. The capital was breached once because of that. If we had slipped up then, we would have been completely finished, right? In the original story, we actually were finished. I, the protagonist, starved to death in prison, and the world pretty much ended. But with this, we have a general outline of the enemy. However, we can't just chat here. After listening to my subordinate officers, I focused the scattered atmosphere back on me. The enemy commander is the Secretary General's loyal dog, Dr. Lavrenti Kravchenko, and the enemy threatening us is the Secretary General's guard, the Black Star Corps. I continued speaking. The enemy is pressuring the southern front while expending the southern army group that was expelled for political reasons. Meanwhile, they're trying to find a breakthrough using shock tactics by deploying the Black Star Battalion and Red Giant. If the enemy's plan succeeds, the Central Army Group, currently in a salient position, won't be able to retreat in time. In the worst case, they could be completely annihilated while isolated in the Republic's central region. The enemy had decided to sacrifice their own citizens and soldiers without hesitation. Whether it was the right method was questionable, but its effectiveness was at least remarkable. They had clearly made a move that could shake up the war situation. There are two ways we can stabilize the front, either withdraw the Central Army Group, or destroy the Black Star unit. The former is the easier method, and the latter is an uncertain method whose success is hard to predict. And the enemy's intention was likely to make us choose the first method. If we withdraw the Central Army Group, the front that's maintaining the offensive will become fixed. The advance will stop, and a drawn-out war of attrition will begin. What the Empire must avoid most. And simultaneously, the situation the enemy wants most. If we don't want that, there's only one way. We have to find and kill that giant. That's why we came here. Enemy location. Last observed here, in the Larian Plains. But as always, they withdrew quickly with the infantry. All that's left are corpses. The enemy left no footprints or any traces to deduce their movement path. It was truly a situation where the phrase appearing and disappearing mysteriously fit perfectly. So finding them is the problem. Do we have a method? Yes. A very simple method. As I said this, I activated my magic circuit. I made a request to the intelligence department to track down Lavrenti Kravchenko, that madman's whereabouts. Unlike Red Giant, which is an emotionless machine, Dr. Lavrenti is a living human. Moreover, he's not a trained soldier, but someone who rose to that position through political interests. No matter how meticulously he can plan operations, he lacks the basic qualities of a soldier. And because of that, Intelligence Department was able to locate him even before Red Giant. Women under 18 being transported to the front lines during the war. Expensive alcohol. High-purity drugs not available on the market. When we tracked these three things, we quickly caught his trail. And this place where we are now is Dr. Lavrenti's hideout. The enemy's supply base. Wait. Here. Just as Ortega, who had been quietly listening to my words, asked again, our airship swayed heavily once. Landing preparations complete dash. Soon, a thunderous voice came from the airship deck. The officers, sighing, began gathering their weapons and equipment, while Ortega looked at me with an expression saying, now, what are you looking at? Watching the scene with a pleased smile, I said to Ortega, jump. Air raid alarm dash. Air raid alarm. What were the observers doing? Why is an enemy airship above our heads? The anti-aircraft guns aren't working? There are high-ranking mages aboard dash. A mining town in the southern region of the Westrain Republic. This place, which looked like nothing more than an abandoned village, transformed into a fortress the moment the sirens sounded. Anti-aircraft guns and field artillery revealing themselves as camouflage nets were removed, along with heavily armed soldiers. However, what descended upon them were 3 fully armed 5-stroke mages and 1 7-stroke mage. Targeting guidance. Eugene's handling it. He said we should handle the bombardment since we need to conserve magical power. First he tells us to come back alive, then he pushes us to the brink of death. Ready. The rifles of the 3 who raised their magic circuits simultaneously ejected their cartridges. Magnificent magical power flowing through blood vessels with the trigger pull. Feeling this, the 3 activated bombardment formulas, searching for areas where troops were concentrated. Fire. Boom 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 boom. Dozens of light beams spread with the short command. Then explosions. It was impossible for the Republic Army, composed of non-awakened individuals, to stop them. Slam dash. Dr. Lavrenti. Thump, thump. Before they could even feel the intermittent vibrations, a Republic Army officer with an urgent expression flung open the door. The enemy mages have detected this bunker? The local defense forces will within 5 minutes. SHH dash. Though the soldier called out urgently, Dr. Lavrenti smiled while putting a finger to his lips. Don't raise your voice, Vadim. I'm brewing newly acquired coffee, and at this rate, I won't be able to brew it properly. WH Watt. A luxuriously decorated private room, and coffee brewing in one corner. The scene was so contrary to the chaos outside that the soldier momentarily forgot what he was even doing. Eugene Lawrence. I didn't expect you to find us this quickly. He had vaguely noticed being tailed. He was just thinking he might need to cut back a bit on his usual indulgences, but to think they'd already be right at his doorstep. Frighteningly fast and precise actions. However, Dr. Lavrenti, who had leisurely brewed his coffee, sat down and leaned his nose toward his creation. Good. The doctor enjoying the subtle rising coffee aroma. Before his eyes lay complex mechanical devices. What appeared on the round disc located in the center was the magical power reaction of those currently raiding the base. And there was a massive chunk of magical power approaching this way. Welcome, Petrenko. Just as Dr. Lavrenti muttered this while looking at the mechanical device. Hey, Eugene. Seeing it in person, this is no joke. The trio looked up at the sky and swallowed dry saliva as they saw the shadow approaching them. Rumble. 10 airships floating in the sky. A massive shadow slowly approaching this location, suspended from anchors mounted on those airships. Seeing that majestic sight adorned with golden curtains and decorations, Eugene tightened his grip on his pistol. They said there were no traces like footprints, so this is how it was moving. The moment Eugene spoke through gritted teeth. Clank dash. The anchor breaking with a chilling mechanical sound. It rose once in the air, then fell straight toward the ruins of the burning village. Boom. Red giant landing on the ground with a thunderous sound. Colossus. The two eyes of the massive steel giant, head bowed, slowly met Eugene's gaze. As expected, the familiar magical power felt from within. Having roughly grasped the situation, Eugene spoke to the 3 people gathered around him. You remember the orders I gave? For the next 3 weeks. During that time, while facing this massive giant, let's absolutely not die. Both sides. Rumble. As if understanding those words, dozens of mana cores installed in Colossus's heart began resonating. Tremendous magical power incomparable to the capital Viselgrad. And at its center, someone's massive malice churning. The battle between the mages in formation and the steel giant began. The Republic's murky sky was soon covered with red flames and the sound of gunfire. Authors thought the gray skies of the Republic's south turned crimson red. Eugene's artillery formulas and magic spread in all directions. And as if to counter them, the red giant Colossus's weapons of war blazed in every direction. What should have been used against tens of thousands of soldiers or thousands of troops was now focused on just one person. Eugene? Aarg? That crazy bastard. His voice gives me the creeps. While deflecting dozens of armor-piercing shells flying toward me, I immediately formed a magic circle above Colossus's head. MOAF, an artillery formula deployed at maximum output. When the explosion occurred from the massive circle created by firing 2 magic bullets, the surrounding ground shook violently. Rumble? The power was enough to momentarily stagger Colossus's movements. However, when the smoke from the bombardment cleared, I couldn't help but curse. I hit it with the strongest one I had, but not even a scratch? This is getting ridiculous. The translucent magical power field surrounding Colossus's head. It was as sturdy as the barrier that had surrounded Viselgrad, visible to the naked eye. Just calculating the pure magical power alone, it's on par with Viselgrad. Is this the level of a city walking around? It was absurd, but I quickly began organizing the information I'd gathered. The upper structure, typically a weak point, is protected by a magical power field. Do I need to activate the mass formula we used at Viselgrad to remove it? If so, perhaps I should try hitting it head-on. After finishing that thought, I signaled to the trio supporting me. Position reached. All small fry have been dealt with. Signal received, firing now. Screech. Spear of Mitra, a penetration formula cast simultaneously from 3 directions. This formula, enhanced with magic bullets, possessed enough penetrating power to tear through barriers cast by 6-stroke or higher high-ranking mages. Gra! With a scream, dozens of cannons mounted on Colossus's shoulders moved. The cannons moving independently like living organisms. Though shells flew in all directions with consecutive cannon fire, none of the trio deployed barriers or tried to evade. There was no need to. Bang! Dozens of red beams extended from the magic circle created with Eye of Horus, the precision to intercept dozens of incoming shells at once. It was a level of precision that would make ordinary mages tremble, but the trio completed their formulas naturally and began suppressing Colossus from all directions. Epsilon, however. Screech. This is insane. Not even a scratch on the armor plating? With penetration formulas at maximum output. What the hell have those Republic bastards been making? While they succeeded in making small holes in the barrier, the Spear of Mitra that reached Colossus's armor plating was helplessly deflected. The barriers at the front and lower body are relatively weak, but behind them are armor plates made of special alloy. Against something like this, individual mages cannot respond effectively. Even if we used up all our magical power and magic bullets, we'd only manage to remove that protective barrier. After exhausting ourselves removing the barrier, we'd have to pierce through the thick composite armor plating underneath, then melt through the special alloy skeleton? It's like trying to take down a tank with a lighter. To take it down, we'd need large-scale mass formulas like at Viselgrad, and that weapon. I thought I might be able to take it down alone, but such expectations crumbled easily. However, at the same time, what I needed to do became clear. At least once. I need to inflict meaningful damage on it. Only then would the red giant recognize me as a threat and chase after me. That's why I found it, to make that happen. to make it focus on me and prevent it from turning its attention elsewhere. For that, I'll have to go all out. Whoosh dash. While activating my magic circuit at maximum output, I activated domain. The surrounding ground turned red, and sparks began to ignite and slowly burn everywhere. The essence of magic engraved in the 7-stroke imprint. A domain that grants omnipotent power to mages. At least while this domain was maintained, I could output power comparable to this thing. Ortega, Matt, we know. Cover you. Go in. The two who received my instructions rushed toward the steel giant. Ortega charged toward Colossus's legs while avoiding incoming bombardment. And Matt, after exchanging rifle barrels, sat in place searching for weaknesses in the magical power field. When their gazes crossed, the coordinated attack of the two top members of the Special Magical Power Unit began. Rat-a-tat-tat dash. After approaching close range, Ortega fired magic rapidly at Colossus's barrier. Though Colossus sprayed poison gas as if annoyed, Matt's penetration formulas followed each time. Screech. Continued mobile warfare and sniper fire for disruption. The coordinated attacks of the two magicians made the barrier deployed on Colossus's lower body fluctuate. That momentary gap. The one who didn't miss that small gap when the barrier's formula structure wavered was Gil, the last member. Hup dash. A magic bullet fired to its absolute limit. After condensing the massive magical power erupting from it into one point, he grabbed his rifle upside down and raised it above his head. And the next moment, boom, a tremendous impact that shook Colossus's body once accompanied the thunderous roar. The barrier was neutralized for a moment. The time until recovery would be 5 seconds at most, I estimated. But in this moment, I could approach its main body beyond the barrier it had deployed. Whoosh dash. Concentrating magical power in my legs, I climbed up its body. Two red eyes staring at me from what looked like the height of a 10-story apartment. Looking down at those eyes, I fired all 6 magic bullets loaded in the cylinder end. It's been a while, let's see your face. After condensing the artillery formula as much as possible, I fired it point blank. Screech. Dozens of light beams reflected, turning the surroundings into wasteland. Though I couldn't suppress Colossus's massive body, it had an effect. What I aimed for was Colossus's chest. The metal tube embedded there was torn vertically, revealing the man inside. Grah. Though it was a grotesque sight with dozens of test tubes and wires connected to his head and spine, I could clearly recognize the face glaring at me. The Republic's hero, Georgy Petrenko. The hero who survived Vyselgrad's explosion had now fallen to become the Secretary General's plaything. Eugene. So it was you after all. Hanging on Colossus's chest, I looked at Petrenko's form with pitying eyes. Narcotic drugs being injected through test tubes and blood pumps for life support. Dozens of needles embedded in his brain were heightening his emotions, continuously triggering fighting spirit and anger. You took everything, father? The Republic? I will have revenge. You of all people, definitely. A madman spewing anger with empty eyes, transformed into a beast-like state. To think this would be the end of the Republic's hero. It reminded me of the protagonist from the original work. Feel sorry for him? A little. Do I regret it? Of course not. Taking things is only natural. The magical power leaking from the barrier was starting to eat away at my body. It was time. I brought my face close to Petrenko and smiled at him demonstratively. You guys started it first, right? Kill or be killed. Take or be taken. At my words, Petrenko's face distorted into an indescribably grotesque expression. Was he crying, or was he angry? Even that wasn't clear, but I didn't particularly care. At least from now on, this guy wouldn't ignore me and try to run away. Cough dash. An officer wearing the Special Magical Power Unit uniform collapsed on the ground. A member whose gas mask was damaged during evacuation. Having inhaled the monster transformation gas and poison, there was no hope for him. Looking at the member reaching out his hand while poisoned, I silently took his hand. You fool. I told you not to die recklessly. I'm sorry. Don't apologize even on your deathbed. No one will acknowledge it anyway, just like in the original work. As I was thinking that, Division Commander, a soldier with a pale complexion asked while looking at me, was our sacrifice worth it? Can Division Commander defeat that monster? The monster we'd faced constantly for 3 weeks. Though the member asked anxiously, I declared with a resolute voice. Of course. Composed and dignified. Perhaps my acting was quite good, as the member smiled brightly and spoke with relief. That's good. Robert will have some face now. As he recalled the name of his comrade who fought alongside him, he spoke with a peaceful smile. A life without a speck of light. Thanks to you, I could have hope. You gave comrades to someone who had no one, gave me a reason to fight, and gave me the honor of fighting together. Thanks to you, I lived a life without regrets. I wasn't ashamed to face my wife and children who went ahead. Adding those words, the member didn't stop speaking even as he was dying. Commander Eugene, and my precious comrades. It was an honor to stand on the same battlefield. The final words. With those words, Lieutenant Gilman passed away. One of the early veterans of the Special Magical Power Unit, which now had fewer than 100 members remaining. Pressing down my military cap, I ordered the remaining members who had witnessed their comrade's death. Fire. Rat-a-tat dash. A salute echoing across the battlefield. The bodies of the Special Magical Power Unit, recovered with the red Imperial flag, headed for the National Cemetery in their homeland. During the 3 weeks of bullfighting like herding after encountering Colossus, 30 veteran members of the Special Magical Power Unit lost their lives. Not just regular members, but losing this many high-ranking mages of 4-stroke or above. It's a big loss for us too. It was Eric, in charge of supplies and personnel movement, who said this while handing me a cigarette. But at least those sacrifices weren't in vain. Meeting Petrenko and provoking his emotions. Petrenko, having lost his reason, deployed his magical power at maximum output to pressure us, and the Special Magical Power Unit endured by avoiding or deflecting it. We endured for 3 weeks like that. During that time, we gradually began learning information about it. The location of the installed mana cores, the material and thickness of the armor plating, the exact output figures of the magic circuit, and the amount of magical power needed to remove the protective barrier, and even how much firepower would be needed to kill that giant. What determines the course of battle isn't power, but information. If you know enough, you can respond to any enemy, no matter how strong. Muttering that, I looked at the massive object undergoing heat dissipation at the Southern Army Group's base. Thud thud thud. A massive chassis powered by ship engines used in battleships. A gigantic gun barrel stretching toward the sky, standing on that black chassis. All eyes, whether soldiers or officers, were drawn to its unrealistic massive size. And finally, the weapon to catch it has arrived. The anti-fortress artillery equipment created by the Imperial Arsenal and Kieran's research team. Cal Hiram Rail Cannon No. 1, Ambrosia. It was quite troublesome bringing it from the Imperial Arsenal, but thanks to you all, we could bring out this monster. Hearing the voice from behind me, I turned my gaze in that direction. Southern Army Group Commander, Lieutenant General Beckier. With visible tension, he grabbed my shoulder and spoke. I express my gratitude for selflessly blocking the Republic's monster. Now all that remains is one gap. I hope you can hold on a little longer. You don't need to worry. Overwork is routine for me and my subordinates. The Lieutenant General nodded silently at my response. The Commander's final operation approval. From now on, the operation to subjugate the Republic Army's new weapon, Colossus. Looking at my gathered comrades around me, I said, Operation Goliath begins. Click, click. A silence so profound that the ticking of a pocket watch could be heard. Standing in one corner of the operations room filled with tension and fear was Eric Hartman, the Chief of Staff of the Special Magical Power Unit. Chief of Staff. Breaking through the suffocating tension was the voice of the soldier in charge of magical power communications. Seeing him nod in his direction, Eric took a deep breath and looked at Lieutenant General Beckier, the frontline Commander-in-Chief. To all forces of the Southern Army Group. This is a direct order from the Commander-in-Chief. Lieutenant General Beckier's voice, holding the communication device, echoed throughout the Imperial Army's stationed areas. At the current time, midnight hours, Operation Goliath commences. All forces of the Southern Army Group, after a brief moment of silence to build the atmosphere, advance into the Republic. Boom dash. Along with the sound of massive footsteps, dozens of Intelligence Department agents seated around the operations room frantically issued orders. Operation Goliath commences. I repeat, Operation Goliath commences. 77th Division, advance forward. Then rendezvous with the 21st Division and occupy the target. Armored Train Battalion, maintain current position. Hold fire until further orders. Prioritize response to biochemical weapons. The single order transmitted to all fronts of the Southern Army Group was simple, advance. As hundreds of pieces on the operational map were simultaneously moved forward, the staff officers' voices grew more urgent. Their eyes were fixed on the front line of the Southern Front where the major offensive had begun. Specifically, on the black piece symbolizing the Special Magical Power Unit placed right in the center. Communication from the Special Magical Power Unit that advanced first. At one agent's shout, all commanders' eyes turned to him. Contact with enemy Colossus confirmed. Will be led to the operational area within an hour. That is all. Good. We've managed to set the first piece in motion, it seems. Lieutenant General Beckier, clenching his fist, immediately issued orders. Ambrosia, to operational position. Rumble dash. Like awakening from a long slumber, the heavy engine sound filled the operations room. The Empire's great cannon, Ambrosia, slowly revealed itself as it moved. Seeing it, Lieutenant General Beckier and the staff officers swallowed hard. We have only one chance. If we fail, this war is ruined. And if we succeed, we will win this war, won't we? With those words, Eric moved the enemy piece to the center of the operational map. A massive piece painted in red. Facing the Black Knight symbolizing the Special Magical Power Unit, it seemed to stare at its opponent with fierce, lifelike eyes. Vroom! Speed up! Maximum velocity. The engine will blow if we go any faster? Want to get stomped to death by that giant? We'll get stumped either way if we don't speed up. Run dash. Southern Front Center, Portelgraph Plains. Racing across the rough terrain of the plains were mountain motorcycles produced by the Imperial Arsenal. 3 bikes rushing forward as if in a race. And pursuing them was a steel giant the size of a castle. Boom dash, boom dash, boom dash. Target point reached. Fire the flare, quickly. Ortega shouted while frantically working the accelerator. Hearing his voice, Gil slowly rose from the back seat and pulled the trigger of the flare gun he was holding. Whoosh! A signal for non-awakened ones, not mages. The moment the red beam cut vertically through the sky, creating a line. A few seconds after the flash appeared, The prepositioned Imperial armored train's bombardment mercilessly pounded the Colossus's body. Boom boom boom, the armored trains racing along the tracks fired their cannons like mad. Though the thunderous roar and smoke filled their view, Petrenko, controlling the Colossus, waved his hand as if annoyed. You insects! Along with those words, the large-caliber magical power cannon mounted on the Colossus's shoulders moved. Connected in series with the monocore, this was equipment that hadn't been installed on any Colossus they'd faced before. Lavrenti, you bastard! In such a short time, a new weapon. Wong, as the imprinted spell formula activated and luminous particles gathered at the barrel's end. The beams fired from both of Colossus's shoulders instantly melted the armored trains, continuing their bombardment. Armored trains 1 and 2 destroyed. No survivors. Rails unusable. The mountain has completely melted. These crazy Republic bastards, what the hell did they create? Firepower that changed the terrain itself. Overwhelming was too weak a word to describe it. Truly monstrous power. However, receiving the report, Lieutenant General Beckier and Eric gritted their teeth and issued the next orders. Trains 3 through 7, launch sequentially. When its barrel turns, continue firing from the opposite side. Distract it as much as possible. Train 8, use the emergency rails. Continue providing fire support. Don't back down. Boom boom boom, boom. When one train disappeared, another appeared. When that one was destroyed, another from the opposite side. Though the Colossus kept destroying the armored trains, the Kal Hiram army continued to deploy artillery forces in waves. To make matters worse, countless artillery shells rained down from above along with airship fleet bombardment. As if intending to expend all the shells the Southern Army group possessed, the Imperial Army was pouring all their firepower at the Colossus. In that moment when the Colossus's attention was divided by the bombardment exploding everywhere. Whoosh! The Colossus, belatedly noticing the magical power reaction, looked up above its head. Through the thunder and smoke of the armored trains and airship fleet's bombardment. At some point, a single black airship had taken aim at its head. Screech! A massive magic circle unfolding from 5 airships. Petrenko, installed in the Colossus, could immediately recognize what it was. The special magical power unit's mass formula that had blown away the defensive barrier of Vyselgrad, the Republic's capital. Heliosphere. Fire. At Eugene's command from the flagship Emperor's Spear, the special magical power unit's mass formula plunged toward the Colossus's back. Boom! The barrier shattered with tremendous impact. But Petrenko wasn't weak enough to fall from just this. No, rather, he thought this was perfect. Because right now, Eugene was above his head. The Empire's devil who had taken everything from him was there. Eugene? The moment the Colossus reached toward the sky with that enraged cry. Crack dash! A massive hole was blown through the Colossus's chest. The armored train's bombardment, the artillery corps' high explosive shells, and the special magical power unit's mass formula. The moment these numerous attacks neutralized the barrier, the railway gun waiting at the main force was fired. Whoosh! Only after several seconds had passed since the shell hit did the thunderous roar finally echo. The Colossus with half its chest blown away. Eugene, standing on the airship, carefully observed the Colossus's condition. Petrenko's bloodied face was still glaring at him. Stubborn bastard. Just as Eugene thought about ending it while looking at the dying Petrenko. Boom dash! What the? The airship Eugene was on violently shook and began to nosedive. Eugene? Eugene? Ah, shit. Hearing the voice calling his name, Eugene could understand the situation. The electrical wiring exposed when hit by the railway gun. The enemy had used that wiring like a whip to snatch the airship he was on. Eugene? Along with Petrenko's roar, light began to emanate from the broken Colossus's body. The monocore going critical. Seeing this, Ortega shouted between heavy breaths. Why is it still alive? We already destroyed the main power source. The Colossus's condition was devastating. The central power source location had been pulverized by ambrosia, and the pilot Petrenko's body was mostly gone as well. Petrenko, with only his head remaining, was controlling the Colossus to threaten Eugene. An incomprehensible situation. But Eugene could vaguely understand the reason. Those who possessed the qualities worthy of being called a hero. One characteristic given to those at the inflection points that would change the world. Indomitable. Screech! The entire body of the Colossus heated up along with a blinding magical power light. Petrenko's intention was self-destruction. Due to the fatigue from previous battles and this current fight, the mages, including the trio, couldn't escape. Then, Wong, Eugene. Hey, you crazy bastard, what are you doing? Eugene alone deployed a barrier. Just once. If he could block the explosion just once, victory would be his afterward. Through the increasingly widening field of view, Eugene gritted his teeth. If I really am that. If I truly possess the hero's factor capable of changing the world's direction. If that's why I came here, then show yourself. Indomitable. The proof of heroism that you all love so much? The moment Eugene concentrated all his magical power with that thought. Someone appeared before Eugene's eyes. A man with the same face as Eugene, but wearing a Revolutionary Army uniform instead of an Imperial Army uniform. A failure with unkempt beard and hollow eyes, looking at him. Has the time come? The moment he said that, the explosion enveloping Eugene and the airship subsided. An enormous magical power that couldn't even be compared to 7-stroke magic imprint disappeared in an instant. What? How in the world? While people were still shocked by this, Eugene staggered toward the coffin. Eugene, have you awakened from your dream? Eugene pointed his gun at Petrenko's face, and Petrenko looked at Eugene. The Colossus was the Secretary General's ultimate weapon, a devil's machine that regenerated body tissue with bestial solution and Monocore's magical power to merge with machinery, designed to control even emotions to force the destruction of everything in sight. Petrenko, who became its test subject, had become a murderer who killed everything in sight, having lost his sanity. What he remembered upon regaining his senses wasn't anger toward Eugene, the tens of thousands of Republic soldiers he had mercilessly trampled to death, the hundreds of thousands of Republic citizens who died from the gas he had released. The moment he entrusted his body to the Secretary General, consumed by revenge, he who had been hailed as a hero of the Republic had become the person who had killed more Republic citizens than anyone else. Yes, humiliation and self-loathing enveloped his body. His conviction to save the Republic had vanished, and he had become a monster caught in his schemes. As intended, he had massacred countless Republic citizens, contributing to turning the Republic into hell. Through himself, he had burned the Republic. And now that it was all over, he had only one choice left. Kill me. Begging for death from the very person who had made him this way. That fact was the greatest humiliation for Petrenko. Let me tell you one thing clearly. Pointing the pistol at his forehead, Eugene said, "You were a good person." Bang dash. With the gunshot, the Colossus completely ceased functioning. The Republic's hero was, with this, completely dead and gone. Thud dash. The shattered Colossus and Petrenko's pierced head, along with the relief that it was over, came extreme exhaustion and magical power exhaustion triggered by empty magic circuits. Cough, hack. Even from a distance, Eugene's condition was grave. The magic imprint, overheated from excessive magic bullet use, continued to burn his skin, and the throbbing headache made it impossible to see straight. He was barely clinging to life, in a state where collapsing at any moment wouldn't be surprising. Nevertheless, Eugene somehow maintained consciousness and saw his friends crawling out of the crashed airship. The other members were also exhausted from the impact of the crash. The momentary relief that their lives weren't in danger was short-lived. A soft humming reached Eugene's ears. A hideously cracked voice. When he looked up, there stood a thick-bodied scientist and unfamiliar shadows. Lavrenti Kravchenko, the Secretary General's confidant and a mad scientist who had conducted human experiments on countless Imperial and Republican citizens. He was looking at the dying Eugene with a satisfied smile. "Thank you, Petrenko. You are truly a hero of the Republic." Dr. Lavrenti spoke while looking at Petrenko's corpse at Eugene's feet. "Sacrificing yourself to stop the Imperial Devils, and even capturing their leader Eugene Lawrence. Truly an achievement that will go down in the Republic's history." After finishing his words, Dr. Lavrenti gestured to the shadows lined up behind him. About 10 shadows following the doctor. Though they were hard to recognize due to their blackened skin, their magical power wavelength revealed their identity. Night Order. Those who had fallen to become Dr. Lavrenti's puppets, having lost their will. It was painfully obvious what kind of procedure the doctor had performed on these knights. In terms of magic circuit output, all were 6-stroke. This meant that all 10 individuals standing behind the doctor possessed magical power rivaling Gil's. Today is truly a wonderful day. An experiment using a Republic hero as material, a historic battle, and the merit of capturing the Empire's hero. And on top of that, we've obtained the final key to our plan, the Wings of Crimson. Dr. Lavrenti flashed his glasses with a grin. What appeared on his face was a repulsive smile riddled with greed. Seeing this, Eugene felt the urge to tear that mouth apart right then and there. With this, the Secretary General will finally. As Dr. Lavrenti muttered this while pointing his pistol at Eugene, just as he was slowly pulling the trigger. Clang! Along with a red magical power light, sparks flew before Dr. Lavrenti's eyes. What blocked the doctor's path was a puppet knight. The barrier he deployed had blocked Eugene's attack. The doctor's eyes, now as big as saucers, stared at Eugene. He was witnessing an impossible phenomenon. Eugene, aiming heresy at him while emitting red eye light. With his gaunt body and empty eyes, he looked no different from a moving corpse. A state where collapsing at any moment wouldn't be strange. Yet the doctor and his guardian knights couldn't move carelessly. How is this possible? His magic circuit, which had been empty until just now, was operating. The majestic magical power flowing from the imprint was flickering, targeting them. What has happened? He should clearly be in a dying state, so how had he recovered? Just as Dr. Lavrenti widened his eyes at witnessing this incomprehensible phenomenon. Clang! A red beam flying from afar tore through the barrier spread before them. TCH. A sniper shot from a special magical power unit's high-ranking mage. This meant he was now within range of the Imperial Army. I've wasted too much time. Taking Eugene with them would be impossible in this situation. The doctor clicked his tongue once and turned around roughly. Retreat. The Republican army is retreating. As the Republican army fled after losing their greatest weapon, Eugene walked unsteadily forward. Seeing this, soldiers emerged from their trenches and slowly gathered where Eugene stood. A precarious state where he could collapse at any moment. Yet Eugene forced himself to stay upright and looked at the approaching Kal-Hiram army soldiers. We've won. He really defeated that monster. Eugene stood atop the remains of the fallen Colossus. The soldiers who saw him standing on the giant's corpse looked up at him with awe-filled gazes. like a hero from a holy painting. The soldiers of the Southern Front would likely never forget this sight for the rest of their lives. Phew. The hero who steadied himself with a deep breath faced the soldiers looking up at him from below, those who stared at him with heated gazes, like bombs about to explode. As if pulling that trigger, Eugene gritted his teeth and raised his fist toward the soldiers. Oh yeah, we won, we won. Eugene dash, Eugene dash, Eugene dash. Thunderous cheers and shouts erupted across the front lines. A massive victory of bringing down the Republic's giant. The Empire had finally achieved victory in their war against the Republic. I tried doing what I used to do with the Revolutionary Army, glad it worked better than expected. As he watched the cheering soldiers, his mouth slowly opened. The soldiers' faces were full of hope as they savored the glory of victory. It was clearly different from himself who had been betrayed after failure. What are you doing sprawled out at such an important moment, Lord Hero? A changed future. Newly bloomed hope. Looking at all of this, the protagonist Eugene Lawrence gave a bitter smile. Still, this is much better than me. Hey, you crazy bastards dash. What surfaced in the hazy dream was an old memory. The betrayal of those he trusted. The life ruined because of it. And even the world beyond the monitor that had become his final solace after falling to rock bottom. Is this really the ending? Really? No, how can there be such a crappy ending when things were going so well? What is this? AR dash. He thought it was the final sanctuary given to a fallen failure. Watching the characters' stories, he sincerely hoped that at least their futures would be filled with only brightness. The protagonist's desperate life seemed like looking at his past self, and the sight of pioneering the future with companions was like the ideal he had dreamed of. Alpha Nigerian Naira. How dare you kill the protagonist like this at the end? AR dash. Perhaps that's why I'm so persistently trying to change the future. At least the story's protagonist. At least me in this world, I hoped would find happiness after all trials ended. A brief dream. When I came to my senses, I was standing in my office on the airship. Before my eyes was Irene, standing face to face with me. But something about the atmosphere felt strange. She was aiming her tentacles at my neck with vacant eyes and an expressionless face. Irene, what are you doing? When I asked this after trying to maintain composure, Irene tilted her head while maintaining her expressionless state and slowly approached. Once, twice, 3 times. After examining my face several times, Irene suddenly broke into a bright smile and, Eugene? It's Eugene? You're back. Yuh. With those words, she rushed forward and embraced me so tightly I thought I would be crushed. Eugene? Eugene. Hey, what's this all of a sudden? More importantly, let go of this. When I said embraced so tightly I thought I would be crushed, this wasn't a figurative expression. I can't breathe. I just returned from fighting Colossus, is this how it ends? While struggling with Irene like this. Finally awake, huh? A voice came from across the room. A voice with a strange resonance. Just as I turned my head at that familiar voice, after recognizing the owner of the voice, I could only freeze in place. That's a relief. Otherwise, we really could have died. The face is identical, and even the way of speaking is perfect. How did she figure it out, I wonder? Speaking in a flat tone while sitting against one wall was a man. A man with the same face as me, wearing a shabby trench coat and a red armband. This is our first time talking face to face, isn't it? I only saw your face once during the Elcrier incident. Muttering this, the man opened his mouth with a mischievous smile. Nice to meet you, Eugene. Plus, 1 TLN, do you guys still remember the name of the MC before transmigrated? It's Eugene, Song Eugene. And why do I talk about this? Well, the Korean for Eugene is the same as Eugene. So, we don't know whether the game's protagonist, or the original Eugene, calls the MC Eugene or Eugene unless we ask the author. Eugene Lawrence, the protagonist of Revolution Empire. The protagonist of this damn game greeted me. Rewinding time slightly to when Eugene returned from the battlefield. What greeted Eugene when he returned to his office was Irene's razor-sharp tentacles. Tell me, where is Eugene? What are you suddenly talking about? I'm right here in front of. Bang! A tentacle grazed past Eugene's face. Dozens of eyes and hundreds of mouths were growling at him. I don't know something like you. I'm looking for Eugene. Give him back quickly. And disappear. A short sigh. Along with it, Eugene changed his expression and spoke to Irene with a sardonic smile. What will you do if I don't give him back? I might even commit suicide with this body if things go wrong. Go ahead, failure. Failure. Eugene's eyebrows twitched at those words, but Irene continued speaking without concern. The future you tried to change? The world? The empire? I'll destroy every last bit of it all. Eugene furrowed his brow and pondered Irene's words. I had my suspicions when I heard she had the queen's factor. Does this mean she knows? Since when? After trying to calm himself, he spoke to Irene. But that's the work this guy created, not mine. You're saying you'll just destroy it? Yes, I'll destroy it all. Without a moment's hesitation, Irene said. A world without Eugene is unnecessary anyway. You crazy woman. I didn't even have such intentions to begin with, but now this makes it even more impossible. Muttering this, Eugene raised both hands with a sigh. It was a sign of surrender. I never intended to take over his body or anything like that. I'm just holding on to it until he wakes up. Besides, if it weren't for me, wouldn't this guy have been dragged off to the Republic and turned into an experimental subject? You bare your teeth at me despite owing me thanks. This feels rather unfair. Just as he was thinking this, as if sensing the will from within, Eugene let out a sigh of relief. Speaking of which, he's about to wake up. Just after muttering this, as if suddenly remembering something, he asked Irene, "Since I don't know when we'll meet again, let me ask one thing. What exactly are you doing beyond the rift?" A moment of silence, and after a while, a bright smile bloomed on Irene's face as she silently stared at Eugene. "I'm making preparations." "Preparations? Yes. Ah, this is a secret from Eugene though." As Irene said this, an ecstatic smile filled her empty eyes. Love, obsession, madness. A single point reached beyond all that. Having reached that place, she opened her mouth with an expectant voice. "I'm preparing to live eternally with Eugene." The Colossus had fallen. The Republic's ultimate trump card and their last chance to turn the tide of war had vanished without a trace. At the Southern Army Group's headquarters, where the euphoric atmosphere had yet to dissipate, as Lieutenant General Beckier looked at the tactical map, Chief of Staff Eric beside him pushed up his glasses. With the defeat of the Colossus, the Southern Army Group's offensive has proceeded successfully. We've gained control of the industrial center Rengrad and its surrounding cities, securing the factory facilities without damage. We'll be able to produce military supplies within our front lines without needing supplies from home, though it will take some time. The monster transformation gas indiscriminately dispersed in civilian residential districts, and the contaminated zones it created. Having successfully completed their offensive, the Southern Army Group's next task was to purify this contamination and stabilize the cities to secure the front lines. Now that the enemy's main force has been annihilated, the Central and Northern Army Groups are also advancing their offensives accordingly. Unless there are unexpected variables, the Kal-Hiram Army could conquer all of the Republic's territory, and the Secretary-General and his faction would have no choice but to hole up in their fortress at the western edge of the Republic. After gauging the Republic's remaining strength, the Lieutenant General concluded with a brief sigh. This war is, for all intents and purposes, over. The Secretary-General's greatest trump card had vanished, and his right-hand man, Dr. Lavrenti, had fled. Having breached the Republic's absolute defense line and secured key resource areas, the Kal-Hiram Army could maintain overwhelming superiority in the long war ahead. All that remained was the Secretary-General, hiding in the Western Republic. When Lieutenant General Beckier and Eric said this, one of the staff officers listening raised an objection. Then, are there no plans for additional offensives? With their defense line collapsed at this point, wouldn't it be better to attack the west where the Secretary-General is? It would be possible, but it's not the best approach at this point. Lieutenant General Beckier said this while looking at the soldiers beyond the headquarters. Though they may not notice it due to being intoxicated by successive victories, the soldiers' war fatigue has reached its peak. They're pushed to their limits both physically and psychologically. Alpha and Thailand bot. That's. Having already occupied the key resource areas, time is on our side. There's no reason to rush. As time passes, the Empire's occupied territories would stabilize, and the resources produced from the newly acquired territories would make the Empire even more prosperous. Having said this, Lieutenant General Beckier addressed the unit commanders gathered in the conference room. The entire Southern Army Group will stand by at each strongpoint. Focus on defense while maintaining the encirclement of the Western Republic. With those words, the meeting ended. While smoking and watching the commanders return to their respective units, I heard my friends' voices from beside me. So in short, we're catching our breath before delivering the final blow. About a month's time. That's right. There's talk of rotating with new recruits and reserve personnel from the rear, as well as posthumous promotions and medals for the fallen. It was Eric, who had been assisting Lieutenant General Beckier, who said this. You've been working hard, Eric. I've noticed you've been stuck to the Lieutenant General lately. Ha, don't even mention it. After spitting out his finished cigarette, Eric let out a deep sigh with an exhausted face. After bumping into him a few times over special magic unit personnel assignments, he's been persistently trying to get me to come to his side. I'm already swamped with our unit's work, and now I'm even inspecting the Southern Army Group's supply network. What's this about? Why is he handling Southern Army Group work? Don't tell me this Lieutenant General Beckier tried to poach our Chief of Staff while we were out on the battlefield? Hey, that's going too far. Be careful, Eugene. The Special Magical Power Unit might lose its mistress to the Southern Army Group. It's something you see all the time in military life. While you're away on deployment, your wife gets taken by an evil superior. Gak. Oh, you. Ortega, you always have to. Shut his mouth. MMPH? MMPH-. Looking at how these friends are acting, the war must have been quite long. To think these guys are the high-ranking magicians protecting the Empire. The Empire is doomed. Though the war situation is incredibly favorable, our work isn't over yet. Those remaining in the conference room were myself and the Special Magical Power Unit's executives. Eric, who had drawn their attention, spoke without hesitation. Despite losing this much territory and resources, the Secretary-General hasn't been ousted from the Republic's political scene. Do you know why? Ironically, it's because the Empire's offensive was too swift. It was Gil, leaning against the railing, who responded to Eric's words. We crushed the opposition forces that should have held him accountable for the defeat, and the Republic's citizens who should have risen up are dying in the war. You mean there's no one left to put the brakes on whatever the Secretary-General does? The Republic will not change, because we've destroyed all the talented individuals who could have reformed it. A train with broken brakes can only run wild until it burns through all its fuel. The Republic is completely finished. It's becoming a group of madmen trying to kill as many people as possible by spreading their weapons of mass destruction and contamination. And on top of that, Intelligence Department agents dispatched to the West sent these photos. Saying this, Eric pulled out photos from his chest and showed them. Classified information not yet adopted as an official agenda. Looking at the black and white photos, I slowly furrowed my brow. This is roughly hundreds of thousands. It was a scene of countless people, too many to count, walking toward the Western Republic. Looking at the armed soldiers and armored infantry, this is clearly not just a refugee column. You've got that right. While the officers were speaking, Eric moved his hand to the military map in the center of the conference room, the Republic's remaining territory, and their major industrial bases and breadbasket regions. After marking each of these, Eric spoke with his arms crossed. If we calculate the resources the Republic can currently produce, they can't support this many refugees. It's obvious they'll either suffocate unable to handle the food consumption, or collapse from internal riots. But among the information brought by the Intelligence Department, there's not a single report about riots or civil unrest. The Western Republic was surprisingly stable and fortified. There were no reports of refugees escaping after being transported west. In other words, these hundreds of thousands of people heading to the Western Republic have vanished without a trace. Vanished? No, that's. If they had massacred the people in the photos, we wouldn't be this disturbed. The Secretary General Vladimir from the original work was a madman who would do such things without hesitation. But vanished? This many people disappeared without a trace? My mind couldn't keep up with the information. What was happening now was an event that wasn't in my memory. However, the month preparing for the final offensive, that sets what we need to do during that time. When I spoke after calming my mind, Eric immediately replied, "We need to find out what they're plotting." How? By catching someone who would know well. Saying this, Eric nodded toward the photo he had handed over. Turning over the photo I was holding, there was a familiar face of a man moving with black armored infantry. Lavrenty Kravchenko. Dr. Lavrenty's whereabouts have been located. We're going in for the arrest operation. I thought he couldn't have gone far, but they've already caught his trail. The Intelligence Department has really improved. When is the operation? Ortega asked with an eager face, showing his teeth in a grin. Tomorrow. Yes. At Eric's fresh response, the officers including myself couldn't help but doubt our ears. It's 9 p.m. now, and you say tomorrow? What time tomorrow? 00:00. Only 3 hours left. That's right. Eric spoke without a moment's hesitation. Seeing his brightly smiling face, it seems I've raised this child very wrong. Mission deployment just a day after recovering from magical power exhaustion. I've created a work-obsessed monster? Come to think of it, it's strange. In the empty operations room, as if realizing I was alone, a blurry figure appeared on one wall and spoke while looking at me. A figure that started appearing to my eyes after the Colossus subjugation. Eugene Lawrence, the protagonist of Revolution Empire. You wouldn't answer when I asked questions, but now you're bored again. When we first met, I asked him countless questions. If he was really the protagonist. If he was the one who put me in this game. If so, what was his purpose? And why he showed himself now of all times? The guy who remained silent when I was frantically asking questions is now initiating conversation. But he continued speaking what he wanted to say, regardless. In this desperate situation where surrender wouldn't be strange by now. Nevertheless, the Secretary General continues to fight. It must be his desire for power. That's the kind of person the Secretary General was in the original work, after all. But hearing my words, Eugene slowly shook his head. You heard what Eric just said. Because of you, there are no competitors to the Secretary General in the Republic now, meaning his power won't be threatened whether he surrenders or whatever. Having said that, he continued speaking. But even so, the Secretary General doesn't stop resisting. Why? In a situation where defeat is certain, why does Vladimir continue these destructive actions? Smirking as if posing a riddle, he went to the tactical map spread in the center of the conference room. He raised his finger and pointed to the blackened space at the western edge of the tactical map. The western end of the continent, where even the Imperial Intelligence Department's eyes couldn't reach. The hundreds of thousands of people in the photos are all heading there. How do you know that? Because I saw it. Saying this, Eugene looked at me and spoke. Eugene, where did the ending of my story that you saw end? Plus, 1 TLN, since it'd be confusing if I used Eugene as well for the MC, I thought of using Eugene if the real Eugene calls our MC. With you being betrayed, your magic circuit shattered, and imprisoned. That was the end of Revolution Empire, and the beginning of my story. That's right. But that was the end of the game, not the end of my life. What? There was a story after the ending? You're saying you didn't die in prison? Then, what did you do after that? I escaped from prison. Escaped and took revenge on everyone who betrayed me. Speaking in an even tone, he added one last thing. And at the end of it all, I witnessed destruction. The protagonist closed his eyes tightly for a moment, as if reminiscing about that time. But soon returning to his original expression, he suddenly spoke to me. With Petrenko's death, all turning points that could have changed history have disappeared. What remains is you alone. After breaking all possibilities existing on the continent, you've become the only hero left in this world. And now, you and your army are holding a blade to the Republic's throat. To the Secretary General's throat. That's why I appeared. Because you accomplished what I couldn't. Because you changed the future of the empire that should have fallen to revolution. Because you might be able to prevent the continent's inevitable destruction. Unlike me who failed after being betrayed. And unlike that fool at the western end. Muttering this, Eugene opened his mouth toward me. I'll tell you the Secretary General's plan. What he's planning, what he's trying to become. And for that, what he's willing to sacrifice. News just arrived. In an office lit by soft candlelight. After receiving the informant's report, Andre immediately delivered the news. Successfully secured and transported the youth faction nobles who expressed support for Eugene. Thanks to Count Rakard, things went much more smoothly. The Emperor, seated at his desk, said this while setting down the glasses he had been wearing. How is the situation with the Night Order? As your Majesty predicted, they're sending people to the supply warehouses and production facilities stationed at the border areas. The one who answered the Emperor's question was Rebecca, the Director of Imperial Intelligence. Hearing this, the Emperor nodded and spoke. Although the Kal-Hiram army is managing the Republic's occupied territories, most of their supplies come from the Empire's mainland. They must have determined that by using the Night Order to occupy supply points, they could strangle the Kal-Hiram army in the Republic. Most combat forces are at the front lines, so only non-combat personnel remain at the rear supply points. Even with defenses reinforced through a month of redeployment, they won't hold long against the Night Order. Following Marshal Kiran's request, we reinforced the defense forces and deployed the Imperial Guard Night Order to that area, but their mission is not defense but retreat. Tell them to prioritize maximizing supply acquisition while minimizing casualties. Understood. After giving additional orders, the Emperor sighed while looking at the continental map on his desk. Duke Buckingham. Is there no need to hide anymore? Looking at the series of movements, the magic noble's intentions were clear. To raid the Imperial Palace, depose him, and install Prince Meldur as a puppet. They thought they could control the Kal-Hiram army by cutting off the Empire's resource lines while invoking Imperial orders. But that is nothing more than meaningless struggling. The long-prepared transformation. Its end was drawing near. The will has been entrusted, and the flame is changing history from outside the Empire. It's too late to stop now, everything has gone too far. All that remains is to grab onto the trouser legs of my old enemies and bind their steps as much as possible. The Emperor said this with a low laugh. Seeing this, Andre hesitated several times before speaking. It's a dangerous plan. If Eugene were to fail. Don't worry. The Emperor, looking gaunt, spoke in a low voice. I who should have died originally rose again and made it this far. And the one who breathed will into me and led me here was that child. He told the Emperor that he would burn the Empire completely and raise a new empire from its ashes. Then all this old king can do is watch over the new flame that will bloom. Everything that could be done has been finished. Now I have only one thing left to do. Whether the fire will bloom or not depends on the flame itself. The role of the firekeeper was, in effect, finished. Step out for a moment, Andre. After sending Rebecca back who had finished reporting, the Emperor rose from his office and slowly walked outside the study. I feel like taking in the outside view after so long. The Emperor, who had never left his office his entire life, was requesting to go out for the first time. Setting aside all the various agenda items he never let go of, asking to get some fresh air. Though pained by that detached appearance, Andre slowly bowed his head and assisted at the Emperor's side. I shall escort you. Thank you. With those words, the Emperor slowly opened his study's bookshelf and carefully put on his outer garments. Please allow me, Your Majesty. Don't treat me like an old man, Andre. I can do this much on my own. The Emperor prepared to go out alone, adamantly refusing help from the palace servants. Andre, his guard knight, could only watch with mixed emotions. For the Empire his entire life. A king who burned his entire body trying to raise up a crumbling empire. But now, you look like extinguished ashes, Your Majesty. Looking at the Emperor with slumped shoulders, Andre suddenly thought this. The Emperor's final role that he spoke of. The more he recalled it, the more Andre couldn't hide his complicated feelings. However, Andre, at the Emperor's voice calling him, he immediately shifted his gaze. Lead the way. Having not gone out for so long, I seem to have forgotten even the path to the garden. Yes. Hearing the detached voice, Andre silently walked toward his lord. As Your Majesty said, the plan has already left our hands. Something that can't be stopped now, nor should it be stopped. If his lord has decided, then as a knight, he will only guard his side. Until the final moment that will come at the end. After a month had passed, the Kal-Hiram army that entered the Republic gathered at the western plains of the Republic. Rumble. The long war with the Republic. Civil war with the rebels. The threat of monsters. The warriors of reversal who survived through all of that were forming battle lines of the core. Led by the special magic unit that completed recovery, the airship fleet was being prepared, followed by elite troops of army groups that gathered after breaking through each front. An army of unprecedented scale in the Empire, numbering over 1 million, was surrounding West Rain, the Republic's final stronghold city. With a low sigh, I looked at the battlefield, quiet as a mouse. Where I am now is the center of the encirclement established by the Kal-Hiram army. It was the operational area of the Special Magical Power Unit, the vanguard of the Central Army Group that would act as the hammer. BZZT. 1 month ago, month 11th 12 o'clock. A voice flowed from the speaker positioned in the center. Communication status good. It seemed the week-long efforts to establish the communication network were bearing fruit. I, Kieran Buckenham, Supreme Leader of the Kal-Hiram Army, acting with the authority of His Majesty the Emperor, sent an ultimatum to Vladimir Medvedev, Secretary General and Supreme Leader of the West Rain Republic, demanding his surrender signature. The voice echoing across the entire front through the radio was that of Kieran Buckenham, Marshal of the Kal-Hiram Army. The Republic's soldiers on the opposite side must also be listening to this voice with bated breath. However, until the expiration of the deadline, there was no official response from the Republic. There was no way they would surrender. Although incomprehensible to the Republic's people dying even at this moment, at least the Secretary General must think so, that it's a war they'll win anyway, so there's no reason to surrender. After evacuating cities that should have been evacuated for citizens, the Republic constructed defense lines using weapons of mass destruction and inhumane test subjects, while behind the scenes, they are massacring innocent Imperial prisoners and Republic citizens. After listing the information discovered by the Intelligence Department, Kieran spoke in a resolute voice. Therefore, as the representative of His Supreme Majesty the Emperor, I, Marshal Kieran Buckenham of the Kal-Hiram Army, declare at this moment. A moment of silence. As if even Kieran himself giving the speech couldn't hide his tension, after catching his breath briefly, he commanded. All Kal-Hiram forces, advance. Boom, the advance order given in the Marshal's voice. As if they had been waiting for it, the quiet battlefield was instantly covered in engine sounds from countless mechanical devices. The 1st Airship Fleet ascending to bombing altitude. 13th and 17th Airship Fleets, infiltrate at low altitude and defend against enemy anti-air network. Armored Trains 6 through 21, heat dissipation complete at current position. Over hundreds of airships raised their altitude and entered combat stance, and dozens of armored trains surrounding the city began deploying their cannons. In the midst of this steel tide, slowly raising its head was the Empire's train artillery that had crushed the Colossus. Along with the signaler's gesture, the fire order was transmitted. Artillery fire commence. Boom! With a thunderous roar, all the firepower of the gathered Kal-Hiram army began striking down toward the city. All Kal-Hiram army forces stand by until Special Magical Power Unit entry point. Repeat. All Kal-Hiram army forces, until the Special Magical Power Unit enters the scene. Hearing the voice from the communication network, I slowly turned my gaze. The unit members lined up above and below the platform, looking at me. Men, we've finally come this far. Meeting their gazes, I slowly opened my mouth. Beyond the scars of the terrible Great War, our nemesis who has threatened us for over 100 years. Westrain's final stronghold is right before us. The city mercilessly melting away. Screams and wails occasionally heard beneath the explosions. This was the end of the Republic that had threatened us for so many years. And our Special Magical Power Unit has one mission. To be the first to enter that city, and the last to leave. The battle situation was overwhelming. At least to ordinary people, it would seem that way. A completely surrounded city. Escape routes completely blocked. Overwhelming firepower superiority. It would be natural to think losing would be strange. But contrary to such predictions, those of us with imprints, my soldiers and I, could sense it. That massive city was just a facade. The real thing was slowly biding its time underground. Despite occupying all Republic territory, the enemy still has one final card left. Mages, monsters, armored infantry, Colossus. What will jump out from beneath those ruins is unknown. During the month-long period, the Intelligence Department and staff officers continuously tracked enemy information. What's in the city? What lurks beyond it? Nevertheless, the conclusion was unknown. What's below the city is a pit of malice where nothing can be guaranteed. And our Special Magical Power Unit will be the first army to face it. Looking around at the heightened soldiers, I continued speaking. This will be a dangerous operation. We can't guarantee the operation's success, and the chances of returning alive from the operation are infinitely low. But in such an unclear situation, there is one fact I can state clearly. A mission that's essentially no different from being told to go die. But looking at the unit members, I smiled through gritted teeth. The fact that both you and I have come too far to run away now. Look at how strange their expressions are getting. I really have no talent for speeches after all. Thinking that, I raised my hand holding the pistol. We can no longer run away. That chance disappeared long ago. So you're going to hell with me? Into a pit of no return? You're coming with me until the end. When I paused briefly, a heavy silence fell over the audience. Looking once at the unit members about to explode. Once at the officers lined up before them, my friends. After meeting everyone's eyes like that. Let's go, to hell dash. I shouted toward them at the top of my voice. And the next moment. Oh yeah. To hell from head to toe dash. To hell from head to toe. Rip them to death. Rip them to death. Rip them to death. With shouts of either enthusiasm or madness. No one hoping to be excused. As always, these were my crazy unit members. To all Special Magical Power Unit members, direct order from the Division Commander dash. Looking at the soldiers brandishing their weapons in excitement, I clenched my fist and shouted. The Revolutionary Army's agitation. The monster contamination spread throughout the Empire. The Republic's news controlling all of it from behind. After tearing, crushing, and breaking through all of that, all forces, quick advance forward. Now we're going to rip the Westrain Republic to death. Target confirmed. Look at this, Peter. Westrain, the birthplace and final line of defense of the Republic, was burning. The defensive barrier surrounding the city was annihilated by ambrosia thermal cannons. The subsequent bombardment from the airship fleet and armored trains was reducing the now barrier-less city to dust. The city was flattened without a trace. Republic soldiers struggled to their feet amidst agonized screams. What greeted them was the second wave of incendiary and white phosphorus shells. Well, if this isn't hell on earth, I don't know what is. Private Peter, observer of the Kal-Hiram Army's first airship fleet, peered through the bombardment site. He stared at the red-hot city of Westrain with a heavy heart. The city had become no different from his colleague's description, a pit of hell. And those making their way into such a city were the mages of the Special Magical Power Unit, protected by gas masks and defensive barriers. Is this really right? What? Perhaps his tension had eased, thinking it was all over now. Arg. Upper section damage confirmed. It's been eaten through. With a massive explosion, the giant's body shook violently. Half of its head blown away, the massive body staggered. As expected, the barrier and magical power field emitted from the mana core were concentrated on the lower body. The mana core's output is about 20% of the Colossus. Threatening, but the durability is pathetic. It probably didn't have enough power to maintain and defend a body of that size. Watching its body melt like ice cream and its mindless thrashing, I made my assessment. This one was still an incomplete specimen. Due to the unexpected invasion, it was a hasty stopgap measure they'd brought out. Quiet, noisy half-baked thing. But this big lug wasn't the real problem. This crazy bastard opened a rift in the middle of the city. The Black Sun incident that Irene had caused in the original Revolution Empire. Recalling that event, I narrowed my eyes and stared at the black hole beyond the giant. Given the circumstances, Secretary General Vladimir, who was sitting on his behind in the center of the city, was controlling these monsters. Since coming to the Republic, Eugene had been spending less time in his room. An empty room with no one in it. When I went outside unable to bear the boredom, there was always someone dying there. Coog, cog. Damn it, the bleeding. Where's the hemostatic? Get it quickly, quickly. My mother, back home, this. Shut up and keep pressure on the wound, you idiot. You're not dying. You're not going to die. A man spitting blood foam from his mouth. Normally I would have just passed by, but I noticed the clothes the man was wearing. A black uniform. The uniform that Eugene made and Eugene wore. Where's the hemostatic? Miss Irene. SHH. Eugene told me not to use my power recklessly in front of people. So I put my finger to my lips, then reached out toward the dying man. As quietly as possible, trying not to be noticed. Crunch, crunch. The bleeding, it stopped. But how? Your voices are so noisy. Thinking that, I left the spot and looked around. Everyone my eyes fell upon was dying. People dying from gunshot wounds. Several years ago, on the day when the Armistice Treaty with the Republic was signed, while an awkward dinner between high-ranking officials of the Empire and Republic continued in celebration of the armistice, two men sat facing each other inside a special room in the center of the conference hall. Click, click. A middle-aged man with a fierce expression before notably luxurious food, and opposite him, an elderly man with a modest meal and steaming tea before him. The Republic's Secretary General, Vladimir Medvedev, and the Kal-Hiram Empire's Emperor, Friedrich Franz Kal-Hiram. The leaders of the two great powers that divided the continent sat eating while facing each other. You got us good, Emperor. To create such a toy in such a short time, thanks to that, our Republic bled quite a bit, didn't it? The Secretary General, who had heartily devoured the meat on his plate, spoke first. Thanks to that, things got lively in our domestic politics, and those moderate faction bastards shut their mouths. From my position, it's a blessing in disguise. Watching the Secretary General speak with a broad smile, the Emperor frowned in displeasure. Arachne's monsters were charging forward, having lost all reason. After watching the monsters being torn to pieces and scattered before her eyes, Irene showed a look of disappointment. You fought so desperately to escape from me before, but in the end, you've become this stupid. How boring. How uninteresting. Muttering thus, Irene turned her gaze to observe the chaotic battlefield's center. Clang? Alexander, who had lost his reason, was targeting her. Even the aftershocks of his attacks were sweeping away nearby monsters like autumn leaves. The shockwaves reached even this distant position. However, Irene's eyes remained indifferent as she watched Alexander. Now, I don't even need to use Elcrier anymore. Clang dash? Carlos, a monster who was silently enduring Alexander's relentless attacks. While a normal monster would have been shattered in one hit, he was deflecting the attacks aimed at him by angling his magical power crystals and carapace. Quea? Queok. During their exchange of attacks, Carlos, raising the great sword he created from crystal, narrowed his eyes as he observed his opponent. His enemy who was merely unleashing directionless rage, having lost both reason and intelligence. Carlos looked at him with what might have been pity before forcefully deflecting Alexander's sword as it struck head-on. Clang? Cruck. Alexander, who had left himself open after failing to withstand the impact. What targeted his exposed chest was a magical power sphere created by Z-Plant, another purebreed monster. Boom, The beam released by Nachtval's magic imprint struck Alexander's defenseless body. The two specimens who had gained countless combat experiences while persistently tracking Arachne. Their previously clumsy coordination had been honed day by day, and now they had become capable enough to hold back even a superior being like Alexander. Boom! Kiik. The same was true for Irene's monster core, which was modeled after Eugene's special magical power unit. The monsters who had been watching the waves of creatures swarming from all directions began to block them with synchronized movements. Thud! The first line raised their shields to block the charging monsters. What targeted the mass of clustered monsters was the artillery magic from the monsters in the second row. Boom! The Secretary General had only given Arachne the simple order to kill her enemies, and the Monster Queen, now an empty shell who had lost her ego, was merely repeating simple attack signals. The endless war between the two armies beyond the rift. In that war, Arachne's army had become far too weak, and Irene, who had been pursuing her, had become this strong. Splat dash! The tentacles undulating around Irene deflected the flying pieces of monster flesh. Looking at the fragments that landed and writhed at her feet, Irene clicked her tongue briefly. There are just too many. After this short utterance, Irene thought. What she had devoured were retreating Republic soldiers, humans who had become monsters, and the Republic's monsters that were used as weapons. In contrast, the Secretary General had turned tens or hundreds of millions of humans into monsters and incorporated them into Arachne's army. Irene created monsters from corpses from the start, while Arachne transformed living humans entirely into monsters. This meant there was a fundamental difference in the quantity of monsters they could create at once. In the end, it seems I'll have to use it. Muttering thus, Irene waved her hand with a low sigh. Whir! A small rift formed beside Irene. What emerged from it was a black figure with 7-stroke magic imprint carved into his arm. My queen. The one who paid respects with these words was the pure-breed monster, Elcrier. Seeing the pure-breed monster bow his head toward her, Irene smiled sweetly. Arachne's main body is below. Catch her and bring her to me. As you command. Elcrier headed to the battlefield without any questions, just as Alexander did in service of Arachne. It's really reassuring. I wonder if it's because I made it using my father as material. The 7-strokes imprint, completely corrupted by Irene, was emitting an unstable light. Looking at it, which had become notably more refined, Irene couldn't hide her sense of satisfaction. Since I've made this much, I'll be able to do even better next time. This child was a practice run. It was an experimental piece made before creating the real one she would gift to Eugene. There couldn't be even a single mistake. Not even the slightest error could be allowed. More precise. I must make it more beautiful. That is, in one corner of the battlefield where countless monsters were entangled. The Secretary General, watching where Irene stood, muttered with an unusually surprised expression. Rather than transplanting magic imprint into a monster's flesh, she created a monster using magic imprint as the focal point? And that precision! The Secretary General exclaimed in apparent admiration. Seeing the pure-breed monster Elcrier that Irene had brought out, he muttered like a madman. Alright, that's not quite the right comparison. Not like a madman, he really was a crazy bastard. Could it be that Black Witch is, like me? The Secretary General continued mumbling incomprehensible things. I didn't miss that moment when he was distracted by Irene and the monster. Where are you looking? Boom! Multiple spear of Mitra mercilessly shook the Secretary General's body. Kiuk? Kiu? Ha, ha ha ha. The Secretary General, pushed far back, was breathing heavily. I immediately bound his limbs with chains of Helios to deliver the next spell. Amazing. As expected of a hero personally prepared by the Emperor. Is an artificially connected magic imprint insufficient? The Secretary General, his arms bound, continued to ramble. My domain, deployed in perfect condition, was overwhelming the Secretary General's imprint. Seeing his magical power fluctuating unstably, I fired 3 additional magic bullets to charge my magical power. There are still over 30 shots left before overload occurs. The advantage is mine. However, looking around, I thought. The monsters that kept surrounding me even while exposed to Irene's army. The Secretary General who kept challenging me to fight despite knowing he would lose. And that composed attitude that hadn't disappeared even though defeat was imminent. There must be something. To my question about the Secretary General's plan, Dr. Lavrenti had answered. That he was approaching awakening. That he was preparing to become an omnipotent god at the end of magic. There are too many suspicious points to dismiss this as just a madman's ravings. The inexplicable actions of sacrificing his own citizens. Combat so reckless it seemed without any strategy. Without something to rely on, he wouldn't continue such self-destructive behavior. Continuing battle without knowing the opponent's true intentions carries too much risk. However, at the same time, I recalled the purpose of this war. A war to completely erase the Republic as a source of trouble and crush the seeds of destruction. The time when that could be accomplished is only now. All this war happened because of my choice. Everyone who died here lost their lives because of the war I started. All the causes that perished in this story were crushed by my own hands. For me, turning back and running away was unacceptable. Since falling into this messed up world, my purpose has been just one thing, to survive. And what I've done for that hasn't changed at all from beginning to now. Just keep moving forward, burning everything that stands in the way. Rumble? Having finished my thoughts, I activated my magic circuit at maximum output. What appeared before my eyes was a massive fireball burning with red light. Using that as a core, I began gathering all the magical power scattered by my domain into one place. Screech! Everything around started to melt. The monster corpses strewn about were turning to ash and disappearing, and even the monsters surrounding me were retreating step by step, unable to withstand the heat. Oh, that is. The reddened steel beams gradually melted into molten iron, and everything beneath my feet became the center of heat tinged with red. This should be enough to completely finish off the dying Secretary General, whatever he might be plotting behind the scenes. Having finished my thought, I looked at the Secretary General with his inexplicable expression. Fire! Blast dash! With that brief command, the massive flame stretched forward. The giant flame, the fire that melted everything blocking its path, finally engulfed the Secretary General's body. A pure white flash covered the entire world in view. Light, sound, air. The flames began to spread in all directions, burning everything around them. Concentrated bombardment. It was an utterly simple spell that converted all gathered magical power into heat and shock. Dash! When the massive explosion covered heaven and earth, the gazes of the monsters in the midst of battle all turned toward me. The pure-breed monsters drawing up magical power to defend themselves, and Elcrier protecting Irene from the heat and shock. An explosion so massive it momentarily stopped the monsters' war had occurred. Now, how do you plan to respond? No matter how powerful Petrenko's imprint might be, he couldn't survive taking a spell of this magnitude head-on. To exaggerate, the concentrated bombardment I just fired had power comparable to the heat cannon Ambrosia used to kill Colossus. But at the same time, I couldn't rashly conclude victory. This was the heart of enemy territory. Some form of trap laid by the Secretary General must be waiting? Tap. It is as you thought, Eugene Lawrence. The moment I felt something grab my shoulder, I immediately turned around. This bastard, he took advantage of when my domain was down due to spell casting. The situation where he struck at the perfect timing. But at the same time, I couldn't understand. Why is this guy here? Surely, his body should have disappeared in the bombardment. Why on earth is he behind me? A fully unleashed 7-stroke imprint, countless sacrifices surrounding us, and even the spirit of indomitable emanating from a hero who has made their resolution. I looked at the Secretary General's form. The Secretary General who gripped my shoulder with his right hand while wearing a grotesque smile. On his right arm, where Petrenko's imprint should have been, a magic imprint of a completely different form was emitting light. One I'd never seen before. Yet at the same time, a 7-strokes magic imprint that emitted a wavelength similar to my wings of crimson. 3 out of 5 imprints. Not perfect, but not insufficient either. You bastard, what nonsense are you? Congratulations, Eugene. This battle is your victory. Looking at me gritting my teeth, the Secretary General showed a triumphant smile. And at the same time, it's the completion of my plan. Crack dash? The Secretary General's hand that grabbed me transformed into a grotesque shape and instantly spread across my body. An eerie foreign sensation burrowing into my shoulder. At the same time as I felt this dizzying sensation, my body stopped moving against my will. Confine him. Thud dash? Along with the Secretary General's voice, something that sprung from the ground covered everything around. My vision rapidly turning black. Through the gaps, what I saw last was Irene. Don't worry, Eugene. It was Irene, showing a bright smile as she looked in my direction. Everything will be fine. The Great Rupture was created by human malice. And humans, in their foolishness, kept repeating wars endlessly. An era of chaos where warfare never ceased. Secretary General Vladimir tried to stop this insufferable war and reform the stagnant republic. The prophecy of continental destruction. Anyone who witnessed that horrifying sight would have done the same. Not only researching those abominable monsters and contamination, but now rift exploration. Vladimir, what in the world are you thinking, pursuing such nonsense? However, what stood in his way was the bloodline he was born with. Because his bloodline came from one of the old noble families, the Republic's upper echelons constantly kept him in check. To prevent noble blood from tainting the Republic's values. These ignorant fools who can't see beyond their noses. The Secretary General, who had awakened the ability to see the future, effortlessly broke through the sharp blades of the existing powers. General Secretary, Marshal, Supreme Commander. The ability to see the future smoothly elevated him to the pinnacle of the Republic's power. As a result, he ended up making too many enemies. I apologize, but the Republic's border guard is under my jurisdiction. Your Excellency need not concern yourself. The brilliant commander who controlled the border region, Georgi Kalinin. A reform faction centered around him was gradually expanding their influence, and they tried to oust him while crying for the Republic's transformation. But it was fine. I am one who bears the mission of saving the Republic. He was someone who had to prevent the future of destruction and guide the people on the right path. That was the duty, the greater cause that he, as a hero, had to fulfill. Right now, I simply lack time. Kalinin, his political opponent, was both a threatening figure and a reliable one. Someday, he thought he could sit at the same table with them and discuss the future. But what awaited him in the house he slowly opened the door to, thinking such thoughts. His wife Gloria and daughter Lily collapsed at the entrance. Around their lifeless bodies lying cold were candies meant to celebrate the harvest festival. For the proud hero of the Republic, Secretary General Vladimir. The sentence written elegantly in his rival Kalinin's handwriting. Seeing this, the Secretary General could clearly tell who was responsible for this atrocity. Have a safe trip, Papa. When you come back, you have to tell me more stories about the soldiers? Okay. His little daughter who called him a hero and adored him. Don't waver. No matter what others say, I know you're the Republic's hero. His wife who looked at him with proud eyes. The fact that his most precious treasures had been poisoned by Kalinen's faction. Ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. As if something snapped in his mind, a weak laugh escaped from the Secretary General's mouth. The sense of loss from losing his family. The rage toward his political opponents. Before all that, what overwhelmed him was an indescribable emptiness. So this is the voice of the people, you say? Ha 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 ha. His usually composed eyes bulged, and the laughter wouldn't stop. When he spoke of the future of destruction, he was treated like a madman, and all research and preparations to prepare for destruction were dismissed as a tyrant's oppression. They try to drag him down while he struggles desperately to prevent the future of destruction? For the sake of those who cry out for superficial reforms? It was all futile. It was nothing more than children's pretty words. Persuasion, coexistence, compromise, discussion. All of it was useless nonsense. What was needed to save those ignorant masses wasn't dialogue, but complete submission. And for that, he needed absolute power that no one could oppose. Kalinen's son Petrenko, number 2 of the intelligence department. Randall Dean Clark. He had to become the one and only superhuman who would overwhelm all the superhumans of the Republic. Don't worry, Lily. So, I shall become such a superhuman. So that his daughter could be proud. So that Gloria, who left first, could smile in the other world. He would become a hero. Even if it meant burning everything he wanted to protect by becoming a hero. What kind of messed up dream is this? As I had painfully realized with Phelan, peeking into memories that weren't mine was never a pleasant experience. When I came to my senses and opened my eyes, what spread before me was a strange space with no visible end. It was an oppressively stuffy space where murky smoke constantly choked the airways. It seems you've awakened. The voice that greeted me was a familiar one. Secretary General Vladimir. I quickly reached for my holster, but I couldn't point the gun at him. The reason was simple. The gun wasn't there. Going straight for the kill the moment I speak. Imperial soldiers are quite savage fellows. Or perhaps that's just right for young ones these days. A perfectly pressed uniform. Rows of medals on his chest. A smile drunk on victory. Watching the Secretary General stroke his bushy beard, I quickly assessed the situation. My body movement isn't free, and magical power won't come out either. Plus this constant sense of discomfort. It wasn't just discomfort. Hazy consciousness. Constant headaches. And the creepy foreign sensation running through every blood vessel and nerve in my body. I recalled the scene where the Secretary General's hand had dug into my shoulder. What did you do? Nothing much. I merely connected your body with mine. Wow, that's totally nothing much, you crazy bastard. As I stood there blankly, not knowing what expression to make, the Secretary General standing opposite me opened his mouth. It's a simple principle. Just as monster contamination infects the human body, my monsterized flesh has seeped into you. Reading my mind? Of course I can read it. And that's not all. If I want, I can speak through your mind like this. What the fuck? What? What just happened? The Secretary General's voice entered my mind without any resistance. Fuck, fuck, fuck. If only my holster wasn't empty, I'd put a bullet in his temple right now. Dr. Lavrenti was an authority on rift research. That fellow was studying pure breeds, the monsters that appear from beyond the rifts. With the Secretary General's gesture, a face that should be locked up in an imperial prison suddenly appeared. An illusion copying the subject's appearance. While I tensed up watching the insubstantial phantom, an eerie laugh spread from around the Secretary General. And after dissecting their brains for research, the doctor and I learned who was giving orders to them. I already knew without being told. The Queen. A being who could open and close rifts at will, and control the monsters beyond the rifts to descend upon this land. At the same time, the unique cradle capable of creating a perfect body that transcends human limitations. 3 magic imprints from the imperial family in a body built by controlling Arachne. Abundant magical power and Eugene's timely manifested technique. Though it was a victory by a hair's breadth, thanks to that, all plans have been completed. After muttering that, the Secretary General turned his head and commended me. Though it's a consciousness that will soon disappear, I'll still express my respect. Eugene Lawrence. Your path, your power, and even your experiences. Truly befitting of an imperial hero, such remarkable strength and willpower. You're spewing nonsense. I clearly understood the Secretary General's plan. His original body with Petrenko's imprint. A new body implanted with another 7-stroke imprint. And me, who possesses wings of crimson. He plans to achieve what Margrave Castle called awakening by fusing these 3, right? That's all fine. What? Your plan to eat up all the imprints and become this game world's heavenly horse. I heard it all very well. Perhaps he didn't like my subtly disrespectful attitude? Too bad. Thinking that, I continued speaking while looking at the Secretary General. But one thing. I really can't stand you going on about heroes and nobility when it comes to me. What did you say? The reason I'm making such a fuss? Nothing special. Just because I could. There was an opportunity right in front of me, and Eugene had the plan and power to seize it. When there's a clear path to survival, I can't just quietly die. A grand cause to save the world? Aspirations to become a hero? Ambitions to grasp the world? Honestly, I don't get it. I don't really empathize either. I was planning to sell out those Revolutionary Army bastards who would betray me, enjoy some decent authority, live well, eat well. Just live like that and maybe smear some shit on the wall before I go. Then I could die comfortably or get reincarnated or whatever. You did all those things with such lukewarm sentiments? Subjugating all those mages, trampling the revolutionary flag, turning the Republic into a wasteland. You think I did it because I wanted to? Things just ended up this way as I went along. Did I kill Maximilian to destroy the Revolutionary Army? Not at all. I killed him simply because I wanted his imprint. Because that was the most beneficial option. Creating the special magical power unit was to change the structure where magic nobles monopolized mages? That's bullshit. I just wanted to create a military force I could use at will, and I simply offered appropriate compensation for it. Things just got this big as I kept meddling here and there, sticking my nose where it didn't belong. Trampling the Revolutionary Army? What nonsense. What was I supposed to do when they came at me trying to kill me first? Burning down the Republic? Okay, I did do that one. I don't particularly have any grand cause to save the world, nor ambitions to overthrow the rotten empire. I just did what I could each day to survive in the given circumstances. What underlies my choices isn't any kind of nobility or sublimity, but simply one person's survival instinct. And actually, everyone lives like that, don't they? A short statement. Hearing those quietly uttered words, the Secretary General's expression twisted violently. You tried to prevent destruction. Well, when you're threatened at sword point that you'll die if you don't stop it, you have to do something. You personally shattered the Revolutionary Army that tried to weaken the magic nobles and overthrow the empire. You know, whoever sees trash first should clean it up, it's just courtesy. Bang dash. A single impact. With it, the Secretary General's form facing me began to waver unstably. Was this all you were, Eugene? Perhaps he was disappointed that I was different from what he expected. To think that the body I so meticulously planned to obtain wasn't that of a hero but merely an ordinary person dash. With that outburst, the Secretary General tried to completely corrupt Eugene's mind and erase his personality. Darkening vision, fading voices. But I gritted my teeth and fought against the exhaustion and helplessness overwhelming my body. This is pretty manageable. What makes this possible isn't a hero's grand cause, but just one person's sense of responsibility. A soldier's sense of duty to clean up all the messes he created. Such shallow will that most people commonly possess. Of course it was. Because I hadn't become a hero, hadn't become a tool, and hadn't been used. Not a hero who moves by coercion disguised as grand causes, but a human being who acts by free will. As a red light swirled around me, the Secretary General who had been pressuring me flinched and stepped back. Light from the imprint? No, this is. I quickly examined my right arm. The wings of crimson engraved there showed no reaction, having lost its light. Then the source of this red light was my left hand. Slowly raising it, I stared with surprised eyes at the source of light emanating from me. A ring. The source of light was a ring worn on my left ring finger. Small, but at the same time, emitting a vivid red light. And beneath it, spreading black shadows. Irene's words echoed in my mind. Don't worry, Eugene. Everything will work out. You're right, Irene. With a bitter smile, I looked at the object in my left hand. A pistol made of black metal, and glowing red bullets. The person going to hell with me, and the person waiting for me outside hell. Thinking of these two people, I didn't hesitate to aim it at the Secretary General's face. Bang dash. With the gunshot, the space surrounding me began to shatter. As expected, it was all an illusion. As my hazy consciousness cleared, I could clearly see what the Secretary General was doing to me. 3 bodies connected through the shoulder. Resonating magic imprints. While buying time through our conversation, the Secretary General had planned to completely absorb my body. You said everything would work out. Whether I've regained my senses or not, the fact that I'm in a precarious situation on the brink of death hasn't changed. The only thing I can believe in now is what Irene said just before. Recalling that, I immediately aimed the pistol at the Secretary General's face. I believe you, Irene. Yes. With that response, I pulled the trigger without hesitation. When the Secretary General's will disappears, all that remains here are the resonating magic imprints. Then in this situation, there's only one plan Irene would prepare. The one to achieve awakening won't be the Secretary General. The remaining Republican soldiers have lost their will to fight. In the operations room, a soldier who had been at the battlefield continued his report with a crisp salute. Major Rudeldorf, the highest-ranking survivor of the Republican forces, has conveyed their surrender on behalf of all West Rhine Defense Forces. Major? A mere battalion commander. Kieran's face twisted upon hearing the messenger's report. What about the other generals? After our search, they all committed suicide. We're currently entering the main city area to search additional military strongholds and buildings, but that would be a waste of time. Kieran let out a sigh after saying those words. Running away. Were they really such cowards who couldn't even accept defeat? What about the other army groups that launched offensives? The Northern Army Group would have gone to Belgrade, the port city connected to the Republic's North Sea. The Southern Army Group would have departed to conquer the Republic's oil fields. The messenger immediately responded to these words. The Northern Army Group has eliminated the resistance forces gathered at Dalgrad's government building and completely occupied the city. Additionally, they've captured 3 Westrain-class battleships docked at the Northern Military Port. What about the other warships? They were all scuttled before our troops could reach them. Just as expected. Kirin nodded and dropped his shoulders. We'll need technicians to operate those ships. I'll put out a search through the logistics staff. What about the south? The Southern Army Group is in a similar situation, but the Republican forces set fire to the oil pipelines during their retreat. They're requesting mage deployment for fire suppression, but we have reserve forces being transported from the mainland. I'll redirect them south. After saying this, Kirin immediately systematized support missions for each army group and sent officers to deliver the orders. Not a single one of them surrenders quietly, do they? But in the end, we still won. Receiving his fellow general's words, Kirin looked at the map. The Republic's territory had completely fallen into Imperial domain, with Dalgrad in the north and the southern oil fields being the final pieces. Looking at this, Kirin declared that whether the Secretary General surrendered or not, this war was over. In the end, this war concluded completely through the death of all enemies. The results of the war that lasted just over half a year were horrific. Kal Hiram Army casualties, 670,000. Republic casualties excluding civilians, 3.7 million. Including civilians, 12.7 million. It was an incredibly fierce and simultaneously terrible war. But more important than that will be the post-war management. While the war was nearing its end, his work was just beginning. They needed to rebuild the Republic's territory devastated by monster contamination and incorporate it into Imperial domain. For that, they would need to transfuse an enormous amount of resources. The Imperial faction's territories and the Emperor's direct holdings alone cannot handle such massive material requirements. In other words, they would need the land and resources held by the magic nobles. Kirin pulled out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. We have sufficient military power. The unified Kal Hiram army had forces incomparable to the Night Orders, and with the special magical power unit that absorbed the magic core, they also had overwhelming numbers of mages. However, problems still remained, the numerous high-ranking mages and heads of houses controlled by the Night Orders, each possessing power equivalent to strategic weapons. They remained a headache for the Kal Hiram army. Though we have Eugene as a powerful card, he can't face all those 7-stroke imprint mages alone. We have one, but they have at least 7. It would be possible to surround territories with regular mages and defeat them one by one, but who knows how many people would die in the process. And if the Kal Hiram army is weakened like that, we won't be able to manage the Republican territory we worked so hard to obtain. The Republic's vast lands and numerous population had become an obstacle binding the Kal Hiram army in itself. Karl Buckenheim. So this is what that old man was aiming for. Unlike the Kal Hiram army tied down managing occupied territories, the magic nobles' Night Orders could operate freely anywhere, anytime. Moreover, once the war with the Republic ended, using Kal Hiram army forces for war against magic nobles again would be burdensome. The majority of the Kal Hiram army consisted of conscripts drafted from various regions. They could be kept in place under the pretext of managing occupied territories, but if ordered to risk their lives fighting again, morale would hit rock bottom. To exterminate external enemies, we neglected internal ones. Is this the price for that? It was a desperate measure taken out of necessity to defeat the massive enemy that was the Republic. Now his task would be a long, tedious battle. To normalize the occupied Republican territories, make those lands the Emperor's sphere of influence, and slowly build up power, while defending against the magic nobles behind-the-scenes operations during that time and gradually making them obsolete. Now that the massive enemy called the Republic was gone, the only threat remaining to us was monsters. And those monsters could be handled by the special magical power unit alone. That kind of thinking would be reasonable. However, Kirin couldn't shake off his uneasy feeling. Is that really so? Kirin pondered. Though I didn't expect things to progress this smoothly, His Majesty the Emperor started this war because he was certain of victory. Given that, there's no way His Majesty failed to predict this situation that would unfold after the war. He had made a deal with the Emperor. In exchange for bringing down Buckenheim, he would become the Emperor's warrior. And when he was given full authority over the massive army that was the Kal Hiram army, the Emperor kept that promise. He now had military power large enough to have a chance of victory even if fighting against not just Buckenheim, but all magic nobles. If so, His Majesty's plans couldn't end here. The Republic was a massive enemy, but in the end, it was just an external threat to the Empire. The Emperor himself would know better than anyone that the magic nobles were what truly needed reform. Then just what does His Majesty plan to? While Kirin was lost in thought with his hand on his chin, Your Excellency. A soldier he had seen several times before quietly called out to Kirin as he approached. A familiar face he had encountered many times. An agent of the Imperial Intelligence Department. What is it? News has arrived from the Imperial mainland. From the mainland? As Kirin furrowed his brow, the Intelligence Department agent handed over well-organized documents and spoke. Civil war has broken out between magic noble factions. Count Raykard, head of one of the 12 great magic houses, has been detained. Kirin's expression hardened at the agent's words. Count Raykard was supporting the youth faction nobles who were trying to reform the Round Table from within. For such a person to be detained meant. So the Round Table is planning to make their move. If that's the case, the Emperor is in the most danger right now. Just as Kirin thought this and was about to speak. What is that? The officers gathered in the operations room began to stir. They were looking at West Rain, the Republic's final city and the target of this war's occupation. Kieran's eyes widened as he looked in that direction. A red light rising from the center of the city. That beam of light reaching to the ends of the sky was emitting a bizarre power unlike anything ever seen before. Boom dash! With a thunderous sound, the Secretary General's body was sent flying far away. A strange mass of flesh joined like conjoined twins. Though all the faces looked like the Secretary General's, the body forms below the heads were clearly different. One side was an unremarkable human body, and the other side was a body with monster exoskeletons exposed throughout. It must be his new body created using arachne. Kahak? Kuu. I pretty much figured out what you were planning to do. I spoke while watching the Secretary General slowly rise. Your own body as the core, a monster body powered by mana cores, and my body possessing wings of crimson. You were planning to join these three together and fully merge them, weren't you? The Secretary General's will. A monster body moved by mana cores, and the magical power I had been cultivating all this time. His aim must have been to steal these three things and make them complete. Just thinking about it pisses me off. However, though it was a revolting idea just to imagine, its effectiveness was undeniable at the same time. A body that could command monsters and create them on its own. My magic circuit embedded within, and monster mana cores to support it. And 3 magic imprints marked on that body, along with human magic cast through them. If these 3 things were all combined into one being, it would truly be no different from a god. Just like Dr. Lavrenti's nonsense. Ha, ha ha. While I was thinking this, the Secretary General looked at me with a laughing face. It would have been nice if you had quietly become one with me. Fuck off. Become one by being buried in the flesh of a middle-aged man over 50? Ugh. Makes me want to puke. I'd rather be eaten by Irene's tentacle monster. But with this, I have obtained everything I wanted. After saying this, the Secretary General slowly raised both his hands. Petrenko's imprint marked on his left arm. An unfamiliar 7-stroke imprint marked on his chest. And marked on his right arm. Wings of crimson as well. In the end, it has fallen into my hands. Saying this, the Secretary General slowly raised both arms. The imprint that made you a hero. The mark of a king. The essence of the human Eugene Lawrence. It has come into my possession. Now only one thing remains. For all of these to combine with my will and achieve awakening. Woo! With this, all preparations are complete. At the Secretary General's command, the numerous monsters around him made incomprehensible cries while looking at him. The Secretary General's current body is the Queen's flesh created using arachne. They prioritized the orders of the newly created king over the Queen who had lost her sense of self. Crunch, crunch dash. 2 bodies slowly merging together to take the form of one person. Screech. 3 magic imprints glowing with magical power. Finally I. Relishing in that sense of omnipotence, the Secretary General released all the magical power gathered within him at once. No changes occurred in the Secretary General's completed body. What's going on? I clearly had wings of crimson, the hero's essence, all the karma that person experienced. The Secretary General examined various parts of his body, seemingly unable to grasp the situation. But at that moment, of course it failed. A voice spoke to the confused Secretary General. The wings of crimson you stole was my magic imprint, not his. What appeared behind the Secretary General was the translucent form of a human. The failed magic imprint that was used and miserably defeated, that of the losing faction. The original owner of the 7-stroke magic imprint Wings of Crimson. The protagonist of this game, Eugene Lawrence. Another personality? Then what's in front of my eyes right now is. Just as the startled Secretary General said this. Crack dash? A large crack appeared in the Wings of Crimson imprinted on his right arm. Crackle, crackle. The cracks spread and the imprint's crystals fell away. The Secretary General stared with wide eyes and a blank expression for a moment. I did everything you asked, Black Witch. Saying this, Eugene slowly opened his mouth while looking at me. With this, finally, it's complete. Whoosh dash. Space shook once. The start-up sound of the magic circuit activating. Savoring the feeling of majestic magical power circling my entire body, I slowly raised my right arm. TSS 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 TSS. This was originally where Wings of Crimson had been imprinted. Where my original magic source that had overcome countless crises and changed countless futures had been imprinted. And now, a new pattern was appearing on that right arm. Whew dash. As I exhaled, pure heat warmed the surrounding air. What appeared on my right arm was a new imprint. A single-stroke magic imprint slowly revealing itself, breaking through the 7-stroke imprint. Though it was a shape I had never seen before, I knew the name of that imprint. King of the Burning Constellation. Not Maximilian's. Not the protagonist Eugene's. It was my, Eugene's magic imprint that had achieved awakening. Plus, 1 TLN, again, here I could translate it as Eugene, not Eugene.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.